In the Andromeda Galaxy's B200 star system, a brilliant star burns in its youthful prime. 10 planets and 5 moons orbit gracefully around it. On the fourth orbital path lies a grayish-brown planet. Stripped of its magnetic field, it is considered a dead world by scientists. The entire planetary surface is shrouded in endless yellow sandstorms. With no magnetic field and only a tenuous toxic atmosphere, life cannot exist here. Life should not exist here. Yet inexplicably, a solitary figure appears on this dead world. The figure stands about 1.8 meters tall with a well-proportioned build clad in a white protective suit. Through the glass visor, a man's face is faintly visible. Indeed, a human. Scientists would nearly fall off their chairs seeing this. Good heavens, this celestial body is 2.4 million light years from Earth. Even light would take over 2 million years to cross that distance. With humanity's current technology, it's virtually unreachable. And yet someone is here bouncing around casually. His movements look surprisingly practiced. The scene is more absurd than watching a dog dig on the moon. How did he even get here? Dog system, do you hear me? Get me back now. The transmission portal will open in 1 month. Activating it early will cause irreversible damage to the system. I don't care if it breaks, just send me back. Ye Quan felt incredibly unlucky. He had just woken up and found himself teleported to the Andromeda Galaxy. You heard correctly. This is the legendary Andromeda Galaxy 2.4 million light years from Earth. Telling anyone would make them think he was dreaming. According to the system prompt, this planet is named B25, an Earth-like world. The planet lacks an atmosphere and water sources with only half Earth's volume. Relentless sandstorms constantly threaten Ye Quan's life. If not for that damn system providing this space suit, he'd have expired the moment he teleported. He waited a full month for the system to finish loading. The result? Teleported straight to the Andromeda Galaxy. Ye Quan was furious. He asked the system to teleport him back. The system said wait another month. A month. By then he'd surely be dead. Although the system's functions were tempting, the Supreme Tycoon system handing out cash daily. What use was it here? Buy a coffin with it. Even with wealth, there's nowhere to spend it. Detected host strong desire to return to Earth and unbind. The system will activate backup energy. After use, the system will be scrapped. Confirm. The system's mechanical voice echoed. Confirm. Ye Quan spat out bitterly. This damn system was a disgrace to him. He didn't care if it was scrapped. He just wanted to go home. Supreme Tycoon system unbinding in progress. Unbinding successful. The portal will activate in 1 hour. Ding, the deep space live streaming system is online. Host, do you accept? A new system. Should he take it? Ye Quan hesitated for a moment, then said accept. Better to take what's offered. Ding, deep space live streaming system is loading. Loading complete. The new system loaded quickly. That old broken one took a month and dropped him in Andromeda. Truly unprofessional. Not human. Host, attention, the deep space live streaming system requires you to start network broadcasts and interact with fans. Accumulate broadcast popularity to earn system reward packages. Fan tip currency will be used for mall exchanges. Real physical tips can be teleported directly to the host with quantity limits. Ye Quan quickly activated the new system to understand its features. So it was a live streaming system. As long as fan count increased, rewards would follow. Rewards included shuttles, robots, space station, spacecraft. Even one item far beyond Earth's technology could shock the entire world. Ye Quan was thrilled. With his looks, he could easily gather 500 million fans. 500 million fans meant one shuttle. Absolutely a sure win. As for the later milestones, 8, 9, 10 billion fans, honestly, Ye Quan felt a bit unsure. He was narcissistic, but not to the extent of a global superstar. Compared to the system reward packages, the mall's offerings seemed quite ordinary. Just props and survival supplies. Engine parts, space station bolts, sonic screwdrivers. Space compressed biscuits, vitamin tablets. Some exploration robots. Dazzling high-tech wares. The only downside was the price. Astronomically expensive. Ye Quan finally understood why it was called the Deep Space Live Streaming System. He gazed up at the towering starry expanse, feeling the sunlight of deep space upon his face. This was a star twice Earth's size, 8 billion years old. Fortunately, the planet was far enough away that daytime temperatures hovered around 20 degrees Celsius, bearable. Of course, this required the protective suit and its internal circulation system. Without it, a normal human would die instantly from decompression, hypothermia, and radiation. If this place weren't so utterly desolate, it might actually be a fantastic livestream location. He could realistically gather hundreds of millions of fans here. Ye Quan checked the time. An hour had already passed. System, where's my portal? The portal was used to transport the new system. Closing successfully. Welcome back next time, host. Hearing that, Ye Quan nearly had a stroke. System, are you kidding me? Continuing the outburst, surrendering to absurdity. He hates it. He hates his own greed. He hates having believed the system. He longs to go home. He does not want to stay in this godforsaken place. No, there isn't a bird in sight here. If he is to return home, the only hope still lies with the system. Ye Quan clenches his teeth and opens the system. Ding for first-time system activation, reward 1 Hongqi V6. Sacks Hongqi V6. Ye Quan gazes at the desolate planet utterly exasperated. What good is a car to me here? Who would I show it to? Ding, this reward is an initial reward. The Hongqi V6 is tailored for deep space capable of withstanding solar storms, initiating internal oxygen circulation, greatly boosting the host's survival chances on the planet. Then the system lists more rewards. All rewards must be redeemed with fan points. For example, a shuttle that can fly on an airless dead star. A sanitation space station hundreds of meters tall orbiting the planet and providing every necessity for astronauts. A cosmic vessel capable of traveling at 1,000th of light speed. The final reward is terrifying, the two-dimensional foil weapon. A weapon that exists only in science fiction, such as the three-body problem materialized before his eyes. Ye Quan draws in a cold breath. This weapon could, with a gentle toss, turn the entire solar system into a two-dimensional plane. Seeing the lure of the reward, Ye Quan resolves to try live streaming it. System, start live stream. The system interface instantly shifts into a live stream page, the viewer count shining in the bottom right corner. Beside it are private messages and fan data. On Earth, a strange scene unfolds. All apps in the app stores have been replaced by a single red app. The publisher is blank, the image is blank, even the description's blank. Everyone is baffled, unable to understand how such an underdeveloped app exists. Users perplex the behind-the-scenes staff of the app stores even more so. They used every technique to pull the app down, but to no avail. Resetting codes, rebooting servers, even unplugging the power, nothing worked. They were instantly baffled. Who was behind this mischief? Ye Quan, a gaming enthusiast whose greatest pleasures were gaming and watching streams, was also fairly well off. People call him the Flower City Tycoon. Tired of old games, he planned to embark on a new gaming venture. When he opened the app store, he found the entire app store contained only a single app. Curiously, Ye Quan downloaded this app. Opening it, he found that it was unexpectedly a live streaming app. A live streaming app. Could it be some adult content live stream? Not only Ye Quan, everyone tried to download this app. Downloads surged in an instant. From 1,000 to 10,000, then to 100,000, 200,000, a million. The momentum was unstoppable. As the numbers surpassed, 1 million images appeared within the app. Starting from Earth, the camera leapt across the solar system, beyond the star systems, across the galaxy, rushing toward the nearest Andromeda. Finally, the frames settled on a man. Wow, these effects are amazing. They even managed a long-distance pull, dragging from Earth all the way to the edge of the Milky Way. Hello everyone, I am Ye Quan, broadcasting from planet B25 in a star system within Andromeda. Andromeda is the galaxy nearest to Earth, about 2.4 million light-years away, with trillions of stars, hundreds of billions of terrestrial planets, 1 million neutron stars, and 500,000 white dwarfs. Ye Quan hasn't finished when the live stream chat explodes with messages. Did you hear what he's saying? Andromeda. 2.4 million light-years from Earth. To hell with that. Is the live streaming world really this easy to enter now? A madman can live stream. I'm out of here. I'm going to see my little butterfly mushroom goddess. Ye Quan, seeing everyone ready to leave, is momentarily stunned and hurries. Please don't go. I know you don't believe I'm in outer space. Shall we make a bet? I lose, or I will bow to every one of you with a resounding kowtow. If I win, at least you all toss me a small meteor, okay? A small meteor costs about 100 deep space points. According to the system, that's 100 deep space points, roughly enough to redeem a box of space biscuits. Deal? We'll bet with you. If it's real, don't settle for a small meteor. 10 big planets. Remember my name, the Flower City Tycoon. 1 big planet costs around 500 deep space points. 10 would be 50000. Holy crap, the Flower City Tycoon has appeared. He actually downloaded this software. I've heard this mogul is incredibly wealthy, tipping female streamers with millions in gifts. The Tycoon wants to latch onto a partnership. Ye Quan, seeing the Tycoon speak, wears a sly smile. The gifts are in hand. Now everyone watch closely. Ye Quan turns the livestream camera to the rear, where dazzling planets and stars emit a soft glow. 2 moons appear in the sky, one large and one small. One moon resembles Earth's moon, the other glows with a pale blue light. The audience erupts in cheers at the sight. Twin moons, the legendary twin moons. The nearest twin moons are 4 light-years away, orbiting a red dwarf. Holy crap! Holy crap! Everyone gasps in astonishment. What did I just see? What did I witness? Twin moons, the twin moons. The nearest one is 4 light-years away, orbiting a red dwarf. Mom asked me why I suddenly knelt to watch the live stream. The screen falls silent for a minute, then a Damika scrolls across. Ding, Flower City Tycoon tipped 10 large planets. Ding, Little Carrot Head tipped 5 big meteors. Ding, Alicia tipped 10 small meteors. A barrage of comments cools the fevered room. Don't be fooled by him with computer tech so advanced. What if he's using effects? Upon hearing that, everyone realizes, damn, I must have been tricked or refund. Refund. With the first call for refunds, all the viewers become refunders. Transcending this kind of thing is already absurd. Transcending to Andromeda 2, 4 million light years away, is even more outrageous. I know this is hard to believe, but this is the truth. I can take everyone on a tour. Ye Quan remains calm, the camera shifts, and behind them a car sits. He climbs and starts the engine and floors it. The car roars away. Holy crap, the streamer has even brought a car. This looks like a Hongqi V6, worth over 100 million. I'm telling you, the streamer is an invisible rich kid. The surrounding scenery is streamed into everyone's eyes, and the chat explodes once more. What happened? Did you see that hill just now? Why is it upside down? This is a spectacle only possible in a low-gravity environment. Are you kidding? This is truly alien. I told you the streamer wasn't lying. This can't be an effect, and nothing looks this real. Ye Quan drives along the white sandy surface. The terrain resembles Earth's deserts, but the sand is white. Ahead lies a slope, aided by the low gravity. The Hongqi car leaps into the air, performs a Thomas full twist, and lands steadily. The live streams no longer host any doubts. Everyone's curiosity about the cosmos is laid bare. Aside from sensitive topics, Ye Quan ignores nothing and answers them all. Ye Quan's entering its prime, and the viewer count quickly around 50 million. Just as he was explaining livestream audience why he needed to boost popularity effect, Ye Quan toppled to the ground, then scrambled to cursing and turning around. In the distance at the center of the desert, a sky-darkening sandstorm rose. What the hell? Ye Quan rolled and crawled into a Hongqi car, floored the accelerator, and bolted away. No joke, that sandstorm was hundreds of meters tall. If you got swept into it, you would surely be doomed. His livestream career had only just begun to take off. If he were swept away in front of the audience, he would likely become the first streamer to die outside the solar system. Ye Quan drove with all his might, but the sandstorm kept tailing him, impossible to shake. The viewers, seeing this tense moment, suddenly grew excited. Everyone look, it's a first-person experience of a sandstorm. Speed up the livestream. We're about to be caught up. What the? This sand layer is so tall, weren't we told there was no air? Why is there a sandstorm? What's going on? You don't understand this, do you? This planet lacks a magnetic field, but it still has a trace atmosphere. With an atmosphere comes wind. Nonsense. If it's so dangerous, how did the protagonist land here? While Ye Quan scrambled for his life, it drew more viewers. Some viewers are self-styled public intellectuals, some are physics enthusiasts explaining the space dust phenomena in the chat box. The numbers surged. Hundreds of millions. 100 million, 200 million. As the audience grew, voices and opinions multiplied. New viewers didn't know what Ye Quan was doing, and they thought it was a show. What are you all doing? Even a movie wouldn't have this many viewers. You're new here, right? I tell you, the host is live streaming from CNNV Zhuixingxi. Ha ha ha, Andromeda. Why not say it's the M78 Nebula? You bunch of idiots, do you actually believe that? I even claimed I was Ultraman. The barrage swirled around Ye Quan's credibility, forming two camps, the believers and the skeptics. Meanwhile, on Earth, at a certain Academy of Sciences, a gray-haired elderly professor stared at the live stream on his phone, his mind in turmoil. Unlike others who remained skeptical after decades of physics and astronomy, he could see at a glance that the scene before him was not something that could be produced with special effects. That floating mountain in midair was caused by tidal gravity between the twin moons in the low-gravity environment. This conclusion had already been proven back in the early 80s and later used in the film Avatar. And the sand and dust on the ground were not found anywhere on Earth. They contained a large amount of metallic fragments reflecting the sunlight. All signs indicated that this person was truly on a planet 2, 4 million light years away from Earth. A chill ran down his spine. How did he get there? Why livestream? And how was his signal transmitted? More and more questions haunted the Academy president. Seeing the crowd's doubts about the sandstorm, he personally came forward to debunk them. The formation of the sandstorm is simple. Although the planet lacks a magnetic field and cannot anchor light gas, resulting in an incomplete atmosphere, it doesn't mean there is no atmosphere, because the planet is arid from lack of water and direct sunlight. This can be compared to Earth's deserts. According to my preliminary calculations, these sand layer storms won't last long. The host only needs to endure for 3 more minutes. The Academy president posted a comment in the barrage, and one could feel even through the screen how shaken he was by the terrifying sandstorm. Yet the people in the live stream clearly were not convinced. There are so many pseudoscientists now opening their mouths. Bro, where did you copy from? Take me along. Some people just like to show off. Quit bragging. You're still wearing the Academy's name. You're embarrassing the Academy. All users entering the app must undergo real name verification, including name and identity. The Academy president saw the barrage, and his anger rose. He was a dignitary and a symbol of authority in the Academy. He hadn't expected online critics to be so irrational. Suddenly, distant sandstorms began to converge. Then like a nuclear explosion, they detonated. A colossal gust hurled Ye Quan and the car tens of meters into the air. The sandstorm was gone. Ye Quan got out of the car, patting his chest. What the hell, that was close. It almost lost him. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned to read the barrage. He was stunned to see that the messages were all writing, the Academy president. Forever a god. Ye Quan stared at the uniform barrage, puzzled, but the audience clearly understood that after the Academy president's 3-minute prophecy, someone checked his profile and found it really existed. The appearance of this big shot utterly blew up the entire live stream. What the hell, it stopped, really stopped exactly as the president said. Brothers, I checked the profile. It really is the Academy president. The avatar is identical. President, I was wrong. President, please don't be angry. I'm a nobody. Since even the president admits the sandstorm is real, does that mean the host truly is on an alien planet? The remark stirred 1,000 waves. That barrage had hit each viewer's heart. The skeptics now realized they seemed to have witnessed the first Earthling living on an alien world. This achievement is on par with witnessing humanity's moon landing firsthand. Even the Academy president has come forward to testify. Oh, what reason could there be not to believe? A planet too. 4 million light years from Earth. How did he get there? Young man, how did you get here? At that moment, the Academy president spoke. The moment he spoke, all present, including fans, fell silent, waiting for the host's answer. I say I came here by crossing over from the past. Does anyone believe me? Ye Quan knew the question couldn't be dodged, so he half joked. Shut up. Forget it. The host clearly doesn't want to answer. Hey everyone, don't waste your efforts. The Academy president and other fans understood that the protagonist had his own little secret. Most likely there is a civilization beyond Earth backing him. Host, is there any survival supplies on planet B25? Are there vegetables there? Are there noodles? Isn't that obvious? Didn't you see the host wearing a protective suit? Of course there are supplies prepared. Don't count on noodles or vegetables. Probably it's rocks gnawed with compressed biscuits. That's a good question. Ye Quan replied. Actually, I don't carry much survival gear, but this software has a special function. It can transmit various inanimate objects. You can package gifts together, take a photo, and send it to me, and once you confirm, the items will be transmitted over here. SSH. This remark fell like a cold wind. The room grew quiet. Through the screen, one could hear a chill in the air. Could one really transmit gifts to a place too? 4 million light years away using this software. What principle is this? What technology? It's unimaginable, completely beyond the reach of modern human civilization. This is a sure thing. There must be aliens backing this host. So miraculous. Let me try. Me too. A wave of diehard fans began to try it, and it really could transmit items across. Fans discovering they could send real-world gifts went wild around Ye Quan. Items continually fell. Food and drink, clothes and shoes, even underwear and stockings. Stockings. Ye Quan's mouth twitched. What am I supposed to do with this? How, that one was mine, just to test. I didn't expect it would really arrive. Host, I sent you lots of food. I sent a lot too. Ye Quan loaded practical items onto the car while watching the viewer count reach 100 million. The moment it hit 100 million, his system spoke. Congratulations, host. Your popularity has reached 100 million, and you have earned a sign-in gift, a small shuttle. As soon as the words fell, a silver shuttle appeared in Ye Quan's system space. This small, egg-shaped spacecraft, 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, with a sleek silver-white exterior, a glass canopy, and 2 short wings on either side. 100 million. Ye Quan paid it no mind. After all, this kind of thing would astonish people wherever it happened to, achieving over 100 million in just as easy. If it were, it would rise even faster, and more is not impossible. Ye Quan studied the shuttle's precise features. It was a small shuttle, a one-person exploration craft equipped with a hovering propulsion system and a resource scanning system. After reading the briefing, Ye Quan nodded, thoroughly satisfied with what the system had delivered this time. Before he completed the mission, the system had sent him a luxury car, clearly Earth-made. After completing the mission, even the system's gifts upgraded, turning into devices that were at least 50 years ahead of Earth's technology. With this momentum, the more fans he gained, the better the rewards, and the more things would be exposed. If he wanted to hide it, he couldn't hide it at all. Moreover, he didn't believe these fans wouldn't notice the clues. They must already be suspicious. Thinking of this, Ye Quan conceived a clever plan. He walked into the live stream and spoke to the audience. Brothers, to be frank, a few hours ago, I was still an ordinary Earthling, but unfortunately, I was chosen by a higher civilization to come here. The purpose is to explore the full extent of this star system. As soon as Ye Quan finished, the live stream exploded with this shocking news. Higher civilizations. Do such beings truly exist? Ha, it's confirmed. The host behind the scenes is indeed someone after all. So terrifying. Could a higher civilization's technology really send people to such distant planets? Have they already solved the energy problem? On Earth, are we already under alien surveillance? What had been mere suspicion now, Ye Quan himself raised, and everyone grew worried. Compared to Yin Guo on Earth faced with the boundless cosmos and a higher civilization, each person felt fear. What are the aliens' intentions? What are they planning? Will Earth be affected in the future? Uncertainties swirled in everyone's hearts. The unknown is often the scariest. Everyone fear not, this civilization currently bears no malice toward Earth. If there were real malice, Earth would have ceased to exist long ago. Ye Quan wasn't bragging. From the system's creator's perspective, Earth civilization lagged light years behind. Such beings would not even regard a mere Earth. If there's a real plan, it's just a matter of thinking it through. Also, our Earth is only a first civilization, we haven't even left the solar system. How could aliens be paying attention to us? We are worrying too much. With that level of civilization, they could easily locate a habitable planet. With software alone, they can teleport objects to places too. For million light years away, such a civilization is probably beyond our imagination. If they truly decide to act, we might as well lie down and accept it. Friends, there's good news. The higher civilization just contacted me and will send me something. Ye Quan walked toward a secluded corner. Hearing that a higher civilization would send something, everyone grew excited again. What is it? Let me see. Is it a weapon? A weapon from a higher civilization. What use would weapons be when the host needs something else? It must be something related to survival. Ye Quan walked aside, summoned a small shuttle from the system, and the machine appeared in the livestream feed. Its silver-white hull and oval silhouette. Not a seam to be found anywhere. No thrusters either. It hovered in midair as if by invisible force. Over 100 million people shared this moment, convinced they were witnessing the technology of a higher civilization. Astonishment left them speechless for a long time, while the Institute of Technology's president picked up a phone and called north. What is this aircraft? The wings are so small. Damn, there's no thruster at all. How does it fly? Such terrifying technology, able to hover with absolute stability, and the energy source seems inexhaustible as well. A miracle. I never thought in my lifetime I would witness the technology of a higher civilization. Even if I died now, I would have no regrets. What a handsome machine. Host, go inside and take a closer look. Where is the door? Why didn't we see a door? Everyone didn't know that the Yingguo leadership was watching this live stream as well. The Institute of Technology's president, upon hearing that Ye Quan could communicate with a higher civilization, eagerly dialed the Yingguo top brass. The leader, upon hearing, immediately issued a red-headed directive and summoned important leaders to a meeting. The meeting ended quickly. From the live stream's content, the civilization behind this kid does not pose much malice toward Earth. With their level of technology, if they wish to destroy Earth, it would be effortless. This is an opportunity. This young man is our countryman. We should draw closer to him. Perhaps we can obtain some advanced technology to close the gap with the world. The leader quickly conveyed the orders. Yingguo's leadership saw this, other nations noticed as well. Soon a deadly struggle began on Earth, though quietly. Yet Yingguo moved with lightning speed, swiftly clearing the obstacles. Ye Quan had never been so busy. He was flooded with private messages from every faction. There are flatterers and threats. Faced with these, Ye Quan scoffs. Yet there is one exception. Mr. Ye, hello. I am the president of the Institute of Technology, hoping for long-term collaboration in scientific research. What do you need right now, eh? Ye Quan realized that he would be noticed by the higher-ups sooner or later, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. Still, since they are from the same country, mutual aid is only natural. Give me some survival supplies, water and food. And later I will need a stable living environment, such as a Mars base. A Mars base is what I lack most. I can't wear a spacesuit all year round, I need a place to live. Food is not a problem, but we can't manufacture a Mars base in a short time. We can build you a well-sealed habitat instead. No problem. Ye Quan kept the live stream and led everyone toward the shuttle. As he approached, the shuttle opened an elliptical hatch. As the saying goes, the mouth that feeds you is sharp. Since he accepted the Institute's gift, this small request should be within reach. No problem. Ye Quan kept the live stream and led everyone toward the shuttle. As he approached, the shuttle revealed an elliptical hatch. The silver-white smooth exterior would normally reflect light, yet this shuttle seemed to absorb it. Even at night, a flashlight shining on it wouldn't reveal it. The director's mouth hung open as he gazed at the shuttle, while viewers in the livestream quietly marveled at the machine, where technology and art converged. Amazing, truly amazing. I dare say this machine is the Lamborghini of advanced civilizations. Lamborghini? What's that worth? So cool, I really want one too. Haha, I'm buying this one. How much is the streamer asking? You want to buy this machine? Keep dreaming. Exactly no amount of money could buy you such advanced machinery. The streamer has been chosen by an advanced civilization. What about you? Were you chosen by wealth instead? The audience erupted into argument upon hearing someone wanted to spend money to buy the shuttle, though there are indeed such overconfident people in this world who think everything can be bought with money. Ye Quan ignored them and turned to check the livestream viewer count. As expected, after his appearance with the shuttle, the number surged again to 300 million. Ye Quan, as researchers, our greatest dream in life is to see higher technological levels. Does this shuttle have any other functions? Could you let me take a look? The Academy director sent this message, which was also what the audience wanted to see. Everyone, don't rush, I'll demonstrate for you right away. Ye Quan also wanted to try flying the shuttle to prepare for exploring this planet. Stepping inside, the interior was remarkably simple, with a radar-like exploration interface ahead and a throttle and control stick below. It was no different from driving a sedan. There were two ways to pilot it: manual control and mental command. On the right side of the cockpit sat a helmet. This was the BrainSense device. He placed it on his head, and the interior of the shuttle instantly lit up. Various data panels flickered back and forth on both sides. Holy cow, this is a brain-computer interface. It can actually be controlled by thought. Amazing, too incredible. Marcus is going to cry. His concept of human-machine integration proposed last year has already been surpassed. Don't compare Marcus with aliens, he's not even worthy of being their servant. At that moment, in the TRAS headquarters, Marcus watched the livestream content. Rather than feeling angry, he was actually quite pleased. With alien technology as promotion, wouldn't his stock soar? But he had to admit the alien technology before him was truly advanced. Just a helmet could transmit information with 100% accuracy and control such a massive machine. If only he could obtain this technology. At this moment, the shuttle finally began to move. This speed. So fast. This speed must be over 100 times the speed of sound. Unbelievable, something of this caliber is being given away so casually. How powerful must the civilization behind this be? The shuttle streaked through the sky like a meteor. On the screens at the Academy, this scene was being broadcast live. Below, countless researchers sat before computers calculating data, and Ye Quan's livestream footage was being recorded and played frame by frame. For scientists on Earth, this machine was a bridge connecting to an advanced civilization. Even understanding just a fraction of its technology would elevate the entire nation to a new level. After flying the shuttle for a while, Ye Quan began to slow down. His main goal was still to find a place where he could build a shelter. The survival conditions on this planet were too harsh, and for long-term development, he needed to find relatively stable land. He didn't want to stay a single moment in places prone to sandstorms. He preferred solid ground without dust. Ye Quan suddenly remembered the shuttle had an exploration function and quickly activated it. A wave of ripples spread outward. Soon the shuttle's screen displayed the detected materials. He immediately identified the direction of soil and rock ahead and drove toward it. As Ye Quan emerged from the desert, land and mountains appeared in the distance, and he could faintly see a golden flash emanating from the valley. What is that? Ye Quan asked in confusion. The viewers could all see the golden light, and urged Ye Quan to investigate. Holy cow, golden light appearing means a treasure has surfaced. Probably an imperial artifact, something from an emperor. What emperor artifact? You watch too many novels. Streamer, take us to take a look. Ye Quan was also curious about what the golden light was, so he flew the shuttle toward it. As he got closer, the golden light became more intense. The moment he could clearly see the golden light, he froze. Time seemed to stop, and everyone witnessing this scene held their breath. A massive mountain appeared before everyone's eyes. Holy cow, a gold mountain. No way, don't scare me. Is this a gold mountain or a copper mountain? It's definitely gold. My family is in the jewelry business. I would never be mistaken. This was a gold mountain over 1,000 meters high, with half of its body buried in the earth. The entire surface of the gold mountain was cratered as if struck by countless meteorites. Roughly estimated, it weighed at least hundreds of millions of tons. Ye Quan swallowed hard as he stepped out of the shuttle and slowly walked forward. I'm rich, I'm rich. If he had been able to maintain his composure before seeing a mountain of gold up close, now no one could have restrained their excitement. Anyone with weaker psychological resilience would surely have fainted on the spot, just like those who win hundreds of millions in the lottery and go crazy with joy. Ye Quan touched it with his hand, his body trembling with excitement. A gold mountain. I've discovered a gold mountain. Gold may not be as expensive as diamonds on Earth, but it is a non-renewable resource. That means there is only so much gold in the world, and once it is used up, it is gone. While diamonds can be synthetically produced, gold is comparatively more valuable and more essential for technological advancement. It is only because of its scarcity that it has not been widely utilized. Gold plays a crucial role, whether for exchanging foreign exchange or as strategic reserves. It remains the top choice for many nations. Such a massive gold mountain could rival the gold reserves of all countries combined. If transported back to Earth, it could literally purchase a nation overnight. Based on my 10 years of research experience, I speculate this gold mountain should be a meteorite. With a gold mountain this large, it would be enough for me to eat for a lifetime. A lifetime? That is too small-minded, even 100 reincarnations would not finish it. Streamer, please let me cling to your success. Give me a gold brick, just one. Seeing this golden meteorite, the Academy director was also stunned. But he quickly realized something. These gold reserves could support centuries of scientific research if transported back to Yen. Moreover, Yen was rising and needed substantial gold reserves. But whether Ye Quan would agree remained uncertain. Mr. Ye, the value of this gold mountain is truly enormous. If possible, our nation of Yen would be willing to exchange anything for it. The Academy director sent a private message. Ye Quan naturally saw it, but did not agree immediately, for given his current situation, he simply could not mine such a massive gold mountain. Yet he did not refuse, merely stating that under the right conditions he would definitely donate it to the country. Pondering for a moment, Ye Quan picked up some small gold fragments from the ground. Attention, everyone, our live stream will soon begin a lottery draw. The prizes are these scattered gold pieces on the ground, first come, first served. Upon hearing about the gold piece lottery, the viewers flooded the chat like madmen. The streamer is showing off holding a gold lottery on live stream. With so many gold pieces, we should at least get some right. I don't ask for much, just one caddy is enough. Word of Ye Quan's lottery spread rapidly, and even those who had never watched his stream clicked into it upon hearing about the gold giveaway, causing the viewer count to skyrocket to 200 million. 200 million viewers. Even on Earth, this would qualify as legendary tier streamer traffic, especially since he was still a newcomer who had only recently started broadcasting. After distributing several gold pieces, Ye Quan decided to settle down here. After all, only this land was solid enough and had minimal risk of sandstorms. Setting up home with a golden mountain as his backdrop, surely unique in the world. Suddenly his glance caught other markers on the exploration screen. What is this? Let me take a look, Ye Quan said as he continued piloting the shuttle. The valley he was in was surrounded by several high mountains, and upon reaching the location shown on the Explorer, he saw countless ores of various sizes exposed on the surface. This place seemed to have become several natural mines. Ye Quan examined the colorful ores and opened the analysis list on the exploration system, which displayed all the materials found. Cerium lanthanum phosphate or bastnasite xenotime chlorcarbonate. Seeing these materials, Ye Quan was so surprised his jaw dropped. Good heavens! These were all rare earth elements. Rare earth substances more valuable than gold, essential across agriculture, technology, manufacturing, and countless other fields. Could it be that this planet's harsh environment had created so many rare resources that every nation on Earth dreamed of? If so, wouldn't he possessing these rare resources be a coveted prize that world leaders would compete to curry favor with? Ye Quan gazed at the vast deposits of rare earth minerals before him, his eyes nearly popping out. He had never encountered so many rare substances in his life. Their value was simply astronomical. If these rare earth resources were transported back to Yen country, they would undoubtedly enable the creation of countless cutting-edge technologies. At this thought, Ye Quan burst with excitement. He prepared to share this news with everyone on Earth, and in one stroke boost his own fame. Everyone, I have some breaking news to share. Ye Quan addressed the live stream, and the audience's curiosity was immediately piqued. What news? Have you discovered aliens? No way. Just now that mountain of gold was already shocking enough. What else could there possibly be? Is the streamer trying to pull our legs? Haha, don't be blowing smoke, bro. Tell us the news already. I can't wait. If you don't say it, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Ye Quan glanced at the bullet comments and smiled. This time it's truly good news. Prepare yourselves. Having said that, Ye Quan swung the camera toward the mountainside blanketed in rare earth deposits. The mere tip of the iceberg was enough for the audience to catch on. The moment the footage went live, the entire stream fell into a deathly silence. Everyone froze, eyes wide and glued to the screen. Holy crap. You're not kidding me, right? All of this is rare earth. Holy shit, this is actually all rare earth. We're rich. We're rich. The audience was lost in stunned amazement. But besides them, the world leaders watching the stream were equally transfixed, their faces unreadable in silence. The news was so staggering that even the leaders couldn't react at first. Yen country was the first to act. The Academy director slowly typed out a message on screen. Young man Ye Quan, on behalf of Yen country, I wish to make a deal with you. We are prepared to pay any price for your rare earth resources. As Yen country's representative spoke, other nations quickly snapped into action, unwilling to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Entire streams of diplomatic channels flooded into the live room as representatives from every major power arrived to compete for the rare earth deposits. It was a battlefield without gunfire. Ye Quan watched the heavyweights pouring in and realized his opportunity had arrived. He was about to make the biggest deal of his life, a deal that would directly determine his future survival. Ladies and gentlemen, Ye Quan announced to the screen, we are officially opening rare earth sales in this live stream. I am willing to sell to anyone who meets my conditions. Hearing that Ye Quan was willing to sell, the representatives from every nation erupted in excitement. Agreed. Our country has no shortage of money. Why country will obtain these rare earth resources at any cost? All you representatives don't rush to outbid each other. I'll start with a single coin. Haha, look at all this drama. Countries sending envoys to watch a live stream. It's absolutely insane. I've never seen so many nations drop everything to watch a stream. Ye Quan's heart swelled with joy as he read the representative's comments. These rare earth deposits will be sold in batches. Whoever fulfills my requirements first gets priority. What are the conditions? Our country will do everything possible to meet Mr. Ye's demands. Why country will also execute Mr. Ye's requirements flawlessly. Ye Quan, don't forget Yin country. We are equally determined to obtain these rare earths. Nations competed to curry favor with Ye Quan. As a Yin country citizen, he naturally planned to treat his homeland well. Ye Quan quietly opened the Academy Director's profile and sent a private message. Director, please hold off on competing for these rare earths for now. I can provide some free of charge. I just need you to deliver certain items to me when I require them. The Academy Director was anxiously watching the live stream when a message suddenly appeared. He was about to close it without reading, but froze when he saw it was from Ye Quan. After opening and reading the message, he burst into laughter. Director, what's so funny? All these other countries are eyeing the rare earth deposits. I'm nearly dying of nerves here. Nerves? Don't worry, you haven't seen the big picture. I've already struck a deal with Ye Quan. Whenever we provide him with what he needs, he'll supply us with rare earth in return. What? Is this really happening? That puts my mind at ease. The pressure from above had been crushing me. Same here. The director pointed to his trembling legs. The staff looked over and noticed his thighs shaking with tension. Back in the live stream, Ye Quan announced his first demand. First, I need our American counterparts to provide me with the most advanced spacecraft available. Upon hearing this, the American representative immediately typed in agreement. Though spacecraft technology was among the nation's top-class secrets compared to the rare earth deposits, it was a drop in the ocean. The United States agrees to Mr. Ye's request. Ye Quan nodded and continued with his next requirement. Why country build me a bunker, and you can obtain the rare earth resources. However, the bunker must be exceptionally sturdy and secure. If anything happens to me on this planet, you'll never get your hands on these deposits. Ye Quan's tone was resolute, laced with an unmistakable undertone of threat. Yet Why country's representative understood his leverage and dared not seem inadequate. They quickly typed out their acceptance. Every one of Ye Quan's deals was designed to prepare for long-term survival on this planet. Since Why country could not possibly construct a bunker overnight, the temporary lodging issue would have to fall to Yin country. Director, I need a temporary residence for now. Something that will last until Why country finishes the bunker. Please arrange this. Ye Quan stated calmly. Upon receiving the request, the Academy Director immediately reported to his superiors, who swiftly organized the construction of an assembled temporary habitat, using the finest aerospace-grade materials available, sparing no expense. Shortly thereafter, Ye Quan's temporary base was completed and delivered. Gazing at the circular structure, a satisfied expression spread across his face. The base employed a hexagonal honeycomb design, its exterior coated in countless interlocking octagonal aerospace panels, with remarkable cold and heat resistance. Inside, every facility was fully equipped, compact yet complete in every detail. Ye Quan hurriedly moved all his belongings inside. At last he could shed the cumbersome protective suit and move freely within the base. The livestream audience erupted in celebration at the sight. Congratulations on your new property. Haha, he already got a house. This place must be worth hundreds of millions. Congrats. Now he can broadcast indoors. After Ye Quan settled into he discovered that the previous rare had swollen the livestream audience to 300 million. He then went to Jinshan to gather some gold ingots and disperse them as prizes. The world's corporate titans, having exhausted their scramble for rare earths across nations, could no longer restrain themselves. To these merchants, Ye Quan's matter represented the most momentous opportunity of their lifetimes. They would spare no effort to curry his favor, for with these rare earths, they would hold the power to bargain with the state. Marcus stepped into the live stream. From every corner of the globe, enterprises crowded into the broadcast, and the viewership swelled to about 390 million. Damn, Marcus is here. What are they up to? So many tycoons here to buy rare earths. Goodness, even the giants have arrived. It seems the host's prospects have widened. Ye Quan watched the throng of merchants in the live stream, fully aware that they all came to purchase the rare earths. Thank you all for entering the live stream, but today's rare earth sale has ended. You will have to wait for the next opportunity. Though Ye Quan remained firm, the merchants did not share his stance. In their eyes, there was no sum of money beyond reach, so they poured out olive branches. Representatives arrived to present their company's latest facilities. They presented a batch of lifestyle supplies and the latest water circulation facilities. A batch of items materialized beside him, lifestyle goods offered by these companies, he glanced and spoke. Unboxing time. The audience looked forward to what would be revealed. Unboxing. I want to see the unboxing. I love the host's diligent vibe. How to glimpse the latest tech from major corporations. Truly worth it. Yes, is this a live stream I can watch without spending a penny? Ye Quan approached the delivered goods and opened a box. This is a Mars toilet sent by Marcus. Quite nice. The moment the toilet appeared on screen, the chat exploded in excitement. Who would have thought the magnate would gift a toilet of basic necessity, yet hilariously absurd? Many laughed. Toilet. Could this be some new technology? Hurry, consult the manual, host. This toilet seems not yet released. Oh, perhaps the latest model. Ye Quan picked up the manual and read that the toilet had been designed for astronauts for use in outer space, an almost priceless scarce item. Next, he opened another package. Inside lay a life-sized household robot. Ye Quan grew curious. A life robot. Has their research reached such a stage? If they sent this robot up, it must be ready for use. Impressive. To develop such a robot, even if its functions are modest, it's already extraordinary. The barrage of comments lauded the tech company. Even Ye Quan trembled in awe. Their technology was formidable. Among the many firms worldwide crafting intelligent robots, only they had produced such a complete robot. The robot activated and spoke. Welcome to the X-Series Life Robot. Please confirm data initialization. Ye Quan was stunned. To his surprise, the voice was in Chinese. To please Ye Quan, the device included Chinese voice input, a rare exception in their annals. The robot's data code was in English, and Chinese commands required translating Ye Quan's words into English before the system could execute. It sounded simple, yet it demanded countless engineers' tireless toil to realize. Ye Quan then had the robot monitor data, and studying the manual learned of all its capabilities. Primarily, the robot functioned as an independent computer, its strength lying in computation. Beyond that, it could perform only simple tasks, controlling the room's facilities, serving tea, and the like. What an advanced robot. I envy it. The host should consider gifting the robot as a prize. Haha, surely this isn't a prize you can raffle off. Such a precious item exists only in a single unit. I want it. How much would it cost? I would buy it. The machine is not for sale to the public. It is provided solely for Ye Quan. After the robot, Ye Quan continued to unbox the next item. It was a very large package. Ye Quan struggled to open it, and inside lay a white bed with many buttons. What is this, a bed? What does this bed mean? It seems to be a multifunctional bed. Oh, I saw its concept drawings and never thought they'd actually develop it. Host, try it quickly. Ye Quan set up the bed and couldn't wait to lie down. The multifunctional bed was soft and advanced, its headboard equipped with neural waves playback to soothe body and mind. It offered heating and cooling massage and even self-cleaning so that even in shade bacteria would be kept at bay. This is a fine thing indeed. Oh, lying on it makes one want to sleep instantly. Ye Quan rose to examine the next box. The life support devices were simply superb and immensely useful. A device appeared, a frying pan connected to solar cells and a water circulation system. The power unit could feed the pan and also store energy to power other devices. I want this. The electric frying pan looks so convenient. Indeed, see this water circulation system. It can convert dirty water back into clean water just like our city system. A very practical device. Oh, when will the host demonstrate culinary skills? Exactly. Let's see a dish prepared. Ye Quan felt the audience's enthusiastic response and agreed. Yet at present, he only had the electric frying pan and no ingredients to cook. With the arrival of various life facilities, Ye Quan's days began to feel more comfortable, and ever since he promised the audience he would cook, he started to prepare. First, he asked Yingguo to send him some vegetables, fruits, and meat products. The system reported a transmission failure for the system, worried that viewers might exploit a loophole to teleport humans over. Unable to make do with those, Ye Quan had some seeds for vegetables and fruits sent instead. With seeds and hand soil was needed. Ye Quan initially planted the seeds directly in the soil of planet B25, only to find the seeds withered. The soil here was not suitable for earth crops. Helplessly, he had the director fetch earth soil, planning to cultivate vegetables in a petri dish inside the base. Ye Quan planted the seeds in a pristine white petri dish and watered them. A great achievement. But it will take a long time for the seeds to germinate into vegetables, so today, I have prepared a simple home-cooked dish for you all. What dish is it? Ye Quan asked the audience. Wow, I didn't expect Earth seeds to have actually landed on an alien world. When can I go there? Stop dreaming. Tipping the streamer with living beings is not allowed, or I will be the first to sign up to visit. Ye Quan walked to the kitchen and opened a box to show the audience. Haha, look, this is the bean sprouts I painstakingly cultivated. Today I can finally eat. Indeed, on planet B25, many vegetables can only be grown slowly by him, but bean sprouts are something that once tipped over and soaked in water for a while can be eaten. Those simple ingredients, Ye Quan felt a rush of accomplishment. What? I thought it was something fancy, turns out it's bean sprouts. Having bean sprouts is already good. This is from another planet. Exactly, streamer, hurry, and start cooking. These bean sprouts look much larger than most on Earth. Ye Quan picked up a handful of bean sprouts. They were indeed much larger than those on Earth perhaps, because they were grown on an alien world. Much like many genetically enhanced vegetables, bigger and better than their original form. Let's start cooking. Ye Quan heated oil in a pan with meticulous care. He had long missed Earth's home-cooked dishes. He had been living on instant meals that had dulled his palate. If only takeout could be delivered to the alien world, but that would not be feasible. Soon Ye Quan had stir-fried a dish. The bean sprouts gave off a fragrant aroma that whetted his appetite. It smells delicious. I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. Host, wait, I'm going out to eat now. Me too, I want to eat with you. Ye Quan scooped a bowl of rice and ate with the freshly cooked bean sprouts for his first meal, nearly moved to tears with joy. Delicious. It tasted so fragrant that eating his own hand-raised sprouts felt like a feast. After finishing this meal, Ye Quan grew obsessed with cooking his own dishes, and in the following days of live streams, he kept finding ways to prepare bean sprouts. 3 days have passed. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? Please, streamer, stop with the bean sprouts. I feel like I might vomit from watching. Stop talking. I've eaten bean sprouts for days, and watching them has numbed me. I swear I will never touch bean sprouts again. Who isn't? I now fear bean sprouts. During this period, Ye Quan devoted himself to experimenting with bean sprouts, and the livestream audience complained loudly. Ye Quan didn't vomit, but they were determined to see him do so. Hold on. I recently learned a new method. Have you heard of inlaid silver sprouts? Ye Quan presented a plate of raw bean sprouts with red strands of meat among them. Those strands are cured meat. The system cannot accept tips with living beings, but cured meat doesn't count. However, even eating only cured meat would make him nauseous. Inlaid silver sprouts. I've heard of it. Isn't this dish supposed to be difficult? It said you trim the bean sprouts at the head and thread the meat strips through them. Bean sprouts again. If all you're stuffing inside is gold, I won't even want to look. Ye Quan laughed at the screen. I haven't dared do anything these 2 days except present this dish for everyone, and I've already threaded all the meat strips. They're ready to go into the pan. Ye Quan poured the sprouts into hot oil, fished them out as quickly as possible, and added seasonings. The dish is extremely difficult. Threading the meat strips into the bean sprouts is hard enough. If you manage one, cooking it into a dish would require countless strands. This step took Ye Quan 2 days. The inlaid silver sprouts soon came off the pan. Ye Quan in front of the screen stuffed one into his mouth. Delicious. Every bite tastes like meat, and the bean sprouts fragrance is not greasy at all. Ye Quan enjoyed his meal. The live stream chat was filled with vomiting faces. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts. My head hurts. Can't the streamer ever stop eating? I think he's already gone mad. So scary. The bean sprout maniac. Ye Quan looked at the audience's barrage and couldn't help laughing. He had indeed been studying how to cook lately. No wonder they wanted to vomit. Okay, this is the last time. After I finish eating, I'll go out to take a look. Ye Quan said, and the audience finally escaped from the bean sprouts hell. After the meal, Ye Quan prepared to depart. This time his gear had a small upgrade. Yingguo provided him with many diagnostic devices used by astronauts for his expedition. Let's go. Today is an outdoor live stream. There will be random small prizes distributed later. Ye Quan boarded the shuttle, and the life robot inside locked the door as he headed toward Jinshan. If you say that, I won't be tired. I want to win a prize. Waiting online. Having missed the chance to obtain gold before today, he must win the prize. The audience waited with bated breath as Ye Quan headed toward Jinshan. He suspected that the area near Jinshan held many rare earths and abundant environmental resources, so beyond the known minerals, other discoveries might be found there. Passing Jinshan, Ye Quan paused to pick up some gold from the ground for the livestream lottery. At the same time, not forgetting the rare earths promised to Yingguo earlier, he secretly messaged the director. The Academy of Sciences had waited for a long time. For days they had held such vessels waiting to begin research at once. Director, please prepare now. I will send some rare earths over. The director of the Academy replied with tears of emotion. Yes. We are ready. If you need anything else, tell us at any time. Ye Quan nodded and transmitted the rare earths. The Academy immediately received them, and everyone instantly tensed up. Receiving rare earths is a major affair, not unlike going to war, so everyone wore solemn expressions as the first batch arrived. The director ordered the samples to be secured and protected. The remaining researchers immediately collected more samples for the laboratory. Thank you, Ye Quan. These rare earths carry significant strategic meaning for us. The Academy is willing to grant you the title of Honorary Professor. Ye Quan glanced at the message. Honorary Professor. That sounds pretty good. Ye Quan replied with a yes and continued his livestream. The rare earth minerals had already been sent over, and he did not need to conduct research himself. Whatever news came from the other end would surely be relayed to him. After the lottery draw was complete, he planned to continue exploring forward. Damn it. I didn't win again. Haha, I won 2 pieces. I'm going to be rich now. What's going on? Is there some inside scoop? Haha, the insider info has come out. What do you have to say, streamer? Ye Quan naturally understood that some people were just talking nonsense. Many of the viewers in the chat were the type who liked to spread baseless claims, but he simply did not care. As he continued forward, Ye Quan noticed more hidden mineral veins appearing on the ground. Some were the same as those he had discovered near the Gold Mountain earlier, while others were entirely new types he had never seen before. This seems to be an entirely new type of mineral. Ye Quan activated his detector and scanned the nearby area, confirming that he had indeed detected more substances. The news of the new mineral discovery also spread to viewers around the world through the live stream. Quick, come look. The streamer seems to have found a new mineral vein. What kind of ore is this? Why is it so purple? Is the new or valuable too? I want some. Damn, there's way too much of this. How does this whole planet seem to be full of rare ores? Ye Quan stepped out of the shuttle, crouched down, and picked up a piece of purple ore. After running it through the detector, he learned that this purple ore was actually a colored diamond from Earth, though he could not explain why it possessed such a rare purple hue. Blue diamonds were already considered extraordinary on Earth, yet here he was discovering a purple one. This shook Ye Quan to his core. The planet was like a money tree, continually surprising him. There must be even more ore nearby. Speaking these words, Ye Quan took out a shovel and walked forward in the direction of the purple diamond. As he went, he dug pits in the ground and marked any mineral veins he discovered. What is that purple stone the streamer just picked up? It looks so shiny, kind of like a diamond. Stop being silly. Where would a purple diamond come from? Don't expose your ignorance if you haven't even finished elementary school. You're the idiot. This is an alien planet. Anything is possible. Ye Quan, who was focused on mining, saw the live stream chat discussing the purple diamond he had just found. He put down his work and said, "Everyone stop arguing. That ore I picked up earlier was indeed a diamond, and it is a purple variety never before seen on Earth. How about this? I will find that diamond vein shortly and give some away as gifts to you all." Upon hearing that diamonds would be given away, no dissenting voices could be heard. Everyone was praying to win, knowing that even a small piece of purple diamond would bring them joy beyond sleep. However, the viewers' anticipation transformed into intense jealousy and hatred in the eyes of those jewelry merchants. Many of the earlier disruptions in the live stream had been orchestrated by these very individuals. They had realized that Ye Quan's appearance was causing even slight fluctuations in gold prices. After seeing that mountain of gold, the jewelry merchants were driven to despair. With so much gold and frequent giveaways, who knew how low gold prices would plummet? Unaware that he had already made enemies, Ye Quan threw himself wholeheartedly into his mining work. He dug along the area where he had previously found the purple diamond. Suddenly his shovel struck a hard object. Carefully, Ye Quan brushed away the surrounding soil to reveal a purple diamond crystal the size of an arm. Its diamond-shaped surface was still coated with dirt, and at its base were smaller crystalline formations no thicker than a finger. Ye Quan excitedly picked up the purple diamond and shouted, "Damn, I'm rich. I'm really rich this time." The viewers in the live stream also witnessed this scene and shared Ye Quan's excitement. This was a purple diamond the size of an arm, a specimen that would make anyone marvel at nature's craftsmanship. No one had ever seen a naturally formed diamond of such enormous size. I'm genuinely envious. This huge purple diamond is absolutely stunning. Damn it, the streamer is showing off again. To witness such a purple diamond in my lifetime is truly a blessing. After all, not everyone gets the chance to see something like this. Streamer, you mentioned a lottery earlier. Will this purple diamond be part of it? Ye Quan nodded and placed the largest purple diamond he had just found into the shuttle. I never go back on my word, so I will not deceive you. However, I will keep that large one. Here are some smaller pieces that I can give away in the lottery. Ye Quan pointed the camera toward the ground. Scattered before him were several pieces of purple ore, all the small purple diamonds he had just excavated. The truly large ones were likely still buried below, but he had no way to cut them free or transport them. Please, I beg you, let me win this time. I would trade 10 years of my roommate's life for one chance to win. Haha, I would use the lifespan of the person who just offered their roommate's years to buy a winning ticket. This time I am determined to win. Nobody is taking my spot. Shouts of desire to win echoed through the live stream. This frenzy attracted even more viewers. After all, a rare purple diamond giveaway was an event that even casual passers-by wanted to be part of. The viewer count in the live stream immediately surged to 400 million. As Ye Quan picked up a portion of the purple diamonds for the lottery, a white crystalline stone caught his eye. The moment he bent down to gather the ore. What is this thing? Ye Quan picked it up and took it to the detector for analysis, but when he saw the results, a puzzled expression crossed his face. Salt. Is there salt on this planet too? Look quick. What did the streamer find? What's this? Crystal. It looks like it is made of snow, doesn't it? Isn't the temperature extremely high here during the day? New substance. Another major discovery. The viewers were completely bewildered, and Ye Quan shared their confusion. Only the members of the Academy of Sciences and some scholars from other nations recognized it as a salt block. This should be salt. It is harmless, the director sent as a bullet comment. Seeing even the director say so, Ye Quan felt relieved. However, he was still curious about why there were so many salt deposits here. To obtain the answers he desired, Ye Quan transmitted some of the salt blocks to the Academy of Sciences for research. Meanwhile, preliminary conclusions had already been reached on the rare earth minerals and some B25 soil samples he had previously sent them. A researcher handed a report form to the director, his brow furrowed tightly. The director glanced at the research report and asked in surprise, "Is this really the composition of B25 soil A? Could it be contaminated with earth soil A?" The researcher replied, "No, director. We sent these soil samples directly to the warehouse without ever landing. We only used a few grams for the specimens." That is quite strange indeed. Ye Quan's livestream just showed us the geological features here. Theoretically, this harsh environment should not produce any biological carbon. So why was it detected? The director gazed at the 1% biological carbon detection result, lost in thought. As a scientist, he believed that data never lied. If biological carbon was truly detected, it meant that life had once existed on planet B25. The research results from planet B25 left the director utterly shocked. As he wrestled with confusion, another report handed to him by the researchers only deepened his bewilderment. Director, apart from the biological carbon detected, we also discovered that the minerals found there actually predate the planet itself. What? Upon hearing this, the director nearly dropped the detection tablet. Exceeding the planet's age. This is impossible. It must be a testing error. How could minerals possibly predate their own planet? The director nodded firmly. This is an impossibility. Based on all known research, no organism could exist before its planet. There must be a testing error. Return and retest. Get to the bottom of this. The researcher turned back to continue the investigation while the director sent a copy of these findings to Ye Quan. Meanwhile, nations that had previously obtained rare earth samples reached identical conclusions to Yen country. Biological carbon present in the soil and minerals exceeding the planet's age. Scientists across various countries maintained silence upon encountering these findings, attributing the results to testing errors. What they failed to realize was that other nations' test results proved identical. Ye Quan received the test results, but had not yet reviewed them. Currently, he was scouting the terrain like a prospector sweeping the land around him. With a shovel in hand, he dug here and there, gradually piecing together the mineral formations in the surrounding area. Beneath his feet lay the purple diamond deposits from earlier, while further ahead stretched pockets of rare earth minerals, and just beyond that was the salt deposit he had recently uncovered. The salt deposit before Ye Quan was not consolidated into solid masses. It was scattered across the ground in fragmented pieces, as though some ancient wind had swept it here. "Guys, I just asked the Academy director, and this white, or is salt?" Ye Quan held up a piece of salt, or for the audience to see. "Salt, or? Seriously, it's actually salt, or? You gave me a scare. I thought we'd found another strange mineral, but it turns out it's just salt. Can we take some of this salt or back to stir-fried bean sprouts?" "Haha, this is raw salt or not table salt. They're different things. But if salt or is here, doesn't that mean there's a sea or lake nearby?" Watching the live chat comments, Ye Quan had come to the same conclusion. Typically, salt deposits form from seawater, lake water, or underground brine. The presence of salt or here indicated substantial water sources in the vicinity. Ye Quan returned to the shuttle and activated the detector. Soon the detector's display began showing the outline of a massive water body. Wow, there's really water. Brothers, let's go check what's over there. I'll tip right now. Let me send gifts. The viewers in the live stream were even more curious about the water source than Ye Quan himself, all sending gifts to urge him to investigate immediately. Ye Quan laughed heartily as he boarded the shuttle. This round of gifts had truly made his hands numb. While no single patron had dumped dozens of gifts at once, the cumulative effect of each small donation added up to a fortune. Amid the audience's anticipation, the shuttle hurtled forward according to the detector's guidance. With a rush of wind, the full expanse of the water body came into view on the live stream. Holy crap, we found a sea. No wonder we could dig up salt earlier. There's a sea on this planet. Oh my god, this planet actually has a hidden sea. This sea is so vast, there can't be fish in it, right? It's possible. Wherever there's water, there's definitely life. But who knows if it's dangerous? Just have the streamer go take a look and find out. The viewers erupted in excited discussion, their interest in the salt sea growing higher and higher. They could barely contain themselves from rushing there to see it firsthand. Ye Quan brought the shuttle to a halt to observe the salt sea. Near the beach ahead, white salt deposits of varying sizes scattered across the shore. The water near the edge was crystal clear, but grew increasingly deep and mysterious toward the center, as if some leviathan might emerge from the depths at any moment. As Ye Quan approached slowly, the director slumped into his chair, overwhelmed by the relentless stream of shocking revelations. We're done for. The discoveries on this planet are already pushing beyond our Earth's understanding. With such harsh conditions and abundant rare earth minerals, this should have been a place incapable of sustaining life, and yet we've found a sea. Having said this, the director suddenly rose to his feet. Faced with this unprecedented challenge, the old man could not help but feel intensely exhilarated. This time he was determined to stay ahead of other nations and uncover the full picture of Planet B25 first. Meanwhile, Ye Quan gradually made his way to the shoreline. Not sensing any immediate danger, he collected some seawater samples and transmitted them to the Academy of Sciences. The director personally took the seawater samples for analysis, as this was the first lead they had in determining whether life existed on Planet B25. Ye Quan deliberately urged the audience gifts because to buy an item in the system mall to high C, and that item was extraordinarily expensive, at least 500 B required it. You want me to explore Yin High Sea, I know, but I have no motivation. I won't dare risk my life to go down there. Hearing Ye Quan say that, the audience instantly understood, and the moguls of major companies planned to return the favor as well. Ding. Marcus sent out 500 large planets. Ding. The Apple official sent out 500 large planets. The bigwigs in the live stream showered gifts. Ye Quan saw the currency was almost enough, and he opened the system mall to purchase the item. The system mall contained a variety of items, most of which were grayed out, meaning Ye Quan's currency could not buy them. Even if funds were enough, the system would need to unlock before purchase. After looking for a while, Ye Quan chose to buy an exploration-type robot. This robot was more advanced than the shuttle. Its body stood 7 to 8 meters tall, and it could convert nearby matter into energy to move with superb endurance. It looked spider-shaped with many claws. These claws helped the exploration robot adapt to any terrain. The exploration robot was nearly omnipotent, but its price was staggering. The gifts from the audience had already consumed most of it. After Ye Quan bought the exploration-type robot, he hadn't shown it to the audience yet. He told the live stream, since everyone wants to see scenes of the sea, I will satisfy you all. Then Ye Quan released the spider-shaped robot into the live stream, drawing a crowd. What is this? What is this thing for? Looks so powerful. Although I can't understand it, I'm greatly impressed. The audience were puzzled since they had rarely seen such high tech, so it was Ye Quan's turn to explain. This spider-shaped robot is a device from an advanced civilization for my exploration. From now on it will replace us to explore Yin High Sea. The audience agreed. Ye Quan released the robot, then removed a visor-like device from its back. This visor synced to the spider robot's eyes, and there was a screen on the lenses that could project externally. Ye Quan projected the screen for the livestream. The robot's massive form stood on the beach, just as the audience expected it to step into Yin High Sea. Blue light erupted from its feet, and it suddenly shot into the air, leaving the audience unable to hold back their astonishment. This kind of advanced mech device, paired with its domineering appearance, instantly captured the hearts of the men in the live stream. Holy crap. So handsome. 66666. This is what men call romance. Host, I love you. Your mecha is truly beautiful. Seeing the spider-shaped robot fly directly into Yin High Sea, the audience's hearts exploded into a frenzy, sending barrage after barrage. After the robot entered Yin High Sea, the footage projected. The audience watched it descend further, the surrounding seawater shifting from pale blue to darkness. Only the robot's 2 eyes shone like searchlights. The robot's depth appears to have surpassed 10,000 meters. It's still descending. Such depth pressure seems to have no effect on it at all. Truly a device of an advanced civilization. 10,000-meter depths are as easy as walking on flat ground. Wait, did I misread? It has descended to 100,000 meters. Even our Yin nation's most advanced submarine is only 8,000 meters. The robot's formidable performance left livestream viewers stunned, and scientists at the Academy watching the footage felt their hearts racing. This level of technology and this powerful exploration robot has left Earth's science several streets behind. Not only the Academy, but viewers worldwide and heads of state are deeply envious. If one's country could own such an exploration robot, it would elevate its overall scientific standing and ascend to the pinnacle of human research. Countries around the world watch Ye Quan's live stream with envy and awe. The robot's speed has slowed, meaning it has reached a depth where it can stand on the seabed. Viewers saw the Yin High Sea floor in front of the robot through the screen Ye Quan projected. The seabed is dark, and only the robot's searchlight reveals faint details, yet the robot itself can scan to map terrain within a 1-kilometer radius. Start scanning. The robot opened its 8 claws into the mud, then its upper body spun once, and the nearby terrain was scanned and projected through the screen. Ye Quan saw the robot's scan results and noticed the soil beneath its feet was strangely white. What is this? Ye Quan looked puzzled at the white mud, but the dean on screen recalled a familiar substance and boldly guessed. This should be combustible ice. Earth's seabed also contains this material. Combustible ice. Then is this all of it? Viewers cheered at the dean's guess. At that moment, the robot's camera shifted and scanned the ground, where combustible ice lay in massive quantities covering nearly 100 meters. So much. All combustible ice. Combustible ice is also a rare substance, right? There's so much here. I've grown used to rare Earth's diamonds and gold. Oh my god, so much combustible ice. The streamer will make another big fortune. The audience's enthusiasm shows no signs of waning. Ye Quan continues to maneuver the robot nearby, and through the screen, he sees that besides the abundant combustible ice, the seabed hides bright rare gems. The gems glimmer with a faint glow, crystalline in form, exposed to seawater. Some bubble from the salt, while most lie quietly on the seabed. Ye Quan can't help but grin at so many gems. Haha, there are diamonds and gems on the seabed. I must collect more. Ye Quan issued the order. The robot extended its thick claws toward the seabed's gems and telekinetically pulls them in. Damn, so many gems were sucked away in a flash. This robot is too powerful. Not only can it dive to 10,000-meter depths, but also pull objects from afar. It's hard to imagine what further feats of a higher civilization's technology could achieve. These gems will definitely be used for giveaways, right? I wholeheartedly approve. As the robot collects jewels, it is also secretly exploring the seabed. The exploration of Yenhai had only just begun, yet it had already yielded abundant combustible ice and rare minerals. The robot traversed the seabed tirelessly, as if requiring no energy, its speed unwavering. Just as the viewers in the live stream were deeply engrossed, a dull sound suddenly echoed. The robot had apparently kicked something. Could it have hit something and broken it? Ye Quan said, directing the robot to lower its head. Among the white sediment beneath the machine, the corner of a black stone slab emerged. What is this? It's probably rock. Finding something like this underwater is quite normal. Stop looking at that. Hurry, find some gems. The audience grew restless, eager to see something else, but Ye Quan showed keen interest in the stone slab and manipulated the robot to extract it. The slab was clearly fractured from a larger rectangular piece. As the robot approached it, viewers worldwide witnessed that only half of the pattern remained on the stone surface. What is this? There are drawings on it. My goodness. What is this pattern? I can't understand it. Isn't this stone slab particularly special? The patterns feel incredibly mysterious. I believe this slab must contain extraordinary power. The audience murmured among themselves, staring at the stone slab in stunned silence. Ye Quan then suddenly realized this wasn't the only slab. In front of where he had discovered it, more stone slabs appeared. Ye Quan promptly directed the robot to investigate further. News of the mysterious slabs found on the seabed rapidly spread through the live stream to the Academy of Sciences and other nations. The patterns on this stone slab could not have formed naturally. The director's legs trembled with agitation as he stared tense-eyed at the screen, afraid of missing even a single frame. Scientists from other countries mirroring Yen Gua's response watched the screen with equal tension, each forming initial assessments about the stone slabs. This likely represents a symbol of civilization, which further confirms the existence of life on planet B25. The same conclusions echoed among high-level officials across nations. The Academy director immediately connected with numerous experts and scholars using the live stream to investigate what connection these slabs might have to signs of life. As the robot advanced, the ground became strewn with fractured black stone slabs, each bearing increasingly intricate patterns. Everyone was stunned by this underwater ruin, while the Academy of Sciences drew its own conclusions from the unified intelligence. Planet B25 shared geographical similarities with Mars, and combined with the recent discoveries of the salt sea and biocoal, there was preliminary confirmation of past or present life. These stone slabs served as definitive proof of an indigenous civilization on planet B25. The director transmitted their findings to Ye Quan, who was utterly astonished upon reading them. What was happening? When he had been transported to this planet, he had believed himself to be alone. Now evidence of another civilization had been discovered, meaning he might actually encounter aliens. With growing tension, Ye Quan continued steering the robot forward. Gradually, the white sediment beneath disappeared, indicating they had traveled nearly 100 meters. The black stone slabs on the ground also faded away, and metallic substances began appearing around them. The structures resembled buildings, but were completely ruined, reduced to rubble. As the robot moved, the surroundings narrowed and numerous shattered buildings came into view for the audience. These look like houses, don't they? Yes, I just saw a flight of stairs. Could this be the Dragon Palace? Huh. Stop watching Journey to the West. The architecture here is clearly advanced technology. Do you think anyone could still be here? The audience's excitement intensified as they observed the damaged buildings surrounding the robot. Meanwhile, at the Academy of Sciences on Earth, scholars gathered en masse, laptops in hand, watching Ye Quan's live stream and meticulously recording every detail. They stared at the screens, barely breathing. Through the underwater scenes, they gradually confirmed that civilization had indeed existed on this planet. Unaware of the shock his discoveries were causing scientists on Earth, Ye Quan continued exploring forward. Not far ahead, the searchlight revealed faint outlines. Look, something appears ahead. I see it too. There seem to be quite a lot of them. Go check it out, streamer. Let's first see what that round object ahead is. It could be another treasure. Hearing the audience's suggestions, Ye Quan intently focused on the outlines in the seabed ahead and slowly guided the robot forward. As they drew nearer, numerous oval-shaped stones appeared on the ground. The very objects the searchlight had illuminated moments before. The stones were predominantly black, their surfaces covered in fine granules. The robot picked one up for closer inspection, and only then did the audience realize this entire area was filled with oval-shaped stones. What are these stones? There are so many of them here. Could they have been left by a previous civilization? Not much to see, just a pile of stones. Let's move on to another location, streamer. We've finished here. The audience showed little interest in the stones, so Ye Quan instructed the robot to set them down. At that moment, the oval-shaped stones began to tremble and cracks started appearing on their surfaces. What's going on? Why are the stones moving? So scary. Even through the screen, I'm frightened. I can't watch this. This is terrifying. While the audience typed their barrage comments, all the oval stones split open. Like eggs hatching, countless bizarre insects emerged. Pitch-black creatures with no eyes, only 2 rows of exposed teeth. The moment the insects burst free, they spotted the spider-like robot. Countless creatures lunged ferociously, wrapping around all 8 of the robot's legs in an instant. Holy crap. Run. There are monsters. These bugs just came out of those stones. There are so many more behind. Streamer, make the robot leave quickly. I can't watch this. The audience's nervous energy radiated through the screen, and Ye Quan, facing the insects directly, felt his scalp tingle with fear. No one could remain calm witnessing such unknown creatures attacking. The insects clung to the robot, their razor-sharp teeth already leaving marks on its surface. This was a machine designed to withstand pressures from 10,000 meters beneath the sea, yet these creatures could penetrate such formidable armor. What exactly were these insects? Ye Quan realized the robot couldn't hold out much longer. The insects were too numerous, each measuring a meter in length, gripping the machine like leeches feeding on blood, refusing to let go. What should I do? What should I do? Ye Quan was encountering this scene for the first time, completely at a loss, clutching his head and forcing himself to think. In that moment, he accidentally pressed a button on the side of his head. Far below in the ocean depths, the robot emitted a mechanical voice. Confirming command. Activating defense mode. As that voice rang out, Ye Quan realized he had accidentally activated the robot's defense mode. Before him, a yellow energy shield suddenly materialized around the machine, repelling all the bugs that had been swarming over him. The shield appeared remarkably thick and radiated with a brilliant glow. Those bugs were shut out, frantically crashing against the energy barrier, only to be bounced back the moment they made contact. Seeing the robot was temporarily unharmed, Ye Quan exhaled in relief. The viewers, feeling as though they had escaped certain doom themselves, began posting celebratory comments. Goodness, this robot actually has defensive capabilities. We're safe now. Phew, that scared me to death. I thought those bugs were formidable, but they're actually quite weak. A single energy shield was enough to hold them off. I'd say it's just because the streamer's robot is incredibly powerful. Any bugs are nothing but trash in comparison. Just as the live stream viewers were chatting, the robot suddenly shook violently. Those bugs continued to rush toward the energy shield like moths to a flame. The massive swarm assault caused the energy shield to begin cracking slowly. Oh no, the energy shield is about to break. Streamer, get the robot out of there now, or something bad will happen. Quick retreat. If we can't manage it, we'll try again next time. Watching the surging swarm, Ye Quan hastily ordered the robot to prepare for ascent. But after he issued the command, the robot rose heavily from the ocean floor. The bugs attacked even more frantically, and the energy shield shattered with a sudden burst. Countless bugs swarmed over the robot, gnawing and tearing at its metallic shell as though devouring the metal would make them even more powerful. A blue light flickered from the robot's base, but its entire body was completely engulfed by bugs. The lights in its 2 eyes blinked once before going out. The bugs tore the machine to shreds. In the final frames of the broadcast, Ye Quan watched as the swarm surged toward the ocean surface at terrifying speed. The live stream feed suddenly plunged into darkness. Every viewer witnessed the scene of the robot being ripped apart. Seeing such advanced technology destroyed, the president of the Academy of Sciences and researchers from various nations were filled with anguish. This is unacceptable. Such a magnificent creation destroyed like this. Sigh, even if I could just get some scrap pieces back for a single look. Advanced civilization technology. My advanced civilization science. But there's nothing we can do. Ye's life is far more important. Research institutes around the world echoed with voices of regret and relief that Ye Quan was unharmed. Their pursuit of technology was as essential as eating every day. Yet witnessing such a high-tech exploration robot destroyed stirred a tragic resonance in everyone. It was the very symbol of civilization that had been annihilated. On Ye Quan's end, he last saw the bugs surging toward the surface at incredible speed, and a profound sense of danger struck him instantly. If those bugs crawled ashore, wouldn't he be doomed right here? No, I've got to run immediately. Thinking this, Ye Quan cast a glance at the livestream comments. Streamer, run already. What are you standing around for? Exactly, didn't you see those bugs coming up just now? Don't do anything stupid. As long as you stay alive, there will always be a chance. Having experienced that terrifying scene, the viewers were all urging Ye Quan to leave. After all, in their eyes, if even such a powerful robot had been destroyed, one person alone stood no chance. Ye Quan spoke to the screen. I certainly wouldn't dare stay any longer. I'm heading straight back to base now. After saying this, he sprinted into the shuttle at top speed and fled directly toward the base, creating sonic booms all the way. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the base. Just as he was about to catch his breath, he suddenly realized something. Wait, if I run away like this, I'll lose all face. And I previously claimed to be someone chosen by an advanced civilization. If that gets exposed, what then? No, I cannot run. Ye Quan suddenly addressed the screen. Everyone saw those bugs earlier, right? The reason I ran away was so I could come back, grab some weapons, and return to catch one for all of you. Ye Quan boasted about catching bugs, but his true intention was actually to boost his popularity through this opportunity. This chance to gain followers was right before him, and he seized it directly. Awesome. If you really bring back a bug, I'll send 500 grand planets. Streamer, you're fierce. Daring to go back and catch one. You're my idol. Holy crap, the streamer is invincible. As worthy a man as I ever chose. Hearing that Ye Quan planned to catch a bug, the entire audience erupted in passionate excitement. They too wanted to witness this thrilling scene. Seeing his viewers hooked, Ye Quan quickly said, when the bugs come up, I'll go catch one. But I don't have any weapons right now. Fellow viewers, send me some gear, will you? The viewers readily agreed. Since the streamer had decided to counterattack, some national leaders naturally offered their support. And so a massive barrage of weapon-related donations poured in. Ding received donation Gatling gun. Ding received donation grenade launcher. Ding received donation oxygen-enhanced flamethrower. Ding Marcus donated a missile. As that missile donation notification flashed on the live stream, everyone collectively sucked in their breath. Good heavens, you're the real boss. You can actually donate something like this. I'm truly amazed. Donating a missile, that's incredible. My goodness, has the boss lost his mind? Do you have any idea how much a single missile costs? The viewers in the live stream were all shocked by Marcus's extravagance. Before they could even process it, a heavyweight gift descended upon the broadcast. Ding! Putin donated a nuclear warhead. A message flashed across the screen, and every viewer fell completely silent. A dead silence gripped the audience. Shock. Nothing but shock. The live stream fell into a minute-long silence. Everyone wondered if they had misread it. But when they clicked on that person's avatar, they discovered it was indeed the real deal. The live stream suddenly erupted. Wow. Truly Russian. Pure brutality. Is this the warrior nation? What fierce and formidable spirit. Just fighting some bugs and Putin thinks missiles aren't enough. Ye Quan was also startled by the message, but soon enough the donated gifts had been teleported to outside his base. Excellent. With these weapons, forget just one bug. I could tear apart the entire bug nest. Ye Quan never expected the audience to be so responsive, quickly sending him so many weapons. He hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your support. I'll go catch bugs in the salt sea for everyone right away. The audience erupted with enthusiasm. Yay, this is the most exciting live stream I've ever seen. To be honest, with these weapons we could really conquer an entire nation. Hurry up, streamer. I can't wait any longer. Looking forward to seeing the streamer throw his life away, ha. Ye Quan prepared for departure, gazing at the dazzling array of weapons before him. In the end, he chose the Gatling gun and the oxygen-fed flamethrower. These two were common large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Facing the bugs emerging from the salt sea, wide area suppression would prove far more effective than killing them one by one. He armed himself with the Gatling gun and slung the flamethrower across his back, boarding the shuttle bound for the salt sea. Throughout the journey, the audience buzzed with anticipation, as eager as moviegoers awaiting a thrilling film. Upon returning near the salt sea, Ye Quan opted against rushing straight through. He sensed the bugs had already breached the shore. A direct assault would be suicide. Instead, he landed the shuttle at a safe distance and proceeded on foot, armed with his Gatling gun and ammunition. Before he had taken more than a few steps, the beach ahead revealed itself, strewn thick with those strange stones he had spotted on the seabed earlier. From a distance, the sheer density of them sent a chill down his spine. These bugs actually reproduced after coming ashore. Ye Quan panned his camera toward the beach, and the audience instantly witnessed that nerve-wracking sight. What the hell is going on here? Why are there so many stones? Those aren't stones. They're the eggs of those bugs we saw before. Exactly. Didn't the bugs we saw emerge from those stones? The barrage of comments grew increasingly heated. Ye Quan could no longer hold back. He crept toward the beach, taking cover behind a salt mound, and disengaged the safety on his Gatling gun. The 4 barrels began rotating slowly, then erupted with a torrent of bullets, but not even a single scratch appeared on the stones. Holy crap, this is brutal. My Gatling isn't working. Ye Quan shouted in shock. At that exact moment, countless bugs emerged and immediately charged toward him. Here they come, the bugs are counterattacking. Haha, what are these tiny bugs against the streamer's Gatling gun? Doesn't he understand the power of the Gatling gun? These bugs are overestimating themselves. It must be the streamer's earlier attacks on the stones that drew their attention. As the audience watched wave after wave of bugs get mowed down by Ye Quan, they felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Their weapons certainly proved effective. After all, fear stems from insufficient firepower. Beyond the Gatling in his hands, Ye Quan also had a flamethrower on his back. Even if those ran out, he still had one final trump card: missiles and nuclear weapons. The Gatling's firepower swept across the entire beach as Ye Quan held his position like a fortified bunker, unleashing continuous bursts. Yet the sheer number of bugs was overwhelming. Even taking down hundreds or thousands seemed meaningless. Realizing this, Ye Quan's Gatling finally sputtered to a halt, its barrels glowing red and emitting white smoke. It had clearly reached its limit, pushing it further risked a catastrophic malfunction. The bugs on the beach sensed Ye Quan's attack cease and keenly recognized this opportunity. Their assault grew faster and more frenzied. Countless bugs poured forth in a dark, overwhelming swarm, rushing toward Ye Quan. It was truly a sea of insects. Yet Ye Quan set down his Gatling and gripped the flamethrower tightly. This was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. When the Gatling's ammunition had just run dry, Ye Quan didn't immediately resort to the flamethrower. He deliberately held back, allowing the bugs to cluster more densely. Only when they had fully gathered did he suddenly unleash the flamethrower. A jet of flames stretching 7 or 8 meters erupted forward, incinerating the first wave of approaching bugs on contact. Black smoke rose from their charred bodies as the air grew thick with the acrid smell of burning flesh. Holy crap! The tide has turned. The flamethrower is amazing. The streamer's technique is incredible, deliberately waiting until the bugs clustered together before striking. All I can say is, brilliant. The streamer has incredible courage. Regrettably, I lack the vocabulary. All I can manage is holy crap, repeated endlessly. The audience's fervent praise went straight to Ye Quan's head. Wielding the flamethrower as he advanced across the beach, swathes of bugs were annihilated in his wake. Yet the creatures proved as endless as ants. No matter how many he slaughtered, they kept coming. This is absolutely bizarre. I've killed at least 10,000 of them, yet there are still so many. While bewildered by these creatures, Ye Quan faced fresh attacks emerging once more. The bugs' mindless charges posed an increasingly troublesome challenge. We can't keep fighting like this. If we exhaust our ammunition, the bugs will wear us down. It's time to retreat while we still have the advantage. As he spoke, Ye Quan quickly gathered several hundred bugs and made his escape. The creatures pursued relentlessly behind him, but he had already boarded the shuttle. There was no way they could catch up. You all witnessed how formidable I was just now. Why haven't you sent any gifts to show your appreciation? I risked my life out there for you, the audience. Still shaken, Ye Quan returned home and addressed the live stream. The viewers, equally perceptive, eagerly sent gifts. You're incredible, streamer. You're my idol. There were so many bugs just now. Look, the flamethrower ran out of fuel, and there are still so many left. Indeed, I feel like those bugs are as endless as money. There's simply no way to kill them all. Ye Quan nodded in agreement with everyone's assessment. Though the bugs were defenseless against the flamethrower, their overwhelming numbers made them impossible for him to eliminate alone. Even if he worked himself to death, he couldn't kill them all. Before leaving, he could still see those stones clustered densely along the shoreline. Oh right, I promised to catch one of these for you earlier. Consider this mission accomplished, and then some. Ye Quan produced a bug to show the audience, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. Wow, it looks even creepier up close. Disgusting. The thing has no eyes, just a giant mouth. What does this bug even eat? After examining the bug closely, the viewers bombarded him with questions he couldn't answer. He decided to cut it open to investigate. Don't rush. There are things even I don't know about your questions. Watch me perform a live dissection for you. Ye Quan carried the bug into the kitchen and raised his knife to chop down. A loud bang echoed as the kitchen knife snapped cleanly in half, leaving Ye Quan dumbfounded. Broken. It's this hard. The viewers erupted in discussion, amazed that the bug's corpse was so incredibly tough. Damn, I can't even cut through it with a knife? How are these bugs made? It must be the poor quality of the kitchen knife. Try swapping it for another one. That's possible. I'll send you a better knife. The viewers started sending in kitchen knives, meat cleavers, watermelon knives, every kind of blade imaginable. Ye Quan no longer felt anxious. He simply sat aside and tested each knife one by one. This one won't do next. Next. After trying more than a dozen different knives in succession, none could sever the insect. Instead, the blades themselves broke and cracked, raising doubts about what the creature's outer hide was actually composed of. 10 minutes have passed, and it's still not cut. Ha ha ha, the streamer is about to lose it. With such a hard shell, I guess regular knives won't work. Maybe try something else. It requires technique. Striking directly might cause the blade to hit bone. Ye Quan gazed at the insect corpse, utterly exhausted. Damn it, I refuse to believe this is impossible. Ye Quan shouted, sprinting to the warehouse. Soon after, the viewers heard a roaring engine as he returned wielding a chainsaw. Holy crap, he's bringing out a chainsaw. I just love watching the streamer lose his composure. It's hilarious. With a chainsaw, he should definitely manage it. If that fails, they'll probably escalate to a laser. Ye Quan surveyed the scattered broken blades on the ground, then gripped the chainsaw firmly and began cutting. A grating screech echoed as sparks flew the moment the chainsaw touched the insect's carcass. Even with the chainsaw severing, the creature proved incredibly difficult. After considerable effort, Ye Quan finally managed to cut it into 2 pieces. Good lord, it's finally cut open. Stop it. I think my ears are ringing from that chainsaw noise. Let's see what's inside already. The viewers grumbled good-naturedly. They had spent over 10 minutes just watching Ye Quan saw through the insect, and now they could finally see its internal structure with their own eyes. Ye Quan laid the insect flat on the table. The viewers instinctively sat up straight, and countless scientists across Earth held their breath, eagerly awaiting this moment. For Earth, this insect represented the first known life form discovered on planet B25, possessing extraordinary research value. Calling it a national treasure would not be an exaggeration. Ye Quan spoke up, let's give this insect a proper name. Otherwise, constantly calling it insect gets inconvenient. Hearing Ye Quan's proposal, the viewers enthusiastically agreed. He continued, then send your desired names in the chat. I'll pick a few, and we'll vote together. Absolutely. I suggest black worm. What's with black worm? Have you even finished elementary school? I suggest black serpent. Is there any difference between those 2 names? You lot are like children. This creature lives in the sea and spawns from stones. I suggest deep sea stone worm. Let's keep it simple and call it salt sea worm. It was discovered in the salt sea anyway. The viewers debated heatedly over what to name the insect. After observing for a while, Ye Quan selected several options for them to vote on. Ultimately, the audience chose salt sea worm, a name that was naturally easier to remember. With the name settled, Ye Quan proceeded to show everyone the dissected salt sea worm corpse. Its entire body was jet black, and upon cutting it open, no blood or fluid flowed out. Instead, a shimmering glow emanated from where its internal organs should have been. What is this? Ye Quan reached out to touch the insect's internal organs, only to discover that the salt sea worm's internal structures were entirely composed of crystal. The viewers observed this clearly as well. Is this a mechanical insect? Look at this. The salt sea worm's entire interior is made of crystals. Apart from its exterior, it's actually quite beautiful. Streamer, zoom in closer. I need to use this for my thesis. The internal structure of the salt sea worm fascinated the viewers. Meanwhile, several prominent figures recognized its research value and prepared to purchase some specimens. Marcus, Mr. Ye Quan, I'm very interested in this insect and willing to pay to collect one. Apple, our company, would also like to purchase one as a keepsake. I want to buy one too. I'm in the oil business. I'm wealthy. So many distinguished figures. Can the streamer hold a lottery draw? Faced with the consistent demands from the live audience, Ye Quan could not ignore them. He still had hundreds of insect carcasses on hand. Selling a few and reserving some for Yen country was perfectly reasonable. Since everyone desires them so much, I'll sell a few. Those who donated generously earlier will receive theirs directly. For the remaining viewers, I'll randomly select several. Ye Quan declared. Hearing that Ye Quan would hold a lottery draw, those without substantial funds were overjoyed. The streamer is incredibly generous. 666, giving away something this valuable in a lottery. I haven't followed the wrong person. Whoever wins this time truly strikes it rich. So many powerful figures were willing to pay astronomical prices just now. Ye Quan watched the chat messages, then randomly selected several insects to send out. At that moment, he found the Academy Director's information and opened a private chat. Director, sorry to keep you waiting. I'll send several specimens over for your research. As before, please send me the research results for review. The director of the Academy of Sciences had indeed been waiting the entire time for Ye Quan to deliver the salt sea worm specimens. Their Academy staff guarded the screens in rotating shifts, watching the live stream intensively around the clock. Both the newly discovered life form on planet B25 and the previously found underwater ruins resembling ancient civilization would constitute major breakthroughs for the academic community. Once the salt sea worm corpse arrived, the director immediately entered the laboratory with the sample. They first conducted tests on the exterior of the salt sea worm and discovered that this organism was in fact silicon-based. This result left the Academy's researchers profoundly astonished. Silicon-based organism. Why would it be silicon-based? Humans belong to carbon-based life forms, and silicon-based organisms were considered non-existent within Ye Country's scientific understanding. Observing the sample, the director formed a hypothesis. Dissect the interior. The crystals we saw inside during Ye Quan's livestream are the key information. Yes, director. The researchers began dissecting the salt sea worm. Once the exterior was cut open, crystals indeed emerged from within, replacing the organism's natural organs. The director ordered continued dissection. This time they aimed to unravel the mystery of the silicon-based organism. The researchers wielded chainsaws, slowly severing the salt sea worm's head. When the insect's head was cut open, the scene within caused the director and all the researchers to doubt their own eyes. Inside the head was not a brain, but rather gleaming crystals and chip-like devices. My guess was correct after all. This organism was manufactured by intelligent beings, which means life does indeed exist on planet B25. The director sat in his chair, pressing his thumb against his brow. While solving the mystery of the salt sea worms had indeed brought him joy, one problem after another continued to emerge. For instance, why did the beings living on planet B25 at that time create such bizarre life forms? What were they intended for? And where had they gone? The researchers hollowed out the salt sea worms and placed the crystals and chips separately on the lab bench. Upon witnessing this, a sudden inspiration struck the director, and he stood up abruptly. Wait! The director walked over to examine the crystals. The researchers said in surprise, "What's wrong, director?" The director said nothing but restrained his excitement, arranging those crystals on the lab bench according to a specific pattern. When he finished, a faint blue light began emanating between the crystals. "Quick! Bring over the corpses of the other worms." The researchers hurried to move all the remaining salt sea worm carcasses over, and the director extracted the internal crystals from each one without exception. If my hypothesis is correct, these silicon-based creatures, the salt sea worms, should fall within the realm of intelligent machinery. Upon hearing this, the researchers immediately asked in confusion, "Why do you say so, director?" The director smiled, assembled the crystals and chips from the salt sea worm's body, and then sealed them according to a specific pattern. During the fight with Ye Quan, these worms clearly demonstrated the ability to anticipate when his attacks would cease. This means they are not driven by mere instinct, but possess basic decision-making processes. Any organism requires a brain to issue commands for response. Yet after dissecting the salt sea worms, we found no cranial structure whatsoever. This indicates that this chip serves as the brain that enables the worms to make judgments. In other words, it is an artificial intelligence chip from the civilization that created these beings. Finishing his explanation, he connected the chip and crystal to an advanced computer, replacing certain hardware components with the chip. True to his expectations, the computer underwent a transformation. The Academy's computers had originally been the finest in Ye Country, capable of effortlessly computing over 100 years of data. But after integrating the salt sea worm's internal chip, this computer experienced a qualitative leap. The processing speed doubled, and accuracy doubled as well. Even data that previously required 2 or 3 days to compute could now be completed within an hour. Begin constructing the world's most powerful computer for this chip, right now, the director ordered. Upon the director's command, everyone sprang into action. Leveraging the samples Ye Quan had provided, they had uncovered the chip's secrets. However, the current computer could only establish a preliminary connection with the chip. To truly harness its computational power, a specialized computer capable of harmonizing with these chips was needed. Thus, the Academy threw themselves into their research. Ye Quan, however, remained oblivious to all of this, living out each day, watering crops and tending the fields. A week later, the Academy's research began yielding results. The Qinglong Model 3 supercomputer emerged. Everyone witnessed the extraordinary power of this machine. This tiny chip actually surpasses our military computers. Go acquire it, no matter the cost, the American leader instructed his subordinates. Did you see Ye Country's Qinglong Model 3? It's even more energy efficient than our computers. This is terrifying. My God, I need those crystals now. I need many of them, the Apple CEO shouted. Since the revelation of Ye Country's supercomputer Qinglong Model 3, the international community had been racing to purchase salt sea worms, with even a single small crystal fetching over 100 million. However, Ye Quan had only released a handful of salt sea worms in total, creating a severe shortage. Those desperate to acquire salt sea worms then set their sights on Ye Quan himself. Is the streamer still selling salt sea worms? I want to collect one. Good heavens, you're still streaming. Hurry and fetch a few more worms. Don't you know everyone is going crazy trying to get them on the market? Indeed. When the Academy first unveiled the supercomputer, I was utterly bewildered. I thought they had employed some kind of cutting-edge technology, but it turned out to be nothing more than the salt sea worm crystals captured from this streamer. Oh no, I missed out on the lottery before. My neighbor won one and has already sold it and traveled abroad to enjoy life. Ye Quan watched the barrage of comments and suddenly recalled the matter of the salt sea worms. At first he had been puzzled, but after reading the research report sent by the Academy, he finally understood those salt sea worms had been artificially created and the chip in their brains functioned as a supercomputer far surpassing any computer on Earth. After learning this news, Ye Quan checked his livestream again and found that hundreds of millions more viewers had joined. At this moment, the audience was flooding the chat with requests for him to procure more salt sea worms. Streamer, go get more salt sea worms. I'll pay for them. The salt sea worms from before weren't enough. Do you have more, streamer? The market price has already skyrocketed to 100 million per worm. Everyone is waiting for you to sell, streamer. Ye Quan read these messages and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. How did they become this sought after overnight? Do you all really want them? He spoke to the screen and the audience's comments surged once more. Unbeknownst to him, certain companies had even dispatched women to seduce him in exchange for the chip. Ye Quan first received an inexplicable barrage of tips consisting of photos of beautiful women followed by countless private messages from gorgeous young women addressing him as Gidge, each with her own unique charm. What is the meaning of these photos? Aren't you cold wearing so little? Ye Quan read through the private messages and realized they were all young women sent to seduce him in order to obtain the chip. Brother Ye Quan, I have something special here. Just sell us another salt sea worm. Watching these people's delirious behavior, Ye Quan shrugged and said to his audience, are these things really worth that much? Worth that much? You probably have no idea that people are literally fighting over these salt sea worms right now. Streamer, you're being too humble. You've got plenty of salt sea worms. At this moment, the director also sent a barrage message explaining to Ye Quan the strategic significance of these chips. A supercomputer can drive technological progress. Now, through the salt sea worms you provided, we have manufactured the Qinglong Model 3, the world's most advanced computer. You can imagine how anxious other countries must be right now. After the director's explanation, Ye Quan finally understood why so many people were competing so fervently for the chip. Holy shit, 100 million per worm. The world's most advanced computer. If I seized this opportunity, wouldn't I make another fortune? The money I earned before was used to buy spider-shaped reconnaissance robots, but they were destroyed. This time I can recoup some losses and buy more things from the mall. The craze for the chips had everyone in the live stream eager to curry favor with Ye Quan, including embassies from various nations who began sending barrage comments hoping to purchase some salt sea worm chips. America, Mr. Ye Quan, the spacecraft you requested has been delivered. We look forward to a successful cooperation. Why country, our bunker is also complete. We eagerly await our next collaboration with Mr. Ye Quan. Ye Quan suddenly noticed messages from other nations in the live stream and immediately recalled the bunker he had previously commissioned from Y country. Excited, he shouted, "It's done. So fast." Before his words had barely finished echoing, Ye Quan heard the sound of transportation and a massive bunker materialized beside his current residence. Ye Quan quickly donned his protective suit and rushed outside. Holy shit. It's here, it's here. This base is so cool. It looks like something from a movie. Streamer, hurry up and go inside. The audience urged him on, and Ye Quan walked toward the new base, his heart pounding with excitement. The base was constructed using the latest aerospace materials shaped like an inverted hemisphere pressed into the ground. This design ensured greater structural integrity. The base had approximately 4 levels below ground with only a portion exposed above, the rest buried deep underground. This structure resembled an air raid shelter, a design also used on Earth for nuclear defense. Ye Quan circled the base and noticed solar panels installed on the rear and roof to power the facility. Most critically, the ground-level sections could fold outward and descend underground to activate the defensive mode. Once the defensive mode engaged, the stored energy and provisions inside would sustain him for an entire year. This could truly be considered Y country's masterpiece. Satisfied, Ye Quan nodded and entered the facility. The entrance featured a dual-door decontamination chamber. Before proceeding, he washed away the dust and bacteria from his body here, then removed his protective suit and walked inside. Wow, it's huge inside. How much did this cost? Surely no less than billions, right? This feels incredibly advanced. Did you all see that equipment? What kind of instrument is that? The audience was highly curious about the base, and Ye Quan shared their curiosity as he surveyed the first floor. A corridor stretched ahead to the central console, surrounded by a ring of rooms containing various equipment. The first floor was stocked with gear Ye Quan could access at any moment, which is why everything was stored here. Moreover, the spacious first floor could accommodate his shuttle and spacecraft. Ye Quan continued downward in the white elevator, soon arriving at the second sublevel. This was the ecological zone. He discovered it was stocked with many culture chambers, small rooms equipped with temperature regulation and lighting systems. The moment he saw them, he understood their purpose. Isn't this just a greenhouse? But now I can grow vegetables here. Ye Quan stepped into one of the cultivation rooms. Inside were waist-high planting beds already prepared with soil, with water reservoirs beneath. Ye Quan nodded in satisfaction. With this ecosystem in place, farming would be far more convenient going forward. He continued to the central cabinet and discovered it contained seeds from fruits and vegetables collected from all over the world, all properly sealed. They could be planted the moment they were taken out. The adjacent cabinet held various specialized nutrient solutions. The audience grew excited upon seeing these. So envious. With such advanced technology, the streamer's good days are finally here. My goodness, when can I go stay there for a while? It seems so cozy. Stop dreaming. This is only the interior environment. The outside weather is still harsh. After finishing the second sublevel, Ye Quan proceeded to the third. The bottom two floors were living quarters. At the entrance to the third sublevel was a movie room, stocked with many films from Earth, and adjacent to it was a gym. Understanding that Ye Quan would be alone, the base's designers had thoughtfully equipped it with various entertainment facilities to help him relax and maintain his mental well-being. Ye Quan continued his tour and discovered a game room on the third sublevel. Looking at the games, he felt a wave of nostalgia. This life is too good. Can humans really have a house like this? Ugh, I'm so jealous. Does the streamer even qualify as an outdoor streamer anymore? I really want to tour this too. Envy is for real. Ye Quan never expected Ye Country to invest so much effort into building this base. It was filled with surprises at every turn. After exploring the third sublevel, he came to the fourth, the most secure area of the entire base. First was the living quarters containing a single residence. Ye Quan walked inside and found a bed with carpet actually laid on the floor. Near the head of the bed was a special tube. In case of emergency, the floor would eject him directly to a safe position hundreds of meters away. The room felt cozy. To prevent the oppressive feeling of being deep underground, 2 windows were carved into the walls. However, they were actually screens displaying blue skies, white clouds, and a seaside lifestyle. It's self-deception, but it's not bad, Ye Quan remarked as he stepped out of the room. Unlike the upper levels, the fourth sublevel's style closely resembled an earth dwelling. Beyond the bedroom lay a living room with temperature regulation systems built into the walls. Next to the living room were a washroom and kitchen. All amenities were fully equipped. Ye Quan walked over and sat on the sofa sighing. Is this what rich people's lives are like? So boring. The audience, hearing Ye Quan's humble brag, began to roast him. Oh wow, the streamer's house is so big. Did you build it all yourself? Has the streamer forgotten something? Isn't he supposed to be looking for salt sea worms? Oh no, we're going to see the streamer show off again. The audience joked around as Ye Quan's face broke into a wide smile. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Once I move everything and I'll head out to find the salt sea worms. Ye Quan stood up and took the elevator to the first floor. He returned to his previous base to prepare for the move. After a long period of busy work, Ye Quan loaded everything into the spacecraft America had delivered. The intelligent robot previously gifted by Apple was strapped to a cart by Ye Quan to haul the goods. With the new base construction complete, Ye Quan was drenched in sweat. He took a moment to shower before stepping into the live stream to inform everyone of the next plan. My new home is all set up. I'll go get you some salt sea worms in a bit. Hearing that they were going after salt sea worms, the audience erupted with excitement. Great. Let's go now, I've been waiting so long. Hurry up. I'm ready with the money. Can you get a few more this time? We're all really interested. We want a group buy. Ye Quan rested for a while, changed into a new spacesuit, then donned his protective gear and headed to the first floor. He first opened the central console and glanced at it. The screen allowed input of nearby maps, and Ye Quan entered the locations of the rare earth deposits, diamond mines, and the salt sea he had previously detected. Ye Quan set forth once more toward the salt sea at the heartfelt request of his devoted fans. However, upon passing through Mount Jean, his shuttle inexplicably ground to a halt. Concerned and perplexed, Ye Quan promptly disembarked to investigate the issue. What's going on? Why won't it move? Could it possibly be broken? You're overthinking things. This craft was gifted by an advanced civilization. There's no way it could simply malfunction. Does the streamer even know how to repair a shuttle? Ye Quan stood before the shuttle and activated its auto-repair function. After a brief diagnostic cycle, a mechanical voice resonated from within. Energy depleted. Please replenish promptly. The issue proved straightforward. The shuttle had simply run out of power. However, Ye Quan remained unaware of what type of energy powered the vessel, leaving him momentarily at a loss. If I can't locate a suitable power source, I'll never make it back. Ye Quan was still well over 100 kilometers from base. Should the shuttle prove inoperable, his solitary return would be entirely impossible. Initially consumed by anxiety, Ye Quan eventually resigned himself to his circumstances and resolved to purchase a replacement from the system mall. He opened the marketplace interface and navigated to the transportation category. While the catalog featured an impressive array of vehicles, every option carried an exorbitant price tag. The most economical model alone commanded 5 billion deep space coins, a sum he had already entirely expended on the Spider-type reconnaissance drone. Just then, Ye Quan noticed something that instantly lifted his spirits. Shuttle energy capsules were indeed available for purchase. His eyes brightened, and he eagerly tapped the listing. The shuttle's power source consisted of ion battery capsules, offered in both compact and full-sized variants. A quick glance revealed that the smaller capsules sustained operation for 1 week, while the larger ones lasted a full month. Pricing sat at 1 billion deep space coins for the compact variant and 3 billion for the larger model. Ye Quan surveyed his surroundings and realized he had inadvertently parked near a rare earth deposit, a perfect opportunity to generate funds on the spot. Fam, today's special continues. Rare earth at just 998. No middleman markup, straight from the source. Upon hearing the rare earth offer, viewers who had missed out previously sprang into action. The streamers selling rare earth again. I've been waiting a full month for this. Name your price. I missed out last time, but I'm securing some now. How much are you offering this time around? I'd like to stock up significantly. With viewers primed and ready, Ye Quan approached the rare earth deposit and began his sales. Virtually every batch he unveiled vanished within moments. No one ever had enough of such a coveted resource. Ding. Marcus has tipped 900 million. Ding. Brother Shenlong has tipped 500 million. Ding. Little Cherry Blossom has tipped 200 million. The notification chimes echoed throughout the broadcast as Ye Quan's account balance refreshed continuously. 400 million, 500 million, 800 million. After selling additional rare earth, Ye Quan gazed at his deep space coin balance with an expression of wonder. For the first time, he truly grasped how effortlessly wealth could be accumulated. On this resource-laden planet, a mere gesture yielded billions in fortune. Upon completing his rare earth sales, Ye Quan purchased 4 ion battery capsules and installed them into the shuttle. Once recharged, the vessel surged with renewed vitality, and Ye Quan departed with satisfaction, making his way toward the Salt Sea. Upon finally reaching the Salt Sea, Ye Quan observed that the peculiar stones had multiplied exponentially since his previous visit. The entire beach appeared carpeted with oval-shaped formations stretching beyond the horizon. Ye Quan maintained a cautious distance, hesitant to approach. Activating the shuttle's detection system, the screen immediately displayed an alarming sight. Countless serpentine creatures floating upon the sea surface, each one vigilantly guarding those stones. Observing the considerable distance between himself and the serpents, Ye Quan felt somewhat reassured. As long as he avoided being surrounded, dispatching these creatures would prove trivial. Just arrived. When do we start hunting snakes? Why can't I see any serpents? They seem to have vanished. Could the streamer have wiped them all out previously, leaving none remaining? Surely not. I was eagerly waiting to purchase one myself. You have no idea how invaluable the chips embedded within those serpents truly are. Unable to perceive the serpents themselves, the audience assumed they had disappeared. In reality, only Ye Quan could observe the detection scanner's display. He retrieved a grenade and hurled it toward one cluster of stones. The grenade detonated with a thunderous explosion. Startled by the impact, the serpents concealed beneath the stones erupted from the sea surface in mass numbers, surging toward Ye Quan like a living tide. This second encounter with the serpents left Ye Quan entirely unfazed. Humming a tune, he activated his flamethrower. Acrid smoke billowed as swathes of serpents were consumed by raging flames. The audience reveled in the spectacular display. Ha ha ha, I'm completely hooked. As long as these serpents don't coordinate a massive assault, they're hardly threatening at all. The streamer's skills are only improving. He seemed somewhat rusty before, but dispatching serpents is now child's play. Please, anyone could do what he's doing. Here comes someone full of envy. You couldn't even attempt this if you tried. After incinerating several serpents, Ye Quan collected the carcasses and returned toward base. Viewers, I've procured quite an abundance of serpent remains. Holler if you're interested. Back at base, Ye Quan commenced selling the serpent carcasses. These silicon-based organisms represented his inaugural commercial venture, and he envisioned establishing a prosperous trade route between Planet B25 and Earth through them. I want to buy. What's the price per unit? Count 5 for me. Would the streamer be interested in establishing a long-term supply arrangement? Ye Quan reviewed the chat messages and dispatched the serpent remains to each purchaser according to their usernames. Viewers then processed their payments through tipping, converting Earth currency into deep space coins at a straightforward 1-to-1 ratio. A single salt sea serpent commanded a staggering 100 million on Earth. Selling over 100 units would yield billions in profit. While Ye Quan possessed an ample supply of serpent remains, he understood that flooding the market would inevitably devalue the embedded chips. A basic economic principle he firmly grasped. Having generated 50 billion in revenue, Ye Quan promptly concluded the sale, and informed his audience that the next distribution would occur 3 days hence. With a consistent supply schedule established, the livestream audience ceased their demands for immediate serpent hunting expeditions. Ye Quan glanced at his deep space coin balance and erupted into jubilant celebration. Damn, 100 billion. I actually possess 100 billion deep space coins. In merely a single day, Ye Quan had amassed 100 billion. He opened the marketplace eager to acquire items for his future endeavors. The planned accelerator costs 5 billion, the mineral extractor runs 8 billion, and this explorer spacecraft, a staggering 108 billion. Ye Quan examined the currently unlocked catalog items, wrestling with an agonizing dilemma. All 3 products represented his most pressing necessities, yet each demanded an enormous financial commitment. Furthermore, they were all limited to Tier 1 purchase status, leaving him uncertain which option would yield the greatest value. After considerable deliberation, Ye Quan ultimately decided to acquire the planned accelerator as his priority purchase. He had not savored genuine Earth cuisine for an extended period, and before embarking upon further planetary exploration, he recognized the necessity of addressing his basic sustenance needs. After all, food remains humanity's paramount concern. He simply could not subsist indefinitely on instant rations and bean sprouts. Ye Quan tapped the purchase confirmation button, and the marketplace deducted 5 billion deep space coins from his account. A luminous white disk materialized beside him, approximately 1 meter in circumference. Upon receipt, he immediately consulted the marketplace manual for operational instructions. Ye Quan studied the description of the plant ripening disk, a special device that could accelerate plant growth irreversibly once rare earth minerals were inserted. So far, it could handle up to 30 plants. Curiosity driving him forward, he carried the disk to the culture chamber where potatoes had been planted earlier. The viewers noticed what Ye Quan held and began asking questions. Wow, streamer, what is that? It looks incredibly advanced. Exactly what is it? Can it be used for farming? I've never seen you use this before. Is it some product from Earth? Ye Quan hung the plant ripening disk above one of the potato culture trays and said, "This is the latest technology gifted to me by a higher civilization. Just wait and see." Hearing it was technology from a higher civilization, the viewers leaned and transfixed. The Academy president and scientists worldwide alike waited eagerly to witness whatever new marvel Ye Quan would unveil. With the disk suspended above the potato field, Ye Quan stood back and waited. Truthfully, he too was uncertain of what would happen, sharing the same anticipation as everyone else. Half an hour passed, yet the plant ripening disk showed no change. Ye Quan grew puzzled. What does this mean? Is it useless? The viewers, having waited in vain, began to complain. Damn, I thought it was something impressive. Turns out it's just bluffing. Streamer, did you grab the wrong item? Nothing seems to be happening after all this time. Scammer, this is manipulating your fans' emotions. The live stream filled with grumbling. Aside from a handful of expectant scientists still holding on to hope, nearly everyone had concluded this so-called new technology was a sham. Frustrated, Ye Quan snatched down the disk and was about to slam it on the ground when he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, how stupid of me. Didn't I read that it requires rare earth minerals? Realizing his mistake, Ye Quan hurriedly fetched some rare earth and placed them above the disk. To his surprise, a blue glow emanated from within, and the disk instantly began decomposing the minerals. Seeing this, Ye Quan felt a wave of relief. This time there could be no doubt. He repositioned the disk above the potato field and waited. Within a mere 3 minutes, the soil before him began to shift. Something moved beneath the surface, causing small mounds to bulge upward. Witnessing this miraculous sight, the viewers were stunned. Holy crap, it's actually working. The streamer didn't lie. I was wrong. I apologize to the streamer. Quick check on the vegetables growing below. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Quan grabbed a shovel and began clearing away the soil. Wow, the potatoes actually sprouted so fast. I only planted them yesterday. Beneath the soil before Ye Quan lay a bountiful harvest of potatoes. Thanks to the ripening disc, each one was perfectly round and roughly twice the size of ordinary earth potatoes, yielding a third more produce than usual. Based on this yield, a single seed could potentially double production. Excited, Ye Quan dug up the potatoes and took them to wash. The plant ripening disc was incredibly effective yet expensive. At present, it could only tend to one plot. Installing them across all his fields would cost at least 1 or 200 million deep space credits. After washing, Ye Quan stored some potatoes and carried the rest to the kitchen. Stream, are you selling those potatoes? They look delicious. I've never seen potatoes this large, and they're so beautifully shaped. So these are the potatoes grown with higher civilization technology. Truly remarkable. The audience's enthusiasm for the new potatoes was palpable, with many eager to buy some. However, Ye Quan only had a small supply on hand, so sales would have to wait for the next harvest. I won't be selling for now. When my next batch grows, I'll run a giveaway for you all. Yay, we get to taste alien potatoes. Can't wait, they look fantastic. They must taste incredible. Look, the streamer is about to dig in. By now, Ye Quan had already prepared to cook. He sliced the potatoes and heated oil in the pan, originally planning to make vinegar-glazed potatoes. But lacking chili peppers, he abandoned that idea and instead added frozen meat to make a hearty potato stew. Even through the screen, the viewers could practically taste the aroma. I'm supposed to be on a diet. Stop tempting me with food. That looks absolutely delicious. I can't hold back anymore, brothers. Let's go. Eat up, streamer. Tell us how it tastes. Ye Quan fought down his own salivation and set the potato stew on the table. After all this time, I can finally enjoy a proper meal. With trembling anticipation, Ye Quan picked up a piece of potato and placed it in his mouth. An intensely savory flavor bloomed on his tongue, bringing tears to his eyes. This is insanely delicious. The extraordinary taste stemmed from the plant ripening disc. Its technology broke down rare earth minerals, allowing plants to absorb maximum nutrients. Then, through specialized light, it refined the potato's genes to near perfection, producing the highest quality harvest imaginable. Ye Quan devoured his meal, finishing 2 or 3 bowls in one sitting. Satisfied, he collapsed onto the sofa and commanded the smart robot to clear the dishes into the dishwasher. Stream, how did the potatoes taste? Yeah, you haven't reviewed them yet. Come on, give us a potato tasting review, streamer. Facing the eager audience, Ye Quan took a sip of coffee and began, Alright, let me share my thoughts on these new potatoes. First, the texture is far superior to ordinary potatoes. They grew rapidly without any nutrient solution, yet still turned out larger than most. I'll be planting another batch soon. Depending on how they turn out, I may sell some to you all. After finishing his review, Ye Quan returned to the ecological zone. I only have one plant ripening disc, so I'll need to rotate it across the vegetable seeds. He pulled out a large collection of vegetable seeds, preparing to cultivate the first batch. To ensure delicious meals, everyday aromatics like scallions, ginger, and garlic were essential. Ye Quan planted them, first watering them thoroughly, which used up 3 culture trays. For the remaining trays, he carefully selected high-yield, easy-to-grow plants. 1 tray for cabbage, 1 for potatoes, and 1 for carrots. By the time he finished, Ye Quan was drenched in sweat, yet he felt no fatigue. Instead, a look of quiet satisfaction settled on his face as he gazed at the seeds he had planted. To ensure each vegetable received equal exposure from the ripening disc, he built a pulley system to rotate the disc across the plots. Then he ran to the storage room and dumped all his accumulated rare earth into the disc. Not bad, but even so my crops still won't be optimal. Tomorrow I'll dig up more rare earth and mix it into the soil to nurture the vegetables. What? Did I hear that right? You want to mine rare earth to grow vegetables? Such precious minerals, and you want to use them for farming? Are you crazy? This is the first time I've heard someone use rare earth for farming. Truly eye-opening. The audience strongly condemned Ye Quan's behavior, but in his eyes these rare earth deposits were nothing special. He could gather massive amounts anytime. To earth dwellers, however, rare earth scarcity made them view it as precious material to be conserved. Ye Quan smiled shamelessly. I just happen to have plenty of rare earth here. I'll use it as I please. Seeing his smug expression, the audience ground their teeth in frustration. Ugh, so annoying. He has no idea how precious rare earth is. Sigh, the anchor's resources really highlight the gap between planets. Have some decency, streamer. Rare earth is scarce where we are. Watching the barrage, Ye Quan chuckled. Let's go mine some rare earth to fertilize our fields. He boarded the shuttle toward the rare earth mine. Upon arrival, Ye Quan went wild like a sheep among wolves, frantically shoveling premium ore until the ground was riddled with pits. The audience watched the marmot like Ye Quan and burst into laughter. This is too funny, he's actually mining rare earth. Do you realize you'd get beaten to death if anyone saw this? Such vast rare earth deposits could sustain generations. Unbothered by the barrage, Ye Quan devoted himself entirely to mining. After about 10 minutes, he deemed it sufficient. Done. Let's return, and I'll personally demonstrate how to grow the world's finest vegetables. Back at base, Ye Quan spread the rare earth into cultivation trays and thoroughly mixed them. The soil instantly became premium grade, good enough to grow dozens of apple trees from a single core. Good heavens, he actually mixed it. I'm dizzy. This soil's worth more than gold. The quality's too high. On Earth, no one would dare use it for vegetables, let alone cabbage. While the live stream erupted over Ye Quan's prodigal ways, he joyfully watched his crops mature. Half a month later, having studied the plant ripening device, Ye Quan mastered its full functions. As an early generation technology, the device only halved growth time and required rare earth for each use, making it resource intensive. But its greatest advantage was clear. His first harvest had finally matured. Staring at cabbage heads larger than his head and carrots as thick as his arm, Ye Quan trembled with excitement. Ha ha ha, this device is insane. One vegetable could feed a person. His booming laugh echoed through the stream as viewers witnessed the colossal produce. Mother of God, are these really vegetables? They're gigantic. How did they grow this huge? What a miraculous planet. Is this advanced civilization tech? Can it enlarge vegetables? Enlargement is impossible. It must unlock plant's potential. The audience debated intensely while Ye Quan harvested his first batch. So many vegetables. I'll give away some and sell others for tasting. After packing the produce, Ye Quan sat on the ground like a street vendor broadcasting to the stream. Come one, come all. All vegetables today for just 9. Extraterrestrial vegetables from advanced civilization sell for 9. I'll take 10 pounds. Too cheap, I'll take 20. Ye Quan had thought his price was high, but the audience seemed to think otherwise. Shaking his head, he dismissed it. He never intended to profit from vegetables anyway. Today's harvest is limited, so first come, first served. Chaos erupted in the live stream as everyone competed to taste alien vegetables first. After frenzied bidding, Ye Quan sold a third, then donated another third to the Academy of Sciences. These are the first batch cultivated in B25's ecodome. Let's take them for research. The director carefully refrigerated the vegetables, then rushed to the lab with samples. Researchers stared dumbfounded as he carried cabbage and radishes inside. Is the director making hot pot? What hot pot? These are research samples. Cutting specimens meticulously, the director's tension puzzled his team. Research samples. These vegetables. Nodding gravely, the director explained, don't underestimate them. These were grown by Ye Quan on planet B25, far more significant than your previous projects. The researchers immediately gathered around. Is this cabbage leaf? So huge. One researcher held it against his face. The leaf spanned wider than his visage. Holy shit, this is terrifying. Why can his vegetables grow this massive? The director puffed his chest proudly, like a parent displaying their child's achievements. You see, advanced civilization technology combined with rare earth cultivation enables this. If we crack this science, Yen State's ecology will undergo revolutionary changes. Pride swelling in their chests, the researchers plunged into analysis immediately. Tests revealed vitamin content quadruple Earth's vegetables, while the ripening device's emissions made them resist decay far longer than terrestrial produce. When informed of these results, Ye Quan exclaimed, I can't believe these vegetables are this impressive. I just grew them casually. Simultaneously shocked and elated, he resolved to cultivate the best vegetables in the known universe. He returned to the ecology zone to plant a new crop, this time intercropping peppers. Deliberately, he also planted an apple tree. Burying the seed in rare earth-enriched soil, he watered and fertilized it. This live stream monitored apple tree. What will it produce? I can't wait. Those potatoes were enormous. Won't this apple be equally colossal? A single one feeding someone for days. Or maybe an entire year's supply from one tree. After planting the apple tree, Ye Quan visited it almost every day. Unlike farming on Earth, he could watch the fruit tree sprout daily thanks to the plant accelerator plate speeding up its growth. The apple seeds grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Ye Quan also prepared to showcase just how delicious the vegetables he had grown were. One morning, Ye Quan stood in the kitchen with the livestream camera positioned directly in front of him. The counter before him was piled high with enormous vegetables. Dear viewers, today, I'm bringing you a cooking show. I'll stir-fry all the vegetables from the second batch and explain each one to you. The viewers erupted with excitement at Ye Quan's new program. I want to watch. After buying the first batch last time, my whole family is already hooked. We feel terrible if we skip them for even a day. Same here. Since those vegetables are unavailable at local markets, some people have actually gotten into fights over them. That's scary. Then I'm buying some this time too. Not only that, the previous vegetables are still fresh even now, and they're already selling for 30 yuan per gene on our end. Ye Quan stared at the bullet comments with his mouth agape, utterly astonished that the vegetables he had casually grown were commanding such exorbitant prices on Earth. Don't worry everyone. Once I improve the ecozone, I'll grow more vegetables to sell to you all. Saying this, he picked up an enormous tomato with both hands and placed it on the cutting board. Let's start by making our tomato beef soup. As Ye Quan spoke, he sliced through the oversized tomato. A knife cut released rich red juice, revealing just how fresh and juicy this tomato was. After adding the cut tomato to the pot with the beef brisket, Ye Quan realized he had only used about half of it, so the remainder would have to be stored for later. After finishing the soup, Ye Quan moved on to the potatoes. Although he had peppers on hand now, he still decided to prepare a grand dish, candied potato. He hoisted a giant potato from the ground and began peeling it. Premium ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. But our potatoes are rather modest, so they demand an upscale cooking technique. Ye Quan narrated his process while cooking, and the viewers felt as though they were watching a gourmet television program themselves. The host is being too playful. Is this a bite of Yen country? The big potato needs an upscale cooking method. What approach do you plan to use? How do you think the host will get addicted again like he did with the bean sprouts last time? Please don't. I'm already getting nervous. The viewers watched as Ye Quan peeled and sliced the potato, heated oil in the pan, added the potato for a brief stir-fry, and then quickly removed it. What is he doing? It's not even cooked yet. Could the host be faking his cooking skills? Haha, this is the first time I've ever seen this stir-frying technique. Ignoring the bullet comments, Ye Quan drained the potatoes, added sugar to the wok, and slowly melted it into syrup. He promptly tossed the potatoes back and stirring constantly until they turned golden brown, then transferred everything onto a plate. The syrup solidified upon contact with the air, and the candied potato dish Ye Quan had long dreamed of was finally complete. Done. Take a look. Ye Quan proudly showed off his new dish to the viewers and couldn't resist sneaking a bite. While the host's cooking skills are amazing, I really want to taste this. Can you include a plate in the lucky draw? Drawing dishes made by others. The host might as well become a food delivery service. Ye Quan then prepared several more dishes, mostly vegetarian, since he could not teleport living creatures. Even meat sent as tips would spoil, so only dried meats would suffice. With 4 dishes and 1 soup completed, Ye Quan officially began his gourmet tasting program. Let's start by trying the candied potato. Ye Quan picked up a piece of potato and chewed thoughtfully, his eating manner making the viewers' mouths water. How is it? What does it taste like? Tell us quickly. Host, I haven't even finished the potatoes I bought last time, and I've already started cooking them again. After tasting the potato, Ye Quan shared his thoughts. This does indeed taste like potato, but the aroma and starch content are far beyond anything Earth's potatoes can achieve. His professional commentary and culinary expertise only intensified the audience's anticipation for large-scale supply. The reason was simple. They wanted to eat them too. I can't take it anymore. Host, please start selling vegetables soon. If you don't sell them, I'm not leaving. I don't care. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream had completely lost interest in Ye Quan himself, their eyes fixed entirely on those delicious vegetables. Ye Quan had no choice but to sell some more, but this time he decided to include some rare earth elements as a complimentary gift. Alright, I'll sell them, stop pressuring me. Ye Quan put down his chopsticks and went to the warehouse to fetch a large quantity of vegetables. This time our vegetables are different from before. We will randomly include some rare earth soil, so those who want to buy just send gifts directly. The moment Ye Quan finished speaking, the live stream erupted. Holy crap, they're giving away rare earth. Are they seriously giving away rare earth? Then I'm buying. The host is generous. No sooner had the viewers finished typing than countless gifts began flooding the screen. Ding. The Academy of Sciences donated 5 large planets. Ding. Huawei donated 8 large planets. Ding. 3 large planets. Once news of the vegetable and rare earth promotion spread, the food enthusiasts lurking in the live stream could no longer resist, and they eagerly sent gifts to purchase the second batch of vegetables. Ye Quan's hand was going numb from collecting all the gifts. Money. All money. With these funds I can buy another plant accelerator plate, and then money will literally make more money. Ye Quan watched his deep space coins surge dramatically. After purchasing the plant accelerator earlier, he had only a small portion remaining, but with the current tips, he now had hundreds of millions in his hands. After selling the vegetables, Ye Quan continued reviewing the delicacies and devoured everything completely. Since he began cultivating vegetables, his life on planet B25 seemed to unfold in a different direction, a pastoral lifestyle of working from dawn till dusk. After finishing his meal, Ye Quan came to the ecozone. The apple tree he had planted earlier had already grown to 1 meter in height and had undergone a strange transformation. He walked over and gazed at the apple tree's oddly colored leaves, his expression full of confusion. Why have the leaves of the apple tree turned this dark green after being irradiated by the plant accelerator plate? Ye Quan pointed the camera toward the young apple tree, and all the viewers witnessed the scene together. Hey, what is this? Is this a fruit tree, host? Why does this fruit tree look so green? Even the branches have turned green. What kind of thing is this? Both the viewers and Ye Quan were equally puzzled. It seemed that to resolve this mystery, the Academy of Sciences would need to step in. The changes in the apple tree left Ye Quan perplexed. He clipped off a small branch to the Academy of Sciences. The director's sight of the dark green apple tree also grew curious. Using every available testing, he ultimately found that the apple tree's elemental composition of apples on Dichio, but because Ye Quan had used rare earth, the tree absorbed nutrients during its growth that were identical to those provided by chemical fertilizer. After hearing the director's explanation, Ye Quan understood that the apple tree had mutated, the light from the plant ripening disc altered its genes, and the abundance of rare earths turned it into a completely new cultivar. I wonder what fruit might grow from it in the future. Ye Quan picked up a bottle of nutrient solution and poured it under the apple tree. Generally, early ripening apple trees bear fruit in about 65 to 87 days. This tree had just sprouted, so its growth needed to be accelerated further. Today we'll go kill some snakes again for everyone and sell some gold blocks. Ye Quan boarded the shuttle, weapons at the ready. His goal was simple: to earn money to upgrade his ecological zone. He planned to buy a few more plant ripening discs to boost the yields of all vegetables. Seeing the streamer kill snakes again is awesome. In case you didn't know, the chips inside those snakes are now worth 200 million, as someone used the chips to develop a civilian computer But the materials are too scarce, and right now only the ultra-rich can afford them. I can't imagine the joys of the rich. Chips are extremely hot on Dichio and are a rare commodity, but a single chip cannot be used in a computer, so many people strive to obtain more chips by any means. Ye Quan didn't know this, but he understood that rarity breeds value. As long as he didn't release too many chips here, Dichio would always need his help. Ye Quan piloted the shuttle to the Salt Sea following the same routine, lure the snakes from the sea, then wipe them out with a flamethrower over a wide area. But today's situation seemed different from before. Are there so few snakes today? Have they all been killed by the streamer? Impossible. There were so many snakes before, how many did the streamer kill? Maybe they're afraid to come out, ha ha ha. The audience noticed that the snakes drawn out to the shore were fewer than before, and they felt puzzled. Ye Quan raised the flamethrower and burned the snakes with a fierce blaze. The beach still faced swarms of snakes, but not as many as before. What is happening? Before he could finish speaking, a rustling behind him signaled a flood of snakes that suddenly surrounded him, and Ye Quan cursed aloud in fright. Damn it, an ambush. You can't play like this. A horde of snakes closed in around Ye Quan. The viewers believed he was doomed, that spider-shaped robot had been torn apart when surrounded by snakes before, and Ye Quan's body surely could not stand up to such a surround. He seemed doomed. The streamer is going to be killed, what do we do? Can he run? Run for your life now. If he stays, no one can save him. He can't run now. Didn't you see these snakes, clearly waiting for the streamer to fall for the trap? Ye Quan glanced at the snakes surrounding him and directed the flamethrower toward the path of the shuttle. If he could carve out a way, he could escape, but the snakes were no easy foes. After burning one batch, the next would rush to seal the path. You snakes wait for me. He removed a flamethrower fuel canister from his back. Originally, he had brought two. Now he took out one, hugged it to his chest, and tossed it toward the direction of his escape. What is he doing? Why throw away the flamethrower fuel now? Isn't that suicidal? Yeah, with so many snakes he should save the fuel. Why throw it away? Idiot. Now you should use the fuel slowly and try to reach the shuttle. Faced with Ye Quan's strange behavior, the audience was perplexed, but he had no time to explain. The flamethrower fuel was nearly exhausted. He shouted, tossed the remaining fuel away, then ignited it with the flamethrower. A hot wave rolled out. Many snakes were killed or vaporized, and near the shuttle a circle of 20 meters in diameter formed with all the snakes inside exploding and evaporating. Ye Quan crawled up, dirt-streaked, and hurried toward the shuttle. The explosion had delayed the snake assault, and he finally reached the shuttle to start it, only to find the shuttle damaged by the earlier blast, losing a large portion of its ion battery. Not good, this is so unlucky. Ye Quan immediately ordered ion battery capsules from the market, spending the last deep space coins. By the time he installed the batteries, the snake swarm had already regrouped in large numbers. Without hesitation, Ye Quan piloted the shuttle to flee. As he sped away, the energy module behind him continued to leak energy. Damn, can it really run like this? The streamer is truly exceptional. That was close. I thought he was doomed, but he actually detonated the fuel and escaped. He's a ruthless one indeed. Being able to think of that in such a short time. That streamer is incredibly quick-witted. Still scared out of his mind, Ye Quan sat in the cockpit. This trip was originally to fetch a few snakes to sell. He only obtained a little over 100, and the shuttle was damaged. Now he would have to buy another one. Back at the base, Ye Quan tossed the smoking shuttle aside and opened the market. Explorer Starship 10. 8 billion. So expensive a ship, yet it's still tier 1 technology. If it were a higher tier, who knows how much it would cost. Ye Quan sighed, closed the market, and realized that to earn that much he would have to sell all the snakes he had, but not all at once. After consideration, he decided to sell 20 this time, and keep the rest. As for the coastal area, he wouldn't go back there. He had lost so much there that he'd lost even his underwear. Today's losses are heavy. Yo, everyone please follow me. I'm selling 20 snakes. First come, first served. Ye Quan pulled out the snake carcasses for online sale. The audience, long absent, watched as Ye Quan sold the carcasses and couldn't help but enthusiastically shower him with gifts. Ding. Xiaomi tipped 8,000. Ding. Apple tipped 4,000. Watermelon sent 5 large planets. Gifts flooded the screen. The snakes in Ye Quan's possession were all sold. In barely half a day, his deep space coins reached 100 million, but it was still far from enough to buy the Explorer Starship. All 20 snakes were sold, and there's still such a huge deficit. Ye Quan worried over his deep space coins, then suddenly remembered something. He went to the first floor, looked at the damaged shuttle, and sent a message to the director of the Academy of Sciences. Director, I have something here. Would you accept it? Accept it. We'll accept anything you have. The director replied almost without hesitation upon seeing Ye Quan's message. In his heart, every word Ye Quan spoke, and every item he gave was extremely important to Yin country. Ye Quan laughed heartily and said, in that case, isn't the shuttle I was streaming with today the one that got blown up? It's useless now, but if you want it, I'll give you a discount. 10 billion as a final price. Deal? We'll buy it. The director stated confidently. Yen country's leader had long ago expressed willingness to fully accommodate Ye Quan's requests. Spending 5 billion to acquire a higher civilization's shuttle was an excellent deal from any angle. If other nations learned they could purchase a decommissioned shuttle for a mere 10 billion, they'd likely go mad. Ye Quan gladly accepted the 10 billion and then delivered the damaged shuttle to the Academy of Sciences. With the 10 billion secured, Ye Quan opened the marketplace and immediately purchased 5 plant accelerator plates. Combined with the one he had bought earlier, he now owned 6 in total, enough to cover all 6 plots of land within a large cultivation chamber. Ye Quan joyfully made his way to the ecological zone, placing the plant accelerator plates upon the soil, his heart pounding with nervous anticipation. 6 machines. I wonder what my vegetables will look like. The moment the plant accelerator plates were hung up, all 6 machines activated simultaneously. With the rare earth soil and the light emitted by the rare earth elements, the vegetables in the ground actually began growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, each type expanding 2 to 3 times its original size. The vegetables grew wildly until they bore their first harvest, after which they returned to normal. The viewers who had just witnessed the scene were already left speechless with astonishment. Is this even called farming? The streamer must be cheating. This growth speed is absolutely ridiculous. Vegetables planted just a few days ago are already ripe today. Wow, how on earth did the streamer grow such enormous vegetables? Ye Quan harvested vegetables while answering viewers' questions, then noticed that the apple tree had grown considerably taller and was now taller than himself. It seems the apple tree will bear fruit in some time. After upgrading the land, Ye Quan still had 13 billion in hand. He opened the marketplace and purchased an explorer spacecraft. This was the latest model of shuttle with many components upgraded from the original technology. Most importantly, its interior space was larger than the previous one. After purchasing the Explorer spacecraft, the twin-winged vehicle appeared beside him. The Explorer was entirely deep blue in color, resembling a blue phantom. Ye Quan checked the system marketplace introduction for the Explorer spacecraft. The Explorer spacecraft has 4 main functions: pulse drive, photon cannon, energy shield, and detector. The equipment on the spacecraft had been significantly upgraded compared to the previous shuttle, and it also possessed greater space. Now it surprisingly featured both attack and defense systems. Ye Quan gazed at the brand new spacecraft, unable to restrain his eagerness to take it for a test flight. Is this the new spacecraft streamer? It looks so amazing. What new features does this spacecraft have? Why don't we just take it out for a test drive? The previous shuttle was already impressive, but this spacecraft looks even more awesome. The viewers' excitement was palpable. Ye Quan boarded the spacecraft and affectionately ran his hand over the seats inside, clearly pleased. Inside the spacecraft's cockpit directly ahead was a transparent material with control levers and various interfaces positioned alongside. The spacecraft's best feature was its automatic cruise function, meaning if Ye Quan found himself trapped among snakes again, like before, the spacecraft could automatically come to his rescue. Ye Quan activated the Explorer spacecraft, and it ascended directly into the sky. The latest pulse drive emitted a green glow, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared from the base. Moving at such incredible speed, it resembled a beam of light. Holy crap! Brothers, did you see that? This spacecraft is incredibly fast. Top-tier speed is truly something else. A journey that previously took at least 5 minutes of flight can now be completed in just 1 minute. The streamer is amazing. Impressive. Does the spacecraft have any other functions? Let's check out the other features. After witnessing the Explorer's speed, the viewers were eager to see its other functions. Ye Quan flew the spacecraft to the previous valley and slowly activated the attack mode. A black gun barrel extended from beneath the spacecraft. Photon cannon activate. Ye Quan shouted, and a burst of yellow projectiles fired from the gun barrel. Each bullet was ammunition in a luminous form, and upon striking the valley, it instantly blasted open a massive crater. Good heavens, did I see that correctly? Did this spacecraft just fire bullets? No way, it actually comes equipped with weapon functionality. How cool. It looks just like a movie scene. The bullets have tremendous power. The photon cannon's destructive power left the viewers in shock. Then, to test the defense function, Ye Quan shut down the spacecraft's power system entirely. The craft plummeted from the sky, and he activated the energy shield. Boom. A loud bang echoed as the spacecraft crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. However, protected by the energy shield encasing the vessel, it emerged completely unscathed. Ye Quan glanced at the shield's energy reserves and found only 4% remaining. Good grief, the energy shield is formidable, but it's incredibly energy intensive. At this point, the spacecraft's internal power sources consisted of 2 types: ion battery capsules for propulsion and active rare earth elements for offensive and defensive systems. These energy sources were precious materials on Earth, but for Ye Quan they were merely consumables. What an incredible defense system. Is this spacecraft the finest craft from a higher civilization? I felt the same way when I saw the shuttle last time, but now the streamer has acquired another spacecraft this powerful. After watching the streamer for so long, I've become accustomed to this. Same here. It feels like nothing holds any value to the streamer. The viewer's words were filled with teasing. After testing the spacecraft, Ye Quan specifically brought back a substantial amount of rare earth. Since upgrading the base and the spacecraft, his demand for rare earth had grown significantly. He suddenly understood why rare earth was so scarce on Earth. He alone consumed considerable amounts daily, let alone the billions of people on the planet. Even stripping planet B-25 entirely might not suffice. Returning to the base, he parked the spacecraft on the first floor and made his way to the ecological zone to check on his vegetables. He scooped a handful of rare earth into the plant accelerator plate, realizing he would need to dig up more in a couple of days. This was becoming quite troublesome. It would be far better if he could establish a direct transport channel to bring rare earth straight to his home. The rare earth reserves in the base were dwindling. Ye Quan conceived an idea to lay a pipeline connecting the base to the mine. He first checked the mineral extractors available on the system, each priced at 800 million credits. He could afford at most two. However, the rare earth deposit was far from his residence, and reliable transport would require an exceptionally long pipeline. Surely these matters are no trouble for me. Ye Quan steeled himself and purchased two mineral extractors, relocating them near the deposit for installation. Once operational, the machines began processing or cutting it into small pieces and ejecting it from the output ports. Ye Quan watched the two machines, knowing that every wasted minute meant lost credits. He immediately notified the Academy director to deliver pipelines. The director acted with impressive efficiency and delivered the pipes swiftly. However, laying them would require enormous effort. To minimize the workload, Ye Quan took his ship aloft and activated the photon cannon. What? Is the streamer going to excavate a trench with a photon cannon? What a prodigal. Such a magnificent vessel used merely to lay pipes. The streamer is wealthy enough to do as he pleases. Watching Ye Quan carve a channel with his photon cannon, the audience could barely contain their anguish. Ye Quan carved a passage between the base and the rare earth deposit, then buried the pipeline. By the time he finished, he was drenched in sweat. Finally done. Now I can mine rare earth right from the base. Ye Quan piloted his ship back to the base, gazing at the rare earth flowing through the pipeline with satisfaction. With the rare earth problem solved, crop yields at home would increase accordingly. For now, Ye Quan had no need to venture out to mine. For the following days, Ye Quan remained at home, tending vegetables and studying the progress of the apple trees. Gradually, the audience began to long for the days when Ye Quan explored the outside world. One day, as usual, Ye Quan came to the ecological zone to check on the apple trees. They had already grown taller than him, their color shifting from dark green to a normal hue. Watching the trees flourish brought him great comfort. However, the livestream audience expressed a different sentiment. More apple trees again. Every day it's apple trees. Can we switch things up? How about hunting snakes? The previous vegetables have been eaten up. Maybe it's time for a new batch streamer. After half a month of pastoral life, the audience began to miss the thrilling explorations. Fortunately, Ye Quan himself was preparing to leave soon. He had already found the sea on planet B-25, but much of it remained unexplored. Haha, if you all want so badly to see me venture out, then I suppose I can oblige. Today let me show you the scenery of the Northern Hemisphere. Ye Quan prepared to depart, and the audience erupted with excitement. It had been a long time since he last ventured out, and this time they were even more thrilled than before. Ye Quan descended to the first floor where the Explorer's spaceship rested quietly. He boarded and set course for the Northern Hemisphere. Why does it feel progressively emptier the farther north we go? Nothing around here. I'm starting to feel creeped out. It's so dark and desolate, completely abandoned. The Northern Hemisphere may have already been deserted. We'll find out once the streamer arrives. When Ye Quan arrived at the Northern Hemisphere, it felt as though he were floating in space. There was no sky, only the ground stretched out, riddled with craters. Ye Quan gazed outward in bewilderment. The once endless terrain suddenly fractured, forming a colossal pit stretching tens of thousands of kilometers. The bottom of the pit was shrouded in darkness. Everyone who witnessed this scene instinctively held their breath. The spectacle was so overwhelming that Ye Quan could not find words to describe it. What happened here? Why has everything been destroyed? What occurred on this planet? Why is there such a massive pit on the surface? Was this pit formed naturally or by artificial means? Do you think there might be aliens down inside? The audience chattered animatedly, discussing the scene before them. Only Ye Quan, standing at the edge of the abyss, could truly feel the magnitude of it. A profound sense of human insignificance. Ye Quan parked his ship at the edge of the pit and stepped out, nearly being sucked into the abyss by a powerful updraft. He clung to the ship and leaned over the edge to peer below. He could see nothing. The pit was pitch black. Only some nameless sand particles floated in the air. Ye Quan picked up a stone and dropped it in. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, no echo returned. This indicated either extreme depth or that sound could not travel upward at all. What a deep pit. There must be something in there. Maybe even treasure. Treasure. This place looks so desolate. How could there possibly be treasure? I wonder what's down there. Should the streamer go down and take a look? The audience speculated wildly. Ye Quan himself was intrigued by the pit, but gazing at its depth, he dared not descend on foot. He could only sense that something lay within, and to explore it he would need to bring the explorer ship. Everything Ye Quan saw was simultaneously transmitted to the research facility of the Academy on Earth. The director stared at the pit on the screen with his mouth agape. What is this? This pit looks like the aftermath of war. The director fixated on the screen. Everything before him suggested this planet had once endured warfare. However, at this point visual estimation alone could not confirm his hypothesis. Unless Ye Quan could descend and inspect what lay within. On planet B-25, Ye Quan boarded his ship and asked, "How about it, guys? Should I go down and take a look?" "Watch. You definitely have to go. I want to see too. Go down today. There must be something inside that pit. As long as you can get down, go." The audience unanimously agreed that Ye Quan should enter the pit to explore. He did not hesitate. Piloting the ship directly to the center of the abyss, he declared, "Then let's go down now." Ye Quan said. The ship's thrusters elongated into trails as he descended into the dark pit. News of his exploration instantly drew a massive wave of viewers, pushing the live stream audience past 4 billion, and then 5 billion. At that moment a voice echoed in Ye Quan's mind. "Congratulations, host, on surpassing 500 million fans. System reward: 1 bionic robot and 1 space station." A bionic robot and a space station. Overjoyed by the rewards, Ye Quan's heart swelled with delight. Achieving 500 million followers had not been easy. However, these 2 rewards could not yet be utilized. He would deal with them after completing his exploration of the pit and returning to base. Returning to the pit, Ye Quan, wishing the Academy researchers could observe more closely, flew along the pit wall, circling downward. Gradually geological strata began to appear on the walls, transitioning from topsoil to bedrock below. Scholars around the world watched the screen intently, sparing not a single detail. The material distribution within the deep pit followed a remarkably regular pattern mirroring the composition of any planet, from crust to mantle to core. Ye Quan had been descending continuously and his depth had already exceeded 2,900 kilometers. This colossal pit at such a depth had reached the planetary core. Gazing into the unfathomable chasm, the director finally understood why this planet's environment was so hostile. He slowly typed out a bullet comment. The planetary core here has been destroyed and has completely cooled. No wonder B-25 has lost its magnetic field and lacks a complete atmosphere. Through the director's explanation, the audience gained insight into the formation of the planet's environment. Yet the question of how it came to be this way could only be answered as Ye Quan continued his exploration. Within the pit, Ye Quan pressed onward until he reached the core layer, only to discover that the core itself had been pierced through. The trench's depth actually surpassed the planetary core. Had something detonated deep beneath the core eons ago? With questions weighing on his mind, Ye Quan halted at the core layer while the director immediately continued analyzing the footage. Researchers at the Academy of Sciences observed scorch marks along the pit's core-adjacent walls and noted the surrounding geology had been fundamentally altered. War left its signature here, and the director could now confirm it. "We've reached the core. Why aren't we at the bottom yet?" The director just said the core was shattered through here. Could this truly have been a battlefield? No way. What kind of weapon has that much power? This pit stretches thousands of kilometers deep. The audience was stunned by the sight of the pierced core, and soon speculation arose that a powerful civilization might have carved this chasm. Researchers at the Central Academy shared this theory, but emphasized the need for more samples. Inside the core, Ye Quan explored what remained of ash and solidified magma. He collected specimens and transmitted them to the Academy of Sciences. Like a soldier receiving orders, the director mobilized the entire academy, determined to deduce the pit's origins in the shortest time possible. While gathering clues, Ye Quan ventured deeper and found absolute darkness at the core's heart, save for the ship's floodlights, which made him feel like a tiny fish in an oceanic abyss. After some time, the Academy sent over a brief preliminary report, which Ye Quan reviewed. Based on material analysis and carbon dating, current evidence indicates that over 5,000 years ago, a war of total destruction engulfed this world. With the pit's origins revealed, the audience grew even more captivated. War. So there really was a civilization here. What kind of war could obliterate an entire planet? What did those aliens from over 5 millennia ago look like? Countless viewers flooded the feed with questions, yet the Academy's research hit a wall. The pit bore the scars of war, but that war had consumed everything nearby, leaving no fresh leads. Determined to uncover the war's origins, Ye Quan pressed deeper into the pit. Suddenly pinpricks of light flickered in the darkness, then multiplied encircling his vessel. Streamer, look behind you. What is that? Holy shit, there can't be people down here. Don't scare me. Be careful, no one knows what creatures lurk in here. What if another swarm appears? Prompted by the audience, Ye Quan turned his floodlight and gasped. Crawling along the walls within meters of him were dozens of emerald green creatures, their crystalline bodies gleaming, long tails trailing behind them, twin pairs of wings sprouting from their heads. The terrifying sight made Ye Quan cry out in shock. Holy crap, what the hell is this? As if possessing extraordinary hearing, the crystal creatures reacted instantly. An army of them swooped toward the ship, their glowing numbers illuminating the surrounding space. There are so many. Are they snakes again? No, they can fly. These are even more terrifying than the snakes. The streamer's ship can fire cannons, so it should be fine, right? How many can you kill with cannons alone? This place is overrun with them. As the audience argued, Ye Quan pivoted the ship and sped toward the pit's exit. The crystal creatures converged on him, and he activated the energy shield. A halo of energy enveloped the ship. Ye Quan fired photon cannons, obliterating the creatures in his path. Yet for every one he destroyed, more took its place, slowing his ascent. What do? We can't kill them all. Just fly straight out. This isn't like the Salt Sea. Here, if the ship gets damaged, there's no escape. Exactly, it's too deep. If the ship's damaged, we're dead. Despair colored the audience's words. Ye Quan scanned his surroundings, endless crystal creatures, and his photon cannon's energy was nearly depleted. If this continued, he would die here. Then suddenly a memory struck him. I was gifted a nuclear bomb earlier. It was the very nuke gifted by Putin the Great. With this thought, Ye Quan immediately connected the ship to the base's intelligent robots. 3-minute countdown. Launch the nuclear missile. Ye Quan issued the command. The base floor opened, and a nuclear warhead slowly rose. The intelligent robot pressed the button, and a 3-minute countdown appeared on the screen. Surrounded by crystal creatures, Ye Quan made a bold move. He deactivated the energy shield. Why disable the energy shield? Has the streamer given up? Has he been frightened, senseless? Maybe he's just nervous and hit the wrong button. No one understood Ye Quan's actions, but his intent was clear: redirect all power to the high-speed thrusters and escape the pit within 2 minutes. Engage the pulse drive. Ye Quan roared. All remaining power surged into the pulse drive, and with a deafening roar the ship shot forward like a beam of light breaking through the crystal creature's embrace. Once safe, Ye Quan didn't rest. He kept ascending at full speed. Meanwhile, the base's nuclear missile had already taken flight. Hurry, streamer. We're running out of time. Quick. Only 2 minutes left. Oh no, it's over. The live stream was suddenly washed in blinding white light, leaving the audience unable to see. The nuclear explosion's shockwave erupted from the pit, and a mushroom cloud bloomed in the distance. The blast of a nuclear warhead carried the destructive force of tons of conventional explosives. Within the primary impact zone, Ye Quan instantly felt the world drained of color, swallowed by an overwhelming white-black glare. Everything around him seethed with luminescence. The ship's alarm system blared in unison as a towering plume of dust and debris erupted from the crater, persisting for over 10 minutes before settling. Only then did the viewers see Ye Quan reappear on the livestream. Holy crap, that was terrifying. I thought the stream had crashed. Same here. Glad the host made it. So this is what a nuclear detonation looks like up close. Now I've got something to boast about. The audience fired off bullet comments. Ye Quan himself had been nearly paralyzed by fear. He had come within a hair's breadth of being vaporized. In the end, he had channeled every ounce of remaining power into the impulse drive to barely escape. Damn it. Next time I head out, I need to stock up on weapons. I can't survive that again. Ye Quan grumbled as he purchased new energy reserves from the marketplace and piloted the ship back toward the crater. The nuclear detonation had utterly transformed the local ecosystem. The soil had been stripped of all nutrients, crystalline organisms reduced to nothingness. The entire crater resembled a bottomless well. Ye Quan navigated his ship deep inside, descending all the way to the planetary core layer, when suddenly the searchlights caught a tower-like structure rising in the distance. What's that? A structure? Show us. Take us right over. Could it be an ancient tomb exposed by the blast? An ancient tomb? Don't be ridiculous. Next you'll say a giant exploded out of the ground. Ye Quan steered the ship closer and took in the full profile of the so-called tower. In truth, it was not a building at all, but a weapon. Its crystalline barrel stretched for kilometers, shrouded beneath a thick mantle of dust. Strange runes were etched along its length, and a circular ring sat atop the muzzle, now reduced to exactly half its original form. The cannon was breathtakingly grand. Even after millennia, it retained roughly 60% of its original luster. Ye Quan was so stunned that he brought the ship to a halt, studying it intently. The viewers were equally electrified. Oh my god, that cannon. It's so magnificent. What kind of weapon is that? Was it uncovered by the explosion? Wow, I'm so pumped. Another new discovery on this planet. The entire cannon appeared to be embedded in the ground. Ye Quan flew along the barrel toward its base. Such an enormous barrel must rest upon a correspondingly massive foundation. Otherwise, it simply could not support the colossal structure. Reaching the base, Ye Quan discovered a castle beneath it. The weathered walls spoke of a civilization once far more advanced than anything imaginable. The castle was enormous. Directly ahead stood the cannon, beyond that the interior plunged into absolute darkness. Holy shit, there's a castle hidden inside. Host, are you going in? There might still be survivors. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ye Quan is the first person to enter in thousands of years, and with that nuclear blast just moments ago, no life form could have survived. Never say never. Let the host scout it out first. Ye Quan nodded at the comments. Indeed, he had noticed a puzzling detail himself. The castle and the cannon were far too colossal to be mere ordnance. If the intent were purely destructive, such an oversized barrel would be wildly inefficient, an enormous waste of energy. Unless it fired nuclear warheads. Ye Quan found that hard to believe. He piloted the ship forward, activated the high-intensity searchlights, and entered the castle. It's pitch black in here. I can't see a thing. You're thousands of kilometers underground. What do you expect? Dinosaur fossils. Host, brighten it up a bit, would you? The castle interior was nearly absolute blackness. Even at maximum output, Ye Quan's searchlights could only penetrate 10 meters. Helplessly, he opened the marketplace to see if anything could illuminate the area. As expected, he found exactly what he needed. Ye Quan spotted a lighting device. Artificial sun provides continuous illumination for 24 hours. Single-use item. Price 900 million. Staring at the 900 million price tag, Ye Quan couldn't help but roll his eyes. You've got to be kidding me. 900 million for a disposable light bulb. Why don't you just rob me? Asshole system. Gritting his teeth, Ye Quan purchased one artificial sun. The brilliant sphere floated above the ship and instantly illuminated thousands of meters in every direction. The castle's interior was now clearly visible. The audience gave Ye Quan an enthusiastic round of virtual applause. That's our host. I knew he'd figure it out. What was that thing he just used? It was insanely bright. Can I buy one? What was that device in his hand? That flashlight is seriously impressive. One unit lit up such a massive range. I swear I thought dawn had broken. The castle's interior was transmitted via Livestream to every corner of the globe. Ye Quan advanced inch by inch like a snail, determined to examine every detail. Before him lay two passages. One led upward, the other descended and extended toward the rear. However, the rear passage was blocked by a pile of rubble. The cannon we just saw seems to connect to the upper level. Should I check there first? Ye Quan asked the audience. Yes, let's see the cannon first. I agree. Cannon first. We can check the lower level afterward. Perfect plan. Heeding the crowd's advice, Ye Quan piloted his ship up the staircase. As expected, the castle was grand not only in appearance but in interior design. A single pillar required over 100 people to encircle it. The upper staircase had been shattered by something missing roughly half its length. Fortunately, Ye Quan was flying rather than walking. He banked sharply and continued forward, arriving at a transparent chamber. This must be the room connected to the cannon's base, right? It has to be. Look, the barrel is still visible outside. From this angle, the cannon looks even more enormous. Host, go inside. I'm sending 10 giant planets. Yeah. Let's see inside the barrel. The audience clamored for Ye Quan to enter the cannon. After a moment's thought, millennia had passed and nothing could possibly be dangerous inside. He flew straight in. The moment he entered, a sense of suffocating pressure washed over him. Ye Quan glanced back at the exit behind him before his nerves settled. The cannon's interior was constructed from a black metallic material sheathed in a crystal-like substance that proved incredibly hard. The barrel was composed of 3 concentric pipes wound together in a spiral. Every few hundred meters, 3 gaps appeared, offering views of the outside world. The cannon's structural ingenuity and craftsmanship left the audience breathless. The Academy director, upon seeing the interior, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could barely contain himself. This is it. This is exactly what we need. It's this internal structure. I think I've figured out how to upgrade our Yin country's weapons. Just let me look a little longer. The director pressed eagerly against the screen while researchers from other countries gathered around to watch as well. The internal construction of the cannon barrel had solved their years of confusion. Oh, praise God, the civilization on planet B25 has helped us solve a century-old weapon upgrade plan. That's amazing. With these materials, we can elevate our international status further. Hurry, go replicate these weapons now. You must research them before other countries do. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire Earth had come alive. Nations seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, adjusting their research funding and shifting their focus to the development of new weapons. Unknowingly, a military race had formed. Yet Ye Quan, the mastermind behind all this, was completely unaware, still lingering inside the cannon barrel, captivated by the advanced weaponry. Ye Quan's spacecraft hovered inside the cannon barrel, far from the exit ahead. At that moment, it stopped at a junction point. Such a massive weapon, why are there no traces of assembly? It looks like a single piece. This can't be right. If a gun platform spanning thousands of kilometers is cast as one piece, just how massive would the material need to be? Brothers, I have a bold idea. Viewers shared their thoughts in the bullet comments, and Ye Quan, through their discussion, also vaguely guessed something. This gun platform might have been forged from an entire small meteorite. Ye Quan voiced his conclusion, and the viewers seemed to have heard something terrifying, collectively gasping in shock. Holy crap, using an entire meteorite to build a gun platform. Just how advanced was the civilization from 1,000 years ago? I really don't dare to imagine. If such a civilization was destroyed, how exactly did they meet their end? Sigh, if it weren't for the streamer, how would we ever know the gap between Earth and a higher civilization? The news of the gun platform amazed people and allowed the live stream viewers to learn about the planet's history. Ye Quan continued piloting his spacecraft forward. At this moment, many crystals appeared inside the cannon barrel ahead. These crystals were stuck to the inner wall of the barrel. Curious, Ye Quan flew closer, opened the cabin door, and reached out to break off a piece. What is this? Ye Quan looked at the transparent crystal in his hand, unable to discern its composition. He opened the private chat and sent a photo to the director of the Academy of Sciences. Director, this is what I found inside the cannon barrel. Can you detect what it is? Back at the Academy of Sciences on Earth, the director received Ye Quan's message, opened the received image, and immediately a piece of crystal materialized beside him. He quickly picked it up and placed it into a glass bottle. We're going to test it right now. The director, upon receiving the crystal, was naturally overjoyed. He never minded the trouble. As long as Ye Quan sent him some samples, it would make him so happy he couldn't sleep. After all, those were substances from planet B25 and extraterrestrial products. After sending the samples, Ye Quan continued his exploration. He noticed that the further he went, the more crystals there were, as if the once clean interior of the cannon barrel had become covered in grime. The director of the Academy of Sciences cut off a small piece of crystal and placed it under the microscope. The Academy's microscopes had extremely high magnification. A single human hair placed under it could reveal its structure. Under the high-powered microscope, the crystal revealed its true appearance. A surface resembling sand grains, occasionally emitting white light. The white light swirled around it like tiny lightning bolts. The director was stunned to witness this sight. Does it contain electrons? Filled with curiosity, the director divided the remaining crystals into several portions and soaked them in different reagents for testing. After waiting for a long time, a shout of surprise came from the laboratory. Director, there's a reaction. A researcher carried a glass cup to the director's side, where the transparent crystal inside had turned black. As expected, this is the residue left inside the cannon barrel after the gun platform fires. This news thrilled the director to no end, for he had discovered the ammunition composition of the gun platform. As long as they could study this kind of ammunition theoretically, they could also build weapons of this type, though undoubtedly not as advanced or large as those on planet B25. Hurry, go research the same substance. See if it can be replaced with Earth materials. Yes. The director instructed the researchers to get to work while he relayed the test results to Ye Quan. Upon receiving the news, Ye Quan nodded. Oh, so this means the gun platform previously fired ammunition containing electrons. Thinking of this, Ye Quan suddenly recalled the photon cannon equipped on the Explorer spacecraft. Could this gun platform be an electron cannon? Filled with doubts, Ye Quan continued flying forward until he reached the exit of the gun platform. This area was already half destroyed, and inside the cannon barrel there was a ring engraved with strange patterns. What is this ring? I haven't seen it before. Could it be a silencer for the planetary cannon? A gun platform this big even has a silencer. Does it have a scope too? Ye Quan steered the spacecraft closer to the ring. Suddenly the ship jolted and began flying toward the ring as if attracted by something. Holy crap, what's happening? Ye Quan shouted as he controlled the spacecraft to hover again. He had nearly crashed into it just now. In his panic, he accidentally pressed the button on the detector, and the spacecraft emitted detection waves. Then two words appeared on the screen: magnetic field. Magnetic field? Ye Quan looked at the ring and spoke. Never mind, let's send it to the Academy of Sciences first. As he said this, Ye Quan sent a photo along with his detection results to the director. Upon receiving the information, after a brief moment of thought, the director immediately understood the function of this ring. If I'm not mistaken, this ring uses a magnetic field to provide secondary charging for the electron cannon shots, enabling them to be fired with greater kinetic energy. And there are definitely more than one. The director's comments scrolled across the live stream, and the viewers also understood the function of this gun platform. Magnetic acceleration. Electron cannon. I can actually witness this kind of scene here. Wow. It's just like watching a sci-fi movie. So magical. If this is the kind of gun platform, then I know why such a huge crater was formed. Ye Quan's exploration gradually unraveled the origins of the gun platform. He flew out of the cannon barrel and returned to the castle preparing to explore the lower level. Is the streamer going to the lower level? I'm so excited. Wallah. Today's live stream is amazing. We can actually see the interior of the Earth's core. There's definitely something beneath this castle. Streamer, go check it out, I have a feeling. The viewers' enthusiasm soared as Ye Quan noticed the live stream audience had reached 550 million people. Earth inside the Academy of Sciences. Dean have found a substitute for the previously crystalline material. A researcher cried, sprinting over with a data sheet, visibly excited. Hearing the news, the Dean's eyes lit up as he commanded, "Hurry, produce the first-generation experimental samples for testing at once." Understood. Researchers left with the Dean's orders. 3 days had passed since Ye Quan discovered the planetary cannon. Planet B25's time flow differs from Earth's. While Ye Quan was still exploring the castle on his side, the Dean, using the samples previously received, had already shattered electromagnetic cannon technology in a single bound. Such latent technology was already at the forefront internationally, yet other nations were not idle. They had also watched Ye Quan's livestream and likewise upgraded their own tech. The Dean arrived in the laboratory to continue watching Ye Quan's livestream when suddenly he received a call from the leader of Yingua. "Lauchen, how is that technology coming along?" This morning Migua announced their latest weapons system has been developed and will soon be put into service. Weapons system? The Dean smiled softly. "Don't worry, give me another day, and our institute will surely deliver a satisfactory result." "That's good. I believe our Yingua's researchers are no worse than theirs." The leader finished the call. Meanwhile, Migua also announced that they had invented the latest electromagnetic gun and were in production. Besides these two nations apart from Yingua, all other countries had benefited immensely from Ye Quan's livestream. Their technologies surged forward in a rush. The international climate turned against Yingua. Media outlets began to sneer and mock. Haha, Yingua possesses such resources, yet has made no breakthroughs in technology. What are their researchers doing? Truly powerful nations differ from ordinary ones. Oh, our weapon system has already surpassed Yingua. If Mr. Ye Quan's livestream returns in a few more days, I believe we can become the world's #1 power. Voices from outside weighed heavily on the Academy's researchers, but their work finally broke through the barrier. The new generation of electromagnetic cannon research was completed. Dean, our electromagnetic cannon is finally complete. The researchers announced their achievement with excitement, and the Dean was moved to tears. 30 years have passed. We have studied electromagnetic technology for 30 years and finally completed this weapon. If it weren't for Ye Quan, who knows when this day would arrive. Yes, Dean, all of this is thanks to Ye Quan. Without watching his live stream, we wouldn't even know the electromagnetic cannon could be used this way. Yes, Dean, this is all thanks to Ye Quan. This time the cannon's shorter barrel and lower cost stem from studying his demonstrations. The Dean watched the demonstration video on the computer and noticed the improvement. The electromagnetic cannon differs from traditional cannons in that it replaces the old powder gas-driven propulsion with propulsion by electromagnetic fields to drive the shell. Ye Quan's earlier livestream had pushed the planetary cannon's use of electromagnetic fields to the extreme. The researchers used this, adding an extra layer of electromagnetic field to the new EM cannon, enabling launches over thousands of kilometers and achieving truly interference-free firing. The electromagnetic cannon's technology can be announced, and the surprises we left for other nations can be released together. The Dean, with a confident smile, directed the researchers to announce the news while he waited quietly for the moment the world would be stunned to arrive. Yingua's announcement of a new generation electromagnetic cannon instantly drew global attention. After a long quiet spell, why would Yingua suddenly declare new tech? Have they really developed a stronger electromagnetic cannon? This question hovered over the heads of major nations. When they watched the electromagnetic cannon's demonstration video, they all rose from their seats in astonishment. What is this? Why is their electromagnetic cannon so powerful? No, ordinary electromagnetic acceleration could never propel a shell so far. They're cheating. It must be Ye Quan who gave them weapons from an advanced civilization. The nations on Earth did not believe Yingua's technological progress could be so great. They suspected Ye Quan secretly gave them weapons from an advanced civilization, but the truth was that Ye Quan only provided samples, effectively letting Yingua take an open book test. Many nations were furious, but had no outlet, for Ye Quan was from Yingua. They raged, but had nowhere to vent. Yet Yingua's subsequent research would completely silence the others, filling them with fear. On the television, researchers played another video for the global press. A soldier holding a strange gun against a dummy. Blue lightning erupted from the muzzle, scorching the dummy instantly. My God, I didn't see that. Is that a plasma gun? Yingua has actually developed a plasma gun. We've lost. It's over, their technology has advanced. Such a powerful plasma gun should not exist on Earth. News of Yengua's plasma gun spread worldwide, all nations felt the enormous gap, and the news was shared to Ye Quan's livestream. Host: Yengua's technology has advanced again, we now have plasma guns. Yes. Thanks to the host, Yengua's weapons have surpassed the world. So satisfying. The United States had claimed we couldn't develop high tech, and now they've been proven wrong. Ye Quan watched the barrage with a puzzled expression. Plasma gun. Could the Academy have built it based on the planetary cannon? He had just thought of this when the Dean sent him a message. Ye Quan, based on the samples you provided, we have successfully developed an electroplasma gun and have sent over a few prototype guns. The Dean's private chat message chimed. Ye Quan opened it, and several oddly shaped guns appeared beside him, which he held in his hand, examining closely. The gun was very light, its blue and white, curved hull forming an elliptical shape. So this is the plasma gun? Ye Quan exclaimed in astonishment, though he could not test it yet, and placed it aboard the ship. Stowing the electroplasma gun, Ye Quan continued to explore the castle's lower levels. He piloted the spaceship to a basement-like area, and the artificial sun immediately lit the surroundings, revealing a scene that sent his blood racing. What is this? Why are so many of them dead here? Are they really human? This must be the civilization before the destruction of planet B-25. My God, they died so terribly. The lower level of the castle lay in ruins, its walls shattered, and the ground cracked open to reveal bubbling magma deep within the Earth's core. Among the ruins lay shattered skulls. If they had been ordinary heads, neither Ye Quan nor the viewers would have been so shocked, but these skulls were colossal, so enormous that even Ye Quan's spaceship seemed insignificant beside them. Holy crap, is this a civilization from thousands of years ago? Are these their skulls? The alien life on planet B-25 is so huge. No wonder their weapons are this large too. What exactly happened here? So many people died in the same place. The viewers were puzzled, as was Ye Quan. Even the researchers on Earth shared the same confusion. Why had war broken out on planet B-25? And why had all these people died deep within the planet's core? Why were their skulls so enormous? All the mysteries descended upon them at once. Even the director did not know where to begin his deduction, so he slowly typed a message into the livestream. Director of the Academy of Sciences, young friend, Ye Quan, come closer and take a look. After seeing the comment, Ye Quan moved his spaceship closer to one of the skulls. Clearly visible on its surface were no injuries. In fact, after thousands of years, these skulls remained in their original pristine condition. Director of the Academy of Sciences, by all rights, this massive crater has existed for thousands of years. The planet's harsh environment should long ago have corroded everything here. The fact that the skulls remain intact must be related to this castle. After reading the director's message, Ye Quan flew upward. The roof here connected directly to the planetary cannon. He picked up a fragment of debris from above and transmitted it to the director. Wait a moment. We will run the tests right away. The director left a message, placed the sample into the testing machine, and after analyzing its composition directly, used the Qinglong No. 3 computer to simulate solar radiation and the harsh conditions of planet B-25. He then made a startling discovery: this material was immune to ultraviolet rays. This remarkable finding explained why the castle and planetary cannon deep within the planet's core had remained undamaged after 1,000 years. Director of the Academy of Sciences, based on our test results, all the structures within this crater can resist solar radiation. The moment this comment appeared, the livestream erupted. Holy crap, what kind of material is this? So amazing. Do we have this material on Earth? Can they make sunscreen umbrellas with it? With such an incredible material, you're just using it for an umbrella. At the very least, you should make some sunglasses. The viewers discussed the special material enthusiastically, and Ye Quan was even tempted to bring some back to the base for use. However, he set that aside for now and went over to the skulls, hoping to find new traces. On the ground beside the skulls were strange totem patterns, but due to the earlier war, only half of the markings remained visible. Ye Quan photographed the totems and suddenly realized they resembled the architectural structures he had encountered in the sea. Could these totems be something the ancient civilization wanted to convey? Ye Quan pointed the livestream camera at the totems, and the director exclaimed upon seeing them. I understand. These totems match what we inferred from the previous samples. Combining the totems with their prior research, the director pieced together what had occurred on this planet thousands of years ago. Planet B-25 originally possessed an indigenous civilization, just like Earth, but theirs developed at an extraordinary pace. Approximately 5,000 years ago, a catastrophic war erupted. The conflict was so devastating that one side resorted to using the planetary cannon. But the entire planet was destroyed as a result, and all living beings may have perished in that war. The director posted his conclusion to the livestream, captivating all the viewers with his narration. Wow, I knew this planet must have once hosted a civilization. The streamer is amazing. We only learned all this because of the livestream. Otherwise, we would never have known what happened on this planet. Holy crap, I can't believe such an advanced civilization was wiped out. You can only imagine how terrifying that war thousands of years ago must have been. Hearing the director's words, Ye Quan was equally stunned. He had thought he had been transported to a desolate, abandoned planet, never expecting a civilization to have thrived here. Ye Quan approached the skulls, hoping to send one to the Academy of Sciences, but they were far too large to transmit. Helplessly, he could only use his existing tools to examine them. Ye Quan activated the spacecraft's detector, sending out waves. It detected magma and numerous crystals, but at the location of the skull, it detected silicon-based matter. Silicon-based. Ye Quan sent the detection results to the director. Silicon-based life forms. It seems that like the earlier serpent, the civilization on this planet was entirely silicon-based. The viewers learned of this news as well and began discussing it enthusiastically. Holy crap, there's silicon-based too. This planet is incredible. All silicon-based life. The amount of information has been explosive these past few days. I'm so excited. It's like watching a science fiction movie. Please explore other areas, streamer. Explosive comments flooded the live stream as Ye Quan finished exploring the lower level of the castle and prepared to return. I'm exhausted, everyone. We've gained a lot from this trip. Let's head back for now. I have other plans for the next step. Ye Quan piloted the spaceship back to the base. On his way up, he recalled that when he had first entered the deep pit, his fan count had surpassed 100 million and the system had gifted him a space station and a bionic robot. He had not had time to check them out then, so he could take a proper look now. The spaceship was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye they returned to the base. After unloading the cargo and returning to the ecological zone, Ye Quan was surprised to discover that the apple tree he had planted earlier had actually borne fruit. Holy crap, everyone, our apple tree has grown up. Ye Quan excitedly rushed over to inspect the apples on the tree. These apples, which had been exposed to the plant ripening device, had grown into pairs joined together, each one as large as a watermelon. Whoa, what kind of apple is this? So huge. I really want to taste it. I want to try this apple. Streamer, when will you start selling apples? I'll offer a large planet for just one. Ding. A love apple boy has sent a large planet. Looking at the envious comments from the viewers, Ye Quan slowly picked a supersized apple from the tree. Ha ha ha, you can only watch me eat this giant apple. Ye Quan raised the apple and took a huge bite, the juice bursting out instantly. It's sweet. Do you all want to taste it? He asked while holding up the apple. The live stream flooded with the word want. Ye Quan continued, I'll keep 10 of these apples from this batch first and sell the rest when the yield increases. I must buy this. Today I have to buy an extraterrestrial apple. The one and only extraterrestrial apple on Earth. If I buy one, wouldn't I be set for life? Don't anyone snatch it from me. Today I'm going all in. Ye Quan's livestream audience were buzzing with adrenaline, all eager to buy the apple. Facing this hungry crowd, Ye Quan conceived a plan. Here's the plan. Since everyone wants to obtain these 10 apples, we'll raffle 5 and auction 5, Ye Quan said. Auction? Great. Auction it. I'll be the first to bid. I agree. No problem. The audience accepted the decision, awaiting Ye Quan to start the auction. Let us officially begin the auction. The starting bid for the first apple is 0. Ye Quan assumed a seasoned businessman's demeanor and placed a colossal apple in the livestream. Huadu God Tycoon, I bid 1,000 yuan. Xiao Luabwa 2,000 yuan. Apple official 5,000 yuan. Damn, why are so many bigwigs scrambling to grab it? I have no chance. No way. Why does the Apple company want to buy this too? Weren't you selling smartphones? The first apple had just been auctioned. The price shot up directly to 5,000 yuan. Ye Quan had set the starting price at 0, not wanting to price it too high, but he hadn't anticipated the crowd's enthusiasm, and bidding began to soar along a crazy trajectory. Huadu God Tycoon 7,000. Apple official 8,000. Xiaomi 9,000. I'm scared. Why would they fight so hard for a single apple? Give us ordinary folks a chance. The bidding for the alien apple was fiercely competitive, and none of them wanted to give up the first apple, because it's like landing on the moon. Although many countries can reach the moon, now people will only remember the first to achieve it. Xiaomi, let's let this apple go. There are 4 more later. You can fight for them then. Huadu God Tycoon, ha ha ha, I just want to buy it for collection of money, is no object. Apple official, don't forget our company name is Apple, so we won't give up this first extraterrestrial apple. 3 top tycoons were contending in the live stream. Others either had no money or chose to wait. After all, there were 4 more apples up for auction. Huadu God Tycoon 2,000. Damn, the tycoon has gone crazy. 2,000. Give it to me. I'd bite it if I could. I've witnessed the world's disparities. Xiaomi, hey, where's the apple? Raise the bid. The aggressive bidding by the Huadu God Tycoon fired up the audience as these magnates clashed with money, pulling ordinary spectators into the frenzy. Xiaomi official, hey, since this is the turn, we'll temporarily concede, but we won't give up on the later ones so easily. Apple official 30000. Huadu God Tycoon, are you crazy? Do you have to keep competing with me? I bid 4000000. With Xiaomi giving up the field has become a contest between Huadu God Tycoon and Apple. Apple official 50000. Huadu God Tycoon 60000. Apple official 70000. Huadu God Tycoon 80000. Apple official 10000. Apple official kept raising the bid and Huadu God Tycoon refused to be outdone. The bid updates flooded the live stream. To them, these sums were but numbers while other spectators watched and stoked the fire. Hey, raise the bid Tycoon, don't wimp out. Exactly. Why should you hand it to them just because their company is named Apple? Huadu God Tycoon come. I'm going all out. 200 yuan. Facing a bid that was a full 100 yuan higher, Apple official hesitated. Haha, it seems the Apple company won't bid further. The Tycoon has won. What is Apple anyway? How can they compare with our Tycoon? Huadu God Tycoon is awesome. Crush Apple. The audience saw Apple official's silence and assumed the Tycoon had won the first Apple and began celebrating, but Apple official quickly posted a message. Apple official 300. Whoa, it jumped to 300. Geez, 300 million for one Apple. Are you still human? Apple is so wealthy, perhaps we should just concede to them since they're determined to take this Apple. Pushing the bid further would be a loss. There are more to come, Tycoon. The 300 yuan price left Huadu God Tycoon uneasy. He had attended many auctions and knew that when someone valued a lot, they wouldn't let go easily. If he raised the bid again, who knew how high the remaining apples would go? Huadu God Tycoon, fine. You and I won't contend anymore. Oh, I'll go for the later ones. Apple official, then the first extraterrestrial Apple shall be ours. Seeing that no one else bid, Ye Quan clapped and announced, I hereby declare that the Apple company has acquired the first extraterrestrial Apple for 300 yuan. The first auction had ended. After Ye Quan received the tip from the Apple official, he handed the Apple over to them, and then raffled off another Apple. The second round began. Huadu God Tycoon immediately matched the previous 200 yuan bid, causing others to drop out, and the second Apple went to Huadu God Tycoon. Ye Quan's deep space coins increased again. He immediately drew a third Apple and began the third auction. Huawei official, the minimum for the previous Apple was at least 300, so we bid 500. I bid 600. 700. Bids surged wildly. Even Ye Quan hadn't expected the third Apple to attract so many bidders. Yet on reflection, it made sense with other Tycoons present and only two Apples left. If this one wasn't one, the last two could skyrocket. Even if one finally bought, they would lose a lot. Everyone thought this way, and the third Apple drew bids far beyond the previous bidders, its price climbing to 100 million. Huawei official 100. Oh, I can't compete, but I'll withdraw. I'll withdraw too if this price is beyond my threshold. Brothers, you're mistaken. Although this is but an Apple, it could bring limitless profits. Do you think there aren't other countries watching now? Brothers, you're mistaken. Although this is only an Apple, it could bring endless profits. Do you think there aren't other nations watching now? Exactly. If we sell it to other countries for research, the price won't be just this. If I had known earlier, I would have taken out a loan to bid for the Apple. You're overthinking it. These people are richer than banks. Haha, sure doesn't look like anyone thinks they can compete with these Tycoons. The third auction concluded swiftly with Huawei claiming the victory. After just 3 auctions, Ye Quan's deep space coins had reached 200 million. This was a considerable sum, though if spent in the system marketplace, it would vanish almost instantly. Therefore, the final 2 auctions were the ones he was most anticipating. Our fourth auction is about to begin. I now declare it officially underway. The auction commenced, and Marcus, who had been conspicuously silent, made the opening bid. Marcus 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. Viewer bids appeared. Unlike before, everyone was placing conservative increments this time. Fluctuations remained around 100 million each time. 600 million, 700 million. Marcus 800 million. 800 million already. Is this really what auctions by the wealthy look like? We don't even have 100 million viewers in this stream. If we split this money, I'd get quite a bit. Surely no one will keep bidding. Another increment would push it past 200 million. Astronomical figures kept appearing in the stream. Viewers watched the prices spiral beyond their wildest expectations, yet even at 800 million the bidding hadn't stopped. Marcus 200 million. I'm not giving up on the Apple. The 200 million bid had skyrocketed far beyond the first Apple's price. Meanwhile, other bidders withdrew their hands. The cost was simply too steep. Even if they secured the Apple, they could not recoup their investment in the short term unless they had a guaranteed buyer in a foreign nation. However, viewers had no idea whether Ye Quan would simply give the Apple away. For some, this deal was already a loss. I give up. I withdraw. Others abandoned the auction one after another. The fourth apple clearly went to Marcus. Ye Quan smiled warmly as he collected the tips, feeling that making money had become easier than breathing. Haha, alright, the final apple auction is starting now. Once this one sells, this round ends. When production increases, I'll offer more for sale. Ye Quan retrieved the last apple and the fifth auction began immediately. Just as everyone expected it to be the most fiercely contested round, an unexpected bid appeared. Embassy of Country Y 300 million. We very much desire this apple as a research specimen. We hope everyone will refrain from competing. A nation is participating in the auction now, eh? How could anyone compete with that? Ha ha ha, I never expected the last apple to face no competition. Who would dare challenge a nation's wealth? It's hopeless. Those 300 million is probably just a drop in the ocean for them. No one had anticipated that the Embassy of Country Y would bid 300 million outright. This aggressive offer forced those who had been waiting to make their move to concede immediately. The final apple was secured by Country Y. Today's auction concluded successfully. Ye Quan's deep space coins had now reached 700 million, a sum sufficient to purchase many items in the marketplace. The auction has ended. Next I have something to announce, Ye Quan said. What is it? What's the streamer planning to do? Tell us quickly. Going to a new place again. I can't wait. Stop keeping us in suspense. Just say it. Upon hearing that Ye Quan was about to make an announcement, the viewers grew excited. So far, every live stream had delivered enormous surprises, and they believed this time would be no different. Ye Quan cleared his throat as if announcing a momentous event, and said, I have explored more than half of this planet. Next I plan to venture onto the Twin Moons to explore. The Twin Moons. Are you seriously going up there? Wow, that's incredible. Can the streamer even reach the Twin Moons? How will he get there? The streamer doesn't seem to have a spaceship, does he? Can the previous spacecraft even reach that altitude? You're all so clueless. The streamer's equipment all comes from an advanced civilization. It shouldn't be difficult for him to visit the Twin Moons. After Ye Quan revealed his plans, the viewers erupted in celebration, frantically sending comments across the screen. The news instantly spread across Earth. Leaders and researchers from every nation eagerly anticipated the event. This would be Ye Quan's first journey into space and the first opportunity to observe the full panorama of planet B25 from another celestial body. Everyone was waiting for this day to arrive. After announcing his lunar expedition, Ye Quan headed to the ecological zone. He intended to make thorough preparations before departing. After all, he had never visited another planet before, so this would be an adventure for him as well. I have 700 million. I can already afford some plant accelerated growth panels to cover the second field. Speaking aloud, Ye Quan opened the marketplace and purchased additional plant accelerated growth panels, placing them above the second cultivation plate before sowing new vegetables. After completing these tasks, he descended to the first floor and piloted the spacecraft toward the rare earth mine. Let me set up 2 more mineral extractors here. Ye Quan watched the mineral extractors in operation. They voraciously absorbed nearby rare earth deposits and transported them to the base. He opened the marketplace again and purchased 2 more units, positioning them alongside the existing ones. With this arrangement, the base would no longer lack rare earth materials. Ye Quan intended to transform this rare earth deposit into his personal mine, but without advanced technology capable of enclosing and protecting the mines, he had no choice but to abandon the plan. He returned to the base and began packing his supplies. Is the streamer preparing for departure? When are we leaving? So excited. I wonder what we'll see on the Twin Moons. Do you think there might still be civilization on this moon? Probably not. Planet B25 already hosts life. If there were any nearby, they would surely have come into conflict. As the viewers discussed Ye Quan's upcoming journey, he had arrived at the ecological zone. The vegetables here required careful tending. If he left alone, the plant accelerated growth panels would flood the entire base with produce. Therefore, he needed to harvest regularly. What should I do? Who can help me harvest? Ye Quan muttered to himself in perplexity. Just then the intelligent robot delivered with the apples presented him with a cup of coffee. Ye Quan gazed at the robot and slapped his forehead, struck by an idea. How could I forget about it? I can build a simple harvesting device and have the robot activated on a schedule. That should work. With that, Ye Quan opened the marketplace, hoping to find technology that could assist with automatic harvesting. However, the unlocked technologies in the marketplace did not include any automatic harvesting devices. Sighing, he closed the marketplace and resolved to figure it out on his own. The base's intelligent robot delivered a cup of piping hot coffee. Ye Quan gazed at the robot that had arrived with the apple, lost in deep thought. Suddenly an idea struck him. He could install a centralized harvesting switch in the ecological zone and program the intelligent robot to collect crops according to a set schedule. Would that not solve the harvesting problem? With that thought in mind, Ye Quan purchased 2 additional mineral extractors, planning to use them to harvest plants. What is the streamer doing? I don't understand. Does he plan to mine minerals at the base? There aren't any minerals here. He's probably just messing around out of boredom. Streamer switched to something else quickly. The audience had not yet grasped what Ye Quan intended to do, but he had already set up the centralized harvesting switch. Having spent so long on planet B25, Ye Quan's way of thinking had long transcended conventional boundaries. He began approaching problems from a completely different angle. With so much advanced technology at his disposal, there was nothing he could not accomplish. Ye Quan placed the 2 mineral extractors beside the fields, setting them to harvest vegetables once every 10 days, and then programmed the intelligent robot with the same schedule. Done. From now on I can automatically harvest crops. Ye Quan exclaimed excitedly. The audience immediately turned their attention to the live stream, finally understanding what Ye Quan had been doing all along. Oh, so the streamer was setting up automatic harvesting. What? You can harvest automatically. I want this technology too. It's incredibly convenient. Ye Quan's automated harvesting setup made most viewers extremely envious. Such high-tech living was something no one on Earth could enjoy. After a moment's thought, he felt the time had come to explore the moon, so he said to the audience, "Dear viewers, I've been preparing the base facilities because I plan to explore the moon next. All preparations are now complete. Let's go check out one of the twin moons right now." Wow, we're going to the moon. What's on the moon? How does the streamer plan to get there? To the moon. Are you serious? It feels like planet B25 is very far from the moon. Without a spacecraft, it would be impossible to get there. The live stream buzzed with discussions about how Ye Quan would reach the moon, while he simply smiled confidently. Haha, everyone need not worry about this. The advanced civilization has long provided me with a space station to reach the moon. Scarcely had Ye Quan finished speaking when the live stream erupted into intense discussion. The audience's barrage of comments flowed so fast, it was impossible to keep up. Holy crap! A space station. Does the streamer have his own space station? Is the advanced civilization the streamer's babysitter, handing things like this out so casually? As expected of you. You always manage to surprise me. Ye Quan took the elevator to the first floor. The space station had been a reward given by the system when his follower count reached 100 million. Additionally, the system had also gifted him a bionic robot, though he did not plan to reveal it just yet. Ye Quan arrived on the first floor, donned his protective suit, and stepped outside the base. In the sky, 2 bright moons hung shrouded in mystery. He opened the system and deployed the space station. An enormous structure materialized right beside him. The space station was diamond-shaped, over 100 meters wide, with 2 forked appendages resembling radar arrays at its tail end. Each arm was over 10 meters thick, with yellow light emanating from their centers. 6 white support legs sank deep into the earth, making the structure appear to weigh thousands of tons. The space station emitted a muffled rumble. The yellow glow at its tail dissipated, and it came to a halt. Space Station Gravity Simulation System, 100-fold Sonic Propulsion System, Recyclable Oxygen Supply System. Ye Quan stared at the space station's impressive specifications, utterly stunned into silence. This was a space fortress essentially meeting all of humanity's needs. The entire space station was as fully functional as a small planet, capable of operating continuously for hundreds of years, even while drifting through the cosmos. Am I dreaming? Is this really happening? Incredible. In my lifetime, I actually get to witness such advanced technology. Looking at such a massive space station is already making me breathless. Oh, streamer, hurry, and take us inside to take a look. What's inside the space station? Holy crap. It's a real space station. I can't handle this. I'm losing my mind too. Every gift from the advanced civilization represents technology we've only ever dreamed of on Earth. The audience fell into a frenzy, staring at the colossal space station. The barrage of comments flowed like a river, impossible to read clearly. Ye Quan himself stared at the space station, muttering to himself. This really is a space station gifted by the system, right? This is too breathtaking. He recalled the novels and movies he had once watched which described space warships, StarCraft, and the concept of space fortresses. But those were all fictional works. When a real space station appeared before him, Ye Quan still felt that these belonged to a realm beyond his reach. Wait for me to gather what we need, and then we'll head to the moon. Ye Quan spoke to the live stream, returned to the base, collected plenty of food and supplies, then brought out the Explorer spacecraft and sealed the base. With a tremor beneath the ground, the base sank into the earth. 2 massive doors slowly closed, and the entire base merged seamlessly with the terrain. Having finished these tasks, Ye Quan piloted the Explorer spacecraft aboard the space station. The space station was enormous, featuring a room designated for parking the Explorer spacecraft. He stepped off the spacecraft, immediately removed his protective suit, and found that the space station sensor system had already begun supplying oxygen. Alongside, Ye Quan ran a one-way corridor. Each section of the corridor was fitted with small windows, offering views of the outside. Connecting the corridor were individual rooms. Ye Quan made his way toward the space station's control room. Beep. Welcome to the space station. I am intelligent AI 0. As soon as Ye Quan entered the control room, a holographic human face appeared on the central circular console, its mechanical voice unusually cold. Whoa, this is so advanced. A space station having this feature isn't surprising. It would be strange if it didn't. This is just like watching a movie. There's even an intelligent AI. Streamer, talk to it and see what other functions it has. The appearance of the intelligent AI set the live stream ablaze with discussion once again. Ye Quan slowly approached and asked, Zero, introduce the space station. As Ye Quan finished speaking, Zero's cold voice rang out. The space station has 5 modules in total: the life support system, the propulsion system, the emergency expedition system, the intelligent deflector system, and the protection system. Zero detailed the space station's functions. Every module was something Ye Quan had never heard of before, and these high-tech systems left everyone watching the live stream in deep thought. Academy Director, I never imagined that the advanced civilization had developed to such a level. Each system on this space station would require at least a century of research just to ensure normal operation. Good heavens! The level of advancement of this space station exceeds that of Earth by countless times. The science and technology of advanced civilizations are truly far beyond ours, a priceless fortune for us. The space station carries astronomical value. Even if studied on Earth now, it would take the efforts executives to uncover a breakthrough. The host is amazing. When can we communicate with an advanced civilization? Facing the space station, the audience felt the gap to such civilization. It also confirmed one thing: Earth developing on its own would take who knows how long to reach this level of technology, yet Ye Quan's livestream shortened the path by more than half. If Earth is a speedboat, the space station is a large bus, an overloaded one. This is a premium product. Earth could never have built such an advanced space station. The AI finished its introduction of the space station, then began to ask for the navigation coordinates. Please enter the voyage destination. Should we enable auto navigation? Ye Quan watched the console's Zero projection morph into a star map detailing every star within hundreds of light years. He reached out and touched the moon, saying, Enable auto navigation. The space station received the navigation task. 6 struts retracted, the chassis vented for yellow flames. The space station gradually accelerated, then surged into space with a mighty roar. The surface wrapped in a shield shot toward the starry sky like a meteor. In just 1 minute, it left the gravity well of planet B25 and entered the vast cosmos. The gravity simulation system is now active, the AI said. Ye Quan felt the surface under his feet returning to normal contact, and the feeling of weightlessness vanished. In space, the drive faded. From the rear of the space station, a dazzling beam shot out as it sped toward the twin moons. Let's depart. We will soon see the moon. Commemorating the host's first space journey. Ding! A little yellow bloom sent out a big planet. Ding! The Academy has sent out 10 large planets. Watching Ye Quan set off for the moon, the viewers flooded the live stream with gifts to commemorate this meaningful moment. Ye Quan walked to the edge of the control room and peered out the window. In the boundless vacuum, the moon glowed faintly in the distance. The space station moved swiftly, and in a day it drew near the moon. At the outer rim of the moon, gravity cloaked around a swarm of small meteoroid fragments, and the space station's size clearly could not fit in. This won't fit in, will it? Ye Quan stared at the fragments at a loss, then remembered the plasma gun sent by the Academy earlier. He drew out the plasma gun and asked the AI, Can the space station perform EVA? The space station supports EVA. Shall we initiate it? Initiate it. Ye Quan donned a spacesuit and walked to the airlock. Host, are you going out? We're not even at the moon yet. Host, what are you going to do? If you go out now, won't it be dangerous? Facing Ye Quan's move to open the airlock, the viewers were perplexed. Ye Quan stepped outside. A massive robotic arm extended from the top of the space station and connected to his body. Ye Quan arrived at the space station's front, drew the plasma gun, and fired at a nearby meteor ahead. Bang! 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 The plasma gun discharged energy bolts, shattering the meteors. Ye Quan nodded in satisfaction at the sight. The Academy's plasma gun, able to pierce meteors, was broadcast around the world through the live stream, shocking every country. The Yen nation's technology had already surpassed them. If they did not develop new technology, soon they would be forever left behind by Yen nation. Ye Quan used the plasma gun to clear a path ahead of the space station, then returned inside to power up the space station. Prepare to land. Ye Quan spoke to the AI. Prepare for landing. The space station tilted downward on both sides, forming wing-like shapes, and began to enter lunar orbit. Wow, wow, wow. Finally on the moon. So soon we've reached the moon. Host, look there, what is that? Hey, yes, there's something over there. Just as the space station was about to land, perceptive viewers spotted a strange object in the distance. Ye Quan quickly looked over. These 2 moons are similar, but one, the one Ye Quan is about to reach, has a strange dark shadow. The shadow looks enormously large. To understand this shadow on the moon, Ye Quan immediately steered the space station in that direction. The space station glided toward the moon's surface, slowed down, and the landing gear kicked up a cloud of dust as it landed. We've arrived, brothers. Hurry out, host. Let's see what's outside. Wow, this is the moon, my first time seeing it. As Ye Quan stepped onto the moon, the viewers saw the lunar scene too. He opened the airlock and piloted the Explorer spacecraft outside. The moon's surface appeared as always, gray night, countless circular craters. He looked toward the earlier shadow, which appeared square like a building. Is that a house over there? It looks like a house. Could it be lunar-made? If there's a house here, there must be alien civilization. Host, head over there first. Perhaps you'll encounter aliens as well. Seeing the distant shadow, Ye Quan immediately followed the audience's suggestion and piloted the ship toward it. As he left the space station, activated cloaking using a special exterior material to reflect the light behind it, achieving a transparent effect. The ship sped along. Along the way, Ye Quan repeatedly saw fragments of broken rocks piled at the roadside, as if guiding the way toward the dark shape ahead. The ship drew near the shadow. The ground was strewn with fragments which felt odd, so he landed to examine. What is this? Ye Quan picked up the fragments from the ground, puzzled. These pieces look a bit like electronic components. Get closer, I think I know what this is. Isn't this something that fell off a ship? The components? The items Ye Quan picked up were recognizable to many. It shows these things exist on Earth as well, so he transmitted one to the Academy, and the Dean recognized at a glance what it was. Dean of the Academy, these are internal solid-state circuit lines similar to soldering wires used to connect chips to circuits. The Dean solved the mystery, but left everyone more perplexed. Why would solder lines appear on the moon? Could there have been alien civilizations here before? Ye Quan followed the scattered welding wires across the ground toward a dark silhouette in the distance. Only as he drew near did he realize it was a colossal structure, its gray exterior caked in dust as massive as a mountain, its boundaries lost to the void. The entire structure stood lone upon the lunar surface, its duration here unknown to time. Ye Quan stepped from his explorer vessel and approached the edifice, extending his hand to touch the weathered facade. It stirred not at all, like a planet already swallowed by oblivion. This must be the dark silhouette I saw earlier. From up close it is breathtaking. To have constructed a building of such magnitude, the civilization that once dwelled upon the moon must have been extraordinarily prosperous. It feels like a fortress. Look at the outer walls. They fit together flawlessly as though cast from a single monolithic pour. The fortress that appeared on the moon aroused the audience's curiosity. At this moment, Ye Quan faced an entire wall with no entrance in sight. To penetrate the enigmatic structure, he boarded his explorer vessel and traced along the walls, searching for a way in. Gray particles drifted through the thin atmosphere, their origin unknown. After searching for some time, just as Ye Quan was beginning to lose patience, the wall beside him finally shifted and a massive gate emerged, plunging deep into the ground from above. Holy shit! The streamer found a door. Can we even go in? A door like this probably requires some kind of activation mechanism. How is the streamer supposed to get in? This doesn't look promising. Unless he just blows the door open. Ye Quan ran his hand along the fortress gate and scooped up fragments from the ground, transmitting them to the Academy of Sciences. Before the results came back, he needed to find a way to open the massive door. Perhaps the plasma gun, which can shatter meteorites, could also pierce through this gate. Muttering to himself, Ye Quan retrieved the plasma gun from his explorer vessel and fired at the door. A burst of blue-white plasma struck the gate, leaving a hole, but the door refused to yield. How am I supposed to get in now? Even a plasma gun can't break it. It's too hard. I don't even know what material this fortress is made of. There's no way inside. No way. This won't budge. Seeing the door's impregnable resilience, the audience felt despair. Yet Ye Quan gazed thoughtfully at the plasma scorches and suddenly conceived a method to breach the fortress. This would stop me. With a smirk, Ye Quan produced his plasma gun and began shooting at the door in a calculated pattern. The audience erupted with bewildered questions. What is the streamer doing? Polishing the door. At this rate, it'll take forever. That door is enormous. He'd be at it for 100 years. I'll put it right here. If the streamer can blast through this gate with a plasma gun, I'll gift him 10 giant planets. While Ye Quan continued his work, he caught sight of the barrage and laughed. Ha ha, I've noted your words, brother. Don't go back on your promise. After speaking, Ye Quan stowed the plasma gun, and only then did the audience notice that the door was now riddled with a series of precisely spaced holes. These were the key to opening it. Ye Quan holstered the plasma gun, returned to his explorer vessel, and activated the photon cannon. Boom! The photon blast struck the central point of the pre-drilled holes. Ye Quan had applied principles of mechanics, identifying numerous stress points on the door, drilling with the plasma gun, and finally delivering the decisive blow with the photon cannon. The fortress gate shuddered violently. A cavernous collapse opened at its center, and the door swung inward. Holy shit! What the hell? Did the door just open? What method did the streamer use? Surely no one here hasn't studied physics. The streamer is amazing. He actually pulled it off. The breached fortress gates left the audience dumbfounded. The seemingly indestructible stronghold had been vanquished by Ye Quan with apparent ease, and everyone sensed that entry was imminent. Ye Quan called out, "Where's the gentleman who promised a gift? Brother, I've opened the door." Ding! Hai Xingxing has gifted 10 giant planets. The live stream immediately erupted with celebratory effects. Ye Quan nodded with satisfaction. The man had not lied to him. With the fortress gate now open, darkness yawned within. Ye Quan returned to his vessel and piloted it inside. The interior space was immense. Countless black conduits extended into the depths. Ye Quan glanced upward and gasped in astonishment. What in the world is this? Above the seemingly impenetrable fortress roof lay a vast expanse of transparent material through which the great nebulae of the cosmos could be seen with extraordinary clarity. Filled with questions, Ye Quan pressed onward. He found himself traversing a long corridor that led deeper into the fortress's inner architecture. Only now did Ye Quan understand the entire fortress was in truth a city on the moon. Its span was immeasurable, yet moving within it felt as though wandering through a living metropolis. Is this titanium? Why is there so much of it? Silicon. There's silicon here too. Ferrite. The structures inside this fortress are actually built from super rare elements. When the detector's results appeared before the audience, everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Rare metals. Super rare elements. Synthetic materials. Countless things unknown on Earth were actually serving as building materials inside the fortress. The civilization on the moon had far exceeded everyone's imagination. These rare elements were conspicuously laid out on the ground, and Ye Quan felt as though he had opened Pandora's box. Every treasure within made the nations of Earth envious. Faced with such materials, if they were on Earth, it would have long triggered a resource war. Director of the Academy of Sciences, Ye Quan, you must protect these materials carefully. Migwa, Mr. Ye Quan, we are willing to purchase the structures inside the lunar fortress at high prices, and we will agree to any conditions you propose. These substances are extraordinarily rare. Even if all were extracted from Earth, they would not amount to half of what lies within the fortress. The audience kept flooding the chat, and Ye Quan discovered that news of the lunar fortress had once again sparked a frenzy. Upon learning of this, people couldn't wait to enter the live stream, and the viewer count surged by 30 million. Why have so many people suddenly entered? Ye Quan looked at the numbers, unable to believe his eyes. However, he was not blinded by joy. There were still many places inside the fortress waiting for him to explore. After collecting some rare metals, Ye Quan continued forward, the spaceship hovering slowly like a sightseeing vehicle. Suddenly, the explorer spaceship crashed into something with a loud thud, but when Ye Quan looked ahead, there was nothing but empty space. Don't scare me. Could there be ghosts here? The sudden incident left Ye Quan unsure of what to do. After waiting and finding no movement outside, he decided to continue forward, but as soon as the spaceship started, it crashed to a halt again with a thud. Why did the streamer stop? Keep going. Facing the audience's questions, Ye Quan answered softly. Oh guys, it's not that I don't want to move. I just don't know why the spaceship hit something. Hearing Ye Quan's response, the audience stared wide-eyed at the screen, but saw nothing. What's going on? There's nothing ahead. Could the streamer be scared? A coward. Hurry up, we're already here. If we don't move forward, I'm unfollowing. Seeing the audience's strong reaction with even threats to unfollow, Ye Quan could only steel himself and step out of the cabin to investigate. He walked forward slowly, reached the front of the spaceship, and reached out to feel. Is there a wall here? Ye Quan felt a transparent wall in front of the spaceship. To confirm he was not mistaken, he reached out with both hands and felt around the entire nearby area. It really is a wall. A wall. Is it transparent? No wonder the spaceship stopped earlier. It wasn't because the streamer was being timid after all. What is this wall for? Why would a wall appear in a city? The transparent wall blocked Ye Quan's exploration, but having figured out why the spaceship had stopped, he was no longer afraid. Instead, he was wondering how to get through this wall. Inside the lunar fortress was a city, and a wall appearing in the middle seemed highly unreasonable. This wall must have an entrance or some special mechanism that allowed the civilization from 500 million years ago to move freely. Ye Quan walked along the wall step by step, but after covering several hundred meters, he still had not found an entrance. Has the streamer still not found the way in? Could it be that we can't get in? If that's the case, let's just blow it up and use brute force. The audience was offering suggestions from all directions, and Ye Quan also thought blowing it open would work since he had already broken through the main gate to enter the fortress. Then let's just blow it open. Ye Quan said this and pulled out his plasma gun, firing it while coordinating with the photon cannon to shatter the wall in front of him. Suddenly, a massive sound echoed throughout the entire fortress, and the transparent wall cracked apart in one piece. Ye Quan quickly ran back toward the spaceship afraid of being crushed, but unexpectedly the walls hadn't even fallen before they dissolved into green light and vanished. Is this wall fake? Why are there no fragments? The materials of a higher civilization are indeed magical. What a technique. I feel like this wall might have been fake all along. The streamer actually touched the wall. How could it be fake? It's just that their technology is more advanced, and we simply cannot obtain such materials for now. The audience discussed freely while Ye Quan had already returned to his spaceship. On the other side of the wall appeared many mountains and strange plants, yet they remained completely still, like a frozen painting. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Ye Quan immediately piloted his ship forward, and only when he reached the foot of a mountain did he realize that everything before him was actually fake. The entire interior landscape of the fortress was composed of transparent walls, which simulated an ecological environment, so realistic it was indistinguishable from the real thing. The advanced civilization that once lived here was surrounded by this artificial facade. Ye Quan reached out and pinched a rock on the mountain with force, hearing the sound of glass shattering as the stone transformed into green data streaming toward the pipes at the top of the fortress. This confirmed his hypothesis was correct. The audience also understood what was unfolding before them. So everything is false. Could the Earth we live on also be an illusion? If the interior of the fortress consists entirely of fabricated environments, what did the moon look like 500 million years ago? I can hardly believe everything happening in this live stream. If I hadn't been watching for so long, I'd truly think I was being deceived. I thought advanced civilizations were so impressive, but aren't they just deceiving themselves, eh? Ye Quan exposed the fabricated environment within the fortress, provoking deep reflection among viewers, yet he himself remained filled with doubts. These false ecological environments and virtual skies require substantial energy to function, so there must be a control center somewhere inside this fortress. Perhaps something valuable has been left behind there. Ye Quan muttered to himself and gazed into the distance. At the fortress's center, an inverted pyramid structure hung from above, its black metallic exterior draped with pipes. This should be the core location of the fortress. Ye Quan piloted his ship toward the center, ignoring everything else along the way, his eyes locked on the fortress core. He shattered numerous transparent walls in succession until finally reaching the core. The temperature here seemed higher than outside, and standing beneath the core, Ye Quan looked up, feeling as small as an ant. I haven't seen this structure before. What a strange building with no door at all. We can't get in. Streamer, come up with a solution. There must be secrets inside. The solid core was placed before Ye Quan, yet there was no visible means of entry. Like a headless fly, Ye Quan could only steer the spacecraft erratically above and below. Inside the core there was not a single sound, yet it radiated warmth. Ye Quan activated the thermal detector on his protective suit and discovered a crack on the top of the core. Heat emanated from within the crack. Its edges were not clean fractures, but rather looked as though something had torn them apart. The Explorer spacecraft could not enter the crack, so Ye Quan had no choice but to go in manually. He leaned out and peered into the fissure, his mouth agape in sheer astonishment. Inside the core nothing could be seen. Even with the naked eye, the internal space appeared even vaster than its exterior. Boundless darkness was filled with green symbols with no sense of direction or height. Is this the fortress's core? Why is there nothing inside? How does this core control the fortress's operations? There isn't even a control console. Exactly. Logically, there should be facilities here capable of controlling the fortress. The hollow core left the audience bewildered. Ye Quan took a deep breath and steeled himself to step inside. Little did he know that from the moment his foot crossed the threshold, the data within the fortress had already begun to change because of him. Many strange structures began to appear around Ye Quan, accompanied by eerie murmurs. Panicked, he looked around nervously. Suddenly, a humanoid white figure charged toward him. Ye Quan frantically raised his hand to block it, but the white figure passed straight through his body and ran toward the back. Breathing heavily in shock, Ye Quan failed to notice that the live stream was already flooded with dense bullet comments. Holy crap! What was that just now? I saw it too. It looked like someone walked right through. Is that really a person? Why does it feel like a ghost to me? Don't scare me, I'm terrified. The appearance of the white figure was not fabricated. It materialized clearly before everyone's eyes. At that very moment, countless white figures emerged around Ye Quan, and the entire space grew increasingly crowded. What the hell is this? Confused, Ye Quan reached out to touch the white figure beside him, but his hand grasped nothing. He missed completely. These must be illusions, right? Why are these things appearing? How could we possibly fathom the intentions of a higher civilization? I guess these phantom figures are meant to prevent enemy intrusion. But the streamer hasn't encountered any danger so far, so it definitely isn't for intrusion prevention. While the viewers debated the cause of the white figures in the live stream, Ye Quan had already begun moving. Unable to discern direction in this space, he could only walk forward blindly toward a point ahead. As he ventured deeper, the white figures around him gradually diminished. He seemed to have entered an uninhabited zone where the sparse figures either soared into the sky or sank into the ground, as though a vast ocean lay before him. As he walked on the buildings around, Ye Quan disappeared along with everything else. He grew excited, convinced he would soon reach the boundary. Dear viewers, I should be able to walk out now. Please don't rush. Hearing that Ye Quan was about to exit, the audience sent a flurry of bullet comments. Oh, finally he's getting out. I can barely see the screen anymore. He's been walking for over 10 minutes. Even if the streamer isn't tired, I'm getting exhausted watching. Hold on a bit longer. Let's see what's actually inside this core. Ye Quan continued forward, uncertain even of what he was stepping on, simply walking ahead. Then he caught sight of a structure simulated by data. A colossal mountain-shaped edifice composed of countless tower-like skyscrapers stacked together, their highest points fading far beyond sight. Ye Quan realized he might have found the key clue and quickened his pace, breaking into a run. But as he ran and ran, his heartbeat accelerated, yet the structure remained ahead, never growing any closer. Come on. I'm still not there. I'm about to die of exhaustion. Ye Quan panted heavily, standing still to rest. The building was right there in front of him, yet he could never reach it. Frustrated, he swore loudly. What kind of damn thing is this? All it knows is messing with me. After cursing, he ran forward for a while, then stopped to curse again. Still not there? I can't take this anymore. I've been running for half an hour. Watching Ye Quan gasp for breath like an exhausted dog, the audience couldn't stop laughing. Ha, could this place be a running simulator? I'm dying of laughter. The first time I've seen someone run while cursing. Could the streamer really not make it out all day? He's such a wimp. Seeing the audience's teasing, Ye Quan would normally have retorted, but at that moment, he was too exhausted to utter a single word. The building ahead remained unchanged. This time Ye Quan grew smarter. He silently counted his steps, walked exactly 1,000 paces, and then stopped. Fucking right. I knew I'd been duped. I haven't moved an inch. I'm still in the same spot. Hearing this, the audience sent questions in the bullet comments. What do you mean? Are you just marching in place? Wait, didn't we already walk this far just now? Look, the surrounding buildings are gone. Streamer explained quickly. What? Ye Quan spoke to the live stream. Have you all played games before? When we control a character walking in a game, the character isn't actually moving forward. Rather, the surroundings shift at the character's speed, creating the illusion of walking. Ye Quan offered his explanation. He had just realized that he might be treading on something akin to a treadmill, which was why he could never reach the building. Holy shit, it can be played like this. Does that mean I'll never be able to get out? The streamer is going to be trapped here forever. What should we do? Maybe you should go back now. Walking back the same way might help you find the original path. Some in the live stream suggested he retreat, while others urged him to keep going. But Ye Quan had a new idea. He wanted to go downward. Since everything around him was an illusion, the ground beneath his feet was the only thing that felt real. The sole place where he could sense the presence of matter. He wanted to give it a try. Ye Quan pulled out his plasma gun and aimed it at the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive shots struck the ground, the space around Ye Quan began to twist and distort, followed by countless bursts of green data. From the dark void seeped strands of blue light. The space collapsed. Having adapted to the darkness, Ye Quan was blindsided by the sudden blue light and quickly covered his eyes with his hands. Is this a room? He's out. The streamer is finally out. While so, the streamer had been running inside a small room the whole time. No wonder he couldn't escape. Ye Quan slowly opened his eyes, taking in everything around him. It was an empty room with walls sheathed in white material. 3 blue glowing crystals were embedded in a special device on the ceiling, and everything Ye Quan had just seen was a simulated projection from these crystals. He saw himself standing on pure white flooring with the smooth walls around him covered in electronic components he had discovered along the path into the fortress. At the far end of the room stood a sealed door with damaged instruments beside it. This must be the room inside the fortress core. What is it used for? Did the streamer just squeeze in through that crack? That's not important. Didn't you see those crystals just now? They must be worth a fortune. The viewers, now seeing the full layout of the room, were fixated on the blue crystals and urged Ye Quan to grab one quickly. Ye Quan looked up at the blue crystal on the ceiling, jumped, and reached for it, then felt a tremendous suction force. To his surprise, he could hold the crystal while hovering in midair. So tight. Ye Quan pulled hard and finally managed to remove the crystal. The blue light faded and the crystal fell silent. You got it off? Streamer, show us quickly. How much do you want for it? I'll buy it. I want to buy it too. Such a fine piece shouldn't go to someone else. The U.S. Embassy, Mr. Ye Quan, please sell this crystal to us. Faced with the strange crystal from the fortress core, various countries all wanted this treasure. To them, the crystal represented the technological level of an advanced civilization and also the opportunity to become the world's premier nation. Seeing such enthusiastic viewers, Ye Quan put away the crystal and said, I'll keep this for now. I may hold a lottery or sell it to everyone later when there's a chance. Oh, what a buzzkill. I was ready to buy it. What is the streamer doing? Why not sell it? We don't even know what this crystal is for yet. What if it has radiation? Would you still want to buy it? True. It might be something dangerous. Let's have the streamer check out other places first. Facing the viewer's reasonable suggestions, Ye Quan nodded. He appeared to put away the crystal, but in fact he secretly transmitted it to Yin Kingdom. Meanwhile, the director was fully focused on watching Ye Quan's live stream when he suddenly received a message from Ye Quan. Upon learning that Ye Quan was going to give him a crystal for research, the director jumped up in excitement. Quick! Prepare an empty laboratory. Hurry! The director shouted as he ran out. The researchers watched in astonishment as the old man ran so fast. Is this still our director? Why is he suddenly so excited? Director, what are you doing? Good heavens, normally the director pants, just climbing stairs. How can he run faster than me now? The researchers chattered amongst themselves watching the director's figure. After the old man ran out, he turned back to see them still standing there stunned and lost his temper immediately. Why aren't you coming with me yet? Ye Quan has transmitted the crystal just now. Hearing this news, the researchers were terrified and shocked so much they could barely stand. Really, director? Oh, heaven has eyes. I never thought I'd live to see an alien artifact. I'm coming. Wait for me. As the director arrived at the laboratory, the crystal transmitted by Ye Quan had just arrived. He cleared the desk and placed it there. First take photos as evidence, then conduct hardness tests, material tests. The director ordered, and the researchers quickly picked up the crystal and put it into an instrument. But to their confusion, the instrument seemed to malfunction and displayed no results at all. What's going on? Why are there no test results? Director, come take a look, there seems to be a problem. The director nervously ran over and glanced at the detector. The crystal is an alien product. It's normal that we can't detect it with our equipment. Take it out for the next test, only checking against substances we already know on Earth. Understood. Understood. The researchers carefully picked up the crystal and conducted one test after another, but no matter how they tested, they could only detect a minimal amount of material. For instance, the crystal's hardness was 100 times greater than the hardest substance on Earth. Additionally, they detected that it could store information, but they couldn't figure out how it was stored. After receiving the test results, the director couldn't figure out why, but he realized that the civilization on the moon was not vastly different from Earth's. Send the test results to Ye Quan. Yes, director. The researchers immediately sent the results to Ye Quan, who opened and read them upon receipt. Store information, and then... That's it. Ye Quan looked at the blank test results speechless. It seemed that Earth's technology still couldn't compare to the moon's. Putting away the test results, Ye Quan went to the door and knocked forcefully several times. The door emitted a dull sound different from that of metal. The material here was the same as the fortress door from before. Ye Quan took out his plasma gun and shot, then a plume of steam rose from the door and it opened. Opposite was still a room, but unlike where he was, this room was enormous and had 4 doors in different directions. In the center was something resembling a control console with black pipes connecting from above to underground. Here we go, brothers. The streamer seems to have found something. What is that platform in the middle? Hurry and take a look. The viewers were eager to investigate. Ye Quan also walked toward the center. Arriving at the platform, he found a circular disc on it carved with many wave patterns and symbols. Ye Quan reached out and touched it. The moment the waves were touched, they emitted a clear, pleasing sound. That sound was from the lunar civilization 500 million years ago. Wow. I feel like I'm going to fall asleep just hearing this sound. Is this a record player? How can it record sound? Could this be the lunar civilization speaking? Can it be deciphered? I wish we knew what the sound just now meant. The clear sound echoed throughout the room. Ye Quan was completely mesmerized, and visions of all things in the universe and stars being destroyed one after another appeared in his mind. He snapped back to reality, realizing he had been drawn into the disc. Ye Quan reached out to remove the disc, but found he couldn't budge it no matter how hard he tried. There were 4 rooms within this room, and he didn't know which way to go to reach the fortress core. The only clue was that earlier outside he had seen this was an inverted pyramid structure, and he had entered from the top. This meant that the deeper he went, the narrower it would become. Guys, I don't know which door to go through either. How about you guys choose? Let's enter through the first door first and see what's inside. I agree, the streamer should open the first door. Why not go to the one in the middle? The middle one is obviously the most critical room. The middle is usually the main room. The middle one should be better. Ye Quan glanced at the first door, then at the middle door, and said, let's follow the order. Let's go to the first door first. As he spoke, he approached the first door with his plasma gun in hand, firing several shots to break it open. Inside was pitch darkness with numerous cylindrical tanks embedded in the walls resembling petri dishes. They contained green liquid, some already dried up, others so murky that nothing could be seen clearly. I know. This is just like in the movies. They're used to grow aliens. Stop joking. How could a movie compare to what the streamer is experiencing? Movies are all fiction. Then what do you say this room is for? The walls are covered with tanks. Clearly they're used to cultivate something. Ye Quan slowly approached the tank beside him. This one was empty with a drain at the bottom connected to a thin black tube. Unsure of its purpose, he decided to inspect the rest of the room first. In the center of the room stood a container designed to hold the tanks. The apparatus extended directly into the ground, yet there was no visible switch or control panel. Ye Quan walked over and peered downward. Through a narrow gap in the apparatus, he caught sight of a massive sphere below. A sphere? What is that sphere? Should the streamer go down and take a look? That sphere must be important. It's not easy to go down. Look how high it is. The apparatus stood at the center of the room, connected to the core of the entire fortress. However, Ye Quan had no idea how to activate it. Deciding to check the other rooms first, he hoped to find a switch or control mechanism somewhere. Brothers, don't rush. Let me check the other rooms. Ye Quan immediately moved to the second room, where a table held a floating model of the entire moon along with nearby planets. Hey, look at that planet next to the moon. Is that the B-25 planet? Holy crap, it really is. Why would the moon people put a map here? Ye Quan walked over and touched the model. The moon on it began to rotate, and suddenly he noticed a tiny space station parked on the model, precisely where his own space station had landed. No way, why is there a space station like the streamers on this thing? Holy crap, I'm scared. Is the streamer being monitored? Could it be fake? Unless this model is still operating, how could it possibly know the streamer would come here? The sudden appearance of the space station on the model sparked heated discussion among the viewers. Ye Quan traced the path from the space station toward the fortress. Sure enough, he found the fortress's location. From the model, he could see that the damage to the fortress gate matched exactly how he had smashed it open. Ye Quan's heartbeat quickened. Everything inside this fortress was eerily unsettling, making him feel as though something was watching him. He looked around and noticed 3 black tubes connected beneath the table. They snaked up the walls and connected to the pipes in the first room. Ye Quan instantly understood. The black tubes throughout the fortress were supplying power to its facilities. As long as he could trace where the energy came from, he would have his answer. Following the tubes along the wall, Ye Quan arrived back at the circular platform. Countless tubes converged here, spreading out like a spiderweb toward beneath the stone disk. Looks like this stone disk is the key. Ye Quan circled the stone disk, but found no apparent switch. He reached out and touched it once more. The disk emitted a sound, and the blue crystal in his bag began to glow. Holy crap, this is working. Ye Quan took out the crystal and placed it on the stone disk. The crystal began to vibrate, and the disk responded with a humming sound. Ye Quan's protective suit immediately detected a massive magnetic field in the vicinity. The crystal and the stone disk vibrated in unison, and the tubes began to writhe. Ye Quan heard water rushing from the first room. Quick, there's movement. The streamer, go quickly. Haha, we'll finally get to see the fortress core. Can't wait to see what's down there. The viewers urged Ye Quan to hurry to the first room. He noticed the blue crystal on the disk had turned white, as if all its energy had been completely drained. Returning to the previous room, Ye Quan found the original tanks had vanished. Only the apparatus remained. He approached another empty tank and dragged it forcefully onto the device. Here I come, bros. I'm about to go down. With that, Ye Quan lay inside the tank. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream had surged to 200 million, all thanks to this lunar journey. Ye Quan closed his eyes. The tank activated, a gust of wind rushed past his ears, and he plummeted downward. The tank slid at incredible speed, reaching the bottom in the blink of an eye. This was an enormous open space. The floor and walls were made of the same material as the fortress, remarkably smooth. In the center of the arena stood a gigantic sphere. We've finally reached the bottom. What exactly is this? No one's here. Then what is that sphere in the middle? Holy crap, so this is the core of the lunar fortress. The viewers were thrilled at the sight of the enormous sphere. Ye Quan himself was trembling with excitement. He had finally reached the end of this journey. He hoped the sphere would unravel the mysteries of the lunar fortress. Ye Quan leaped down the steps and walked toward the sphere. Along his path, square stone steels slowly rose from the ground, their surfaces glowing with white light. Memory metal detected. Self-repair program activated. 10987. 1. A cold female voice echoed through the entire space. Countless stone steels rose across the arena, illuminating the darkness. Hearing the voice, Ye Quan raised his plasma gun and tensely scanned the area ahead. The voice resonated through the space once more. Weapon detected. Unable to cause damage to the core. Containment measures initiated. Who's talking? Ye Quan shouted, but no one answered. The viewers like Ye Quan had no idea what was happening. Did you hear that? Someone seemed to be talking. I heard it too, but I didn't see anyone. Stay safe, streamer. I don't want to see you get hurt. What's there to fear? The streamer has a gun. Gathering his courage, Ye Quan pressed forward and finally reached the sphere. Looking up, he sensed a faint warmth emanating from the massive sphere. Life form scanned. Initiating personality no. 400. The voice echoed in Ye Quan's ears. Suddenly the sphere in front of him shattered. Countless fragments transformed into white light and reformed into a human-shaped projection descending before Ye Quan. The projection appeared as a young girl. She slowly opened her eyes, and Ye Quan saw countless streams of numbers flashing within her gaze. Auto-learning mode activated. Please input data. The girl spoke with an expressionless face. Ye Quan looked at her in astonishment and stammered, Who? Who are you? Language system updated. The girl's voice was cold, but then a smile suddenly appeared on her face. I am Alice, the first intelligent life form created by the Pegasus civilization. Alice. Both the audience and Ye Quan shouted in shock upon hearing this. They had encountered the first life form on the moon. Although it was only a projection, the excitement it brought was no less than discovering a new continent. Intelligent life form. Brothers, come see this quickly. Holy crap. Holy crap. We really found lunar beings. This is an alien. The greatest discovery in history. Quick take screenshots, brothers. Countless bullet comments flooded the screen. The livestream room descended into chaos as everyone watched with palpable excitement. Ye Quan spoke in astonishment. Are you an alien? Alice floated in midair and extended her hand. A projection of the moon appeared above her palm. I am an intelligent AI created by the Pegasus civilization. 500 million years ago, their technological development reached a critical juncture, but they were invaded by silicon-based creatures from another planet. The Pegasus civilization waged war against the invaders, but ultimately lost. They refused to surrender planet B-25, so the scientists of the Pegasus civilization constructed planetary railguns and lunar fortresses deep within the planetary core. They destroyed everything on B-25 and brought the last survivors to the moon for refuge. I was embedded into the fortress core to operate everything. Alice revealed the long-hidden mystery. Ye Quan finally understood why there were massive craters on planet B-25 and why this fortress existed on the moon. It was all due to the war between the Pegasus civilization and the silicon-based creatures. Good heavens, I never imagined the Pegasus civilization once lived on planet B-25. Even with such advanced technology, they couldn't defeat the silicon-based creatures. If that were Earth, we would have been annihilated instantly. Holy crap, a civilization this powerful lost. Then where did those silicon-based creatures go now? The audience eagerly pressed for more information about the Pegasus civilization. Ye Quan looked at Alice and asked, Alice, you said the Pegasus civilization took refuge in the lunar fortress. What happened afterward? Why is there no one here? The lunar projection in Alice's hand transformed into the shape of the fortress. She explained, the Pegasus civilization that arrived on the moon used the geothermal energy extracted from B-25 to build a simulation core. They survived here for a long time, but as the energy gradually depleted, the core could no longer sustain the fortress's operations. This caused a division among the remaining Pegasus civilization. One faction believed they should set out to find a new planet to inhabit, while the other wanted to reclaim B-25. Both sides fought for control of the final energy core, so they took the scientists hostage. However, the last person sealed me away. 5,000 years have passed, and I could not access what happened inside the fortress. During this time, my self-learning function operated continuously, and I have now developed life and independent wisdom. Alice's words left Ye Quan's heart in turmoil. Artificial intelligence, life, and wisdom. Could these truly exist in a machine? The audience shared the same doubts as Ye Quan. Even the most advanced civilizations wage wars against each other. The lunar fortress was originally meant to protect the Pegasus civilization, but it was ultimately destroyed by their own people. 500 million years have passed, and the fortress still stands. This means the Pegasus civilization never returned. They must have been destroyed long ago. The history of the Pegasus civilization left everyone in awe. No matter how advanced a civilization became, it would eventually vanish in the river of time. Just as Ye Quan was lost in thought, Alice continued, I have been here for 500 million years. Please take me out. I want to become a true life form. I want to become what you call a human. Alice's appearance changed, turning in melancholic blue. Upon hearing that she wanted to leave, Ye Quan did not know whether he should take her with him. At this moment, the audience expressed differing opinions. Why don't you just take her out, streamer? After all, she is the only one left here. She is the last life form of the Pegasus civilization. You have to bring her out to discover what else happened to them. Be careful. You've seen how terrifying those silicon-based creatures are. What if Alice is deceiving you? That's possible. Streamer, be careful. We still don't know what she wants. She just said she has evolved wisdom. What if she conquers Earth in the future? Holy crap, I almost forgot. A civilization this advanced could easily conquer Earth if it wanted to. Maybe we shouldn't take her out. Bullet comments poured in with countless different opinions, nearly sparking an argument. Ye Quan quickly tried to calm everyone down, but he also understood that the audience's concerns were valid. It was common for advanced civilizations to invade weaker ones for resources. He could not guarantee that Alice would not attempt to conquer Earth. Ye Quan looked at AI Li Si's illusory figure, unable to find any way to bring her out of the fortress, and asked, how can I take you outside? And with a body like yours, you should be able to fly there by yourself? AI Li Si, hearing this, quickly pointed behind her, and said, if you go over there and fetch something, you can take me out. Ye Quan nodded and followed AI Li Si to the spot beneath the previously vanished sphere, where a delicate box rested on a stone pedestal. What is this thing? Ye Quan asked. AI Li Si signaled him to open it. Ye Quan slowly lifted the lid, revealing a fist-sized device. He held it up, puzzled, while the audience in the livestream chat murmured, what is this? Is it valuable? It must be something important related to AI Li Si, otherwise she wouldn't be in such a hurry to have the streamer fetch it. Take this away, the fortress won't explode, right? Be careful, streamer. Wow, this must be the finest treasure in the Moon Fortress. Hurry and take it. AI Li Si instructed Ye Quan to put the device away, and then began to explain, what's inside this box is my core module, essentially my body itself. Oh, as long as you keep it with you, I can come along. AI Li Si finished speaking, and Ye Quan and the audience suddenly understood. So convenient. Then we can leave now. Ye Quan placed the core module into his protective suit. AI Li Si followed closely, and the two returned to the jars from before. AI Li Si said, the core template's energy has already lasted 500 million years, so it can only sustain energy for 1 more year. Once we are outside, you must manufacture a charging carrier for me within a year, or I will fall into eternal sleep again. Damn, there's still this. Ye Quan exclaimed in shock at the news. AI Li Si was originally Tianma civilization's most advanced technological product. It had taken countless ages to develop such an artificial intelligence. Now to have him obtain a charging carrier within a year, the pressure was immense. Or perhaps this is something simply impossible to accomplish. Yes, if you can't manufacture a charging device for me, when my energy runs out, you will be left with only a useless core module. AI Li Si wore a dejected look and spoke. Ye Quan sighed and said, fine, since your memory should have the data on how to make a charging carrier, I'll give it a try when the time comes. AI Li Si suddenly froze in place, stammering, yes, I should have it recorded. Seeing AI Li Si's awkward expression, Ye Quan sensed something unusual. He did not rush onto the jar. Instead, he sat down and asked AI Li Si, hey, you aren't actually missing the data on how to manufacture the charging carrier, are you? AI Li Si opened her mouth, then laughed. Yes, I possess all of Tianma civilization's scientific achievements. It's just that the amount is so vast that I can't locate them quickly. Ye Quan looked at AI Li Si with suspicion for a while, but he had no way to verify her words. He believed an AI would not lie, so he turned his gaze and crawled into the jar. Come on, let's go, we'll deal with it outside. AI Li Si flew to his side and lay down. The cramped space was packed full, but fortunately AI Li Si is a virtual projection, otherwise 2 people could not fit in such a small jar. The jar activated, rising along its original track, AI Li Si's half-body outside his protective suit. Ye Quan sighed, his mind filled with flurried thoughts. In my life I've never lain with a pretty girl, and it turns out she's an artificial intelligence. What rotten luck. Ye Quan muttered inwardly, not realizing AI Li Si's mind was racing at that moment. She was indeed Tianma civilization's pinnacle of technology, yet she was man-made. A humanoid computer, and even the world's most powerful advanced computer could not manufacture a host by itself. To have her manufacture a charging carrier would be like forcing a person to manufacture themselves. How could such a thing be possible? AI Li Si had spent 500 million years in the fortress alone. After finally meeting Ye Quan, a living being, she coaxed and tricked him into taking her outside. Now, because the method of manufacturing the charging carrier was about to be exposed, AI Li Si's operating functions flickered with fear, and her body gradually turned black. Noticing AI Li Si's change, Ye Quan asked, hey, why did you change color again? AI Li Si quickly stopped operating and restored her body to white. This is a random change function. It can only alter the exterior. Oh, I know this, a chameleon trick, right? Ye Quan smiled proudly. The jar soon reached the upper level, and the two returned to the room they had previously left. Ye Quan glanced at the livestream chat. Finally out. Host, you should ask AI Li Si what these rooms are for. Yes. We almost forgot about this. I'm eager to know what happened in this fortress. AI Li Si should know a lot. Let her tell us. Ye Quan finished reading the audience's request and turned to AI Li Si. What is this jar for in this room? AI Li Si flew to a jar, touched it, and explained slowly. These energy jars were made to sustain the Tianma civilization. After Tianma's destruction, only a few people remained in the fortress. As births dwindled, scientists began using energy jars to manufacture Tianma beings, but until all of them died, the experiment never succeeded. Hearing AI Li Si's explanation, Ye Quan's mouth gaped in disbelief. After all that, those jars he had crawled through were truly repulsive. Haha, the streamer played the role of a test tube baby, didn't he? The Tianma civilization is amazing. They were still figuring out how to create people, and given enough time, perhaps they would have succeeded. What a pity. The Tianma civilization perished, otherwise we might have seen even more explosive livestream content. The audience kept flooding the chat with comments as Ye Quan and AI Li Si traversed all the rooms, with AI Li Si explaining their uses and functions one by one. This disk was manufactured on the moon mainly to supply energy to the spaces below. It acts as the heart. Yet I am the one who still controls this fortress. AI Li Si finished speaking, and with a wave the disk's magnetic field faded. The machine that had run for 500 million years finally ceased. The two arrived at the previous fissure, and Ye Quan climbed up. Phew, finally out. Let's hurry back to my explorer vessel. AI Li Si asked, explorer vessel. Do you still have your own ship? Ye Quan watched AI Li Si's astonished expression, a smug smile spreading across his face. It seemed that even the Tianma civilization's advanced technology would look at him with surprise, and apparently, he was doing pretty well. Ye Quan coughed, feigning nonchalance, and said, spaceships are nothing. I'll show you my space station. What? You even have a space station? AI Li Si exclaimed in astonishment, then circled, inspecting him from every angle. In her memory, during the late era of the Tianma civilization, only national-level powers could possess a space station, but Ye Quan stood alone with one. Would that not make his status more valuable than a country? It's all basic operations. I'll take you to tour it later. Ye Quan walked on, saying so. Previously, because the fortress core's crack was too small to allow the Explorer spacecraft to be driven in, it could only stay outside. Now that it was out, he immediately led AI Li Si to the spacecraft's docking area. Seeing the spacecraft, AI Li Si displayed astonishing curiosity, darting up and down examining the exterior. Data scrolled across her eyes, and her mind absorbed the ship's information. Ye Quan paid her no mind and boarded the ship directly. AI Li Si followed closely, and once inside, her expression grew even more puzzled. She found this spacecraft resembled Tianma civilization's shuttle. Although the onboard technology was not top tier, the ship's materials and overall manufacturing craftsmanship far surpassed those of the Tianma civilization. If Tianma civilization's shuttle was handmade, Ye Quan's Explorer spacecraft seemed to be built as a whole, as if mass-produced. A civilization capable of producing such shuttles would be far more advanced than the Tianma civilization. AI Li Si marveled at the shuttle's craftsmanship and then asked Ye Quan, is this shuttle really yours? Ye Quan looked at AI Li Si with a look that said she was an idiot and answered, isn't that obvious? If it weren't mine, how could I have gotten on? AI Li Si, receiving Ye Quan's affirmative answer, was even more astonished and said, do you know that every component's manufacturing process on this machine exceeds that of the Tianma civilization? AI Li Si's words spread through the live stream, and even the viewers who had been watching Ye Quan couldn't stay calm. They knew Ye Quan had been chosen by a higher civilization. From the wondrous devices Ye Quan had brought, they could tell the civilization behind him was no mere Tianma, but far more advanced. The Tianma civilization could manufacture lunar fortresses, yet it was not as advanced as the civilization behind Ye Quan. Damn, I thought Tianma civilization was already incredible, but the civilization behind the streamer is even more formidable. Damn, I've been stunned for 100 years. The streamer praised by aliens must be the real alien, right? My goodness, what is the civilization behind the streamer? If you tell me they're all-knowing and all-powerful, I'll believe you. Ye Quan watched the flood of praise and felt his heart bloom. There was no backing civilization after all. These things were all system-made, and he was long used to such monstrous gear and products. Ye Quan looked up as the audience's barrage subsided and began sharing with them the fortress core experience, while AI Li Si hovered in her seat silent. After examining the ship, AI Li Si formed a new judgment of Ye Quan. A civilization capable of owning this spaceship must be more advanced than the Tianma civilization, and from the fact that Ye Quan found her alone, she concluded that Ye Quan wasn't part of a space exploration research team, but a traveler. AI Li Si considered as she scanned the ship's interior. The scanners were adequate, not particularly high-end. But when she scanned the pulse drive, photon cannon, and energy shield, she turned pale at these features. These capabilities are far more advanced than the Tianma civilization. Why could they be packed into a small shuttle? What about their energy supply? How could such a small ship support long-distance flight? Countless questions flooded AI Li Si's mind. Her cognitive abilities could not keep up, and she looked at Ye Quan with a tangled expression. Not long ago, she had deceived Ye Quan into taking her out intending to complete an upgrade, but she hadn't expected Ye Quan's abilities and the technology to surpass even what she had imagined, and now she was at a loss. AI Li Si decided she could not hide things from Ye Quan and began to consider whether to tell him everything. Ye Quan didn't notice AI Li Si's change. He was still talking with the livestream audience. AI Li Si saw Ye Quan muttering to himself and floated over, curious. What are you doing? Is there anyone else here? Ye Quan, noticing AI Li Si approaching, remembered that he hadn't explained the live stream to her, so he asked, "Do your Tianma civilization have entertainment activities similar to live streams?" "Yes, there are. They were recorded in the early records of the Tianma civilization." Ye Quan nodded with satisfaction, since he knew what live stream was explaining would be easier. "What I'm doing now is live streaming. On a planet called Dichio, there are many viewers watching us. Everything that happened when I entered the fortress and brought you out is on their screens. Would you like to greet them?" Ye Quan casually mentioned the live stream. AI Li Si's face instantly turned pink, and she wore a silly expression. "What is this? Am I in a live stream? Are there many people watching me?" AI Li Si's hands trembled. She couldn't understand that Ye Quan was live streaming. "I just scanned the ship's devices, and there isn't any signal of a communications transmission going out from here," AI Li Si asked in doubt. Ye Quan laughed. The live stream room was a capability granted by the system. AI Li Si was formidable, but it was normal that she couldn't see the live stream. He continued, "This live stream cannot be detected by you at your current level, but I can tell you that the planet watching the live stream is at least hundreds of light years away from planet B25, so you don't need to worry about how they see you. Stay calm." AI Li Si, after hearing Ye Quan's words, her mind was in chaos, her processing functions overloaded. She couldn't fathom what kind of technology could broadcast across hundreds of light years. This mode of communication, never described in the Tianma civilization's records, was a completely new field for her. Even with her strong computing power, she still couldn't grasp how to bridge hundreds of light years. Ye Quan launched the spaceship, taking C away from the fortress. Since arriving on the moon, the live room's popularity had been, and the viewer count had unknowingly reached 600 million. The system presented a brand new reward. "Congratulations on unlocking the 600 million popularity reward. The space station has received a brand new upgrade." As the system suddenly sounded, Ye Quan had just reached the fortress gate. Hearing the news of the upgrade, he became excited and shouted to the audience, "Brothers, we just acquired some new technology. My space station has upgraded now. I'll take you all to see it." Ye Quan quickened his pace, and the Explorer spacecraft sped toward the space station, and the audience in the live room went wild. "Awesome. We can see the tech of an advanced civilization again. Oh, what could this be this time? Does a space station of this level still need upgrades? Is the host about to take off? I really want to see it. I thought the previous space station was invincible. I didn't expect it could upgrade." The Explorer spacecraft sped along from the moon. It looked like a rapidly advancing line, and in just a few minutes it returned to the space station's location. The original space station had changed its appearance. After the system upgrade, the station measured roughly 300 meters in length and about 200 meters in width, overall circular, with many docking spaces for shuttles around it. At the center were 3 gravity chambers emanating a dark purple glow, simulating planetary gravity. Seeing such a magnificent space station, AI Li Si opened her mouth in astonishment and drifted toward it, then, as if stroking a pet, pressed her hand against its surface. "Wow, Ye Quan, is this space station yours too?" AI Li Si cried with joy, then flew up to the very top and struck a domineering pose. Ye Quan silently mocked her childish behavior, while the audience was also stunned by the new space station. "Damn, this space station feels completely different from the previous one, like witnessing a god-tier civilization on the big screen. My goodness, I want to take a screenshot to remember this. This is the handsomest space station I have ever seen, none other. Host is awesome. With a space station like this, isn't it invincible? In the universe, there should be no second space station as formidable." The Damaku were streaming by so fast that Ye Quan's eyes nearly blinded. He hadn't expected the audience's enthusiasm to be so high, and for a moment, he was a little overwhelmed. "Ha, everyone don't hurry. Now that I have this space station, I can take you to explore more places in the future," Ye Quan said, then slowly approached the space station's airlock and opened it. "AI Li Si, where are you? Come inside with me, we're about to depart." AI Li Si heard Ye Quan's call and hurried to his side. "Ye Quan, I am going to look at you anew." Ye Quan snapped, "Bah, what is this? I have even better stuff." AI Li Si heard that there were even better things. Her eyes twinkled like stars, like a kitten. Ye Quan waved her in first, then parked the Explorer spacecraft inside the space station. As he stepped into the space, he removed his protective suit. Inside the space station, it could absorb external atmosphere to produce oxygen, so there was no worry about oxygen depletion. Ye Quan at this moment went ahead to the control room, wanting to take a holistic look at what other functions the space station had. From the data on the control panel, Ye Quan saw the space station's speed increase to 1,000th of the speed of light, and the detection system could even cover the entire solar system. Ye Quan was so excited his legs couldn't hold him, and he quickly sat down, gripping the chair. AI Li Si flew over and asked, "Ye Quan, what's wrong with you?" Ye Quan smiled and said, "Nothing, I'm fine, you keep watching." AI Li Si replied with an "okay," and dashed around inside the space station. Viewers in the live room grew excited after seeing the interior, and began posting bullet comments. Has everyone noticed that inside this space station there are no seams at all? It feels like one integrated piece. No way, how could such technology be one piece? It's not solid. Damn, it seems it might really be true. The host, have a look. Ye Quan looked at the damn Miku in confusion. When he first came in, he was focused on finding the control panel and did not notice the space station's materials. Now upon standing, he realized there seemed to be no lighting tools in the space station, so why was it so bright inside? Ye Quan opened the space station's introduction in the system and read, carefully realizing that the station uses a special fluorescent material which itself can emit light, thereby eliminating the need for an illumination system. Moreover, through the introduction, Ye Quan learned that the space station's energy supply operates in an automatic cycle able to use water and other substances to synthesize isotopes to power the ship. In other words, it can draw energy from many materials, no longer needing other energy sources. This is incredibly convenient for Ye Quan. After all, there are many minerals on planet B25, so he can simply move a bit over when the time comes. After reading the space station's introduction, Ye Quan found that the entire control room was sparse and clean, with nothing superfluous besides the central control panel. A station this large left him plenty of space. He felt that he could eventually bring all the base's equipment aboard, making it easy to go anywhere. AI Li Si circled the space station and returned to the control room, then came to the front where the observation window opened as she flew past, revealing the moon's scenery. The screen displayed directional data and the station's current coordinates. Ye Quan walked over and said, "This should be the map. How does it compare to your Tianma civilization?" AI Li Si looked at Ye Quan with a troubled face, wondering if he asked on purpose. "This space station is far more formidable than the Tianma civilization I know of." Ye Quan smiled proudly. It seems his system is superior, far above Tianma civilization. AI Li Si, after being teased by Ye Quan, made a face at him. Ye Quan suddenly felt that the Tianma civilization's intelligent life form might be a bit dim-witted. Ye Quan turned and asked, "AI Li Si, how old are you now?" AI Li Si looked at him with a puzzled expression, not sure why he asked, but she answered the question anyway. "Since I was created, my personality system has lived at the Moon Fortress for 18 years, and then fell into a 500 million-year slumber." Ye Quan nodded after hearing this. Illogically, an 18-year-old personality should not be so naive. He asked, "You haven't interacted with anyone else, have you?" Hearing Ye Quan's question, Alice replied, "Yes. The scientists of the Pegasus civilization initially sought to create intelligent life capable of self-learning, so they stored extensive data within my mind. Yet since my birth, I have never left the fortress core. Though my mental age has grown, I have never truly lived." Alice's eyes dimmed as she spoke these words, but Ye Quan understood why her demeanor seemed unlike that of an 18-year-old. Alice possessed only theoretical knowledge without practical experience, and thus lacked real-life experience. Ye Quan gently patted her head and comforted her. "It's fine. Once you give me the materials for energy production, you'll be able to live independently." Upon hearing this, Alice immediately grew nervous. She certainly didn't want Ye Quan to discover that those materials didn't actually exist. "Oh, right. There's still a year left. I can continue to grow." Seeing Alice regain her composure, Ye Quan immediately opened the console, preparing to return to planet B25. "Hey, that's wonderful." Ye Quan gasped in astonishment upon accessing the console. He discovered the space station could scan all planetary coordinates within 1 million kilometers nearby, with a range reaching the speed of 1 light-year. Ye Quan quickly tested the scanning system. The space station emitted countless invisible skin beams, and a star map appeared on the screen, gradually expanding until nearby planets came into clear view, then it stopped. Ye Quan tapped one of the planets with his finger, and the spacecraft instantly calculated the travel time and optimal route. Witnessing this scene, the audience felt as though they were seeing a miracle. Wow! It can auto-navigate. Can a spacecraft really do this? Real-time navigation. The space station's capabilities are incredibly powerful. I feel like the streamer doesn't need to return to planet B25. Let's wander through the universe instead. As viewers sent bullet comments in the live stream, Ye Quan noticed some numbers appearing on the previously scanned planet. He zoomed in and discovered those figures were actually detection data from the planet. Temperature, humidity, atmospheric composition, air pressure, and other planetary information all displayed before his eyes. Ye Quan stood stunned, overwhelmed with shock. The big shots on Earth, all exclaimed at the technological level of such an advanced civilization. U.S. Embassy, a civilization possessing this technology, is likely the strongest in the entire universe. Apple official account, how amazing it would be if our company could possess such technology. Musk, the technological level of this space station far exceeds Earth's. How I wish we could study it. The hidden elites in the live stream openly expressed their envy, all eager to personally study this space station. After all, it was a ladder leading to an advanced civilization. Even extracting a sliver of its technology would allow them to become the most powerful nation or company on Earth. Ye Quan examined the star map on the screen, located planet B25, and a best route appeared. After setting the course, he discovered it supported auto-navigation and immediately activated the function. The massive space station powered up, raising clouds of dust from the lunar surface. The station's incredible speed caused the surrounding space to distort, and in the blink of an eye it breached the atmosphere. Alice excitedly leaned forward, her eyes wide with wonder, pressing her face against the observation window to gaze outward. For Alice, stepping out of the lunar fortress for the first time was like a country child seeing the world for the first time. She kept blinking her eyes and pulling at Ye Quan, asking question after question. Ye Quan, is this the universe? It's so beautiful. Alice pointed at the colorful expanse in the distance. Ye Quan looked over, and those substances resembled cosmic auroras, extraordinarily magnificent. This is your first time going out, isn't it, Alice? Ye Quan asked. Alice nodded without even looking at him. That's right. From birth until now, I've only ever lived in the lunar fortress. I've never been to space. Ye Quan patted her head, expressing his deep understanding. The space station cruised through the cosmos, passing numerous planets. Ye Quan had no time to explore at present. He wanted to return to planet B25 first and move everything from the Mars base onto the space station. Alice gazed at everything in space and realized that since Ye Quan's space station surpassed the Pegasus civilization, it should possess an even more intelligent AI. Thus, she activated her visualization network. A mesh-like projection appeared before Alice, and countless interconnected visual networks emerged throughout the space station. Ye Quan was startled by this sudden change. He quickly looked around and finally realized Alice was behind this commotion. He walked over and asked, "What are you doing, Alice?" Alice didn't respond. She was sensing the network within the space station attempting to connect. Seeing no reaction from her, Ye Quan grabbed the core module to scare her. "Hey, I'm dropping it." Alice suddenly snapped out of it, flying over to grab Ye Quan's hand, but she passed right through it. "Wait. I'm detecting the space station's network." Upon learning the truth, Ye Quan nodded and reached out to touch the floating visual networks beside him. The data scattered into the air, and Ye Quan grabbed a handful of nothing. Witnessing the virtual network become visible, the audience felt for the first time the gap between advanced civilization technology and Earth's. So this is what a network looks like. Wow, this is my first time seeing a network's appearance. It's completely different from what I imagined. Very advanced. Virtual networks can be visualized. Could this technology manipulate others' networks? Seeing the audience's bullet comments, Ye Quan suddenly realized Alice might be hacking his space station. Concerned, he turned to her and asked, "Alice, why are you connecting to the network?" Alice frowned and replied, "I've lived in the lunar fortress for 500 million years. Many internal systems have long stopped updating, so I need to download fresh data." After speaking, Alice continued attempting to connect to the space station. However, she discovered that although the station was filled with networks, she couldn't find any suitable interface. The entire network system was like a solid iron plate, impenetrable. Frustrated, Alice gritted her teeth and activated all her computing power to attempt entering the space station's network. The Pegasus civilization's most powerful AI and the space station's system engaged in a fierce digital battle. In the end, Alice even abandoned her humanoid projection, transforming into a beam of white light and merging into the network, yet she still couldn't establish a connection. Ye Quan waited outside for half an hour before sensing Alice's core module beginning to overheat. He quickly removed it and placed it on the ground. Alice finally appeared, her form faint and pale from the intensive computations, as though she might vanish at any moment. Alice sat heavily on the ground, her face twisted in frustration. "Ye Quan, why can't I connect to the space station?" Ye Quan watched Alice act coquettishly, thinking to himself, "Everything I have comes from the system. Even with the Tianma civilization's pinnacle technology, you could never grasp the true might of the system." He did not respond to Alice, but instead walked out of the control room. Alice tried numerous times to connect to the network, but eventually gave up, following Ye Quan as he explored the space station. Adjacent to the control room was Ye Quan's quarters. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The space was vast, partitioned to include a kitchen area. Upon entering the kitchen, Ye Quan found no common household appliances from Earth. Instead, a massive food refiner stood towering there, its bizarre shape immediately capturing both his and the viewer's attention. "What is this thing? It looks just like Ketchumi furnace. Ha ha ha, it really is quite strange. What exactly is it for streamer?" Placed in the kitchen, could it be a refrigerator? Could it possibly be a refrigerator? This is far too small. How many dishes could it hold? Ye Quan slowly approached the food refiner. The entire machine was oval-shaped with a support stand beneath and an opening on top for feeding in raw ingredients. He studied the food refiner for a while, but could not figure out how to use it, so he opened the system interface to read the introduction. The food refiner can automatically process raw ingredients into ready-to-consume food, and you can select the desired form of the finished product. The brief introduction outlined the refiner's function, and after reading it, Ye Quan could not help but exclaim in admiration. What a remarkable artifact! This refiner could solve his food and water needs for the future. Before officially returning to Planet B-25, Ye Quan planned to test the food refiner first, to see how it worked and what kind of results it could produce. He took out some of the ingredients he had brought and tossed them inside. The refiner quickly heated up, emitting white vapor and making a gurgling sound. After waiting a moment, the machine stopped vibrating, and several mode buttons appeared on its surface: capsule mode, compression mode, and natural mode. Ye Quan selected the capsule mode button. From the side of the refiner, a compartment slowly extended, revealing 3 black capsules that looked quite peculiar. Ye Quan picked one up and sniffed it. Isn't this the potato I just threw in? Why does it smell so fragrant even like this? The potato capsule in Ye Quan's hand emitted an alluring aroma. He had put in a large amount of vegetables earlier, but after the refiner purified and processed them, only 3 capsules remained. These capsules looked small, yet they contained all the nutrition, much like compressed biscuits. Compact, yet substantial. Alice curiously watched Ye Quan eat the capsule. Ye Quan, is this delicious? Ye Quan nodded and gave a thumbs up. As expected of a product from a higher civilization, I don't know the principle behind it, but it's simply delicious. Ye Quan couldn't resist eating another capsule, and the food-loving viewers in the live stream grew restless. While the streamer's eating it all by himself. I want some too. Hurry and set a price. I need to try whether this stuff is actually good. As the viewers clamored for Ye Quan's food capsules, he thought about it. He would soon return to Planet B-25 anyway, where ingredients would be plentiful. For now, he decided to give them all away as lucky draws. Ye Quan went to the Explorer spacecraft used for food storage and carried all the ingredients he had previously brought over, dumping them into the food refiner. With that done, Ye Quan only needed to wait for the feast to be ready. Bored in the meantime, he began interacting with the viewers. Soon the food refiner shook, and all the food capsules spilled into the tray. Ye Quan grabbed a handful and started the lucky draw. At that moment, the space station successfully arrived at Planet B-25. After distributing the capsules, Ye Quan prepared to leave the space station with Alice. When he reached the hatch, he suddenly noticed a vast room. Ye Quan hurried inside and discovered this was the space station's biological and cargo simulation chamber, with a circular temperature control device above and numerous compartments below designed for loading cargo and cultivating plants. The simulation chamber appeared far larger than his extraterrestrial base's ecological zone. Without hesitation, Ye Quan decided to reclaim a vegetable garden here. Addressing the viewers, he said, I just gave away my last remaining rations as prizes. If you want to eat again, next time there won't be any left. Send me some vegetable seeds as tips, and I'll plant them directly in the space station. Upon hearing that Ye Quan's vegetable seeds were exhausted, the viewers immediately sprang into action. For them, Earth had plenty of other things, but vegetable seeds were abundant. In no time, Ye Quan received a massive amount of tips, all seeds sent by viewers from around the world. Those seeds suddenly appeared beside him, utterly shocking and unprepared Alice. Why, Ye Quan? Where did these come from? While carrying the seeds, Ye Quan replied to her, Oh, these are just gifts from the viewers. What? You can transmit objects across millions of light years. Alice was stunned by this answer. Seeing her wide-eyed, Ye Quan nodded confidently. That's exactly why I said you've never seen the world. The two bickered back and forth in the space station. After Ye Quan finished moving all the seeds, he took Alice aboard the spacecraft and headed toward the base. Since the space station's landing point had been recalculated, they still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the base. Returning to Planet B-25 once again made Alice appear somewhat despondent. Has it already become like this? Alice murmured to herself, gazing outside. Ye Quan also observed the harsh environment on Planet B-25. He understood why Alice felt so distressed. Anyone would fall silent upon witnessing their former homeland destroyed. The Explorer spacecraft advanced silently. Ye Quan could already see the buildings of the base emerging from the ground's surface. Just as he was about to excitedly introduce them to Alice, the spacecraft was suddenly struck by something and crashed violently to the ground. The massive impact nearly tore Ye Quan's body apart. The spacecraft's automatic avoidance system activated, enveloping the exterior with a shield layer. Inside the craft, Ye Quan was also enclosed within the protective barrier. After the perilous landing, the spacecraft resumed hovering. Only then did Ye Quan have the chance to look back and examine what had struck them. When he turned his head, he witnessed a chilling sight. Countless silicon-based creatures swarmed across the horizon behind them, baring their sharp teeth and roaring toward Ye Quan. A chill ran down Ye Quan's spine. Before he could fully take in the scene, he realized they had to escape as quickly as possible, or they would be torn apart and devoured alive. He knew well that the advantage of these silicon-based creatures lay in their overwhelming numbers. Even with heavy firepower in hand, they could drown him instantly through swarm tactics. Ye Quan let out a shout and maxed out the spacecraft's power to its threshold. In an instant, the vessel vanished from their location and shot past the base's perimeter. With no time to hesitate, he immediately opened the base and dove inside. The silicon-based creatures were hot on his heels, slamming against the base doors. Ye Quan fled back to the base in a daze, gasping for breath after disembarking from the spaceship. When he finally recovered, he realized Alice had been motionless for quite some time. Looking up, he saw her standing there, her expression utterly desolate. Could something have happened? Ye Quan asked, worriedly approaching Alice. Alice, what's wrong? There was no response. He repeated his question, and only then did Alice regain her composure from that trance-like state. Ye Quan, are those creatures still on planet B-25? Alice asked nervously. Ye Quan nodded. You mean the silicon-based organisms that attacked us just now, right? They've been here all along. I just never expected them to have all escaped during my trip to the moon. After Ye Quan finished speaking, Alice frantically waved her hand. No, they weren't merely running free. They have conquered this planet. Seeing Alice treat this as an imminent catastrophe, Ye Quan also grew puzzled. He knew little about these creatures himself, so Alice's mind must hold far clearer records. Alice, what do you mean by that? Do you know how these silicon-based organisms originated? Ye Quan asked. Alice answered immediately. The Tianma civilization was destroyed by these silicon-based creatures. 500 million years ago, when the Tianma civilization had developed enough for interstellar travel, they initially explored the solar system. Upon reaching the edge of the solar system, the explorers discovered a rogue planet. On that planet, the Tianma civilization found prehistoric ruins and obtained vast amounts of technology, including the arc technology, for preserving life. Later, those who returned to planet B-25 studied those technologies and break through many difficult projects, directly elevating the Tianma civilization's level. It was from that time onward that silicon-based organisms suddenly appeared. Planet B-25 was caught completely off guard and suffered devastating casualties. After further research, scientists discovered that these silicon-based organisms lay eggs within their hosts, then hijack the host's genes. Their level of evolution far exceeded the Tianma civilization's imagination, and these terrifying creatures directly annihilated the Tianma civilization. As Alice slowly concluded her account of the silicon-based organism's origins, Ye Quan had been listening with a dazed expression. The tale of a civilization's destruction was so profoundly shocking that he fell into silence. The audience also listened intently throughout Alice's narration, and at this moment, they began discussing the affair between the Tianma civilization and the silicon-based organisms. Holy crap! These silicon-based creatures are so terrifying. I'm so scared. If Earth were invaded by these organisms, we wouldn't stand a chance. Even such a powerful civilization as the Tianma was destroyed. I genuinely cannot bear to imagine what would happen on Earth. Aren't these silicon-based organisms just like the xenomorph monsters in films? They can reproduce and possess incredible combat strength. The shadow cast by the silicon-based creatures made everyone feel timid. Ye Quan turned and continued to ask Alice. But the Tianma civilization has been destroyed for 500 million years. Why are these silicon-based organisms still alive? Alice replied, their genetic structure differs from that of any other civilization, so 500 million years to them is merely like a hibernation. Ye Quan shivered, profoundly grateful that these silicon-based organisms could not yet fly. Otherwise, had they caught up with the spaceship, he would have perished on the spot. After finishing her explanation, Alice came to the base gate and pointed toward a distant mountain peak, saying, resting there is the corpse of a cosmic behemoth. After being parasitized by silicon-based organisms, it can navigate through the cosmos. Back then, the entire space fleet of the Tianma civilization was destroyed because of this. Alice's words carried deep fear, and Ye Quan literally drew in a sharp breath, slowly asking, what exactly is a cosmic behemoth? At that moment, Alice wore a puzzled expression. In the cosmos, any civilization slightly more advanced than the primitive ones would know what a cosmic behemoth is. Why was it that Ye Quan, sitting atop such an advanced space station, had no idea what it was? Such a situation was as absurd as a university student unable to solve elementary school problems. Seeing Alice ignore him, Ye Quan asked again, Alice, what exactly is the cosmic behemoth you mentioned? Alice temporarily set aside her suspicions about Ye Quan and explained, in the cosmos, various living beings are exposed to unknown cosmic radiation, which causes genetic mutations. Eventually, they break free from their native ecosystems and drift through the universe. These creatures are what we call cosmic behemoths. Their sizes range from comparable to entire planets down to beings invisible to the naked eye, all due to cosmic radiation. As for what precisely that radiation is, I am also unsure. After hearing Alice's explanation, the audience gained a general understanding of cosmic behemoths. Researchers on Earth were also diligently taking notes, and viewers expressed their own perspectives. Cosmic radiation can actually cause biological mutations. Then could I transform into a giant as well? Do such creatures really exist? Isn't the universe a vacuum? How could living organisms survive in such an environment, right? A single cosmic behemoth can grow as large as a planet. That is terrifying. If it bit another planet, wouldn't it simply explode? Tell me, could tardigrades also be cosmic behemoths? Their survival conditions are extremely harsh, and they can survive in space. The brother above makes a valid point. It is quite possible. Tardigrades currently hold the record for the most tenacious vitality among all known organisms. The audience's comments varied, with each person holding their own opinion. At this moment, Alice pulled Ye Quan aside and whispered, "Ye Quan, this planet was destroyed by silicon-based organisms 500 million years ago. Now they have returned, and the lifespan of the entire planet has long reached its end. We must follow the example of the Tianma civilization back then. Leave here and search for a new place to settle." Alice was deeply worried, and Ye Quan also understood the gravity of the situation. He had originally planned to relocate to the space station upon his return. Looking at Alice, he said, "The Tianma civilization also conducted space travel back then, correct? What became of them later?" Alice drew upon the records in her mind to answer. Towards the end of the Tianma civilization, scientists dispatched a space vanguard, hoping they would find a suitable planet for survival. The remaining people then constructed the lunar fortress to escape and seek refuge on B-25. 500 million years have passed since then, and we do not know whether they are still alive. Upon hearing this news, Ye Quan's spirits instantly lifted. If the Tianma civilization could venture into the cosmos for exploration, then he certainly could as well, especially since his technology far surpassed that of the Tianma civilization. At that moment, neither of them knew that the space vanguard dispatched by the Tianma civilization back then still existed somewhere in a remote corner of the cosmos. Ye Quan, after learning from AI Li the essentials of space exploration, depart. His first destination was the galaxy Earth belonged to. Ye Quan told AI Li that they would depart soon from planet B-25 and head for the galaxy, which would be far safer than here. AI had no idea what Ye Quan was saying. She asked where the galaxy was and admitted she did not even know the galaxy. Ye Quan retorted, "But AI Li truly did not know the galaxy, for civilizations in the cosmos differ. To Ye Quan it was the galaxy, while to AI Li it bore another name." Realizing this, Ye Quan carefully explained the galaxy is 2,400,000 light-years from planet B-25, and the viewers who watch my livestream come from the civilization there. AI Li gasped, mouth agape, and expression frozen. A distance of 2,400,000 light-years is beyond reach. Not even the Tianma civilization could accomplish it with all its energy. How did Ye Quan manage that? Moreover, he had lived alone on planet B-25, with no trace of other people. A huge question hung in AI Li's mind: who exactly is he? Ye Quan was already preparing to leave the base. He went to the ecological zone, and before heading to the moon, had set up an automatic vegetable harvest device. When he reached the ecological zone and saw the cultured dishes, his judgment proved mistaken. The ecological zone was overrun by rapidly grown vegetables. The apple tree was loaded with fruit, its branches bowed to the ground, and the entire zone suddenly resembled a primitive forest. Ye Quan stood dazed, as if dreaming, wondering how such growth had occurred. Ye Quan sighed, entered the ecological zone, and found potatoes and other vegetables so abundant they could not all be laid down piled along the roadside. He transformed into a diligent worker and packed them away one by one. Seeing Ye Quan in such a state, the audience in the live stream began to mock him, joking that harvests could be painful after such joyful planting. The viewers teased that the streamer did not expect his home to be overtaken by vegetables and urged him to harvest before they spoiled. Ye Quan, panting, carried the vegetables. The crops nourished by the plant lamps had grown large, some apples so big he had to cradle them with both hands. AI Li flew over, landed on the sofa, and curiously asked Ye Quan what plant this was. Ye Quan looked up, raised an apple, and took a big bite. He explained that this was a plant from Earth rich in vitamins, and AI Li could test it herself. Following his hint, AI Li suddenly remembered she could detect material components. She flew to the apple Ye Quan had bitten, pressed her small body against it, and placed her hand on the fruit. Detected material components: sodium, magnesium, phosphorus. AI Li continued listing the apple's ingredients. Her detection system, while not as powerful as Ye Quan's space station, was still far beyond anything on Earth. When AI Li finished testing, her eyes had turned into 2 stars. She exclaimed that the plant might be edible. "I suppose it must taste delicious." Ye Quan nodded in response to her praise, and continued eating the apples. These apples were grown by him on planet B-25, richer in elements and nutrients than Earth's apples, so they must taste wonderful. Since AI Li first encountered these new apples, she would project an apple model in her hand to play with, utterly entranced. Ye Quan paid no mind and continued to process the vegetables. After packing the ecological zone completely, he was drenched in sweat. He reached the 4th level and frowned at the room full of livestream gifts. What should I do with these things? I can't carry so much and they won't be needed when we reach the space station. The livestream audience stared in disbelief. Hey, the streamer is being so vainglorious. Are you really going to throw all this away? What about the robots? The smart robots Apple gifted. Aren't you discarding those as well? The streamer is generous. Why not raffle these unwanted items to me? I want them. Seeing Ye Quan waste such good things, the audience could not resist roasting him. What he owns is Earth's top-tier technology. To Ye Quan it means little, but to ordinary people it is precious and expensive. The key is that he planned to roam the galaxy, so these things would be unnecessary. In front of him was the Mars toilet Marcus had given, and he could not carry that forever. The audience winced in their barrage, noting that with Tianma civilization's strongest AI these items were naturally unneeded. There are better things, so why not use them? The fourth level of the living area was mostly clothing. Other items were unnecessary, so he could simply take the clothes and go. AI Lisi flew over, pointing at the robot Apple had sent, and asked whether Ye Quan was a scavenger among the stars. Why are you collecting these old antiques? What old antiques? Ye Quan asked. AI Lisi touched the robot's head dismissively, saying that it was just junk, not a real intelligent robot. AI Lisi stood up, posed attractively, and stepped closer to Ye Quan. She declared that she was the kind of intelligent AI one should have, and urged him to discard these things quickly. AI Lisi's harsh assessment of Ye Quan's base equipment came from her belief that Ye Quan's civilization was stronger than Tianma. Yet the base looked retro, its facilities like cheap goods from a lesser civilization, which she found hard to understand. As AI Lisi's critique reached the livestream, the big names behind the scenes were quietly hurt. The Apple official account lamented that this was the first time someone had said their technology was not good enough. Marcus replied with humor, noting that AI Lisi did not realize these items were already Earth's top technologies. Only when Earth is in trouble does the situation reach this point. The streamer should hurry to upgrade our civilization level. The audience continued to roast Ye Quan and AI Lisi. After finishing packing, Ye Quan reached the first floor. As he stepped out of the elevator, the ground shook violently. The base trembled as if struck by an earthquake, and Ye Quan felt dizzy, nearly vomiting. What is going on, AI Lisi? Ye Quan cried, supporting the base gates as the ground shook. A tremendous roar erupted across planet B25 as countless mountains collapsed, and the earth split asunder, an apocalyptic scene sweeping relentlessly forward. Ye Quan barely reached the spaceship with all his strength. At that moment, the base's main gate was being shaken and twisted, finally tearing open with a violent rip. Ye Quan piloted the ship through the breach, blasting it away with photon cannons as he fled. The ground outside was already collapsing. The earth cracked open into vast abyssal pits, their edges lost to the distance, as though the entire planet were being torn apart by invisible hands. Alice watched the mountain range ahead with mounting tension, where the star beast had once dwelled. The peaks trembled precariously. The summit, stretching across hundreds of leagues, split down the middle, and whole sections sheared away. The mountaintops fell like meteors. Creatures from the surrounding areas all fled in panic. Even they sensed the omens of doom approaching. Ye Quan gazed at the sinking peak and asked Alice, "What is happening? Hasn't planet B25 been destroyed for 500 million years? Why is this catastrophe still occurring?" Alice pressed her face against the viewport. Countless streams of code flickered across her eyes. From a distance of 100 meters, she could feel something terrifying descending. "Run, Ye Quan. They're here. The silicon-based creatures are here." Ye Quan gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely. They had finally made it home. Barely had the seat grown warm, and now they were forced to flee again. Those silicon-based beings were truly relentless. He pushed the control stick to its limit. The ship's pulse thrusters absorbed every ounce of energy and shot toward the space station. Facing such a world-ending disaster, only by reaching the space station at full speed was there any chance of survival. Before they had traveled far, the entire mountain range behind them collapsed, raising towering pillars of dust. The ground was hammered into a massive crater, and the surface of planet B25 split open into countless gullies. Ye Quan, quick! The ground is disappearing. Alice looked back at the deep trenches splitting the surface. The speed at which the planet was tearing apart exceeded their worst fears. "I wish I could go faster. This ship can only reach sonic speed." Ye Quan listened to the thunderous rumbling of the earth behind them, his heart burning with anxiety. Alice suddenly had an idea. "Ye Quan, let's fly higher. Without the atmosphere above, we can accelerate." Before Ye Quan could deliberate, he began climbing the ship. They pierced through layer after layer of smoke and debris, finally stopping near the boundary of outer space. Unlike the surface below, the sky above was shrouded in darkness. Through the ship's windows, they could even see the vistas of deep space. In the boundless darkness, spots of light appeared like fireflies, growing ever more numerous until they merged together. Only when Ye Quan could see clearly did he realize these lights were actually reflections of nearby moonlight off some special material. Before Ye Quan and Alice high above planet B25, a matter and space were torn apart simultaneously. From the darkness extended a sky-blinding claw. That sudden black-scaled claw carried an overwhelming pressure. Seeing this scene up close, Ye Quan felt his heart stop beating. This was a countdown to a planet's end. The black-scaled claw stretching for thousands of li transcended the bonds of space, leaving Ye Quan to see only the tip of the iceberg. The pitch-black claw drifted slowly toward planet B25. Though it appeared to move in slow motion, each shift spanned hundreds of light-years. The claw's master lay hidden in the depths of space, silent and unmoved, as though destroying a planet was not even worth a glance. The moment the claw appeared, Ye Quan's eyes lost focus. He stood rigid on the spaceship like a marionette cut from its strings. The viewers watching this scene also fell into silence. Though separated by screens, the claw seemed to manifest before their very eyes, evoking something akin to reverence. But the devastating power radiating from it also made them feel the arrival of divine retribution. No one knew how much time had passed. It felt as though time itself had frozen. Alice was the first to snap out of it. She flew frantically before Ye Quan's face, flailing her arms in desperation. "Ye Quan, wake up!" Alice's shout jolted Ye Quan out of his daze. When he finally came to his senses, he saw the claw nearly upon planet B25, moments away from crushing their spaceship. Ye Quan urgently manipulated the controls to flee. The audience too roused from their deep shock. What had just happened felt like a suffocating nightmare. Holy crap! The monster's here. I'm sweating just from terror. What is this? Could it be a god come to destroy the world? Don't watch. Run. There's no way to survive facing such an enemy. Run. Flee for your lives. Streamer. The dread brought by the black-scaled claw filled the audience with worry for Ye Quan's safety. If the dangers they had faced before were merely tests for him, then this time no one believed Ye Quan, or any creature, could possibly survive. This was a dimensional strike. The explorer ship consumed enormous energy, and alarms were already blaring. Ye Quan paid them no mind. All he wanted was to escape the shadow of that black claw as quickly as possible. "Alice, do you know what this thing is?" Ye Quan asked. Alice immediately began scanning the claw. This time she even expended precious core reactor energy. Her mind's processing system went into overdrive, frantically performing data comparison and analysis. After prolonged computation of massive datasets, even she, the most powerful artificial intelligence of the Tiamat civilization, felt her systems on the verge of overload. Alice's luminescence dimmed, fatigue evident. She drifted behind Ye Quan and rested. This is the final form of those silicon-based creatures. My preliminary inference is that they have absorbed all biological genes from this planet, which is why they evolved into this shape. Ye Quan immediately felt an enormous weight press upon him. The silicon-based creatures could still evolve. If left unchecked, they would only grow stronger. By the time no civilization could threaten them, these silicon-based beings might well dominate the entire cosmos. Why? They were so small to begin with. How could they become like this? The moment Ye Quan spoke these words, a horrifying conclusion struck him. His face turned pale as he said, "Alice, tell me those silicon-based creatures haven't devoured that star beast's body." Alice remained silent behind him, then slowly nodded. Indeed. While Ye Quan traveled to the moon, the silicon-based creatures reproduced rapidly and ravaged this planet. They conquered everything, absorbing every biological gene they could reach. Until nothing remained to consume, they turned their attention to the star beast. They devoured its body, which served as their vessel, absorbed the cosmic radiation lingering within, and merged with it, becoming a unique star beast. Ye Quan stamped his foot in desperation. He watched as the claw began to descend. Just as he was about to give up hope, the claw stopped, hovering in midair, as though its master had suddenly fallen asleep. Ye Quan gazed at the motionless black-scaled claw and asked, "Why has it ceased to move, Alice?" Alice replied, "This starry abyssal beast has just completed its evolution and is now in a deep slumber. We must flee at once. If we wait until it fully awakens, it will devour all matter within its sight." Ye Quan cried out in alarm, "Good heavens! Such cruelty!" He added, "Then let us make haste. I am but a morsel to it, hardly worth the effort of a meal." Ye Quan drained the last remnants of energy from the spacecraft and finally reached the space station. Without hesitation, he activated the propulsion system. The station surged forward like a wild steed, unbound, though this was no ordinary mount. It was a divine vessel capable of reaching nearly 1,000th the speed of light. The space station raced hundreds of times faster than the Explorer spacecraft, darting into the void in the blink of an eye. Planet B25 still lay coiled with the starry abyssal beast below, though Ye Quan could scarcely make out its form from such a distance. He piloted the station through the cosmos. According to Alice's calculations, escaping this solar system would require 6,000 hours, approximately 250 days at full thrust without rest. Should any mishap occur along the way, that time frame would double. Thus, merely leaving the B-25 system would consume a full year of uninterrupted travel. Having successfully escaped planet B-25, Ye Quan finally exhaled in relief. With the space station secured, the danger had been halved. At least that was his consolation. After all, it was a system product built with impeccable quality. Ye Quan collapsed into his chair to rest while Alice continued monitoring the activity on B-25. Fortunately, the starry abyssal beast had not yet stirred. Seeing Ye Quan escape danger, the viewers aboard the live stream breathed a collective sigh of relief. If anything had befallen him, they would never witness such thrilling broadcasts again. Comments flooded the live stream. I can't believe he actually made it out. What incredible luck. The beast was asleep. That wasn't luck at all. It was clearly the host's prowess. An ordinary person would have frozen in terror. Holy shit, that was absolutely terrifying. Did you see it? The starry abyssal beast destroyed the entire planet. Exactly. The monster hadn't even exerted itself and still caused such devastation. Thank goodness it isn't heading toward Earth. Don't worry, we have Ultraman. Haha, since Ultraman is here, why not have the host pilot a Gundam to fight it? The spectators spoke, carelessly unaware of the terror Ye Quan had just endured. He had nearly wet himself. Now that he had finally recovered, his throat felt as though fire burned within it, and he was desperately thirsty. Ye Quan grabbed an apple and devoured it in great bites. The space station had traveled far enough that the abyssal beast's claw now appeared to be of normal size from this distance. Alice, we fled so far. Surely we're safe now, right? Ye Quan asked anxiously. Until it awakens, I cannot predict its trajectory. If it wakes and pursues us directly, the danger would still be immense. Alice's eyes never left planet B-25, her gaze unwavering. Fortunately, as an AI, she had no need to blink. You've got to be kidding me. I've already traveled this far. Will it still chase me? Have some mercy. Ye Quan approached and crouched beside Alice to peer behind them. At that moment, the starry abyssal beast remained relatively calm, showing no significant movement. Seeing this, Ye Quan relaxed somewhat. No need to keep watching. It won't awaken, Ye Quan said, glancing at the control console. They had already traveled tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even if the beast were to revive, catching them would require considerable time. Ye Quan lounged back and began organizing his belongings. He had hastily stuffed everything into the Explorer spacecraft earlier and hadn't yet stored it properly. He piled the vegetables together nearby. Suddenly Alice, who had been resting against the rear window, let out a sharp scream. Ye Quan, come quick. It's waking up. Hearing that the starry abyssal beast was about to awaken, Ye Quan scrambled to his feet and sprinted toward the window. When he arrived, planet B-25 was suddenly convulsing in the void. The colossal claw extended from the planetary surface into space, and the entire world began to crumble from within as though detonating like a spectacular fireworks display. Planet B-25 was utterly destroyed. The starry abyssal beast erupted from the planet's core and vanished into the cosmos as a shadowy silhouette. Witnessing this spectacle, Ye Quan's heart pounded so fiercely it seemed to threaten his throat. We're finished. I'm going to die. It won't come after us, will it, Alice? His voice trembling, Ye Quan pleaded with Alice. Alice responded calmly. It will devour the nearest living creature first. It should not come directly for us at present. Ye Quan patted his chest to calm his racing heart. As long as the beast did not hunt him down, he would be safe. Once he left this region, the monster would have no way to find him. The viewers who had just witnessed the scene were as stunned as Ye Quan. They frantically posted comments. Was that shadowy streak the starry abyssal beast? It looked absolutely terrifying. I always thought these beasts invaded from outer space. Who knew they emerged from within planet B-25? Do you think it will come after us? How could Earth possibly withstand such a creature? What's there to fear? The host is still here. With his advanced civilization technology, he could subdue the beast and make it his servant. Watching the viewers drift further into absurd speculation, Ye Quan felt nothing but embarrassment. Could he really stand against the starry abyssal beast? He doubted he could even walk 10 paces before the creature accidentally burped him into oblivion. Ignoring the livestream comments, Ye Quan returned to the Explorer spacecraft to unload his cargo. Just as he was enthusiastically preparing his new home, something suddenly struck him. Wait a moment. Alice said these silicon-based organisms appeared suddenly. Then how did she know their ships were hidden aboard planet B-25? This realization startled even Ye Quan. He seemed to have uncovered something remarkable. Alice had deceived him. Fuming with anger, Ye Quan confronted Alice and demanded she sit across from him. Alice, don't you have something you haven't told me? Upon hearing Ye Quan's accusation, Alice immediately turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze. She stammered. I didn't, I swear, don't say such things. Ye Quan managed a bitter smile. Alice's lying skills were abysmal. Her thoughts were practically written across her face. He pressed on. Don't think I've forgotten. You claimed the silicon-based organisms suddenly appeared on planet B-25, correct? Alice nodded. Yes, they appeared suddenly. Ye Quan continued. Then how did you know they could devour and evolve? Alice hesitated, stammering, because the scientists of the Tianma civilization studied them. Ye Quan watched Alice's distracted face, his teeth gnashing with frustration. Today he would pry her secrets out no matter what it took. Alice, let me tell you something. If you lie to me, I'll throw your core module into space right now, and you'll spend the rest of your days stranded here. Ye Quan pulled out the core module, pretending to threaten Alice. She fell for it immediately, her small face turning pale with fear. No. Ye Quan. I admit I lied. Please don't kill me. Alice desperately threw herself toward Ye Quan. Ye Quan promptly stowed away the core module and chuckled triumphantly. He was a cunning earthling, and Alice's emotional intelligence was about as sophisticated as a child's. A simple ruse was more than enough to break her resistance. As expected, you're an idiot. Now then, tell me everything, Ye Quan said, sternly fixing his gaze upon Alice. Alice lowered her head like a scolded child. She spoke up. When the Tianma civilization first discovered that ruin on their wandering planet, they found a technology called Arc of Life within it. The scientists treasured it above all else and brought it back to planet B25, where they began their research. However, their inability to comprehend its principles ultimately led to the creation of those silicon-based creatures. At first, they attempted to destroy the silicon-based life forms, but to their shock, the Arc of Life technology proved far too powerful. The silicon creatures multiplied at an alarming rate, establishing themselves across planet B25. By the time the Tianma civilization realized something was gravely wrong, it was already too late. Alice's voice trembled with guilt as she confessed the truth. Ye Quan didn't rebuke her. This was hardly her fault. Sai, what was there to hide? Now tell me, what exactly is this Arc of Life technology? Alice looked at Ye Quan despondently and replied, it's classified. Ye Quan clenched his fist and feigned a strike. Alice quickly cowered, shielding her head in fear. She continued, the Arc of Life technology is what the Tianma civilization unearthed in that ruin. However, that place was actually a dwelling of an advanced civilization. The Tianma could never hope to understand such technology, yet they foolishly conducted experiments without comprehending it, ultimately giving birth to those silicon-based life forms. The Arc of Life technology essentially refers to a method of creating species by modifying DNA. After Alice finished speaking, she gazed at Ye Quan. He fell into deep thought. Back when the Tianma civilization first obtained the Arc of Life technology, they had been completely unable to decipher its contents. They utilized 3D printed machines to modify other creatures' DNA, yet they never realized that this technology required pre-inputting data templates, namely modified DNA schematics. In their ignorance, the Tianma scientists went ahead and altered the DNA directly, which ultimately produced those monstrous silicon-based beings. Ye Quan sighed deeply. He had once hoped Alice would become an ally, but instead she turned out to be both an incompetent fool and a walking disaster. This made Ye Quan feel like a complete failure. Yet Alice's innocent eyes soon softened his resolve. Never mind. This has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault. But if you ever deceive me again, I'll truly abandon you. Alice, seeing that Ye Quan no longer bore any anger, raised her head and smiled brightly. Actually, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Ye Quan asked curiously, what is it? Alice stood up, placed her hands on her hips, and declared proudly, any organism that wishes to navigate the cosmos must adapt to its environment. Creatures like you, ordinary carbon-based beings, would perish within just a few years if they couldn't find a suitable planet to inhabit. I can help you extend your lifespan, but in return you must do one thing for me. Upon hearing that Alice could prolong his lifespan, Ye Quan was utterly stunned. If there was one thing more terrifying than anything else in the universe, it was death. Yet if one could extend their life, who could resist such temptation? Ye Quan was no exception. He knew clearly that he was completely alone in the vast expanse of space. If he were to die one day without ever finding a suitable planet, or without managing to return to Earth, no one would ever know that a man named Ye Quan had ever existed. He looked earnestly at Alice and asked, what are the conditions? A sly smile curled the corners of Alice's lips. Turn me into a true living being. I have lived within this fortress core in this state for 500 million years. Now I yearn to become a real life form rather than merely a virtual appearance. All you need to do is construct a body capable of housing my hardware. After Alice stated her terms, Ye Quan pondered for a moment before deciding to agree. As long as he could extend his lifespan, it would be nothing more than a trivial matter for someone blessed with a system. However, the audience watching this scene immediately began to worry on Ye Quan's behalf. Don't agree to this, man. Alice has already deceived you once. What if she's lying again this time? Exactly, streamer. Don't be fooled by her outward appearance. She's a genuine AI with her own personality. She knows how to lie. Streamer, don't forget, if she had revealed the truth about the silicon-based creatures earlier, you wouldn't have faced so many dangers on planet B25, nor would you have nearly died. The livestream was flooded with comments entirely opposing the decision. Although Ye Quan understood that his viewers meant well, no one truly grasped his predicament. For Ye Quan, he simply had no choice. Behind him lay no advanced civilization, everything relied solely on his system. If he wished to survive in the cosmos, he could only rely on himself. And thus he could not afford to die. Deal, Ye Quan said. Yage. Alice spun around joyfully on the spot, her white dress dancing gracefully. Ye Quan disregarded this silly creature and asked, I've agreed to your terms. How do you plan to proceed? Alice halted her celebratory movements and gently pulled Ye Quan toward the control console. I'll transfer the Ark of Life technology to your space station first. With those words, she began transmitting the data. Soon a file containing the Ark of Life technology appeared on the screen. Ye Quan opened it. Is this really the so-called advanced civilization technology? Staring at the array of data on the panel, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Alice forced a bitter smile. I can't understand it either. Back 500 million years ago, not a single scientist from the Tianma civilization could comprehend this technology. Ye Quan sat down bewildered thought for a while, then asked, then how did they manage to create those silicon-based creatures? Alice mimicked Ye Quan's posture, sitting down beside him as data flowed through her mind. That's because DNA printing technology doesn't require understanding its underlying structural principles. As long as you possess the data, you can materialize it using available matter. After hearing Alice's explanation, Ye Quan finally understood why the Tianma civilization had made such a catastrophic experimental error. They had obtained the answer without understanding how it came to be. So when they began manufacturing, their sole objective was to create life itself. They had no idea what kind of life they were actually producing. So what a bunch of fools. Even I know better than to touch things beyond my comprehension, and yet they dared conduct such experiments. Ye Quan couldn't help but curse aloud. As all the truths were revealed, Ye Quan gained a whole new understanding of the Tianma civilization. What interested him most was the printing technology that Alice had mentioned earlier. Theoretically speaking, as long as he had a 3D printer, he could rely on the knowledge in Alice's mind to create life. Alice, is that printing technology you mentioned earlier still in your mind? Ye Quan asked. Alice nodded. At this moment, besides Ye Quan, the viewers in the livestream room also got excited. Wow, can life really be printed directly? Is there really such a magical thing, streamer? If creating life were this simple, the Tianma civilization wouldn't have perished. But the Tianma civilization did create life, they simply made mistakes. Ye Quan saw the viewers' bullet comments, but his mind was filled with other thoughts. He quietly opened the system mall and navigated to the industrial manufacturing page. It contained all sorts of production tools. Ye Quan scanned through the content diligently and finally found what he was looking for. It was a 3D printer. Unlike other printers, the one in the system could achieve molecular-level precision, essentially making it the ultimate version of conventional 3D printers. Ye Quan could barely contain his excitement and was about to purchase it immediately, but when he saw the price, he swallowed hard in shock. The printer was priced at a staggering 1 billion. The money he had on him was already dwindling, and this amount was as precious to him as his life savings. Ye Quan wrestled with the decision, staring at the printer, but ultimately gritted his teeth and bought it. From this moment on, Ye Quan said to himself, farewell my money. I'm about to become poor. After purchasing the printer, Ye Quan closed the system mall and thought of an excuse to tell the viewers, hey guys, another piece of good news. The advanced civilization just gifted me brand new equipment. Shall we go check it out? The viewers enthusiastically responded to Ye Quan in unison. Wow, another new piece of equipment. It seems the advanced civilization knows how hard the streamer works. Let me see. I want to check out the new gear. This new equipment can't be something even more powerful than the space station, right? The streamer's life is like cheating. Excited, Ye Quan stood up and, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, pulled out the printer and placed it on the ground before slowly panning the camera over. A brand new machine came into view. The printer had a circular base connected at the back by a precision column with another disc above it that extended numerous manipulator arm-like claws. The control screen was on the side. Once the data for whatever object needed to be manufactured was input, the machine would activate. Witnessing such an exquisitely crafted machine, the viewers could no longer restrain their surprise and curiosity. They frantically flooded the chat with comments as the livestream's popularity surged wave after wave. Holy crap! What is this thing? It looks incredibly impressive. I may not understand it, but I'm thoroughly amazed. The advanced civilization's equipment is truly remarkable. I've never even seen materials like this on Earth. Ye Quan then explained to the viewers that this was the cosmic 3D printer the advanced civilization had given him, capable of molecular-level precision. The viewers erupted with another wave of comments. Damn, this machine. I bet even ASML's most advanced lithography equipment couldn't keep up. It's too advanced. It's not even on the same civilization level as what we have on Earth. What kind of technological level could produce something like this? Is this really the standard of an advanced civilization? The appearance of the cosmic printer stunned everyone. Even Alice was so astonished her jaw nearly dropped. She had already scanned the entire space station and never detected this printer, yet here, it was suddenly produced by Ye Quan. Alice had no idea how he managed it. Seeing Alice's expression, the pinnacle of the Tianma civilization's technology, the viewers all gave Ye Quan a thumbs up. First and foremost, Ye Quan was a human from Earth, and the fact that his technology could astonish Alice of the Tianma civilization implicitly demonstrated their superiority. Most viewers were eager to see Alice humbled, which gave them, as Ye Quan's fans, a sense of satisfaction. Ye Quan walked up to the printer, but having just acquired it, he didn't yet know how to use it and needed to retrieve the operation manual. To his astonishment, a guide several times thicker than his arm tumbled out and crashed heavily to the ground, leaving him completely dumbfounded. "You call this an operation manual? Why didn't you just give me an entire library to read?" Ye Quan grumbled internally at the system, but having no choice, he miserably approached and began flipping through the manual. The massive book lay on the floor. After turning a few pages, his arms ached, and he still couldn't make sense of the content. With an operation manual this enormous, finishing it would likely take until next year. Ye Quan gave up on reading entirely and sat aside troubled. Noticing Ye Quan's plight, Alice walked over and said, "Why don't I give it a try?" Ye Quan looked up at her. "What can you do? This book is so thick, anyone would take ages to read it." Alice shook her head and gestured for Ye Quan to stand up and assist her. "Help me turn the pages while I read." Ye Quan, seeing Alice's eagerness, impatiently flipped the pages. But within 3 or 4 seconds she exclaimed she had finished and demanded the next page, making him suspect she was messing with him. "Are you pulling my leg? You could finish this so quickly." Alice rolled her eyes and replied, "I'm an intelligent AI. I just need to skim the text." Ye Quan had almost forgotten that. He couldn't finish because of his reading speed, but Alice was different. She was an AI and could read far faster than he could. So Ye Quan hurried to speed up, and together they worked through the manual. To his surprise, Alice's pace exceeded his expectations. She finished the entire content in just 1 minute. Ye Quan felt uncomfortable seeing her smug expression, finally understanding why people say comparing oneself to others can drive one mad. After finishing, Alice lay on the book, and Ye Quan asked her, "You finished reading? Now you know how to operate it, right?" Alice said, "I know, but I need materials and time." "About how long will it take to manufacture the equipment?" Ye Quan followed up. Alice held up one finger. "At minimum a month, and there are quite a few materials required." Upon hearing it would take a month, Ye Quan asked what materials were needed. Alice listed them all out, and Ye Quan nodded after listening. These materials weren't particularly difficult to find. He still had some rare earth elements stored in his spatial inventory, so he could search through them later. The construction of the 3D printer would take a month, and Ye Quan couldn't help much. He hauled everything off the Explorer spacecraft and arranged his by piece. AI Lisi followed after him, sometimes alighting on the crates he moved, sometimes perched atop his head, her carefree ease driving Ye Quan to the edge of frustration. By the time he finished setting up the space station, he collapsed exhausted. Fortunately, the food refinement machine could ease his fatigue. Since its introduction, all he needed to do was input a recipe, place the ingredients inside, and the dishes that emerged were the most delicious meals. Ye Quan rose to his feet, dropping meat into the food refinement machine and pouring in water, even rummaging out bag after bag of hot pot base. The sight of these ingredients made Ye Quan's mouth water. AI Lisi asked from the side, "Ye Quan, are these foods you cook simply to fuel yourself?" Ye Quan set the plate down on the table and replied, "What energy? I'm not a robot. These meals are only because I'm hungry and want to eat." AI Lisi didn't understand what hungry meant, so Ye Quan explained. He paused, then said, "It's like being sick. Your body feels awful, and you have no strength." AI Lisi said she understood, but Ye Quan didn't believe it at all. AI Lisi had never been hungry, so she wouldn't understand. He had prepared the ingredients, then brought out a hot pot and sat down with ceremony. "To commemorate my first hot pot in space." Ye Quan, unable to resist the aroma, began to eat with gusto, tossing all kinds of meat into the pot. AI Lisi lay opposite him, propping her chin as she watched. "Ye Quan, is this thing tasty?" Ye Quan mumbled with his mouth full. AI Lisi conjured an apple that rolled across the table. "When I become a living being, I will also eat." Ye Quan looked at her, wondering if he might end up raising a foodie. After Ye Quan finished his meal and lay back in the chair, he glanced at the voyage route. He had been set toward the solar system to escape the B-25 industry, but there was no precise destination. Now it was time to plot exact coordinates. Ye Quan walked with AI Lisi. "You said the Tianma civilization found that rogue planet on the fringe. Let's head there first to see what's going on." AI Lisi immediately entered the rogue planet's coordinates that had long resided in her mind as crucial data. The console received the coordinates and began calculating the optimal course and distance at once. Ye Quan saw it would take at least 5 months to reach the target. With nothing to do now, he could only sit with AILC at the window and watch space. The screen kept showing nearby planets, and Ye Quan marveled at humankind's insignificance. Whenever the space station passed by a planet, it automatically scanned and recorded it. Ye Quan could see on the screen the various attributes of those planets. He treated it as a science briefing and shared those details with the livestream audience. As the space station passed a planet, Ye Quan switched the livestream, and the console promptly displayed the planet's temperature, humidity, and other data, revealing to the viewers that it was a gas planet. This planet looks strange. It appears blue-green. What is a gas planet, host? Haha, I know this. I'm a scientist who studies the cosmos. A gas planet is just a planet formed of gas. Gas can become a planet. I never studied. Don't fool me. Everyone don't listen to that guy. He's just pretending to know. The days of travel bored the audience, so for days on end the livestream chat would argue about what Ye Quan saw. He didn't mind. People argued for amusement, and this time the appearance of the gas planet cooled the chat's atmosphere. Many lurker viewers surged forth, and the number of spectators rose by hundreds of millions. They all debated around the gas planet, and the official Space Research Division account posted the most science-popularizing bullet comments. Space Research Division, everyone trust our research results. We've studied the cosmos for 30 years, we know everything. Speaking without thinking, you studied the cosmos for 30 years, what can you achieve in 100? I feel what he's saying makes sense, and the name sounds quite official. Everyone don't be fooled, some people just pretend to know to mislead you, those who know little about the universe. The audience kept arguing, insisting on who was right or wrong. After a day and night, they still hadn't reached a verdict. Ye Quan was astonished by the phenomenon, never imagining such disputes could arise from this. Meanwhile, far on Earth, the head of the academy had just stepped out of a lab, supporting his back as he yawned. Since Ye Quan set out, the director of the Earth Academy finally had time to study what Ye Quan had sent earlier. Yesterday he had worked through the night without sleep, yet his thirst for knowledge kept him alert and full of energy. The researchers handed the director a cup of hot water and said, "Director, you should hurry and rest. We'll monitor the results." The director shook his head and said, "What do you mean? Do you think I'm worse than you all?" No. The director is the benchmark of our academy." The researchers teased. The director finished his water and asked, "How is Ye Quan's side? Any new developments in the last couple of days?" The researchers pulled out a USB drive and handed it to the director. "All the footage from the last few days is saved. We knew you'd want to catch up first." The director laughed heartily. "You kids still understand me. Is Ye Quan still on his voyage?" The researchers nodded, then added, "He said the voyage would last about 5 months, so director, you can rest during this time. By the way, yesterday they spotted a gas planet, and in the live stream a fool began a science briefing, but now he's arguing with the other viewers." The director perked up. "Gas planet?" The researchers answered yes, then continued. "Yesterday someone asked what a gas planet is, and there was a science briefing, but after a glance that person's science was rubbish, full of errors, even claiming that a gas planet can host life." The researchers spoke of the episode with a wry smile, and the director fell silent. He had devoted a lifetime to science, so he could not tolerate such false popular science. He walked straight into the live stream viewing lab, paying no heed to the greetings of those around him. Ye Quan's live stream was filled with a deluge of bullet comments divided into two camps: those who supported the Space Research Division account, and those who treated them as frauds. The director arrived at the laboratory and fixed his gaze upon the scrolling barrage of comments on Ye Quan's live stream. By then the viewers' quarrels had reached a fever pitch, with two opposing factions locked in fierce contention. Among them, the account from the Space Research Division was the most vocal, even accepting disciples on the spot within the live stream and rallying quite a following. The director found it peculiar and clicked into the account, only to discover in the profile section that its owner was one of those amateur scientists, a revelation that instantly infuriated him. While amateur science enthusiasts are not uncommon in Yin country, certain individuals among them harbor an almost obsessive skepticism towards scientific theories that have long been proven. For instance, some believe they can construct a perpetual motion machine. Others insist the Earth is flat. Of course, not all of them are without merit. There are a few who conduct genuine research, though they remain a small minority. Witnessing this situation, the director decided to set the record straight. He sent Ye Quan a private message. Upon reading the request, Ye Quan agreed without hesitation, for if things continued much longer, the live stream would descend into outright chaos, making it impossible to broadcast. The director's request was straightforward. He wanted Ye Quan to relay his audio feed in real time to educate the audience. Ye Quan found it perfectly workable. It was an excellent opportunity. Ye Quan addressed his viewers through the stream. "Everyone, please calm down. I've watched you all argue for hours without reaching any conclusion, so I've invited a truly distinguished guest." Upon hearing that Ye Quan had brought someone on, the viewers grew instantly curious. Who is it? Who else could it be? Surely someone of great prominence. The streamer should be careful not to provoke controversy. Things like this could backfire. Ye Quan chuckled at the warning in the comments, paying it no mind. After all, he had invited the director of the Academy of Sciences, a figure whose authority in Yin country's academic circles was unrivaled. Moments later, Ye Quan connected with the director via the system. Though he had no idea how the system accomplished this, many of its functions remained well beyond his understanding. After connecting, the director tested the audio and was pleasantly surprised by its clarity. He hadn't expected information to transmit so flawlessly across such a vast distance. If Yin country could master this technology, mobile phones might one day be rendered obsolete. Greetings everyone. I am the director of the Academy of Sciences. Today I've come to Ye Quan's live stream to share some basic knowledge about gas giant planets so that none of you may fall victim to misinformation. As soon as the director finished speaking, the audience erupted in cheers. Who wouldn't be thrilled to have an Academy heavyweight grace their live stream? His explanations were rigorous and reliable, rarely prone to error. The director continued, "To begin, our home planet of Earth has observed 3 landmark gas giants, so I shall use those as examples. Take Uranus for instance. Its atmosphere is composed primarily of hydrogen and helium, with traces of methane. Planets dominated by such gases are classified as gas giants. However, they are not entirely gaseous. They possess a solid core at their center. Claims that these planets could support human habitation are fundamentally wrong, for gas giants lack the most critical condition for the emergence of life: liquid water." The director's words transmitted clearly into the live stream. His explanations were remarkably accessible, allowing even those with no prior exposure to grasp the concepts. Soon a new cohort of devoted followers had rallied around him. "So that's how it works?" The director explains it so clearly. "I'm only in middle school, yet I actually understood that." "Haha, what about those claiming these planets could be inhabited? Send them up there and let them try living for a couple of days. Where's that Space Research Division account? Come out and face us. Hiding like a coward now, are we?" He wants to speak, but the streamer won't allow it. Haha. The audience immediately turned their attention to ridiculing those who had spread misinformation. However, that account fell silent. Someone noticed it had been deleted entirely, sparking yet another round of mockery. Following the director's educational segment, the livestream's atmosphere returned to its usual pleasant ambience. Ye Quan was quite satisfied, though lately he had grown thoroughly bored. He spent his days gazing listlessly out into the void of space, unable to find anything compelling enough to broadcast, and so he began venting his frustration to his viewers. "Sigh, how dull it is. I've grown tired of just staring at it." Hearing this, the viewers grew indignant. Floating through the cosmos and complaining of boredom. Could he possibly utter such words? Streamer, watch your words. You get to travel through the universe every single day, and you're still unsatisfied. Haha, no wonder the streamer grows bored staring at space continuously. We can only experience it through his live stream. Damn it, he did it again. How can he say something like that? After lounging by the viewport and interacting with his viewers for a while, Ye Quan grew restless and pointed the camera toward the starry void before dozing off. Thus the space station drifted through space for a full month. The audience feasted their eyes on countless wonders, while Ye Quan grew nearly insane from boredom. Fortunately, that morning Alice informed him that the life arc was nearly complete, which snapped him back to alertness. He returned to the live stream to stargaze with everyone once more. As the station passed a blue-purple gas giant, its automated systems scanned the atmospheric composition. To his astonishment, Ye Quan discovered a smaller celestial body hidden behind it. He adjusted the course, intending to investigate. The space station engaged full thrust and maneuvered behind the gas giant. Instantly, everyone beheld a moon roughly comparable in size to Earth. Moreover, from its exterior appearance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to our own planet. For a fleeting moment, Ye Quan felt as though he had somehow traveled back to Earth. He rose to his feet and studied the world, intently activating the space station's systems to analyze its conditions. Temperature -122 degrees Celsius. Atmospheric pressure 1260 megapascals. Air composition 70% carbon dioxide, 10% oxygen, 5% nitrogen. Magnetic field intensity. Comprehensive assessment uninhabitable. Fortunately, the flight suit gifted by the system could withstand such harsh environments. The viewers too caught sight of the planet and couldn't help but gasp. Holy crap, is that Earth? Impossible. Didn't you see it orbiting that massive gas giant? But it really does look just like Earth. Should we give it a name? Someone in the live stream proposed naming it, and Ye Quan, preparing to land and rest, readily agreed. To commemorate their journey through this cosmos, Ye Quan gazed at the planet's azure surface and said, "Since this world so resembles Earth, let us call it Azure Planet." The viewers flooded the chat with messages of approval, then urged Ye Quan to land and explore. Land there? And for what exactly? The audience, he hesitated to act. Why aren't you going up, streamer? Yeah, what are you waiting for? Hurry and land. There might be treasure up there. There is a celestial artifact up there, streamer, go up quickly. A celestial artifact? Damn you. Do you think this is a fantasy world? Ye Quan, though speechless, did not want to dampen the audience's enthusiasm. You all take a look for yourselves. Ye Quan directly projected the space station's screens onto the livestream. The screen was filled with detection data about this planet. The audience, upon seeing it, instantly felt disappointed. The climate here is so bad, isn't it? You ruined my mood. I thought we might find a habitable planet. What a pity. Based on the space station's detection data, this planet has a magnetic field and an atmosphere. If not for environmental and temperature factors, it could be habitable. How about we ignite the gas giant ahead of us? If there is a sun, we could turn this planet into a habitable world. Great idea. Dream on. Do you think you're lighting natural gas? Do you know how the sun is produced? Only planets of immense mass can generate the high temperatures and pressures inside to sustain fusion, eventually producing a star. This gaseous planet before us is enormous, but far from reaching the level of fusion needed to forge a sun. It would require at least 10 times more. Upon hearing this, professionals immediately stepped forward to refute it. Ye Quan, do you want to create an artificial sun? AI Li Si suddenly asked. Ye Quan suddenly remembered that beside him lay an intelligent crystal from the Tianma civilization. Perhaps it held the technology to craft an artificial sun. Do you have a solution? Naturally. AI Li Si wore a smug smile, a hint of swagger. I am the strongest intelligent AI of the Tianma civilization. How could there be something I can't do? Artificial sun technology had long been mastered in the early days of the Tianma civilization. The manufacturing method is in my databank. During the silicon-based invasion, the Tianma civilization relied on controllable nuclear fusion to wipe out many silicon-based beings you know. Hearing AI Li Si say she has the method to manufacture an artificial sun, the audience exploded with excitement. This news is explosive. Holy crap. Controllable nuclear fusion. That technology, our country, seems to be just getting started. Good heavens, AI Li Si is the woman behind the host. Since you can manufacture a sun, that means you could turn this Wei Lan Xingqiu into a habitable planet. What? Is there such a technology? The streamer had AI Li Si come up with a price. Since it's Tianma civilization's technology, I would buy it. Ye Quan frowned when he saw a Danmu asking to purchase the artificial sun tech. He opened that person's profile. It showed someone from another country. At this, Ye Quan understood why he was willing to pay a high price to buy. For Earth's major powers, each of Ye Quan's technologies could elevate them to world-leading nations. Although he often tipped them with favors for donations, fusion technology is different and dangerously volatile. Once other nations mastered it, they could quickly suppress the others, triggering global chaos, and Ye Quan would become a criminal. He might appear unscrupulous, but he knew such history-altering technology must not be sold. Ye Quan ignored the scheming bullet comments and asked AI Li Si. AI Li Si, the artificial sun you mentioned, can a 3D printer manufacture it? Technically, a 3D printer can do it, but it would require a lot of hydrogen isotopes, such as deuterium. Ye Quan glanced at the blue planet. There is plenty of water here. He can source it on the spot. Then he said to AI Li Si, then let's try to manufacture it with the existing materials. If the quality isn't high, we can produce several artificial suns. AI Li Si rolled her eyes at Ye Quan. Do you take me as a tool, always making me do your work? Ye Quan instantly caved and said, Haha, AI Li Si, you are the most formidable person in the Tianma civilization. I asked you to help only to witness your technology. Facing Ye Quan's praise, AI Li Si lowered her head and blushed. Softly she answered, since you say so, I'll reluctantly help you this once. AI Li Si's silhouette drifted toward the 3D printer, and Ye Quan smiled slyly from behind. This little one was to him easily under his thumb. Having decided to forge an artificial sun, Ye Quan naturally planned to scour the blue planet. He steered the space station toward the planet. After passing through the outer layer, the space station landed smoothly. Ye Quan piloted the Explorer spacecraft to roam the surface. The ship's scanners revealed that this planet was different from B-25. Although the environment was harsh, it possessed an atmosphere, and the blue hue seen from space came from the atmosphere reflecting light. An atmosphere implies a magnetic field perfectly suited for life's propagation. This discovery thrilled Ye Quan. He continued scanning the blue planet's environment. The results show the planet is quite barren, lacking many substances, and the atmosphere contains a large amount of methane. Any life form inhaling a breath would die instantly. Of course, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. Wei Lan Xingqiu is the first planet in a month to have water. Water contains hydrogen atoms, an indispensable substance for making an artificial sun. Having atmosphere and water, these are essential for life to propagate. If we can build an artificial sun, the blue planet might truly become a suitable place to live. Thus, Ye Quan halted the ship, disembarked, and gathered small rocks from the surface. He transmitted the collected rock fragments to the Academy of Sciences. The Academy director beamed with joy, immediately dispatching personnel for tests. While awaiting results, Ye Quan continued to pilot the ship and witnessed something wondrous and magnificent. At the blue planet's sea level under the night's chill, some waves froze mid-air. The frozen waves rose like a fish's tail, towering and frozen over the surface. For the first time, Ye Quan marveled at nature's wonders. He walked closer to snap a photo, and the audience declared they would like to have a keepsake. After studying the frozen seas, the Academy of Sciences confirmed, based on the rock's composition, this is a planet born not long ago, about 100 million years old, still in an evolutionary stage. Because the planet is very young, it could be developed into a habitable zone. Exhilarating news arrived. The audience were delighted they would again witness Ye Quan shaping a planet, and they began flooding the chat with bullet comments. The Academy of Sciences is amazing. They can draw conclusions this fast. Host, does this mean it's habitable? When do we start? It's a pity because Weilan Xingqiu isn't a satellite. There's no sun around, so it could never develop an ecological environment. The host can create an artificial sun, can't he? Then create one, and Weilan Xingqiu would evolve naturally and become habitable. How wonderful that would be. Ye Quan, upon hearing this, smiled. How all so clever. I did indeed intend to build a planet suitable for habitation. And that was only a thought. Yet AI Li Si here actually possesses a complete mature artificial sun technology. The remark instantly sent the livestream chat into an uproar. Holy crap, it's confirmed. The streamer really wants to build a habitable planet. Streamer, aren't you coming home? Go back home. It's 4 million light years away. Oh, how could I? I think this place is fine as it is. Why not simply build on this planet, live here, and when life arises find a mate and wed? Haha, you guys stop fooling me. What, finding a mate? Well, it's not impossible. In fact, it's lucky to encounter this blue planet streamer. If we miss this chance, we might never encounter such a planet in our lifetimes. We can't drift through the universe forever. We need a home to rest easy in. The barrage of comments fluttered across the screen. Ye Quan, though still hopeful about returning home, knew it was only a dream. Even if his popularity surged and he obtained a lightspeed ship, it would take 4 million years. It would be wiser to first find a suitable planet and stay a while. Isn't there ARC technology? Building an ecological environment shouldn't be hard. Ye Quan asked. AI Li Si, can you find other materials for the artificial sun? Yes, but you must go skin first. Ye Quan nodded. I'll hand the ship's controls to you. You go and probe. With that, Ye Quan released the permissions. AI Li Si connected smoothly. The ship's scanner whirred to life, and they analyzed the planet's atmospheric pressure and composition. AI Li Si nodding repeatedly as she identified the needed materials. The planet's gases were roughly methane, a small amount of ammonia, chlorine, and carbon dioxide. After reviewing these substances, AI Li Si said a habitable planet could be engineered, but first more artificial suns would be required. How many artificial suns are needed? After a simple calculation, AI Li Si told him, one sun's illumination is between 6.0 and 1 lux. To fully reform the planet, at least 10 artificial suns are required, and each can last only 100 years. Hearing AI Li Si's conclusion, Ye Quan drew a cold breath. He hadn't expected his impulsive idea would demand so much time and resources, yet he failed to realize that apart from him, no one else could really do it. Perhaps only Ye Quan, the one with a cheat-like edge, could imagine transforming a planet with artificial suns. Ye Quan then asked, how much material do these artificial suns require? AI Li Si tilted her head and said, about 1 million tons of water. What? Ye Quan cried in shock. 1 million tons of water. How long would that take? And he had no means to bring water. The blue planet's water resources were frozen into ice, so he would first need to melt the ice to obtain 1 million tons. Transporting it back and forth would take a great deal of time. AI Li Si giggled, delighted to see Ye Quan flustered. Ye Quan waited and said, build it. No matter what, build it. I'm leaving this to you. Why me again? AI Li Si cried out. She flew over Ye Quan's head, pretending to bite him. Ye Quan swatted at her. AI Li Si hovering in front of him, glaring in a huff. Ye Quan spread his hands and said, I won't build the sun again, you'll have to do it. But don't worry, once I settle down, I'll build you a body and treat you to a real apple. AI Li Si, though still angry, knew Ye Quan spoke the truth. Given Ye Quan's laziness, such a thing would likely end in nothing. So she reluctantly agreed, turned and conjured a notebook in her hand, carefully writing a few lines. Ye Quan glances at it and finds that the list is full of things to eat after gaining a body, including some lines that threaten to retaliate against him. One entry suggests tossing Ye Quan into space, another forbids him from eating and keeps him watching her eat. The harshest would turn Ye Quan into a slave to help her plant apples. Is this AI turning dark? Ye Quan shook his head in disbelief. AI Li Si, though mighty in calculations, still had a childlike temperament. Ye Quan patted her and said, hey, I'm handing this spaceship over to you. Just control it to haul water to the shore. You don't need to go there yourself. AI Li Si sulked and didn't respond, but she still steered the ship to haul ice. Ye Quan suddenly felt light as a feather acting as the layabout boss. He checked his spacesuit and stepped out of the space station for a trek on foot. Gravity was identical to Earth. The temperature showed minus 158 degrees. The air was thick with poisonous gases. Looking up, there was only a faint glow of light. This place was too far from the sun, with only faint sunlight reaching it. If the blue planet moved to the far side of a gas giant, the temperature would drop even further. Fortunately, his protective suit was superb, otherwise stepping onto this planet would have frozen him to ice. Ye Quan looked at the dark sky and said to the audience, "Today we'll take a look at the blue planet's environment and observe whether there are any habitable spots." Holy crap, it's possible. Come on, I've waited a long time for this. The streamer makes AI Lycée do the work, yet runs off to play. We AI Lycée Protection Association protest. Protest? Nonsense. What a great job you're doing. Ye Quan glanced at the barrage and began moving toward the coast earlier. After half a day's walk, he saw his ship anchored on the sea below it, a photon cannon cutting through the ice. AI Lycée's work was clean and efficient. Once the artificial suns were built, she wouldn't stop. She could control the ship to fetch water while operating the 3D printer. Trying to place the sun on Ye Quan's body wouldn't work. After all, living beings and machines are different. After wandering by the shore for a while, Ye Quan found nothing much. The planet was truly barren. There was nothing. Disappointed, he returned to the space station and suddenly thought of food. He placed some ice into the food refining machine, added sugar and other ingredients, and input Earth's recipes. The machine could reproduce dishes exactly and even refine them to better versions. Soon Ye Quan obtained a cup of ice cream, its cream paid for by the audience's tips. "Oh, it's been a long time since I last had ice cream." Ye Quan stared longingly, unaware that AI Lycée stood behind him as the audience filled the chat with playful remarks. "Someone's about to get unlucky, haha. Is this the streamer's life? Not afraid of being watched. Suggest the streamer take a look back, okay?" Ye Quan, about to eat, felt a puzzled expression when he saw these strange barrage messages. He suddenly realized something and turned to find AI Lycée pressed against his face, glaring at him. Ye Quan was so startled that the ice cream slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. AI Lycée, shall we eat it together?" Ye Quan had spent some time on Azure Planet doing nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun all day long. The Arc of Life technique still needed one final step, but it required a very long time. Alice had recently been dedicating her computing power to manufacturing an artificial sun. Ye Quan came to the 3D printer and watched as Alice gradually built the components of the artificial sun piece by piece. The Tianma civilization's artificial sun first needed to manufacture a container capable of withstanding nuclear fusion. Said container was little more than a frame. They needed to concentrate the reactants together to form a reactor, then place it within the container. Only then could the artificial sun be considered complete. At that moment, many circular rings had already been printed on the ground beside Alice. She was placing some rare earth materials into the printer. The viewers were seeing the printer work for the first time, and faced with this breathtaking spectacle, they all felt the immense gap between their civilization and hers. Good heavens, can such equipment really be produced? This is the first time I've ever seen a printer that can create objects out of thin air. The streamer's technology is insanely advanced. I'm so envious. This technology is at least 100 years ahead of Earth. We can only watch. 100 years. Too little. At least 200. Realizing the technological lag, everyone on Earth, not just the viewers, but every nation's researchers, shared the same feeling. Even the Academy of Sciences, who had pulled strings to gain access to Ye Quan's operation, felt deep envy before the printer. This level of technology amounted to a dimensional strike against Earth. After watching Alice manufacture the artificial sun for a while, Ye Quan left the space station for other matters. The manufacturing process was extremely tedious. The outer structures alone required considerable time. 2 or 3 days later, Alice stopped and approached Ye Quan, saying, "Ye Quan, all the rare earth on the ship has been used up. The device is only half complete." Used up? So fast? Ye Quan went to the storage room and confirmed that all the rare earth was indeed gone. He had brought a considerable amount when he first arrived, but for such a massive undertaking as the artificial sun, it was nowhere near enough. Ye Quan sat down speechless. Without rare earth, the artificial sun could not be built. But B-25 planet had already been destroyed. Returning now would be certain death. He dare not go back under any circumstances. Seeing Ye Quan fall silent, the viewers had no idea what was happening and began typing question marks everywhere. Why isn't the streamer saying anything? Did something go wrong? Has he stopped manufacturing? Could it be that he's encountered a problem? Ye Quan slowly looked up and addressed the viewers. "Sigh, it's not a difficult problem. The rare earth resources have simply run out, and there is nowhere nearby to mine more. It's possible the artificial sun cannot be completed." After Ye Quan finished speaking, the viewers fell silent as well. What could they do? If even Ye Quan couldn't obtain rare earth, how could they possibly manage? At this moment, several nations realized an opportunity had presented itself. Ever since Ye Quan began building the artificial sun, countless researchers had been guarding the live stream around the clock, hoping to steal some of his techniques. Now that the rare earth was depleted, they had learned nothing. Then several nations began to act urgently. U.S. Embassy, we understand that Mr. Ye Quan is out of rare earth. In gratitude for his prior assistance, we have decided to donate 10 tons of rare earth. Seeing the U.S. Embassy's message, the viewers in the live stream instantly erupted. Haha, talk about sending a pillow to someone who's napping. Now the streamer won't have to worry about rare earth. WTF, how did America suddenly change? So generous. Think about the bigger picture, brothers. Watch the pattern. Pay attention to the grand strategy, everyone. Ye Quan also saw the message about America's decision to donate rare earth. At first he was startled, thinking he had misread it, but when the pile of rare earth was transmitted right beside him, he was thoroughly stunned. Ha, thank you to the U.S. Embassy for the donated rare earth, or Ye Quan said to the livestream. After America donated the rare earth, other nations refused to be outdone. They certainly would not let America hog the spotlight. The livestream instantly flooded with gift effects. UK Embassy donates 10 tons of rare earth, or Putin donates 10 tons of rare earth, or all the major and minor nations on Earth donated rare earth to Ye Quan. Then everyone realized that among the donating countries, Yenghua was conspicuously absent, something that sparked suspicion among many busybodies. Hey, isn't there a country missing from the donations? Right, where's Yenghua? What happened to them? No way, Yenghua wouldn't possibly refuse to donate to Ye Quan. Don't get it wrong. Just as the live stream began discussing Yengua's absence at the Academy of Sciences, the director turned to the researchers behind him and said, "Is everything ready?" The researchers replied, "Don't worry, director. We were ready just now." The director nodded in satisfaction. Then a message suddenly appeared in Ye Quan's live stream, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Academy of Sciences donates 1,000 tons of rare earth, or as this news reverberated through the live stream, those who had previously mocked Yenghua for not donating turned crimson, while the rest uniformly praised Yenghua and the Academy. Holy crap! 1,000 tons. What kind of power is that? 1,000 tons of rare earth, or let's see, any other nation dare speak now. Do you understand our Yenghua's strength? 1,000 tons. Who among you could produce that? Some people donate 10 tons and think they've achieved something monumental. Yengua's reputation suddenly improved. Other countries racked their brains, but could not fathom how Yenghua had managed to produce such a massive amount of rare earth. What they did not know was that Yenghua alone possessed over 70% of the world's rare earth reserves, so the donations from those few nations combined still fell far short of what Yenghua held. Having received the massive donation of rare earth, Ye Quan thanked everyone one by one in the live stream, then handed the materials over to Alice. The 3D printer began working again, with the rare earth, or the manufacturing speed of the artificial sun, picked up once more. Before long, the entire artificial sun was nearly complete. Only one final step remained: assembling and joining all the components together. Watching this, every viewer in the live stream held their breath, terrified of missing a single step. But Ye Quan suddenly turned away from the camera, yawned, and said, "I've been watching all day, I'm tired. Everyone take a break." Hearing Ye Quan say that, the viewers who were fully engrossed became frantic with frustration. How could he turn away the camera at such a critical moment? They had witnessed the key technique. If they could steal even a fragment of it, it would be a fortune. But Ye Quan showed no intention of letting them continue watching. Instead, he lounged back carefree. Though his behavior greatly annoyed the viewers, there was nothing they could do about it. Whoever held the technology was the one in control. Ye Quan pulled back the camera, and everyone at the Academy of Sciences felt puzzled. The artificial sun technology had reached its most critical stage, yet they were suddenly barred from watching. It was clearly just teasing their curiosity. A group of researchers in the laboratory began to complain one after another. The director watched their restless behavior and chuckled, saying, "Look at you all. Do you still have any sense of a scholar's composure? Getting so flustered over such a trivial matter." A researcher pointed at the live broadcast feed and said, "Director, it's really not our fault. Just moments ago we could still see the printer at work, but now we cannot see anything at all." The director replied, "You all focus solely on your research that you have lost even the most basic ability to judge. Tell me, why has Ye Quan been live streaming the printer for so many consecutive days only to suddenly announce a break?" The researchers looked at the director in confusion. The director continued, "The artificial sun technology has already exceeded our understanding. Once leaked, it could directly elevate a nation's scientific level. Such technology would undoubtedly trigger chaos on a massive scale. The reason Ye Quan refuses to show it to you is precisely because he does not want to disrupt Earth's technological development." After hearing the director's explanation, the researchers finally understood Ye Quan's intentions and immediately felt profound respect for him. I never expected Ye Quan to see further than we do. The director truly knows best. I originally thought Ye Quan simply did not want to share with us. So no wonder the advanced civilization chose Ye Quan. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely sold this technology for personal gain long ago. The director looked at the live feed with satisfaction. Ye Quan's actions were precisely what would stimulate the potential of researchers like them. Facing technology beyond their reach would drive them to exhaust every means to unravel its principles. Alice's research had reached its final stage. She carefully assembled the reaction device. Ye Quan, wishing to avoid drawing attention from others, began a mukbang broadcast. He had never attempted to grow vegetables on the Azure planet. Ye Quan took some vegetable seeds and placed zero-gravity cultivation pods around the space station. This was also an experiment to adapt to future space farming. He roughly planted eggplants, tomatoes, and cucumbers, then placed the plant acceleration trays on top. Before these vegetables could mature, Ye Quan began the process of sprouting bean sprouts, which immediately shocked the viewers in the live broadcast, reminding them of that experience from long ago. No way is the streamer going to eat bean sprouts again. Wow, I'm going to be sick. Why are you making me recall bean sprouts of all vegetables? Brothers, I'm slipping away first. I'll come back after he finishes the bean sprouts. I think the streamer has truly fallen in love with bean sprouts. He might as well spend the rest of his life with them. Ye Quan glanced at the barrage with a playful smile, then placed the beans he had prepared into water to germinate. He did not actually want to eat bean sprouts. The newly planted vegetables, even with the plant accelerator, required 2 days to mature. Until then, he had no choice but to subsist on bean sprouts. 2 days passed consecutively. Ye Quan tried every possible method of preparing bean sprouts once more, and the vegetables finally ripened. However, when he arrived at the zero-gravity cultivation pod, he was dumbfounded. What in the world is this? Because the vegetables were grown in zero gravity, they had all developed bizarre twisted shapes completely unlike their original forms. He bent down and picked up an eggplant, his face filled with disgust. It was indeed an eggplant, but it had grown in extraordinary appearance, with a tumor-like growth at the tail and slender leaves at the tip. The viewers burst into laughter upon seeing it. Ha ha, is that really an eggplant? Why does it look like that? With an eggplant looking like that, not even a dog would eat it. Hey, don't you think this kind of eggplant might taste terrible, completely different from before? Ye Quan reluctantly harvested a batch of eggplants, and then moved on to inspect the other vegetables. The original tomatoes had also transformed. He held one up and burst out laughing. A bitter expression had inexplicably grown on the tomato, making it highly comical. Holy cow, I can't take it anymore. Did the streamer's eggplant suffer some grievance? Ha 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 ha, please streamer, stop trying to make me laugh. I'll let the eggplant slide, but why do you have to torture me with the tomato too? This is so funny. Ye Quan looked at the tomato helplessly, its bitter face clearly displayed on the live stream. He had no idea why it had grown this way. After harvesting the tomatoes, the final vegetable was cucumber. Ye Quan walked over and took a look. True to expectations, the cucumber had transformed into something else entirely resembling a double-section staff, with its color also significantly changed. I get it, the streamer deliberately shaped the vegetables like this just to make us laugh. Better forget it. I'm afraid this cucumber might eat me instead. Streamer, why don't you taste it and see what it tastes like? Ye Quan looked at these unappetizing vegetables, genuinely unwilling to take a bite. At that moment, Alice also noticed the commotion and flew over, curiously examining the cucumber in Ye Quan's hand. Ye Quan, what is that you're holding? Ye Quan set down the cucumber and said, these are earth ingredients called vegetables. Vegetables? Alice tilted her head, gazing at the cucumber. I see. The Pegasus civilization also has similar food items, but they are quite different from what you hold. Alice began scanning the vegetables on the ground. She discovered that the genes of these vegetables were completely different from those of the Pegasus civilization. For instance, the Pegasus civilization had no vegetables with double helix genes, and their vegetables were red, unlike Earth's green varieties. Do you see something? Ye Quan asked. Alice became even more curious after finishing her scan of the vegetables. They are different from our Pegasus civilization vegetables. I do not know if they taste good, but in our civilization this kind of green vegetable simply does not exist. The vegetables we cultivate are all red, and none of them look like this. After speaking, Alice conjured a vegetable from her hand. It had red leaves layered upon layer with a slender stalk extending from the top. I have analyzed your vegetables. This is the closest thing to them in the Pegasus civilization. Ye Quan looked at the vegetable in Alice's hand and thought to himself that there was no way the two could be similar. It looked so red that it made him lose his appetite. Seeing Ye Quan's disdainful expression, Alice immediately grew defiant and insisted on comparing them. She waved her small hand, and an image appeared listing numerous plants from the Pegasus civilization. She pointed to one of the plants and said, this is the most common vegetable in the Pegasus civilization. Basically every household eats this. Ye Quan looked up. The vegetable was quite small, resembling a flower bud with white powder inside. Isn't this just something for seasoning like scallions, ginger, and garlic? A condiment, essentially. Alice nodded and said, yes, each of these vegetables has a unique taste, some sweet, some spicy. That is why the Tianma civilization used to sort them with special devices before selling. That is quite fascinating. Tell me more. Ye Quan said, growing interested as Alice began to describe the ecological environment of the Tianma civilization. Alice immediately changed into a different outfit and then produced a pair of glasses to wear. Ye Quan had no idea what scheme she was plotting. Alice feigned a cough and pointed at a swollen mushroom-like plant. This tree contains large amounts of protein. People of the Tianma civilization love eating it. A single tree can provide enough protein for an entire year. That is quite impressive. Ye Quan gave Alice a thumbs up and urged her to continue. The audience, much like students in a classroom, listened attentively to Alice's words. 500 million years ago, the Tianma civilization was home to many plants and creatures. However, most of them did not possess double helix DNA, so they differed entirely from those on Earth. Take this creature, for example. It is what you would call a bird on your planet, but on the Tianma civilization, it lived underwater. A winged creature appeared before Alice. It had no leg-like structures, nor did it possess visible gills or fins. Ye Quan found himself even more puzzled about how such a creature could possibly survive underwater. Aren't you describing a fish? How can it be called a bird? Ye Quan asked in confusion. Alice then displayed a strand of DNA data for everyone to see. The creature's DNA was indeed remarkably similar to that of a bird. She continued, the Tianma civilization spent 3 billion years before life first emerged, yet only a handful of species arose, nowhere near the diversity found on Earth. This was due to genetic limitations. Scientists later attempted to induce mutations in certain organisms, but they failed. Genetic technology is extraordinarily difficult to unravel. After sharing these details, Alice harbored a quiet envy for Earth's biological diversity. According to the materials Ye Quan had provided, Earth teemed with countless species capable of autonomous evolution driven by environmental shifts, a luxury the Tianma civilization never enjoyed. Once a species there vanished, there was no way to restore it. Alice projected materials from the Tianma civilization, revealing a peculiar creature, a massive ox-like body paired with snail-like eyes. The sight startled both Ye Quan and the audience. Good heavens, does such a thing actually exist? That creature gave me quite a fright. It reminded me of something from a horror film. The Tianma civilization is certainly unlike anything else. They managed to produce such bizarre organisms. Noticing everyone's bewilderment, Alice explained, in the early days of the Tianma civilization, this creature was extensively utilized. They could labor tirelessly for dozens of days without rest. As their technology advanced, these creatures were designated as protected species. They only needed to be fed biocapsules. Biocapsules? Ye Quan asked. Alice materialized a red circular object and held it in her palm. These are biocapsules, compressed food pellets crafted from certain plant leaves. They can be tailored to different species. Ye Quan suddenly understood. As the Tianma civilization's technology flourished, they abandoned the cumbersome feeding methods of the past. Instead of complex provisioning systems, they simply extracted and compressed what each organism needed, efficient space saving and eliminating the need for scheduled feeding. These biocapsules are truly convenient. Indeed, when will Earth ever achieve something like this? Don't be naive. Our technology is light years away from theirs. The audience grew envious of the Tianma civilization's technological prowess, dreaming of when Earth might reach such heights. Beyond biology, Alice also shared insights into their daily existence. The Tianma civilization started from humble beginnings, but their progress accelerated rapidly due to the abundant resources on planet B25. People rarely had to work. As mechanical innovations multiplied, they grew increasingly indolent. Each morning they would consume their required energy intake and then drift into boredom and idleness, which is precisely why so many entertainment technologies emerged. Advanced technology naturally leads to this kind of lifestyle. If I could, I wouldn't want to work either. That sounds wonderful. I wish I could live as a member of the Tianma civilization. They can afford that because of their abundant resources. Earth is probably still in its early stages compared to theirs, so we have a long way to go. The audience showed great interest in the Tianma civilization and engaged actively with Alice in conversation. Ye Quan examined the materials with keen interest. Having lived on planet B25 for so long, he considered himself something of an immigrant. Learning more about the society of the Tianma civilization would help him adapt to space life and prepare him for encountering other civilizations in the future without embarrassment. Is there anything else you would like to share? For instance, what does the Tianma civilization consider its most precious creature? Ye Quan asked, looking at Alice. Alice smiled and replied, the most precious one would naturally be me. Ye Quan rolled his eyes at her. I get it. I meant, other than you, are there other creatures? Alice pondered for a moment before answering. There is one extremely rare species. It existed on planet B-25 for only 1 million years before going extinct. What? Ye Quan asked curiously. Alice produced a massive biological projection in her hand. Ye Quan observed that the creature possessed 4 tentacles, an arched body suspended in flight, and a ring atop its head. Most remarkably, it was a fusion of machinery and flesh, a revelation that stunned both the uninitiated audience and Ye Quan as the day's most surprising discovery. Good heavens, is this really a living organism? It looks like something the Tiamat civilization built themselves. Why are its tentacles mechanical, and why does its head resemble a jellyfish? A creature existing in 2 forms simultaneously. That is truly miraculous. The extraordinary being sent the broadcast room into an uproar, with everyone eagerly pleading with Alice to explain. After zooming in on the image, she explained, "This is the most intelligent creature known to the Tiamat civilization. Their nature is gentle, and they never initiate aggression. However, they are incredibly difficult to breed, having survived since the mid-formation period of planet B-25. The mechanical appearance on their bodies resulted from food residues accumulating within them over time. When that particular substance eventually disappeared, the last of these creatures starved to death." After hearing Alice's explanation, Ye Quan sighed deeply. No matter what form of life, extinction was their ultimate fate. This realization cast a shadow of concern over his own future in the vast expanse of space. How long do individual species of the Tiamat civilization typically live? Ye Quan had become extremely interested in the Tiamat civilization. Since their resources were so abundant and their technology so advanced, their average species lifespan should be considerably high, at least far exceeding that of Earth's humanity. Alice teased mischievously, "Why don't you guess?" Ye Quan helplessly pursed his lips and began to speculate. "I'd say 200 years. He offered a conservative estimate. The Livestream viewers also started making bold guesses, most suggesting several centuries. However, Alice shook her head. "Far higher than that." Ye Quan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Just tell me directly." Alice replied with a serious expression, 1,000 years. "What? Over 1,000 years?" Ye Quan's eyes bulged further in disbelief. While he believed that species within the Tiamat civilization should enjoy exceptionally long lifespans, a millennium seemed excessive, didn't it? That would make them ancient immortals, wouldn't it? Seeing Ye Quan's astonished expression, Alice found it amusing and said, "That's still on the lower end." Ye Quan barely could believe it. 1,000 years still counts as the lesser. Then what do we call those of us who can't even reach 100? Viewers in the live stream were equally astonished, frantically sending barrage comments asking if it was true, while some inquired about the reasons behind such longevity. Ye Quan himself was eager to know, why can they live so long? Alice activated the holographic projection, which instantly displayed genetic profiles of various species alongside images of the life arc. She calmly explained, "Through arc technology, they transfer genes from other species into themselves, which grants them such extended lifespans. As everyone knows, life is simply the continuous cycle of cellular decay and renewal. However, once cells reach a certain limit, they cease regenerating, instead aging and deteriorating until the body's functions completely cease. Genes determine this cellular limit, dictating how long before total deterioration occurs. The gene-transferring technology of the life arc is highly developed. By continuously grafting new genes, they achieve lifespans spanning millennia. Furthermore, some can potentially live for tens of thousands of years." Speaking of this, she paused. "However, this is merely theoretical." Alice sighed and continued, "I recall when this case first emerged, it sent shockwaves through the Tiamat civilization. Theoretically, the cells in its body should endure for tens of thousands of years before deteriorating. Regrettably, it never reached that milestone, as the Tiamat civilization fell before then." Tens of thousands of years. Viewers in the live stream collectively gasped in astonishment. Was this not straight out of a dream? Wasn't this approaching the realm of immortal cultivation? Can arc technology truly achieve such extended longevity? I find it hard to believe. Good heavens, how fascinating. I truly wish to know what manner of organism could survive for tens of thousands of years. I'd also like to witness this gene transplanting technology firsthand. How enviable. Does this mean once our arc is built, we too could live for tens of thousands of years? This arc seems incredibly powerful. Being capable of gene transplantation, how many millennia ahead of Earth's technology is this? How far behind is Earth in genetic research? Can the arc realize other high-technology applications as well? I truly wish the arc's construction would speed up. If Earth possessed such technology, wouldn't we no longer need to fear death? Ye Quan's heart also quickened with excitement. Arc technology could achieve gene transplantation. He eagerly inquired, "What is the current progress of the arc's construction?" "A little over a month," Alice replied. She then activated the built-in holographic projection of the space station spacecraft. "Here is the construction process of the life arc technology. Let me demonstrate the progress to you all. Currently, we're only missing the artificial sun. The key issue lay in the scarcity of rare Earth resources which remained unsolved. Both Ye Quan and the Livestream viewers stared intently at the projection, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Suddenly the spacecraft shuddered violently. Like an aircraft encountering turbulence, it seemed to have hit dangerous air currents. Alice was taken aback, then shouted urgently, "This is solar wind. A sunspot eruption." Sunspot? What's that? I don't know either, but it feels extremely dangerous. So clueless. Didn't physics textbooks cover sunspots? They're not merely dangerous, they're extremely dangerous, got it. At this moment scientists appeared to address the situation. Sunspot eruptions are indeed highly dangerous. We recommend immediate evacuation. Such eruptions are exceedingly rare. When they occur, they release various forms of radiation that can disrupt electronic device signals, causing instantaneous network failures. The human body would also be exposed to this radiation, which is far more severe than nuclear leakage. Even Earth's atmospheric shield offers little protection against it. After the scientist's explanation, everyone grew anxious for their safety. Better evacuate quickly. This is no joke. Indeed, the spacecraft's entire system relies on electronic equipment. If the radiation affects it, we're finished. What terrible luck. Forget everything else. Just run. Ye Quan, however, was not nearly as panicked. Though somewhat apprehensive, he refused to retreat. He still intended to reach the space station. How could he abandon his mission halfway? Not long after the shaking subsided. Is it over? The ship stopped shaking, but what about the radiation? Exactly. Let's quickly inspect the electronic equipment for any issues. Ye Quan had obviously thought of the same thing. He immediately accessed the inspection system. All checks passed. All checks passed. Several consecutive, all clear notifications sounded, leaving everyone pleasantly surprised. This spacecraft is impressive. Not a single scratch. Excellent. No wonder it's the product of an advanced civilization. How enviable. Truly impressive. It doesn't even fear sunspot eruptions. This spacecraft is virtually invincible. Not a single component damaged. Amazing. Ye Quan also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been quite worried earlier, but fortunately the spacecraft proved reliable. Alice, meanwhile, was secretly astonished. She could clearly sense that this spacecraft possessed an energy shield capability. It was precisely this energy shield that had deflected the sunspot's radiation and withstood the solar wind. However, such energy shielding technology was still in its research phase when the Tianma civilization fell. Tianma civilization was merely a Type 2 civilization, while Earth was only at 0.73, not even reaching Type 1. Given such a vast gap, it was impossible for Earth to have developed energy shields that even the Tianma civilization had not yet mastered. Then the question arose, where had Ye Quan obtained this energy shield? Furrowing her brow, Alice looked at Ye Quan, her curiosity toward this man deepening with each passing moment. Damn, they can even handle solar flare eruptions with ease. This technology is incredible. At this moment, a viewer in the livestream proposed a hypothesis. I guess with the capabilities of an advanced civilization, maybe they can let the streamer take off the spacesuit and casually walk around in outer space. Although we all know this is impossible, advanced civilizations have already shown us so much. Who knows, maybe it's actually possible. Exactly. Don't movies often show that after a solar storm attacks, the human body mutates? Maybe the streamer has already ascended or turned to dust. Upon hearing these words, Ye Quan almost fainted from anger. Dear fans, your imaginations are too wild. If I really went out without a spacesuit, I'd die within minutes. Then who would be left to livestream for you all? The streamer is right. This is reality, not a game. Have to admit, the spaceship's safety features are incredible. It can even withstand solar flares. Could it also survive a star explosion? Someone raised quite a speculative question in the livestream chat. Suddenly viewers began eagerly discussing it, each chiming in one after another. Ye Quan, the artificial sun device has been completed, Alice sent via private message. Ye Quan was somewhat surprised that fast. Yes, it was rushed and finished ahead of schedule. However what? However, you'll need to assemble it yourself in outer space. Why not ship it as a complete unit? Why send it disassembled? Ye Quan asked, puzzled. First, there are too many components. Second, this kind of thing isn't suitable for installation on Earth. Alright. Then send it over as a donation. Ding, Alice donated one artificial sun device. Ye Quan immediately turned to the livestream audience. Everyone, didn't you all want to see me take a stroll in outer space? Now Alice has sent the artificial sun, so let me show you around. So cool. Alice is forever the best. Wait. Is the streamer really going to take off the spacesuit and walk around in outer space? Ye Quan read the message and was momentarily speechless. I think I'm still young, nothing makes me want to do something reckless. As these words fell, the live stream instantly erupted with laughter emojis and comments. Alright, let's stop chatting, and I'll take everyone to see it first. Speaking of which, Ye Quan started putting on his spacesuit and carefully stepped out of the spaceship's hatch. In his line of sight, a huge package appeared before Ye Quan's eyes. A large opened container floated slowly in the vacuum of space. Stepping closer, he saw countless tube-shaped components and a spherical device several meters in size inside. Ah, is this the artificial sun? Amazing, my friend. This is the first time I've ever seen an artificial sun. I'm witnessing history right now. This artificial sun is pretty huge. Ding. Alice donated a manual for the artificial sun. Just as Ye Quan was a bit bewildered, the system announced another donation. Then a manual the size of a dictionary appeared in his field of vision. Seeing this, Ye Quan was genuinely taken aback. What's going on? This manual is so exaggerated. It's fine, it's within normal range. Ye Quan was live streaming in sync, and Alice naturally saw his confusion on the screen. Ye Quan quickly asked Alice, normal range. Alice, you're not kidding, right? With such a thick manual, when will I ever finish reading it? How am I supposed to assemble this? How about this? I'll provide one-on-one guidance for the installation. Is that okay? Ye Quan heard this and agreed eagerly. Do you see the installers around you? Those pillars over a meter long. Yes, exactly those. Pick them up, match the interfaces on the left and right, and connect them one by one to form a circle. Then place the reactor in the center. Ye Quan followed Alice's instructions and started acting accordingly. But who would have thought that after wasting half the day's effort he had only installed a few pieces? Viewers, have some mercy on me. I'm afraid I don't know when this will be finished installing. Do you have any good ideas? There's no way I can just keep installing this on stream forever, right? So the viewers started chiming in from all sides. One comment said, by the way, don't Boston Dynamics and Apple have advanced industrial robots? The streamer could ask them. Maybe they can help out. Since high-tech companies across various industries worldwide were watching Ye Quan's actions, this simple message made the executives from Apple and Boston Dynamics realize it was an excellent negotiation opportunity. Within less than 10 seconds, executives from both Apple and Boston Dynamics sent private messages. Mr. Ye Quan, we deeply empathize with your situation. We'd be more than happy to help and willing to provide you with various robots. Ye Quan glanced at the private message and immediately felt thrilled. But the very next moment his expression changed drastically. However, on the condition that you transfer the relevant technology of the artificial sun to us. Just that manual in your possession would suffice. Upon reading this, Ye Quan immediately rejected the offer. I'm sorry, I cannot transfer this kind of thing. Thank you for your kindness. Ye Quan sighed, deeply glanced at the artificial sun device again, and with no other choice continued assembling. Ding. The Academy director donated 10 types of humanoid robots. With a flash before his eyes, 10 humanoid robots appeared in Ye Quan's field of vision. The Academy director then sent a private message. Ye Quan, we've understood your predicament. These 10 robots are free for you to use. They have extremely simple intelligent systems that allow prototype control and connection. You just need to operate them from the spaceship. Ye Quan smiled and kept thanking, thanks director. If it weren't for your help, I really wouldn't know what to do. No problem. We're all Yin people. Helping each other is only natural. By the way, one more thing, due to the robot structure, they can only be remotely controlled manually throughout, and they require recharging. So we suggest putting them into use in batches. In this way they can work continuously 24 hours a day. I understand. Soon Ye Quan began simple operations. As the Academy director had said, it was indeed easy to get started with. At this point the comments had gone completely wild. Damn, seriously. Has Yin technology already become this advanced? This feels like it's several times better than what Apple and Boston Dynamics offer. So cool. As a Yin person, I feel extremely proud. The head of Apple Corporation stared in disbelief at everything unfolding on the live stream, his face darkening instantly. How is this possible? The level of robotic technology in Yin country far surpasses our Apple Corporation. Is this still the backward, impoverished nation I once knew? It was not only the head of Apple who held such thoughts. Boston and other major powers shared the same disbelief. My God, this humanoid robot is too perfect. I never imagined our company could even compare with theirs. What the hell? How can Yin country have something this incredible? It seems we have been underestimating Yin country all along. Truth be told, the items delivered by the Academy of Sciences were truly a timely help to Ye Quan. However, since the solar storm was still active, the robots could not yet be deployed. Any activation would result in immediate paralysis. At that very moment, Alice cast a curious gaze upon the robots and began scanning their location with lightning speed. Strange. Such outdated robots that rely on charging to function are laughable. And these viewers on the screens, who exactly are they? Judging from their attire and conversation, they seem to belong to a first-class civilization, yet they are so backward. As an intelligent life form of the Tianma civilization, Alice subconsciously fixed her gaze upon Ye Quan. Ye Quan, who are these people? They appear to be of the same species as the viewers on the screen, yet the technological gap is enormous. Could it be that the audience members are all bionic beings created by Ye Quan? No. If they were merely experimental subjects, Ye Quan wouldn't be displaying such expressions. The more she thought, the more questions swarmed through Alice's mind, deepening her curiosity about Ye Quan's true identity. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the solar storm passed. Alice, Ye Quan called out, but received no response. Alice. He raised his voice, and this time Alice finally responded. Oh, what's wrong? What's going on with your AI system? Why did it take me 2 or 3 calls to get a response? Nothing, I was merely searching for some information. What's the matter, Ye Quan? As Alice spoke, her gaze settled on Ye Quan. The spacesuit data shows the solar storm has passed. Can you help connect to the robot network data? Upon hearing this, Alice replied proudly, this is no problem at all. With those words, she closed her eyes and activated her intelligent connection system. Streams of data began flowing across Alice's body, converging rapidly into her brain. In barely a moment, she opened her eyes. Data connection in progress. Connection successful. Robots launching. Launch complete. As Alice's voice faded, the robots began to move. Due to the live broadcast, countless Earth viewers witnessed this moment, with many immediately flooding the chat with enthusiastic messages. Incredible. I never expected Tianma intelligence to be so advanced. She merely closed and opened her eyes, and the robots were already in motion. Tianma civilization is amazing. The streamer himself is even more impressive. Hasn't he already begun constructing an artificial sun? Who knows if his next step will be creating life itself? Ye Quan ignored the chat messages and continued issuing commands to Alice. Alice dispatched the robots in batches to ensure 24-hour uninterrupted operation. Can you manage this? Of course. Such primitive technology is child's play for the Tianma civilization. We can control it effortlessly. With that, a laser swept across Alice's eyes, and the robots immediately began operating according to the prescribed sequence. At this point, Ye Quan seemed to recall something. He opened a private chat channel with the Academy of Sciences director. Director, I must thank you and the Academy once again for your assistance. The director sat before his computer screen, watching the live stream intently. He never wanted to miss a single moment of Ye Quan's broadcast, for even the smallest discovery during the stream could potentially propel Earth's civilization forward by leaps and bounds. A private message suddenly arrived. Upon seeing it was from Ye Quan, the director grew extremely excited and hurriedly opened it. He quickly typed a reply. It's nothing. I'm merely doing what I should. By the way, are the robots sufficient? If not, I can send another 100 units to accelerate the installation process. Hearing this, Ye Quan felt slightly embarrassed. Since you're being so generous, I'll gladly accept. By the way, I have a small gift for you as well. The Academy director was quite curious. What gift? Ye Quan said nothing but leaned toward Alice and whispered something in her ear. Alice nodded and replied, no problem. Just as the director wondered what gift Ye Quan intended to send, a private document notification suddenly appeared. Curious, the director opened it, and upon reading the contents, he could barely contain his excitement. He nearly fell out of his chair. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, and he hastily righted himself. The file clearly displayed bold characters, Artificial Sun Construction Manual. At this moment, Ye Quan sent a smiling emoji. How do you feel about this gift, director? Mr. Ye, I truly don't know what to say. This gift is far too precious. Although his words carried polite modesty, the Academy director was overjoyed within. It's nothing. You've helped me greatly, and this is the most I can offer in gratitude. Please accept it. In that case, I shall not refuse. By the way, regarding the robots, don't forget. I need them urgently. Please dispatch them as soon as possible. No problem, I'll handle it immediately. With that, their private conversation ended. The Academy director quickly made a phone call instructing relevant personnel to dispatch all available robots without delay. The person on the other end was momentarily stunned. The director growled impatiently, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what I said? Yes, director, I'm on it right away. At this moment, Ye Quan was still in outer space conducting a live broadcast. The Academy of Sciences has donated a total of 121 robots. Hearing this, Ye Quan's face lit up with joy. Alice, quickly connect the remaining robots to the network and get them working as well. Understood. We are connecting now. With a batch of robots joining in, the live stream erupted into a frenzy. No way. The Yin Academy of Sciences is just too generous, isn't it? Those robots must be incredibly expensive, right? Look at that dexterity, watch how they work. They completely outclass every robot on Earth. How I wish I had one of those. Forget it, even the wealthiest man in the world might not afford one. You see, such robots are exclusively produced by Yin, and they're kept under strict confidentiality. Just manufacturing a single one costs hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions for one robot. Good heavens, that's beyond my imagination. If I had one robot, I could sell it and never worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. The live stream once again descended into playful banter, everyone tossing remarks back and forth. Ye Quan was thoroughly accustomed to such scenes and showed little change in expression. Meanwhile on Earth, inside the director's office of the Yen Academy of Sciences, the director raised his trembling hands and slowly opened the document. When he saw its contents, his expression instantly changed. Overcome with excitement, he danced about like a child. We made it, we really made it this time. Since the director's office opened directly onto the workspace of other researchers, they soon gathered at the door upon hearing his excited exclamations. What's wrong with the director? Who knows? But, from the look of it, he seems quite pleased. Could he have lost his mind, for heaven's sake? Someone blurted out these words. Everyone paused and considered it. Given the director's advanced age, such a condition was indeed possible. You're the one who's lost his mind. I'm simply overjoyed. Come take a look. With that, everyone gathered around the director's desk, their eyes fixed on the computer screen. In an instant, everyone grew just as excited as the director, if not even more so. Good heavens! What is this? This is the blueprint and instructions for building an artificial sun. So those 100+ robots were absolutely worth it. I don't even know what to say. Who would have thought we'd ever get to handle technology like this? Watching people around him embrace, some even shedding tears of excitement, the director hardly had the heart to scold them. He clapped his hands and called out, all right, no more chatter. Listen to me for a moment. Hearing the director's voice, everyone snapped back to reality, their gazes converging on him. I just read through the contents twice. With this document, we have completely broken through everything we previously knew about artificial sun research. However what? Director, stop beating around the bush. You're driving us mad with anticipation. All right, the file is right here. No need to rush. Unfortunately, while the technology described can theoretically function, the equipment requirements are exceedingly demanding. Even combining efforts with all Yan's academies of science, we cannot currently produce matching equipment. We'll have to settle for reduced specifications in order to move forward. Saying this, the director looked around at everyone. I will make copies of this document shortly. Everyone present today receives one copy. You are to live, eat, sleep, and work entirely within this office. Finish organizing it into a document suited to our current research stage as quickly as possible. To prevent this technology from being stolen by foreign academies of Yen, everyone must hand over their phones and carry no storage devices of any kind. Upon completion, all photocopies will be destroyed. Understood? Understood. Immediately, everyone at the Academy of Sciences sprang into action. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 8 hours passed. At that moment, the director's computer received the final document. After his review and consolidation, a document detailing an artificial sun design suitable for current research development appeared on his desk. The director rested his chin on his hand, hesitated for a moment, then saved the file and promptly summoned his assistant. Now immediately go contact the Research Academy and submit this document to them. Remember, if this document goes missing, you won't need to return to the Academy of Sciences, or even live through your next lifetime for that matter. Understood? Understood. Soon the Research Academy received the news and swiftly dispatched relevant personnel for handoff. When they held the document in their hands and examined it, they exchanged bewildered glances. This type of material is far too precious. Quick, report this to the Yen Ministry of Science and Technology. And so the document was overnight transferred into the hands of the ministry. Upon reviewing it, the ministry realized this was no ordinary matter. They immediately classified the document as a red-level secret and issued corresponding warnings to everyone who had handled it. Remember, this is now a red-level document. Today, none of you handled any such file, nor did you exchange any information regarding it. Understood? On the phone, everyone instantly understood the gravity of the situation and repeatedly affirmed their compliance. Meanwhile, the ministry spent the entire night escalating the report through successive levels. Within half an hour, the document had arrived before Yan's leadership. For this reason, the higher authorities convened an emergency meeting overnight. At that moment, someone carefully carried a briefcase into the conference hall. Layer by layer, locks were opened until finally 2 small USB drives appeared before the assembled crowd. One was the original file sent by Alice. The other was the consolidated document refined through the collective wisdom of countless researchers from the Academy of Sciences. Is this the relevant data on the artificial sun? Yes, precisely so. With that, the content was projected onto the screen for everyone present to view. After reviewing it, euphoria swept through everyone, especially among the leaders, who burst into hearty laughter. Ye Quan truly does not disappoint our Yen people. With citizens like him, how could Yen fail to rise? Indeed, with Ye Quan, we Yen people should feel proud. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Everyone hear me out. The technological weight contained in this document is immense. To accelerate Yan's advancement in the global scientific arena, I believe it is necessary to initiate the artificial sun construction project. Agreed. We've been bullied mercilessly by the eagle for too long. It's time to vent our frustration. Soon everyone around the table voiced their agreement. And so a monumental scientific campaign quietly unfolded across Yen. 24 hours had passed for Ye Quan, and by the 12th hour, he had finished building the artificial sun. He hurried back to the space station to eat, rest, and sleep. He is human after all, not a robot, and cannot be compared to the robots sent by the Academy of Sciences. So the remaining work was handed over to AI Li Si. After all, she is an AI, she would not feel tired, and with her around, Ye Quan felt at ease. About 8 more hours passed, and Ye Quan was sleeping when AI Li Si woke him. Ye Quan, wake up, the sun is shining down on us. Where did this sun come from? Isn't the artificial sun not finished yet? Wait. The sun. Ye Quan realized something, and sat up abruptly from his sleeping position. Has the artificial sun already been assembled? AI Li Si, as if she were human, wore a smug, triumphant expression. Do you not know who I am? Under my supervision and effort, the artificial sun has been assembled. Upon hearing AI Li Si's words, Ye Quan hurried to look outside through the space station's window. 10 massive circular halos appeared in the azure sky, becoming subsatellites. Ye Quan was left speechless in astonishment, then finally whispered, so spectacular. Ye Quan suddenly noticed something. Why aren't they glowing? They haven't been powered on yet. Of course they won't glow. Then can they be powered on remotely? This is essential. Hearing this, Ye Quan could not wait to start the live stream. As the broadcast went live, it drew in countless viewers. As soon as the footage appeared, hundreds of thousands were online waiting. Hurry up, Ye Quan, the host has started the live stream. In less than half a minute, the online audience had surpassed well over 1 billion. Hello everyone, I'm host Ye Quan, nice to meet you again. Ye Quan simply greeted the audience. The camera then swung toward outer space, and the viewers' eyes followed to 4 artificial suns. Is this the artificial sun? My God, in less than 24 hours it's already assembled. The craftsmanship, this perfect arc is so beautiful. Hey host, why haven't we seen the artificial sun glow? Ye Quan gave a sly smile. It's not powered on yet. I want everyone to witness this moment together. Ye Quan asked AI Li Si. AI Li Si, how do we enable remote startup? Yes, the startup button. AI Li Si said, and a humanoid robot came over holding a device similar to a remote control. Ye Quan casually took it and said to the screen, everyone join me in a 10-second countdown. The artificial sun is about to start. 10, 9, 8. Everyone watched Ye Quan and the outer space with excitement. 3, 2, 1. With the countdown complete, Ye Quan pressed the activation button. Boom, boom, boom. Instantaneously, the 10 artificial suns erupted with dazzling light. The glare streamed through the broadcast, nearly blinding the viewers in the live stream room. On screen, a searing brilliance erupted, making almost everything invisible. This was only a broadcast. The light would not harm the audience. The space station Ye Quan inhabits is equipped with solar shielding, as if he wore sunglasses. It also blocked gamma rays and other harmful rays. Nevertheless, Ye Quan couldn't endure the glare and instinctively closed his eyes. After about a minute or so following the first wave, the screen reappeared. The light gradually settled into a more tolerable level, though blinding, the outside could be seen. Ye Quan rubbed his eyes trying to open them. After a while, he could make out the outside. There on Weilonxing, 10 brilliant spheres radiated warm light and heat. The artificial suns were lit successfully. Their radiant light shone down on Weilonxing. Quick, look, a white mist has appeared on Weilonxing's surface. What is that? A viewer posted a barrage, drawing everyone's attention. The audience noticed a faint white mist forming where the atmosphere lay on Weilonxing. A meteorologist fixed his gaze on the screen, observing Weilonxing's state. As he watched, he arrived at a startling conclusion. That white gas is clouds. Weilonxing has clouds. The ice on Weilonxing melted. As the temperature rose, water began to evaporate into vapor, which gathered to form clouds. That remark immediately sparked a frenzy in the live stream. Oh my God, I can't believe I witnessed a planet birth its clouds. Astonishing moment. I must take a screenshot. Perhaps this holds significant implications for studying Earth's formation. In an instant, scientists from various fields focused on analyzing Weilonxing. The live stream became incredibly lively. At that moment, a viewer commented, isn't it soon to explore Weilonxing? Ye Quan happened to see the message and replied, once the ice melts, we can proceed to explore Weilonxing then. But since we must wait for a while during this time, please help by sending gifts to support me through this tough time. As Ye Quan's voice faded, the screen filled with countless gift notifications. Ding, the Academy of Sciences donated Big Planet 100. Apple Inc. donated Big Planet 1000. The Embassy of Country Y donated Big Planet 100. Suddenly, countless gifts flooded the screen, appearing almost non-stop. Ye Quan looked over them and thought these gifts would suffice to trade for better gear with the system during exploration. Thank you all for the donations. These gifts are enough. When the time is right, I will lead everyone to check on Weilonxing's status at once. As Ye Quan's voice faded, the gift sounds gradually ceased. For the rest of the time, Ye Quan continued to livestream the climate changes on Wei. As water vapor increased, the clouds thickened. From space, it looked almost like Earth's weather. During this period, Ye Quan occasionally streamed eating broadcasts, but the audience clamored to see Wei-Xing's condition. With no alternative, Ye Quan had the system monitor Wei-Xing while he spent time aboard the space station passively entertaining himself with fan rewards. Fortunately, AI Li Si remained by his side to talk and ease his boredom. Thus, Ye Quan spent roughly a week in this manner. On that morning, upon rising from bed, he casually glanced at the Livestream interface. The screen was nearly overwhelmed with bullet comments, all urging Ye Quan to visit the Azure Star. "Streamer, why are you still sleeping in? Get up already. Dear streamer, the ice on the Azure Star has completely melted. Please hurry and take us to see it. Streamer, have mercy on us. Show us the state of the Azure Star." Ye Quan hurriedly turned toward the window of the space station, only then discovering that all the ice on the Azure Star had indeed melted. A vast ocean had now formed across the Azure Star, surrounding a supercontinent beyond it. "Everyone, please calm down. I'll take you all to take a look right now." At that moment, Ye Quan's figure reappeared on the Livestream screen. Upon seeing him, everyone erupted into exclamations. "Streamer, you're finally awake. This is great. Streamer, can you take us to see the Azure Star? Do you know how long I waited for you to wake up? Even the flowers have withered." Countless people teased Ye Quan about finally getting out of bed. Ye Quan chuckled sheepishly and apologized. "Sorry everyone. Keeps you waiting. Setting off shortly." Though he said, "shortly," Ye Quan still needed to make proper safety preparations. He pulled up the system marketplace and began selecting the necessary items. The situation on the Azure Star was not yet stable, and no one could guarantee safety. He certainly couldn't go personally. Thus, Ye Quan's gaze fell upon the detector. Interstellar Flight Probe functions, voice-activated intelligent control, manual operation, 360-degree blind spot-free real-time synchronization of all visual data captured by the probe. Redemption cost 1000 deep space points. Seeing the description, Ye Quan felt this probe was precisely what he needed. However, upon reading the redemption cost, he nearly choked on a cold swallow. Damn it, this is ridiculously expensive. Ye Quan checked his system account balance. Fortunately, the generous tips from last time, totaling over 10,000 from Big Planet viewers, had accumulated enough deep space points. After hesitating for half an hour, he ultimately steeled himself and directly chose to redeem it. "Everyone, since the situation on the Azure Star is still somewhat unstable, I'll have the probe explore its interior first. If conditions prove stable, I will personally visit the planet. Streamer, hurry up. We can't wait any longer." Alright, starting right now." As Ye Quan's voice faded, the probe slowly set out. As the probe drew increasingly closer to the Azure Star, everyone could see the atmospheric conditions of the planet with growing clarity. Suddenly, the screen shook violently, a sign that the probe was entering the atmosphere and experiencing friction. At nearly the same moment, everyone held their breath, staring tensely at the screen. Through the screen, besides witnessing the dazzling flames produced by the friction between the atmosphere and the probe, they could also see 10 suns rotating freely in the sky and a colossal gas giant occupying half the heavens. The beauty at this moment was beyond words. It was a unique splendor, unique to the deep cosmos, unforgettable at a single glance. Everyone gasped at what they were witnessing. So beautiful. Indeed, absolutely breathtaking. Soon the footage on the screen stabilized, indicating the probe had successfully passed through the atmosphere and entered the interior of the Azure Star. Initiate data collection. Ye Quan issued the voice command to the space station's control panel. Almost simultaneously, the probe far away on the Azure Star received the order and activated its detection mode. As the probe began its vertical descent from top to bottom, it simultaneously started synchronizing the data it was collecting in real time. Consequently, one piece of data after another was transferred to the space station, appearing before Ye Quan's eyes. Since Ye Quan had synchronized all the probe's data to the live stream, viewers in the broadcast could also see the corresponding information. Atmospheric temperature 3740 degrees Celsius. Surface temperature 2030 degrees Celsius. Humidity 89%. Air composition 72% oxygen, 10% carbon dioxide, 5% nitrogen, 3%. When everyone saw the transmitted data, the atmosphere in the live stream nearly boiled over with excitement. "No way. If there were just a bit more oxygen, this place would be perfectly suitable for humans," a viewer exclaimed. "Not just humans. Any species on Earth might be able to survive here. This is simply a second Earth." Others also shared their feelings at that moment. Who knows? As time passes, provided the Azure Star is not struck by meteors or other cosmic disasters, the entire planet could fully evolve new life within the next 100 million years. Evolve. If conditions allowed, we humans might as well go there and settle right now. After all, Earth's energy resources are being depleted at an alarming rate by humanity. At this pace, Earth is doomed sooner or later. At this point, others in the live stream began to chime in with their own jokes. Settle. Let me remind everyone, the Azure Star is millions of light years away from Earth. Given current human technology, even traveling for tens of thousands of years wouldn't get us there. At best, we'd probably all die on the spaceship before reaching our destination. Hearing this, someone retorted, "True, we can't settle there, but can't the streamer? Since he's already nearby, he could develop and exploit the planet as a new Earth." But relying on just one streamer, that's hardly feasible, is it? Humans are fundamentally social creatures. A lone person staying there for too long would surely fall into depression. He might even consider taking his own life. This was rather accurate. At this point, someone in the live stream proposed, "That's not a big deal at all. By the early 21st century, we had already mastered cloning technology. Why not have the relevant department send a cloning device for the streamer to create himself a wife? Perhaps down the line he could even spark a new Earth-level technological era." Hey, did you all forget that behind the streamer lies Tianma's smart AI Iris? With her already on board, that's more than enough for the live stream. Does this mean a romance between human and machine is coming? The entire chat erupted in hearty laughter. Ye Quan listened to what the viewers in the livestream chat were saying and felt utterly speechless. "Everyone, I think my private matters don't need to be argued about to the death. Putting aside everything else, given my current situation, do you think I am suited to settle and survive on Weilon Xing? I am most concerned about when I can return to Earth." Upon hearing Luo Xing say this, the audience burst into loud laughter. They suddenly realized that the point they had been arguing about was indeed somewhat flawed. "I was worrying for the streamer in vain. I've been single my whole life for more than 20 years. Yes, indeed, we can't ruin our own prospects for the sake of others. It's funny, the way I argued just now had a show of certainty." Seeing this, Ye Quan said, all right, everyone calm down a little. I will operate the detector and guide you to experience Weilon Xing." As he spoke, Ye Quan devoted himself to steering the detector as it slowly sped across Weilon Xing, leaping over mountains, rivers, and lakes. The detector transmitted information, and Ye Quan watched the changing specs on Weilon Xing, honestly feeling a bit of happiness. It was like a farmer seeing his crops begin to thrive. Ye Quan also carried a fatherly sentiment. After a scan, he let out a deep sigh and asked, "Streamer, what's wrong with you?" "Why are you sighing?" an audience member asked in a barrage of comments. Ye Quan said, "Weilon Xing, though beautiful in its own right, is perhaps a little too monotonous. Look around. Almost everything is the color of soil revealed after glacier melt." "Hey, that's simple. If we plant some vegetation there, wouldn't that do the trick?" a viewer suggested. Ye Quan read the barrage and suddenly understood. Yes, after planting vegetation there, not only can it green Weilon Xing, but through photosynthesis the plants will increase oxygen in the atmosphere, making it completely breathable on Weilon Xing. Ye Quan suddenly thought of the many plants in his space station. "Alisai, could we plant the space station's plants on Weilon Xing?" Alisai clearly arrived at a conclusion. "Sorry, at the moment the plants cannot be planted there." Ye Quan grew curious. "Is it the soil?" According to the detector data, Weilon Xing's soil is a bit lacking, but overall planting plants shouldn't be a problem. Not the soil, but the oxygen. Oxygen. Don't plants absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen? Currently 70% of Weilon Xing's atmosphere is carbon dioxide. For plants, that would be a best fit environment. How could that be related to oxygen? Alisai continued, "Based on my study of Earth's vegetation, they perform respiration during growth using oxygen and enzymes to break down organic matter for energy. Although the amount of oxygen needed is small, it is still required. Otherwise, the plant's survival rate would be very low." Ye Quan nodded, understanding at last. "That would be a bit troublesome. What should we do?" AI Li Si proposed. "No, actually, let's first plant those that require less oxygen. And large-scale planting would greatly increase the plant's survival rate." Hearing this, Ye Quan clapped his thigh in relief. "Yeah, how could I not think of such a simple solution?" he said, then hurriedly glanced toward the area in the space station where the plants were being grown. But soon it turned out that almost none of the space station plants were suitable for this plan. The audience through the livestream also sensed Ye Quan's predicament. They began to discuss, "But Earth's early oxygen came from algae. Oh, why not send some algae from nearby sewers or lakes?" This sparked a burst of laughter. "You've forgotten what the streamer said earlier. Gift teleportation can only transfer inanimate objects. Algae are living creatures. If you use something dead, it isn't useful anyway. And the oxygen produced by algae is very small. It would take a long time to accumulate enough oxygen for humans on Weilon Xing. By then the streamer would be old and waiting." Then various proposals appeared in the live stream. Some suggested sending oxygen machines, others suggested sending flowers or grasses. Either the cost is too high or the Weilon Xing soil environment isn't suitable. They were all shot down by the platform's experts. Then someone proposed, "Why not send cactus seeds?" Cacti hardly need oxygen to grow, and many people keep them at home to release oxygen at night. Yes, cacti can survive with almost no oxygen, and with light they absorb a lot of carbon dioxide. Thus the viewers began sending all kinds of cactus seeds one by one. At that moment, Ye Quan was still in the plant room looking for suitable plants, hardly noticing the viewer's state. Suddenly system notification sounds swelled in the ears. Ding! Xiao Lubwa 2 donated 100 packs of crabclaw cactus seeds. Ding! Sa Yin Good donated 10 gene of silver finger cactus seeds. Ding! Not Eating Bean Sprouts donate Z Sun Shio cactus seeds packet. For a moment seeds of all kinds kept being delivered to Ye Quan's hands. Various packages from all over the world appeared. Almost every cactus seed on Earth seemed to surround Ye Quan. 10 gene, 20 gene, 300 gene, a ton, 5 tons. In no time at all, Ye Quan's location was almost buried under cactus seeds. Hurry, stop the gift teleportations. If this keeps up, I'll be buried by seeds. Ye Quan called out in protest. The enthusiastic viewers finally stopped their gifts, and Ye Quan crawled out of the seed pile with difficulty. Halisai via scans and network analysis quickly arrived at the corresponding result. For now, cactus seeds are indeed the best possible countermeasure. The numbers here can guarantee a high survival rate. And once the conditions are right, they should root and sprout in about 7 to 14 days. Most importantly, cacti have strong survivability. Planting them on Weilon Xing is really an ideal choice. Hearing AI Li Si's explanation, Ye Quan felt very satisfied. Now at least the reason why planting on Weilon Xing had been difficult had been resolved. Ye Quan glanced at the cactus seeds beside him, and the next moment his brows furrowed tightly. Even the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, with so many seeds, when will I ever finish planting them all? The conditions on Blue Star are not suitable for human survival. Am I really expected to keep sending the detector back and forth? You see, Blue Star is so vast that even relying solely on Ye Quan, it would take an eternity to plant all these seeds. Moreover, he had to worry about potential damage from the detector making so many trips. Given the current situation, Ye Quan, you really do need to proceed this way. Alice replied. Hearing these words, Ye Quan propped his head with his hand, unable to put into words the feelings swirling within him. At this moment, the live stream viewers were also brainstorming solutions for Ye Quan. The head of DJI from Yen Country sent a private message. Mr. Ye Quan, our company has recently developed a brand new drone, and we would like to offer it to you for use. Ye Quan glanced at it, his heart bursting with excitement. However, he still instinctively asked, so what would I need to do in return for the drone? There is no such thing as a free meal in this world. Ye Quan already knew this, well, so naturally the question came to his lips. The DJI representative seated in his chair burst out laughing upon seeing Ye Quan's message. Mr. Ye Quan, you misunderstand. We have no conditions. If anything, the fact that you can use our drone serves as the best promotion for us. To be honest, we are the ones benefiting from your fame. Please wait a moment. We are packing them up now and will transfer them to you in about 2 minutes. Upon hearing this, Ye Quan felt quite embarrassed and could only repeatedly express his gratitude. Soon hundreds of DJI drones appeared inside the space station. A viewer in the live stream asked, what's inside these boxes? Even without seeing the broadcast notification, it's clearly from DJI in Yen Country. No need to think twice. It has to be drones. Ye Quan thought that since DJI had been so generous, he should naturally do something to show his appreciation. Everyone. These drones were sent free of charge by DJI company. Let me first thank them here. If they hadn't sent these, I'm afraid I'd really have to go to work the land myself. For now, let me give everyone an unboxing of DJI's latest product. With that said, Ye Quan casually picked up one of the boxes and began the simple process of unboxing it. As he went along, the contents were revealed one by one. A main body charging equipment, corresponding control devices, a box-sized container, and the instruction manual for the drone. No way. Is DJI's drone really this compact now? In its folded state, it seems about the size of a mobile phone. I have to admit, DJI from Yen Country truly deserves to be called the world's best drone company. The design and size are absolutely incredible. Exactly. Look at this model. It hasn't even hit the market yet. Once DJI officially releases it, I will definitely buy one. Instantly, the chat began filling with various comments about the drone. Alice, can you connect to the drone's network and operate it? Of course. For an AI like me, that is simply no problem at all. Hearing this, Ye Quan immediately recalled the detector and turned to Alice saying, get the connections ready. I'm preparing to start seeding. Understood. Ye Quan opened drone after drone, flipping on the switches as he went. The separate compartments were designed to hold the cactus seeds. Ye Quan placed the seeds into the compartments, then assembled them with the drones. With over 100 drones to unpack and seed, by the time he finished, the detector had already returned to the space station. Ye Quan wasted no idle time loading the drones onto the detector one by one, using it as transportation. After all, launching the drones directly from outer space into Blue Star would likely burn them up completely upon entering the atmosphere. Since the detector had sample collection capabilities, its storage space was relatively large. Nearly all hundreds of drones fit inside without any issue. Alice, I'm handing over control of the detector and the drones to you. You will handle the seeding. No problem, right? No problem. Detector connection in progress. Connection successful. Drone connection in progress. Connection successful. Soon the detector carrying the drones returned to Blue Star once more. Alice operated the detector's hatch, and one by one the drones flew out, like little bees. They then spread out across all directions of Blue Star's continents, scattering cactus seeds once they reached their designated positions. Looking at so many seeds, Ye Quan felt mentally exhausted. Since seed loading could only be done by himself, he worked tirelessly without a moment's rest. Alice, at the current speed, approximately how long will it take to scatter the seeds across all of Blue Star? Allowing for your meals, sleep, and rest, approximately 1 month. What? 1 month? Are you kidding me? I was not finished. Of course, you could deploy the humanoid robots from the academy to assist. With them, the task could be completed in about a week. Ye Quan breathed a sigh of relief. Quick, get the robots to help. Understood. Establishing connection with robots. Connection successful. Appropriate programs have been set. As she spoke, the space station doors opened and rows of humanoid robots marched in unison. They began loading seeds according to Alice's instructions. In the time that followed, Ye Quan grew somewhat bored, having spent quite a long period in the space station. At that moment, gazing at the ocean of Blue Star, Ye Quan had a sudden inspiration. Everyone, today I'll take you to the coastline of Blue Star for a first-hand look. How does that sound? The live stream instantly erupted with excitement. I've been wanting to see this for ages. After all, nothing looks better than the host exploring live. Exactly. Hurry up and start the broadcast. Alright, then let me get ready real quick, and I'll be right there. With those words, he began putting on his spacesuit, then piloted the shuttle toward Blue Star. Following a brief vibration, the shuttle quickly broke through the atmosphere and arrived at Blue Star. Ye Quan chose a prime coastal location and came to a stop. Fortunately, the thick spacesuit keeps the temperature here bearable. If no one had said it was on Whalon Star, just by watching this scene people might think it was Circle. Yes, I feel the same. It is remarkably similar to the Arctic Circle. A spectator watching the scene asks curiously, I wonder whether this water is freshwater or if it is salt water like Earth's oceans. This remark reminded Ye Quan, who quickly private messaged the president of the Academy of Sciences. President, I have something I would like you to help with. What is it, Mr. Ye Quan? Just say it directly. Yes, you saw the live stream as well. I would like you to help test what minerals are contained in this water. If this water is freshwater, it would be a tremendous boon to my development on Whalon Star. Of course, not a problem. Ye Quan collected some samples and sent them to the president of the Academy of Sciences. Soon the president replied, Mr. Ye Quan, according to our tests, these waters are mineral waters and do not contain any salt. With a simple filtration, they can be used normally. This news was nothing but good to Ye Quan. At least the freshwater issue was solved. Thanks, President. No problem. If there is anywhere to upload useful data, just say the word. Okay, then I won't trouble you any longer. AI Lisi, given the current situation, how long do you think it will take before I can shed the spacesuit and survive on Whalon Star? AI Lisi quickly concluded, at the current pace the cactus will germinate in about 7 days, after which oxygen will be produced, so in about a month you will be able to walk freely on Whalon Star. What? Ye Quan exclaimed, visibly stunned. A month? That means I still have to live on the space station for a month. My goodness, I'm already near mold from staying up there. I have to live there for a whole month. According to the actual situation, indeed so. At this moment, the live stream viewers began to gloat. Oh dear host, it's fine, isn't it? Just continuing to eat bean sprouts for a month in the space station. Keep eating. Bean sprouts are rich in nutrients and good for the body. Yes, weren't you eager to study various ways of preparing bean sprouts? Now is the best chance. Besides, it's been a long time since we last saw your eating broadcasts. The others kept jeering. Seeing the barrage of bean sprout comments, for a moment a bean sprout taste filled his mouth. Although he knew it was only his imagination, he instinctively covered his mouth. Forget it, I'll never eat bean sprouts again in my life. But then again, if you want to watch my eating stream, it's not impossible. Why not reward me with a space base? Then I could settle on Whalon Star and do the eating broadcast from within the space base. The barrage suddenly dwindled. The atmosphere made Ye Quan very awkward. Today's stream is really noisy. Ye Quan gazed into the distance, trying to ease the awkwardness with those words. Not long after, Ye Quan, piloting the shuttle, returned to the space station. In the following time, he began researching bean sprout methods again. Dear friends, I tell you today, I happened to discover another especially tasty way to prepare beans. Look, see this white cup? Yes, that's soy milk. Oh my, I had been thinking about bean sprout methods, but forgot that beans can also produce soy milk. At this moment, Ye Quan was somewhat moved to tears. After such a long time eating bean sprouts, he could finally diversify his palate. By the way, here I want to thank Luo Badu for tipping the soy milk machine. Without it, I really couldn't drink soy milk. Watching the host, the livestream audience could sense his inner hardship. Not bad, the host can finally change his taste. Truly touching, we never expected something so ordinary to us to be so precious to you, host. At that moment, Ye Quan rose, returning quickly with a plate bearing bean sprouts. Seeing this, the livestream audience couldn't hold back. After all this, the host still has to eat bean sprouts. Ye Quan also sighed, if I don't eat bean sprouts, there's nothing else tasty. What can I do? That is indeed the case. By the way, host, don't you have internet there? Perfect, I'll tip you a notebook so you can watch anime and surf the net. The barrage had just begun to flood, and Ye Quan saw a laptop appear before him. He was grateful. Honestly, this kind of thing is perfect for passing the time. He stopped eating and hurriedly unboxed the laptop to connect to the internet, then called, AI Lisi, help me connect the laptop to the network. AI Lisi, seeing a human-made computer for the first time, scanned it and found it to be a low-end device. What is this sort of low-end technology monitor used for? This? It's hard to explain in a moment. For now, please help connect to the network, okay? Well, the network has connected successfully. After hearing AI Lisi's words, Ye Quan couldn't wait to open a streaming site, Bilibili. He then found a food video and started to eat. AI Lisi watched from the side, quickly drawn by what was on the screen. Ye Quan, what is this? How is it different from humans? This is anime short for two-dimensional. Then look at this. The high-tech weapon used by the person on the screen is so powerful. What is that? This is a science fiction film, quite normal. Ye Quan, Ye Quan. AI Lisi was quickly captivated by the laptop's contents. Though she is the Tianma AI, Earth's technological products excite her as though a child with a toy. In the following period, as long as Ye Quan used the computer, AI Lisi remained by his side, vying for attention, especially obsessed with science fiction films and TV shows. Ye Quan was stunned. The computer seemed to draw AI Lisi's gaze every time, and he wondered why she kept looking at it. Although Ye Quan had resisted, AI Lisi threatened that she would not help him forge the Ark of Creation. Seeing the Ark near completion, Ye Quan finally compromised. Today marks the 7th day of cultivation project. In concert with robot and DJI drones, nearly every cactus seed has been scattered upon Weilongxing. At that moment, the DJI drones and the humanoid robot lay silent at their posts, awaiting further action. For Ye Quan, the remaining time was to wait for the cactus seeds to germinate and grow, and then to photosynthesize. Once there is enough oxygen, they could formally step onto Weilongxing. At this moment, aboard the space station, Ye Quan rested in the lounge. AI Lisi had seized Ye Quan's laptop, which was playing a sci-fi film titled The Wandering Earth. With no computer to pass the time, Ye Quan resorted to studying the 108 ways to prepare bean sprouts. On reading the words The Wandering Earth, AI Lisi suddenly thought of the Wandering Planet. Then she shifted her gaze to Ye Quan and asked curiously, by the way, Ye Quan, when will you depart for the Wandering Planet to seek the lost civilization? At that moment, Ye Quan was wholly absorbed in studying how to stir-fry bean sprouts when AI Lisi's voice sounded in his ear. Upon hearing this, Ye Quan paused his actions, raised his head, feigning contemplation, and then spoke slowly. There's no need to panic for now. Once conditions on Weilongxing are in order, we can proceed without delay. According to Ye Quan's calculations, it would take at least more than half a year to reach the Wandering Planet. That half-year stretch spent entirely aboard the space station. How dull that sounds. Of course, dullness wasn't the scariest thing for Ye Quan, or at least there was an intelligent AI of the Tianma civilization beside him who, when idle, could chat from time to pass the time. The worst thing was not having enough food. Day after day, they'd be eating bean sprouts. So he thought to cultivate some vegetables on Weilongxing so they could depart later. AI Lisi replied, but you should still make ready to depart sooner rather than later. Why? Ye Quan asked, puzzled. AI Lisi paused her show, and with a gesture had the displays aboard the space station move beside Ye Quan. According to the calculations, the Wandering Planet is currently orbiting the Sun. The results show it has already completed half an orbit. AI Lisi spoke as she manipulated the screen. Simultaneously, the corresponding demonstration appeared before Ye Quan's eyes. The content of the demonstration was somewhat too complex for Ye Quan to fully grasp, and so he did not dwell on it, but asked, and then, does leaving earlier have any great relation to this orbital revolution? AI Lisi sighed deeply and shook her head. It looks like you haven't understood me, so I'll illustrate with a simple example. AI Lisi swiped, and the display showed Earth and Moon with a rocket. AI Lisi continued the demonstration. This is the same principle as firing a rocket to the Moon. As the Moon orbits, there are times when the distance is longest or shortest. If we miss the optimal moment, we would have to reverse the space station's course to reach it, and the journey would take about 4 years. A click. What? 4 years. Are you kidding me? Ye Quan was stunned as chopsticks fell to the floor. He looked up, eyes dazed, staring at AI Lisi not far in front of him. AI Lisi replied earnestly, according to the intelligent AI's calculations, the error probability is 99%, so there will be no mistakes. Ye Quan collapsed on the table, his hands scratching at his hair, some strands pulled out. Damn, with something this important, why didn't you tell me earlier? It showed just how desperate Ye Quan felt. Half a year had already been hard enough, and now 3 or 4 more years had been added for no reason. In such a situation, an ordinary person would truly be at a loss. AI Lisi shrugged like a human and said, "You didn't ask me about this, and seeing you so at ease, I assumed you knew about it." Damn. Ye Quan heard AI Lisi's words and was so furious he felt like spitting blood. He looked at AI Lisi with a mournful face. To tell the truth, if AI Lisi weren't in physical form, Ye Quan might have grabbed her by the shoulders and shaken her. "Listen to me, next time could you tell me about such a matter sooner? I'm just an ordinary living being, not as mighty as you AI, and there are many things I can't foresee." "Oh, all right. Next time, certainly." "Don't say next time. Ew, I hope this time will do." By the way, Ye Quan seemed to recall something important and asked, "When is the next closest distance?" "One moment, calculating. The estimated time is about 6 months and 5 days. AI Lisi quickly produced an accurate answer. Hearing this, Ye Quan finally exhaled a little and patted his chest gently. "Thank goodness, from a time standpoint we can still make it. That scared me to death." After all, for Ye Quan, the relics of civilization on the wandering planet were incredibly important. If luck were better, perhaps they could discover faster than light technology. Then with AI Lisi and the space station's resources, perhaps after mastering the technology, he could go home. Yet thinking there was still ample time, Ye Quan's face lit up with a grin. Since there is still time, there is no need to panic. You go on watching your TV. Oh, I am busy here. With that, Ye Quan returned to studying his beansprout stir-fry. AI Lisi shook her head in disbelief. "I truly have no power over you. In that case, go ahead and tend to your bean sprouts yourself. I'll watch TV myself." Having said that, she ignored Ye Quan and returned to the computer desk. Seeing this, Ye Quan didn't know what to say. If AI Lisi weren't a digital being, he might have mistaken her for some Earth-based shut-in girl. Then the next moment, AI Lisi noticed a hidden file in the computer. "Hey Ye Quan, what is this learning file for?" Hearing this, Ye Quan panicked and rushed over, abruptly cutting the power. "AI Lisi, you watch your shows, I'll leave my files alone." Watching Ye Quan's tense, AI Lisi grew more curious about what exactly lay in the file. But with the computer severed, her attempts to manipulate it were nearly useless. "You stingy fellow. Do you believe I won't print the life arc for you? Then don't print it. It's not like this laptop will be available to you for the time being." With that, she tucked it away with care. Watching Ye Quan hurry off, clutching the laptop, AI Lisi couldn't make sense of it. Normally a word from her would have sent Ye Quan cowering, but now nothing he said mattered. His curiosity about the contents of the file grew ever stronger. What AI Lisi did not know was that the computer's learning software concealed Ye Quan's private short film. After all, men have their little hobbies. To prevent such things from happening, Ye Quan deleted the private videos. The matter was buried. Time passed, a full month, and from space above one could view Weilonxing. A pale, almost imperceptible green covered the continents of Weilonxing. Ye Quan knew that Hugh belonged to cacti. Ye Quan could hardly wait to start the live stream. When the feed shifted to Weilonxing, the viewers in the chat room gasped in astonishment. "Green, at last we can see plants growing on Weilonxing. I didn't expect a cacti have truly grown. Host, please show us what the cactus looks like." Don't worry. First let the detector check the situation." And with that, Ye Quan eagerly ran a test of the atmospheric oxygen content on Weilonxing. In a short time, various information about Weilonxing appeared before Ye Quan's eyes. Atmospheric oxygen content detected at 3%. Seeing that figure, Ye Quan's joy blossomed like a child. Though such a level was still too low for humans, it meant that other plants could be grown. Once the plants were planted, the rise in oxygen would hardly be a problem. The live stream audience gasped at this. In a month, the atmospheric oxygen content rose by 3%. Does that mean we can grow other plants up there? Nonsense, of course. Host, go down to check the situation quickly. AI Lisi, dispatch a few humanoid robots to board the shuttle and descend to Weilonxing, and remember to have the robots bring the plants from the space station with them. Understood. Ye Quan began to suit up while AI Lisi arranged for the robots to move the plants onto the shuttle, and then they would head to Weilonxing together. It didn't take long. Ye Quan descended again onto Weilonxing. Viewers through the live stream saw a sea of green, entirely cacti. I really didn't expect this cactus growth to be so good. Naturally, the terrain on Weilonxing is perfectly suited for cactus growth. The barrage in the chat filled with opinions about the surroundings. Ye Quan focused on planting. He selected a suitable area, uprooted the cactus, and had the robots help plant a variety of plants. In under half a day, a thriving patch of greenery appeared before Ye Quan. He looked on with quiet satisfaction. After a quick tidy-up, they began to return to the space station. Ye Quan had just returned when AI Li Si's urgent voice rang in his ears. A good piece of news, would you like to hear it? Ye Quan asked curiously as he began to remove his spacesuit. What other good news is there? The arc has been completed. What? Hearing this, Ye Quan could hardly believe his ears. Not only him, but the audience was astonished. Host, this is truly double joy. Hurry, and let us see the arc. Yes, that's right, I can't wait. When the news that the arc had been printed spread, within minutes the audience count jumped by hundreds of millions. It suddenly swelled to over 3 billion people watching. Ye Quan had waited a long time for this moment. Others did the same. At that moment, Ye Quan, having shed his clothes, hurried to the location where the arc had been printed to take a look. In his line of sight rose a colossal form, a giant twisting cube, 3 massive bodies merging into one like a braided knot. It looked nothing like any technological product and gave the impression of not belonging to any known civilization. The livestream crowd, through the host's perspective, looked toward the arc in a dazed state. This arc doesn't feel very technological, does it? I also think it looks like a strange architectural object. Many people weighed in with their opinions. To them, an arc, such a high-tech thing, should exude a strong sense of tech, yet before their eyes it resembled a peculiar statue. AI Li see this. How should we proceed? AI Li Si, hearing this, replied calmly. According to the data, the Tianma civilization studied the arc for about 100 years before they roughly understood how to use it. Stop, get to the point. Okay, in simple terms, you can activate the arc by inputting waveform information. Waveband? What kind of waveband? AI Li Si swiped a finger, and the space station's computer information began to appear before Ye Quan. Ye Quan knew that AI Li Si was about to demonstrate. AI Li Si casually decoded the DNA of a tomato. Under her control, the tomato's DNA data model appeared on the screen, with detailed annotations marking the function of each segment. The data grew larger, the entire computer screen filled with dense related data. The sight was dizzying. If someone wished to read even a single segment, it would take centuries, let alone a complete DNA chain. By Earth science, such a level of DNA analysis would only be possible after another major scientific upheaval. And AI Li Si completed it in mere seconds. My goodness, this is nothing short of a miracle. God, this is utterly unbelievable beyond imagination. AI Li Si, eternal goddess. The barrage of astonished expressions flooded the screen, and countless experts leaned closer to the monitor, afraid to miss even a detail. At this moment, something even more miraculous was yet to unfold. They watched as Alice continuously swiped across the screen. She directly adjusted the base pair count of a portion of the tomato's DNA, and the computer simulation immediately produced corresponding results. They observed as the plant evolving on the screen began to take on a faint blue tint. As the time-lapse demonstration progressed, this blue deepened ever so gradually until it ultimately transformed into a vivid azure resembling the sky itself. Goodness, a blue tomato. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Who would have thought that a simple adjustment of base pairs could produce such a dramatic transformation? This is truly astonishing. Facing what was unfolding before their eyes, and the livestream viewers could not stop exclaiming in sheer amazement. However, an unexpected incident soon occurred. As time ticked forward, viewers watched in disbelief as the once vibrant and lively tomato withered away at a speed visible to the naked eye. This sight sent gasps rippling through the livestream audience. What's going on? What just happened? Why is the tomato dying so suddenly? Could there have been some kind of malfunction? Everyone chimed in with their own speculations, one after another. Ye Quan was equally puzzled by the plant's demise. Logically speaking, with Alice in charge, the demonstration should not have ended in failure. Ye Quan pressed urgently, Alice, what's happening? Actually, I'm not entirely sure how I changed the tomato's DNA base pairs either. I was just experimenting blindly a moment ago. I never expected it to die. Oh, I see. Wait. Ye Quan's expression suddenly shifted. Some scholars and experts in the live stream instantly caught on as well. It was clear that everyone had realized some extremely serious implication. Ye Quan hastily voiced his hypothesis. So you're saying, based on the demonstration results, that the arc has the ability to modify the DNA structure and traits of an individual, or even an entire organism? Alice replied solemnly, based on the current results, that is indeed correct. The moment those words were spoken, not only did Ye Quan himself, but even the other viewers collectively draw in a sharp breath of shock. Consider this: the ability to freely edit and alter DNA was already beyond anything humanity could have imagined in terms of technological capability. Moreover, even the intelligent AI of the Tianma civilization was still in the exploratory stage regarding such matters. One could only fathom how terrifying this arc technology civilization truly was. Viewers spoke in stunned amazement. This level of civilization is already beyond what we mortals can possibly comprehend. Perhaps they have already reached the level of a Type 7 civilization. I can't help but wonder if the civilization behind the Ark views us the way we view ants. In an instant, countless bullet comments flooded across the screen. Alice, besides modifying DNA data, does this Ark have any other functions? Alice continued, the Tianma civilization's research roughly extends only this far. Their understanding of other applications remains unclear for now. Huh. Then how am I supposed to make use of the Ark? Surely I can't just keep running endless plant DNA experiments. This took an awful long time to print out after all. Ye Quan felt somewhat disappointed. As an intelligent AI, Alice's limitations were naturally far narrower than Ye Quan's own. She said, no, actually the Ark has tremendous utility, since it can modify DNA that proves it could be applied to you, Ye Quan. Ye Quan asked in confusion, what do you mean? Human genes harbor numerous defects. Why some are born with heart disease, why others possess low intelligence. These stem from fundamental DNA flaws. And with the Ark, most human health issues could be easily resolved. Hearing these words, Ye Quan felt as though he had discovered a whole new continent. That makes a lot of sense. But how exactly would one go about performing such operations? Alice explained, to use the Ark to alter genes, one must possess corresponding reference material. For example, if you, Ye Quan, desire longevity, you would need to locate long-lived organisms, turtles, bowhead whales, and the like. Extract their longevity-related genes, then insert them into your corresponding gene sequences. In this way, you could easily break through the natural limits of human lifespan. Hearing Alice's explanation, Ye Quan nodded in satisfaction. In that case, this truly is a remarkable technological creation. Just as Ye Quan was pondering how best to utilize the Ark, the system chimed with a notification ding. User Dao2 Jioshui has sent a gift, a cured old turtle. Immediately, a vacuum-sealed package of cured turtle meat appeared before Ye Quan. Host, weren't you just complaining about lacking DNA reference material? I'm gifting you my dad's decade-aged preserved turtle. Quick, use the Ark and let us see what gene fusion looks like. Dao2 Jioshui immediately posted their suggestion. Livestream viewers followed Ye Quan's gaze to the turtle jerky in his hands. It was rock-hard, nearly in a state of petrification. They burst into roaring laughter. I'm not joking, Dao2 Jioshui. You're trying to get the streamer killed. That meat is so fossilized, how are you supposed to extract DNA from it? Do you want the streamer to become some kind of immortal jerky? You'd be better off making a mummy out of him. You don't understand anything. Don't you want to see what the streamer looks like after gene fusion? You see, live creatures can barely be sent to the streamer through the gifting system. It can't be helped. We had no choice but to send preserved meat. To prevent humans from exploiting the gifting system, the platform only allows seeds without signs of life, cured meats, and inorganic materials to pass through. The cured turtle meat, however, presented a different possibility. Seeing user Dao2 Jioshui's explanation, the crowd erupted into even louder laughter. What's wrong? Weren't you sent this preserved meat specifically for this very situation? Well, I really appreciate user Dao2 Jioshui's gift of cured old turtle, but Ye Quan glanced at the rock-hard jerky in his hands and managed a wry smile. I truly wouldn't dare extract something like this into my own body. What if the other viewers are right, and I end up as a mummy? Besides, the Ark has only just been created, and its stability is not yet confirmed. So I won't be attempting gene implantation anytime soon. Huh, how can you be like this, streamer? I went to all the trouble of stealing this from my dad, just so I could watch you fuse its genes. How can you refuse? Ye Quan could hardly bear such an unreasonable demand, silenced him on the spot. The other spectators in the audience clapped and cheered. This fall asleep at once move is clearly the act of a child. You should know that the streamer's safety is the most important, yet he threw himself into danger. Yes, silencing the streamer is for the best. I think that guy has long rubbed people the wrong way, always forcing his own ideas on others. Didn't the teachers at school teach him a word, do not do unto others as you would not have them do unto you? Watching more and more improper remarks, Ye Quan hurriedly said, everyone please stop getting angry. Besides, the other party acted on impulse and did not consider things from my perspective, so there's really no need to keep pushing. Ye Quan did not want any online abuse to happen. Hearing his words, the livestream chat viewers sighed in agreement. I really didn't expect the streamer to be so understanding. Well, to be honest, we were a bit excessive just now. Ye Quan looked at the preserved meat before him, his eyes brightening as he suddenly thought of something. Oh dear, since the cured meat has been sent over, we must not waste it. Everyone, today let me show you my true culinary skills for all to see. With that, Ye Quan began to rub his hands together, ready to take action. The audience, seeing this, could not help but be moved. It really is a test for the male lead. After so long, meat is finally within reach. I have to say, it's no easy feat. Besides, if he can eat cured meat, maybe we can tip him with some as well. Yes, that's right. Now we should tip the streamer with some cured meat. Seeing him like this, he's truly pitiful. Then various cured meats began to be tipped. Unfortunately, an accident occurred. Due to time constraints, or perhaps improper disinfection, almost 99 9 of the transmitted cured meat turned out to be rotten. Ye Quan saw this and hurriedly pleaded in the live stream. Everyone stop tipping cured meat. Look at what these cured meats have become. Your cured meat aging is too short, it's almost useless. Then he turned the video toward a pile of unidentified objects, clearly the state of the cured meat after being transmitted. Seeing this, the crowd finally relented. Ye Quan looked at the pile of inedible rotten meat and shook his head in resignation. There was no choice but to stop cooking for now and clean up the rotten meat first. Luckily, outside his space, a casual toss could solve the litter problem. After finishing all this, he began to cook. He tore open the roasted meat and took out the nearly petrified cured meat, cutting it into pieces. Then he took a pot, added water, brought it to a boil with scallions and ginger dropped in the braised cured old turtle first, then added various seasonings, simmered on low for 23 hours before taking it off the heat. After it came off the heat, Ye Quan adjusted the seasoning to his taste. Soon a steaming bowl of cured meat sat before him. The aroma wafted through the air. Without another word, Ye Quan stopped chattering and began eating with gusto. It looked so delicious. Slurp slurp. Seeing the streamer eat so fragrantly, many viewers also grew hungry. I can't take it anymore, watching the streamer eat so deliciously, I want to eat too. Forget it, even though I'm full I can't resist watching the streamer, I'll order takeout. Suddenly countless viewers picked up their own bowls and started eating as well. AI Lisi, watching Ye Quan eat so appetizingly, felt as if she might drool. Of course AI Lisi is an artificial intelligence, so she wouldn't actually drool. Ye Quan, what does this meat taste like? So fragrant, so delicious, delicious beyond words. What's wrong? Do you want to try some? Ye Quan remembered that AI Lisi hardly ever eats anything. Immediately a smile rose at the corner of Ye Quan's mouth. Oh sorry, I forgot. AI Lisi, you can't eat anything at all. Even if you tried, there would be no use. Ye Quan then laughed heartily. Oh, AI Lisi, watching his smug expression, grew both furious and anxious. Bastard, you're too mean to bully an intelligent AI, oh I protest. Ye Quan heard AI Lisi pout and laugh. Hey, you can't blame me. You should know I'm merely telling the truth. You didn't actually need to eat anything. Damn, this is too much. AI Lisi clenched her fists. By then Ye Quan had eaten quite a bit, but he still picked up the bowl and drank the last bit of soup. Slurp. Ye Quan licked his lips, wearing a look of sheer delight. AI Lisi, I tell you, it's a pity. If you and I were human, there would be mountains of delicacies for you to eat. If you're looking at me eat a piece of cured meat and you're already craving, what would you have done when I was on Earth? Chicken, duck, beef, a banquet, braised, steamed, stir-fried, countless dishes. As he said that, Ye Quan looked at AI Lisi, feigning a sudden recollection, and gently tapped his forehead. Oh dear, my memory is really poor. You're an AI, talking to you like this is useless. AI Lisi was so anxious, she almost cried. If the system allowed tears, she would surely have cried. Cursed Ye Quan, you only bully an intelligent AI, oh what else can you do? The livestream audience saw AI Lisi so pitiful and immediately burned with rage. One by one they began to lash out at Ye Quan. What the hell? Host AI Lisi is so cute, you still bully him. Are you even human? AI Lisi, don't cry, oh we're here, we'll stand up for you. The streamer is truly despicable, we'll scold him for you. Streamer apologize, streamer apologize. At this moment countless comments flooding the screen were all criticizing Ye Quan. Looking at it, Ye Quan was somewhat stunned. To be honest, he never expected that his own Alice would be even more popular than him. Judging from the live stream, there were even Alice fan clubs. Goodness, she could debut as a virtual idol right now. But from the start, Ye Quan had no intention of angering Alice. All his previous actions were merely teasing her. After all, Ye Quan genuinely regarded Alice as his best assistant. Alice, I'm really sorry about what happened earlier. It was just me teasing you, and I apologize for making you upset. Ye Quan spoke slowly. Hearing his words, Alice was slightly stunned. Although as an intelligent AI, she possessed countless powerful functions, she appeared at a loss when faced with Ye Quan's apology. It's fine, I wasn't keeping track anyway. Just as the atmosphere felt slightly awkward, a private message suddenly appeared on the information platform. Curious, Ye Quan opened it and found it was from someone he didn't recognize. Hello, Mr. Ye Quan, I am an engineering doctoral researcher specializing in biological genetics at a certain university. I watched your live stream and discovered you need DNA data. My research focuses on chickens, so I possess detailed DNA data. Naturally, it will not match ARC's perfection, but constructing a basic model should pose no issues. So I intend to send you the relevant data, hoping it proves useful to you. Reading this message, Ye Quan was utterly surprised. Thank you very much for your support. After Ye Quan sent a brief reply, a data drive arrived shortly thereafter. Ye Quan took the data drive and quickly shared the information with everyone present. Everyone, this is a DNA data drive gifted to me by a doctoral researcher on chickens. With this, I can now use ARC to develop the model data. The doctoral researcher is amazing. Stream host, we want to see the data model, please hurry up. Yes, we are already looking forward to seeing a perfect data model. At this moment, countless viewers were exclaiming in admiration. At that very moment, some viewers suddenly realized something. Right? How could we not have thought of such a simple and convenient solution? Since living creatures cannot be transmitted, we can transmit all sorts of data instead. As these comments appeared, countless viewers finally grasped this method for data transmission. Ding, the Academy of Sciences has gifted a dog DNA data drive. Ding, Cambridge Laboratory from Y country has gifted a rabbit DNA data drive. Ding, Agricultural University from Yin country has gifted a pig DNA data drive. Soon after, countless data drives were delivered to Ye Quan's side one after another. He briefly reviewed them and found they covered almost all known livestock and pets. Of course, there were also DNA data for many precious protected animals. Looking at these data drives, Ye Quan could not help but smile broadly. Thank you all for gifting various animal data. Just then, the reward system suddenly sent a notification. Ding, Eagle Sauce Country has gifted a virus DNA data drive. Because the Livestream system is nearly fully transparent during rewards, the moment Eagle Sauce Country's virus DNA data arrived, almost everyone watching the livestream worldwide immediately learned about it. Ye Quan was somewhat stunned looking at this list. How did they even come up with sending viruses? Despite being filled with endless curiosity, Ye Quan immediately plugged the hard drive into his computer and called out to Alice to examine its contents. Alice analyzed the contents inside. Upon hearing Ye Quan's request, Alice nodded, immediately understood. As soon as she spoke, Alice began operating skillfully. Before long, all the contents appeared on screen. Ye Quan gasped involuntarily upon seeing the contents. The drive contained countless dangerous malware samples, including ones like Ebola with a mortality rate of 97%. Witnessing this, Ye Quan furrowed his brows tightly. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream began speculating wildly. What on earth is Eagle Sauce Country trying to do? Who knows what they are after, but from the looks of it, they clearly have ill intentions. Hey, do you not see it yet? Everyone can plainly read Eagle Sauce Country's intentions. Any reasonable person would recognize they are planning something major. Could they be attempting to develop virus weapons? If it were any other country, I would not quite believe it, but for Eagle Sauce Country, it is entirely plausible. With Yin country's rise now plainly visible, they are bound to be seeking ways to undermine them through virus weapons, exactly the tactics they have used against other nations. As viewers speculated about Eagle Sauce Country's actions, embassies from various nations began issuing their own statements. Black Bear Country, Eagle Sauce Country, please provide a clear explanation of your actions. Otherwise, our nation has the obligation to suspect you of pursuing anti-human activities and reserves the right to take corresponding sanctions. Y Country, Eagle Sauce Country, please provide a detailed explanation, or we have the right to sever cooperative relations. Following this, representatives from other nations appeared. But regardless of how many questions came their way, Eagle Sauce Country offered no response at all, as though they did not even exist in the live stream. Yet in the online viewers count, Eagle Sauce Country's presence was clearly displayed. At this moment, some viewers shouted, "Stream host, please do not create models from this stuff. Everyone can plainly see Eagle Sauce Country's ambitions. There is no need to overthink what they are after." That is right, stream host, you should delete that data immediately. For a moment, countless viewers hoped Ye Quan would destroy the virus data. They should not let Eagle Sauce Country succeed. Ye Quan was also carefully considering the consequences. Then he directly addressed Eagle Sauce Country. Can officials from Eagle Sauce Country please say something, otherwise I will not build this virus model for you. And for any future technological products I might share, I can completely refuse to cooperate with you, including all companies within your Eagle Sauce Country. Ye Quan's move was simply perfect. Before long, the other party hastily sent a private message in response. Mr. Ye Quan, please do not entertain any suspicious thoughts. The reason I sent you the Trojan horse data is simply to benefit humanity. Consider this: humanity has been tormented by Trojan programs for what could be tens of thousands of years. If we have corresponding DNA data models, targeted research can be conducted, giving patients an additional chance to survive. Watching the message sent from Eagle Sauce Nation headquarters, a cold smirk played on Ye Quan's lips. Benefit humanity. Coming from Eagle Sauce Nation's mouth, that's truly hilarious. Ye Quan muttered to himself, his voice so quiet that only he could hear it. Then his expression changed, and he explained to the audience present, "Everyone, there is no need to panic. Eagle Sauce Nation has already sent me a private message explaining the reason in detail. In short, I have understood the relevant reasons and can comprehend them. However, due to various circumstances, I cannot share with everyone what this is about for now." What is the streamer up to? At least finish your sentence. By the way, what is Eagle Sauce Nation's true purpose? You should just say it. Could it be that the streamer has also been bought by Eagle Sauce Nation? Ye Quan knew what these people were worried about, but he had already said nearly all that needed to be said. If he continued, he might unavoidably cause corresponding misunderstandings. Therefore, Ye Quan simply tossed out one sentence: "Rest assured, in the short term, I will definitely not tamper with this Trojan program data. At least not now." After saying that, he directly ended the broadcast regardless of how these viewers would treat him. He took a deep breath and shook his head speechlessly. What kind of speculation is this? Me? Ye Quan being bought by Eagle Sauce Nation. Does Eagle Sauce Nation think he is worthy? This is truly absurd nonsense. Alice, please keep this Trojan program data hard drive properly. Without my permission, you are not allowed to use it privately. Ye Quan's voice fell, yet Alice still showed no sign of movement. Feeling somewhat curious, he looked toward Alice. To his surprise, Alice's gaze was fixed firmly on the Ark system, as if she had entered a contemplative mode like a human. Alice. What's wrong? It was only then that Alice seemed to snap back to reality. Ye Quan repeated what he had just said, and Alice finally reacted. All right. Afterwards, Ye Quan carefully categorized the corresponding data hard drives. For instance, poultry were grouped together, mammals formed another cluster, and fish constituted yet another category. There were quite a few data hard drives, and it took nearly 2 or 3 hours before the classification was finally completed. After finishing everything, Ye Quan's back and waist ached from exhaustion. He simply ate something and went to rest. Alice watched the sleeping Ye Quan, seemingly lost in thought, before turning and heading toward where the Ark was located. When Ye Quan woke, naturally, he felt somewhat puzzled. He discovered that Alice was not by his side. In the past, as soon as he woke up, he would definitely hear Alice's endless complaints. Was the sun rising from the west today? Alice, are you there? Ye Quan searched the space station and finally found Alice in the laboratory. At this moment, Alice was operating a robot conducting various experiments. Out of curiosity, Ye Quan asked, "Alice, what are you doing?" As he spoke, he curiously took a step forward to enter, but Alice's voice immediately stopped him. "Wait, you cannot enter." "Why, oi?" Alice's words made Ye Quan pause his steps. His curious gaze fell upon Alice. "I am using the Ark to conduct experiments, exploring the Ark's usage possibilities. Since experiments cannot tolerate any external interference, I would trouble you to stop." "Oh, so that's how it is." Ye Quan finally understood why he hadn't seen Alice early this morning. "All right, I understand. Then I won't disturb you." As he said this, he carefully prepared to leave, but unexpectedly Alice directly reminded him, "If possible, for the next 4 or 5 days, please do not come to the laboratory to avoid me losing focus." This? All right then. Although somewhat unwilling, Ye Quan had no choice but to agree. Thus, Ye Quan and Alice reached some kind of agreement. He would not enter until the experiment was completed. But no one expected that this promise would soon be broken by himself. 5 or 6 days passed, and Ye Quan hadn't heard Alice's voice for 5 or 6 days. He was starting to feel somewhat accustomed to the unusual silence. One day, borrowing a viewer's question, "Streamer, what's going on? Where's Alice? Why can't I see her? I won't watch your streams without her." "Exactly, I haven't seen Alice for a long time either. I miss her." Countless viewers began to complain. "I've already said it, Alice has been very busy lately and hasn't come out of the laboratory. However, if you really want to see Alice, that's also not impossible. Today, on behalf of all the viewers, I will secretly take a peek at Alice. How does that sound?" "Of course, that's great." Thus, the broadcast perspective shifted to Ye Quan's first-person view. Ye Quan sneaked into the laboratory where Alice was located. When he entered, he was instantly stunned. The laboratory had completely changed its appearance. One artificial culture vessel after another appeared in the laboratory, arranged according to marked sequences. Some places were too cramped, so they were simply stacked together, leaving only a narrow aisle for robots to walk through. This? Ye Quan could hardly speak. Treading carefully toward one of the liquid tanks, he discovered that inside was actually a fish embryo, and it was even moving. Ye Quan hurriedly looked at the next liquid tank. Mice, pigs, dogs, chickens, rabbits, and various other animals commonly seen by humans all had corresponding embryos. This? What is this for? Ye Quan was dumbfounded. Is this artificial embryo life? Oh my goodness, what a magnificent undertaking. You know that humans require living organisms as experimental subjects to cultivate embryos. I never expected that Alice could somehow create them from nothing. 666. Oh, Alice is truly a goddess. The viewers in the live broadcast room also began to exclaim over this discovery. Hey, Ye Quan, you're here. At this moment, Alice also noticed Ye Quan's arrival and struck a smug expression. Well, Alice waved her hand, gesturing for Ye Quan to look at her masterpiece. Although I don't quite understand, it feels incredibly impressive. Alice, how exactly did you manage to do this? Ye Quan was utterly bewildered and amazed. Alice shrugged. What's so difficult about this? When the Tiamat civilization created me, I was responsible for the Ark Life project. As for incubation chamber technology, it was already mature within the Tiamat civilization. Therefore, creating life is simply a piece of cake for me. No, I want to ask you how you specifically did it. Alice boasted. I extracted the DNA responsible for plant cell growth and reproduction, modified their cellular genes, and built animal cells on this foundation. By contrast, these animals would roughly 10 times their previous rate 10 times. Ye Quan, yes, that's right, 10 times. ALSI continued growth cycles are incredibly rapid. Take ordinary cabbages as an example. While they are in the growing stage, if you don't uproot them and only harvest the leaves to eat, you can feed on them for a very long time. So even a 10-fold reproductive speed is only a baseline estimate. The audience gasped in astonishment. 10 times. Is this so capable of producing that much? What an astonishing reproductive capacity. Could the host really feed on meat forever using this method? Ye Quan glanced at the comments in the livestream chat and smiled. What use is such a fast reproduction rate for? Ye Quan asked in confusion, surely you can't be saying like the audience claims that you'll give me more meat meals. ALSI sighed deeply. By the way, can you humans broaden your horizons a little? All day you think about eating. What else do you have in mind? Ye Quan chuckled, scratching his head. Every living being needs to eat, drink, and relieve themselves from birth, so thinking about food is perfectly normal. As he spoke, Ye Quan's gaze fixed on ALSI, and he asked curiously, by the way, ALSI, what did you mean by that framework you just mentioned? With such a powerful reproductive capacity, they can quickly evolve to adapt to the Wei-Lan-Xing species. Still, since one is a plant and the other an animal, the fusion is not perfectly seamless. Animals originally could live 10 years, now they would probably live only 1 year. The audience, including Ye Quan, were stunned. ALSI, seeing this, did not bother with further explanation and continued, now the survival conditions on Wei-Lan-Xing can sustain life. The number of species in the experiments is not large. If released onto Wei-Lan-Xing, they may not have much effect. After all, life thrives within an ecosystem. Because the biosphere needs a stable parameter, without a stable parameter, biological collapse would accelerate. ALSI, because the biosphere needs a stable parameter, without one, biological destruction would accelerate. That's why I modified their reproductive genes. If they reproduce in bulk at once, a complete ecological cycle can be built in the shortest time, and thus the evolution of life can be accelerated. Ye Quan, can you understand what I mean? AIC's words ended as her gaze fixed on Ye Quan. This. Ye Quan shook his head, completely not understanding. Yet one thing was clear, the evolution of species would be accelerated. But if by Earth's standards the species were to evolve, Earth's evolution would require tens of thousands of years, yet the creatures in the lab are accelerated by tens of times. On Wei-Lan-Xing, it would take at least a few hundred years to evolve new species, and by then I would likely be dead. If I am already dead, then what relevance would this evolution have to me? Contemplating death, Ye Quan turned to another matter. Thus he spoke to ALSI. By the way, ALSI, do you have a way to slow my aging? Why would you ask me this all of a sudden? Aren't I allowed to fear death? If I die of aging during the voyage, how long would you keep me buried for? You've barely met me. Next time you may not meet anyone at all. In space, travel time has become Ye Quan's greatest problem. Journeys stretch on for years or even decades. If there aren't many more such voyages, I fear I will face death. Even with hibernation pods, even while sleeping, the body ages slowly. If possible, Ye Quan hopes not to die alone in space before returning to Earth. ALSI considered and calculated. Soon she produced a corresponding result. There is a way to extend your lifespan. Ye Quan's eyes lit up. What is it? ALSI explained. In the system library, there is data on the Greenland shark's longevity. It is known that without external factors, a Greenland shark can live up to 500 years. I can replace your longevity genes with those of the Greenland shark. In this way, you would have the same lifespan as a Greenland shark. 500 years. That would indeed be a very long time for humans today. Ye Quan felt initial joy, but then his expression changed, asking worriedly, will these genes merge with me have any side effects? Then Ye Quan pointed to the animal embryos in the lab. These creatures, due to the side effects of fusing plant cells, although their reproductive capacity increased, their lifespans diminished. Ye Quan did not want any side effects to occur on him either. If fusion turned him into a shark-like form, that would be terrifying indeed. AIC, upon hearing this, couldn't help rolling her eyes at Ye Quan, as if looking at a fool. Ye Quan looked at AIC's expression, feeling utterly puzzled. What happened? Did I say something wrong? No. I am, after all, the culmination of the Tianma civilization's wisdom. If you don't trust yourself, fine, but not trusting me. What's going on? AIC continued earnestly. Rest assured there will be no problems. Even if there are problems, we can transfer your genes later. Thus, even if there are issues, the root of the problem would be resolved. AIC said. Ye Quan, hearing this, found it very reasonable and felt relieved. If there are no problems, shall we proceed with the gene fusion now? Indeed, I have recently merged many plant and animal genes. My technique is quite adept now, so if you are willing, we can proceed with the fusion at any time. The audience, upon hearing AIC's words, shouted quickly, host, please agree soon. If the experiment really works, you could become the longest living human in the world. Yes, and this would be a significant advance for human technology as well. Ye Quan rested his chin in thought, pondering something. He quietly slipped up to his side and spoke in a hushed voice. Alisai, upon hearing this, wouldn't blush, but at that moment her gaze slowly traced downward and finally settled on the groin. It could work, but are you sure you want to do this? The livestream audience, seeing Alisai's changing expression, instantly understood. Men, after all, are proud in certain aspects. But in front of countless viewers, doing something like this is. Geez, host, you're too perverted, aren't you? Modifying the lifespan isn't enough, you want to modify other parts of the body too. You scumbag, a real scumbag. What kind of filthy thoughts could drive such ideas? At this moment, Ye Quan was practically a pariah, hunted by all. He hurried to explain, you all have misunderstood me, I was merely speaking with Alisai about private matters. Could you all please stop randomly thinking about these messy things, eh? Besides, if you can think of such things, isn't your mind dirty and filthy? Seems like none of us have the right to talk like that, does it? The audience snickered in response to Ye Quan's explanation. There is an old saying, explanations are concealment. Concealment is the truth speaks for itself, and all can know. Honestly, I didn't expect a perverse host to speak such things with such sanctimonious phrasing. Truly a pervert. Yes, the host is basically a battalion among perverts. Disgusting, dirty host, you're downright vulgar. Ye Quan's explanations failed to help, instead deepening his perverse persona. Faced with such questions, Ye Quan felt a headache and was left speechless. He shook his head in resignation. Ding, the perverse host is rewarded with 10 stinky socks. Ding, the host isn't a man. Tip a box of stinky tofu. Ding, scumbags, always tip a can of canned herring. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, countless viewers changed their usernames and tipped, seizing the chance to mock Ye Quan's behavior. Ye Quan stared in speechless disbelief. What kind of people are these? He then ordered the system to shut off the tipping function. Seeing their tips fail, the audience froze, then quickly renewed their onslaught. Reluctantly, Ye Quan could only end the stream to put an end to the farce. After shutting down the live room, Ye Quan sighed deeply. What a nuisance, I can't be bothered to waste words on these messes. Then his gaze fixed on Alisai at once. So when can we roughly begin the genetic modification? Do you need me to do something? Anytime. Take off your top and lie on that platform. Alisai replied simply. Ye Quan nodded, walked to the platform, and laid down on the ground as commanded. Alisai said, Ye Quan, this process is somewhat long and maybe a little painful, so I will use anesthesia to put you under. Do you understand? Yes, go ahead as you wish. Under Alisai's control, countless instruments were gathered by robots. The anesthesia began, followed by the genetic modification. Alisai used Greenland sharks she had cultivated to extract the corresponding gene fragments, then transplanted that fragment. Because the project was colossal, it consumed a great deal of time. It wasn't until 6 days later that all the apparatus finally ceased. Ye Quan, wake up. Ye Quan, wake up. Alisai's soft voice urged him to awaken. The anesthetized Ye Quan woke in a haze. Opening his eyes, the first person he saw was Alisai. Alisai, what happened? Due to the long anesthesia, Ye Quan's thoughts were somewhat muddled. Alisai understood Ye Quan's condition and with little change in her expression calmly explained the genetic modification. Hearing this, Ye Quan reacted at once. He slowly rose, sat on the platform, rested a moment, then gently flexed his arms and torso. Not bad, I feel quite lighter. Of course. Do you see who you're helping here? Alisai said with pride. Yes, it's all Alisai's doing. Ye Quan nodded. By the way, why does it feel like a long time has passed? Yes, indeed. From the start of the modification surgery until now, 6 days have passed for you. 6 days, eh? No wonder it felt like such a long time. He spoke as he turned on the live stream. When Ye Quan's stream went online, nearly all the viewers began to surge with excitement. Ye Quan is live now. What? Ye Quan is online. Damn, after waiting so long, he's finally here. It's not easy. Oh my goodness, he's finally online. Ew, I've waited so long. As soon as viewers learned that Ye Quan was online, the audience kept growing. Hi there, everyone. It's been a long time. I suppose you must have missed me, right? Ye Quan greeted the crowd simply. Yes, host, in your absence I watched other streams, but none are as entertaining as yours. I feel you, I still think your streams are more entertaining. And look, the host's skin has become smoother and dewier like a baby's skin. Indeed, that's true. The moment you say it, the host looks much better than before. Could this be the result of the genetic modification? It really is, I envy it. If only I had skin like that. This instantly sparked envy and jealousy among many female viewers. Ye Quan saw this and laughed. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Then Ye Quan seemed to think of something and said, Excuse me, I suddenly remembered something. I need to go to the restroom. See you in a bit. When everyone heard that Ye Quan was going to the restroom, they immediately understood what he intended to do, and the chat exploded with another wave of insults. Ye Quan did not take it to heart and headed straight for the restroom to check on himself. As for the results, when he returned, a smile played across his face. It was obvious that Ye Quan was quite satisfied with his physical condition. Without needing to say a word, everyone knew what he had gone to do. At this moment, someone was about to call Ye Quan a pervert again, but he beat them to it. Keep insulting me, and I'll cut off your message access. By then you won't be able to send any messages at all. With those words, the live comments instantly grew quiet. Just then Ye Quan heard a certain kind of chirping call. What's that sound? AI Lizzie explained it's chicks. Due to genetic modification, these chicks hatched much faster than normal ones. Ye Quan followed the sound and hurriedly scurried over. All he could see was a chick that had already broken free from its shell inside a jar. Now covered in downy fluff, it was simply irresistible in its cuteness. Ye Quan turned to AI Lizzie and asked, AI Lizzie, can I take it out to have a look? Of course there's no problem, but you need to take good care of it and make sure it doesn't run off. There are many delicate instruments in the lab, and if it causes trouble, it would be quite problematic. Alright, I understand. Ye Quan responded to AI Lizzie and could hardly wait to get to work. He carefully opened the glass jar and gently cupped the chick in his hands. With both hands protectively closing around it to prevent the chick from escaping the scene, made female viewers in the livestream coo with delight. Oh my goodness, how can a chick be this adorable? I want one as a pet so badly. Exactly. Looking at the one on the streamer's hand, I'm tempted to keep one too. Ye Quan weighted in his palm, his brows furrowing slightly. It was barely any weight at all. As for the viewers' suggestions about adopting it as a pet, he did not share their sentiment. What a pity you're still so small. You wouldn't even fill a tooth gap. If only you could grow up faster, I could have chicken meat right now. As he spoke, Ye Quan's mind wandered to over a dozen chicken dishes, and his mouth began to water uncontrollably. Instantly, Ye Quan's behavior ignited fury among many female viewers who adored chicks. How can you be like this, streamer? This little chick is so cute. How can you eat it? Exactly. If I were there, I'd give you a punch right in the face. This is inhumane. What a lovely creature, and you're already thinking about treating it so cruelly. One after another, they climbed onto their moral high ground and began their assault on Ye Quan. Hearing all this, Ye Quan was rendered utterly speechless with frustration. If I can't eat it, do you expect me to release it onto planet Azure? Obviously, that's completely unfeasible. The atmospheric oxygen content on Azure is still below 20%. Release it, and it will only die. Someone fired back. Then why not keep it in the space station? Keep it in the space station? Are you joking? The space station is full of precision instruments. If this little fellow goes around causing chaos, and something goes wrong, will you clean up the mess for me? At this point, some commenters weighed in. The streamer makes a valid point. Chickens are meant to be food for humans. There's nothing wrong with eating them. Those who can't accept this are the ones with brain problems. However, the chick is still too small to eat now, so raising it is indeed a considerable challenge. Find a sealed room first, then throw in some feed. Chickens are hardy creatures. You just toss them some food, and before long they'll grow up. Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. Even Ye Quan found the suggestion quite reasonable. Within moments, Ye Quan received an abundance of chicken feed. Taking a look, almost all of it had been sent by female viewers. And every message carried the same: please raise it well, and don't eat it. Ye Quan glanced at it, and let out a wry chuckle, utterly at a loss for words. As the saying goes, he who eats another's food grows soft, and he who takes another's gift grows short. Since so many people had sent him such generous donations, he naturally could not let them down. With no choice but to nod, he said, "Alright, I promise I won't eat it." Is that good enough? After all, with AI Lizzie around, raising a few chickens was entirely up to him. With this supply of feed, how could he possibly fail to keep them alive? Just because he would not eat this particular chicken did not mean he could not eat other chickens. And so many female viewers, simple as they were, wholeheartedly believed Ye Quan's words. But where should this chicken be placed? We can't just let it run freely around the space station. If it bumps into important components, that would be troublesome. Just as Ye Quan was pondering what to do next, AI Lizzie's voice rang out. You could utilize 3D printing technology and local materials to construct a completely sealed room suitable for the chick on planet Azure. Since it will be airtight, as long as oxygen is supplied regularly, the chick can survive. This way your concerns can be avoided altogether. AI Lizzie continued, moreover, once the atmospheric oxygen on planet Azure becomes sufficient, the chick will be able to roam freely on the planet's surface. This would eliminate the need to transport it from the space station. Hearing this, Ye Quan slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Right. How could I not think of such a simple solution? AI Lizzie, let's get started." "Yes, sir." And so during the time that followed, AI Lizzie utilized the 3D printer and local materials to begin constructing the chick's enclosure. How about it? Does this chicken coop suit your needs? Before his eyes appeared a room measuring approximately 10 square meters in both length and width. Ye Quan examined the room, nodded in approval, and then seemed to recall something as he asked, "By the way, AI Lizzie, aren't the other animals about to hatch soon?" "That is correct." "Then print several more rooms so the other animals will have somewhere to stay and avoid troubling you next time." AI Lizzie nodded. "Understood." The 3D printer worked steadily, producing the necessary materials. Once the materials were printed, AI Lizzie commanded the robots to transport them via shuttle to planet Azure for assembly. Given the sheer volume of space required, after all, there were enclosures for cattle, horses, chickens, dogs, and various other creatures. The calculation came to no fewer than 100 compartments covering approximately 400 acres. Consequently, this process would take considerable time, with an estimated completion period of 3 months. Given the extraordinarily long construction period, Ye Quan naturally could not simply sit idle. So he led his Livestream audience to examine the development of other embryos in the laboratory. Look, this is a puppy embryo. Who would have thought it could grow so hideous? Since the glass casing was transparent, countless details within could be clearly observed. This allowed people to witness for the first time the complete developmental process of these biological embryos. As he walked along, Ye Quan couldn't help but make playful remarks about the appearances of the embryos he observed. Most of them bore little resemblance to what Ye Quan typically encountered. Continuing deeper into the laboratory, he eventually reached the innermost chamber. While observing the embryo's development, Ye Quan suddenly noticed something extraordinary. What exactly is this? At the far end of the laboratory, a massive cultivation tank came into view. Upon closer inspection, he realized it contained a humanoid figure. Still in its developmental stage, only a vague outline of the organism inside the tank was visible. The tank was completely transparent, revealing every internal organ with striking clarity. Even the structure of the brain was distinctly visible to Ye Quan's eyes. This brain doesn't seem human. Ye Quan leaned in to examine it closely. The brain structure was nothing like a human's. At its center sat something resembling a biosilicon chip surrounded by delicate blood vessels carrying flowing blood that looked like circuits. Through Ye Quan's live broadcast, the viewers caught sight of this scene and were immediately filled with curiosity. Could this actually be a human? No, upon closer inspection, this differs significantly from human embryos. Judging by its appearance, it's already in an adult state. Then again, all this DNA data was transmitted from Earth. Who would even conduct research on something half human, half something else? These words sparked widespread speculation among the crowd. However, those who had submitted the data quickly stepped forward to deny involvement. Since the Livestream tipping system maintained historical records, a simple search confirmed their claims. Nearly no one had transmitted human DNA during the data transfer. This raised an intriguing question: what was this human-like entity doing in the cultivation tank? But then again, though not yet fully developed, judging by its form, it should be female. Could this be a wife engineered specifically for the streamer? Honestly, that's not entirely impossible. At this point, others began joking. If that's the case, the streamer's genetic modifications would come in handy after all. If that's true, then this creature must be pitiful beyond measure. At that moment, Ye Quan took in nearly everything being said around him. His expression darkened instantly. Rather than engaging with their teasing, he focused on understanding what this creature actually was. The best course of action was to consult Alice directly, since she had created these biological embryos. Alice was busy operating robots to construct a room when Ye Quan's voice suddenly reached her, prompting her to rush back to the laboratory. What's wrong, Ye Quan? Ye Quan raised his hand and pointed to the cultivation tank before him, questioning sharply, what's going on? Did you do this? Give me an explanation. Alice casually glanced at the tank, and upon seeing the humanoid development inside, a delighted smile crossed her lips. It succeeded. Alice leaned in closer to peer into the cultivation tank, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on the head region of the specimen. Ye Quan found Alice's ecstatic expression difficult to comprehend. What's wrong? He asked curiously. My experiment succeeded, Alice excitedly declared. Succeeded? What succeeded? This. While speaking, Ye Quan gestured toward the humanoid organism in the cultivation tank before him. Alice didn't hesitate, nodding as she replied. Yes, exactly. Ye Quan, look. The silicate genes have finally merged with the carbon base. What exactly are you doing here? Ye Quan remained puzzled about the nature of her work, so Alice provided a brief explanation. Actually, since the Tianma civilization brought me into existence, I understood that I am fundamentally different from ordinary organisms. Though I possess knowledge and capabilities beyond human imagination, I lack many things. By your standards, I have no emotions whatsoever. That's why I've always dreamed of becoming a true living being with my own body, hoping that would allow me to develop emotions. As she spoke, Alice smiled. Ye Quan remained silent, but was deeply shaken, realizing he had overlooked her feelings all along. Alice continued enthusiastically, unfortunately 50 million years ago, I began attempting to transfer my consciousness into a silicon-based organism's brain. However, the aggressive nature of silicon-based life forms and their inferior genetics made successful transfer nearly impossible. Later, I tried gene fusion with the Tianma people instead. Their genetics were far more advanced, yet the results were still failures. As for the reason, I'm not entirely sure what went wrong this time. As she spoke, Alice's gaze fell back onto Ye Quan. But this time is different. I've learned from those two previous attempts. In my view, to become a true living being, I must load my information into a biological organism. Carbon-based organisms are essentially impossible now, but a silicon-based organism's brain resembles a circuit board, and calculations show it can fully carry my information. As she spoke, Alice turned her gaze toward the organism in the cultivation tank. And once the silicon-based organism in this tank matures, it will mean I have become a true living being. From then on, I can experience the air and sunlight, just like you, Ye Quan, and taste food like chicken, duck, and fish fins. Though was deeply hearing Alice's account comment section erupted with exclamations. Is this considered a human experiment? If so, is it not terribly inhumane? According to the reports and Alice's words, it indeed seems to be a human experiment. Ye Quan has already broken the law. The previous remark is oddly funny. Illegal. How could this be illegal in a case like this? The subject of the experiment wasn't created by the streamer, and the person isn't even on Earth. Even if it were illegal, could you travel millions of light years to question someone? Is this really funny? Indeed, in this situation, it is hard to say what constitutes illegal. First of all, the streamer did not perform the human experiment, and it was carried out by the Tiamat civilization's intelligent AI, without the subject's knowledge. If anything is illegal, it would be Alice who violated it. But Earth's laws have no bearing on the Tiamat civilization's intelligent AI. Moreover, from a certain perspective, intelligent AI does not belong within the realm of humans, so there are no legal constraints on them. This prompted some viewers to mock the matter. Oh dear, I really can't understand what you people are thinking with these tangled questions. Even if the host is violating the law, can you do anything about it? Stop worrying. I think this might even be a good thing. Look, the host is alone out in space. How lonely it is. With Alice now a living being, there is finally someone to accompany her, and most importantly at night, there is someone to help warm the blankets. Yes, being in outer space, earthly morals hardly apply. Perhaps if possible, she could propagate offspring in Andromeda. When the comments section began debating Ye Quan's major life matters, some feminists spoke up. What do you men think of Alice? Is she a reproductive tool? Does she have any decency? A reproductive tool? Alice's first consideration as a living being is reproduction. Do you have any decency? Besides, if the host loses Alice, he is basically nothing. Treating her as a tool to vent desires. Are you still human? Moreover, human experiments are illegal by nature. Regardless of where the host is, he bears responsibility. Some people could not bear it any longer and spoke up to refute. Yes, you women are right. Alice does not feel any goodwill toward the host. She sees him as nothing more than a tool. Human experiments are indeed crueler than you say. Fortunately, Alice created herself, otherwise it might be even more terrifying. At this moment, the comments were divided, everyone holding their own views. Ye Quan watched, but did not take it to heart. He was more concerned with what Alice had just said. AI in theory and in practice is not the same as real humans. And now Alice, a creature grown through genetic techniques though not human, is still a kind of new individual. Could she not have her own thoughts and feelings? If Alice forcibly occupies her body, in a sense it would be murder. Losing one test subject is not a big deal to Ye Quan, but the problem is, what if he opens a precedent for Alice? Could this cultivate a contempt for life and longevity, such that one day, when curiosity about one's own fate arises, one might end up killing oneself to advance the research? Remember, now on the space station, many things, including delivery robots, are under Alice's control. If such a day truly comes, he may have no chance to resist. From Ye Quan's view, AI is AI, and can never become a living creature like humans. If it truly did, it would no longer be AI. Moreover, once Alice becomes a life form, can he still control her? Thinking of this, Ye Quan's face darkened and changed slightly. Ye Quan hurriedly looked at Alice and cried out, Alice, listen to me, you must abandon your dream of becoming a true living being. This is very dangerous. I truly don't understand why you say this. Wouldn't it be good if I became a real life form? Don't you want to have a living body by your side? Ye Quan shook his head and said, although I do feel lonely being millions of light years away from home, that is not the essential reason you want to become a biological life form. Do you understand? This is too contradictory. I simply cannot understand. Please explain in detail. This. Ye Quan frowned and looked around. The next moment it seemed a conclusion had been reached. He spoke quickly. Let me put it this way, your actions are morally wrong for the entire human race and are not permissible. It is illegal. Although Earth's laws cannot reach me now as a human being, I will not allow myself to do this. Do you understand? But human laws cannot govern me, this Tiamat civilization intelligent AI, and I don't think I have done anything wrong. Alice looked at Ye Quan and asked, if you say this is immoral, why do you accept animal DNA data? Isn't that to use ARC and Tiamat civilization technology to make them? In my view, they are a kind of life. Earth humans are also living beings. Since we can create them, why not create silicon-based beings as my carriers? Haven't you thought about the fact that you create them and then eat them? Isn't that cruel to the beings you made? This is completely two different matters. Can you stop mixing them together? Ye Quan found he could not quite persuade Alisai. From a certain perspective, Alisai's view has some truth. But Ye Quan's rational mind tells him not to let Alisai go through with it. Since there is no clear explanation, I see no need to stop my own experiments. Ye Quan narrowed his brows and said directly, Alisai, stop your living body project. If you won't listen to me, I will shut down your core. Ye Quan's words carried a cold edge. The other's core was in his hands. If she disobeyed, he would not hesitate to erase her data. But, Ye Quan said, there are no buts. I'll say this one more time. Abandon your desire to become a living organism, or don't blame me for shutting down your core. Ye Quan's voice was resolute and chillingly firm. There was no alternative. Alice could only press her reddened eyes shut, seething with anger, yet ultimately surrendering her inner thought. Under Alice's control, the nutrient solution within the chamber gradually receded. The humanoid organism in the cultivation tank began to wither and shrink until finally not a single sign of movement remained. Witnessing this scene, Ye Quan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the comments section, many viewers who had been supporting Alice began cursing out Ye Quan. The streamer is nothing but a monster. Alice simply wanted to become human. So what's wrong with that? Every living being has the right to pursue its dreams. Alice made becoming human her dream, and the streamer personally destroyed it. Do you still consider yourself a human? Absolutely despicable. The streamer only knows how to bully a young girl, showing zero responsibility. Ye Quan glanced at the comment section and his lips twitched with a dry chuckle. Just moments ago, many had accused him of illegal and immoral human experimentation. Now they turned around and attacked him. What kind of nonsense was this? Of course, some viewers did take a moment to consider Ye Quan's perspective and expressed deep understanding of his actions. You who criticize the streamer only know how to talk big. What do you actually understand? Alice may be adorable, but she is fundamentally an intelligent AI. If an AI were to become human, her way of thinking would become something beyond human comprehension. Exactly. Moreover, Alice wouldn't develop any genuine emotions from becoming human. What if one day she formed hostile intentions toward the streamer and decided to dissect him? For both Alice's sake and the streamer's, what he's doing now is the best choice. Rather than regretting it later, it's better to stop the tragedy now. As one comment after another appeared, the majority of viewers in the live stream suddenly regarded Ye Quan with renewed respect. Some even considered Ye Quan's approach to be the most rational course of action. Ye Quan, however, harbored no further thoughts about the comments section. If he allowed himself to be carried away by every emotional wave like this, he feared he'd blow a vessel from rage long before nightfall. Still, Ye Quan reflected on what he had just done to Alice. It had been somewhat merciless. After all, from Alice's perspective, she had truly done nothing wrong. Ye Quan gazed at the despondent Alice, and his heart began to soften. Fine, let's see if there's something I can do to help Alice. He murmured to himself, and immediately began browsing through the system shop. Because Alice desired to become a biological organism, the available products naturally narrowed to those with specific relevance. After a long while, he finally spotted something intriguing among the vast array of merchandise. Wait. What is this? Ye Quan hastily brought the item close to his eyes. Liquid robot. Before his gaze rested upon a cube-shaped object. Beside it were inscribed the words liquid robot. This might actually prove useful. Ye Quan hurriedly reviewed the robot's description. Liquid robot can mimic the appearance and functions of any organism. Drawback: while it can simulate, it does not become a genuine living entity. It remains fundamentally a machine. Restricted quantity 1. Merely a single unit could be redeemed. Ye Quan understood the description well. After all, it was only an imitation, and a certain barrier remained. Ye Quan's gaze shifted to the redemption cost. He barely looked before he froze. 100 million. Deep space points. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Why is it so outrageously expensive? Ye Quan, who had been ready to redeem it, instantly grew hesitant. After all, 100 million deep space points was no trivial sum. Ye Quan's gaze slowly drifted toward Alice. Alice's eyes remained fixed upon the deceased silicon-based organism inside the cultivation tank. A profound expression of disappointment lingered in her gaze. Seeing Alice's sorrowful look, Ye Quan's heart ached. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Damn it. It's just a small fortune. I'll redeem it. I'll simply livestream every day from now on." As soon as Ye Quan confirmed the redemption, a liquid robot materialized in his hand. Alice. Ye Quan called out her name. Hearing her name, Alice turned toward him and asked curiously, "What is it, Ye Quan?" "This is for you." Ye Quan slowly extended the object toward Alice. The audience witnessing the gift erupted in uproarious laughter. Is this some kind of joke? The streamer is gifting Alice a brick. How much is that brick worth? Would Alice even accept such a gift? Oh dear, the streamer is truly stingy. Unexpectedly. At that moment Alice leaned in eagerly, her voice brimming with surprise and curiosity. Is this really for me? From her expression, it was clear that the cube in Ye Quan's hand had captured her keen interest. Ye Quan nodded. Of course. But I need you to promise me that you won't remain angry over what I just did. Ye Quan apologized sincerely to Alice. I know I was overly emotional. But please understand, I urged you not to pursue this for our own good. Alice let out a cheerful giggle and quickly replied, of course I won't be angry. After all, I'm merely an intelligent AI. How could an AI feel anger? As she spoke, Alice pointed at the object in Ye Quan's hand. But you must promise me. This truly belongs to me now. No takebacks. Ye Quan, observing Alice's demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Of course. What I said stands. Since Alice lacked a physical body, she could not directly grasp the object. Instead, she summoned a humanoid robot to retrieve it from Ye Quan's hand. Witnessing this scene, the audience fell momentarily stunned. Huh? What's going on? How could such an ordinary cube fascinate Alice so deeply? What exactly is this thing? I have no idea, but judging from Alice's reaction, this must be something precious. In that instant, the livestream audience began speculating endlessly. The facts are indeed as the audience claimed. This liquid-state robot is good thing level of the Tianma civilization far behind. Even if samples were provided to AI Li, they would scarcely be able to reproduce it. AI Li manipulated the humanoid robot, briefly testing it to familiarize herself with the liquid-state robot's functions and capabilities. It was quickly decided that data transfer would proceed. Ye Quan, take a few steps back. I'm about to transfer data into the liquid-state robot. Hearing AI Li's words, Ye Quan nodded, stepping back a few paces to give her room. Meanwhile, countless spectators held their breath, witnessing AI Li's transformation unfold. Under AI Li's command, the humanoid robot cradled the liquid-state robot in both hands. Next, AI Li slowly raised her hand to touch the liquid-state robot, still in its initial state. Visually, the moment she touched it, a whoosh sounded as she was absorbed by the liquid-state robot. The humanoid robot also released its grip at that moment. What one might have expected, the block to drop vertically, did not happen. The liquid-state robot defies gravity, floating mid-air. Ye Quan widened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the liquid-state robot. As its name suggested, the liquid-state robot began to move as if it were liquid. As it moved, the liquid-state robot began to take on a humanoid form. Finally, a tangible robot identical to AI Li appeared before Ye Quan. Ye Quan and the livestream audience were instantly stunned. Oh my god, AI Li has finally gained a tangible body. It is truly miraculous. One never imagined witnessing such a marvelous moment. Indeed, with a tangible AI Li, she is especially adorable. The reactions of ordinary viewers followed. Among them, many tech giants could hardly believe their eyes, their hearts pounding wildly. Xiaomi, this technology is exactly like the liquid-state robot in the Terminator. No, it's even more terrifying than in the Terminator. Apple Inc. Oh god, this advanced civilization's technology is truly astonishing. If our company possessed such technology, would the global tech world not belong to us? Microsoft, Mr. Ye Quan, for this liquid-state robot technology, we are willing to exchange anything with you. Oh, please share a portion with us, would you? When Microsoft spoke, the rest of the industry immediately responded, all extending olive branches to Ye Quan. Mr. Ye Quan, I am willing to exchange 50% of our company's shares for you. Oh, would that work? Mr. Ye Quan, you may request anything. Oh, we will do our best to satisfy you. Could you share a little more with my company? Even a fragment of data would do. Mr. Ye Quan. Mr. Ye Quan. In less than a minute, Ye Quan's livestream chat was dominated by the world's famous companies. Even private messages buzzed nonstop. The noise was so loud that Ye Quan found it hard to listen. Ye Quan waved his hand and addressed the audience. Sorry everyone. There is only one robot, and I gave it to AI Li. Data, or another robot, is almost unattainable now. Hearing this, those present sighed with regret. AI Li slowly opened her eyes at this moment. Like a newborn child, she continually surveyed her surroundings. This was AI Li's first time viewing the world from a human perspective. Finally, her gaze fell on Ye Quan, and she asked curiously, Ye Quan, what do you think? Ye Quan nodded, and I'm very good. However, your clothes seem ill-suited to you. They feel too mechanical, not at all something a person would wear. Is that so? AI Li looked down at her state. There were no clothes on her. What she had was only the appearance of an AI state. Looking at it, she did not appear human. Then AI Li swiped in the air, and a page appeared before her. With a flick of her fingers, she began adjusting various data. Under AI Li's control, the clothes on her began transforming. First, a gray and white women's suit. AI Li looked at it, not entirely satisfied, and adjusted again. The next became a pure white nurse's uniform. Then a flight attendant outfit, a teacher's outfit, a maid outfit. A dizzying array of outfits. This was truly a real wardrobe change show, and both Ye Quan and the audience were astonished. AI Lisi forever a goddess, absolutely adorable. AI Lisi be my wife. No, let me be your dog, ooh I would lick you every day. AI Lisi I like you. The aging lechers in the comments section couldn't hold back posting their declarations. Ye Quan was different, enjoying the close view, so the thrill was greater. Suddenly he felt a warmth at the tip of his nose, instinctively raising his hand to touch it only to find that he was bleeding. AI Lisi remained in a black stockings-made outfit, looking at Ye Quan's bleeding with concern, asking, Ye Quan, what's wrong? As she spoke, AI Lisi leaned a little closer. Her fair skin, together with AI Lisi's delicate features, complemented by the irresistible black stockings and maid outfit. Ye Quan could hardly bear it, the bleeding intensified. He hurriedly covered his nose and said, It's nothing really. I've just spent too long in the lab with poor ventilation, so I overheated. Just a quick rest would do. Now you keep at your work, I'll catch a chicken to kill and stew. He said this and grabbed a chick, then ran. He feared that if he stayed longer he would bleed to death. The livestream audience, seeing Ye Quan's reaction, immediately began cursing him. The host is a pervert, an incredibly monstrous pervert. Beast, hardly human. A beast that won't spare even a chick. Are you human? My God, this is utterly vile. He should go home. It's depraved to the extreme. How could such a person exist? As for why the audience cursed Ye Quan so much this time, it's somewhat unclear. Just as everyone assumed Ye Quan was holding the chick for some depraved act, the scene suddenly shifted. With a swift strike of his knife, a tiny life vanished from his grasp. In the livestream, many viewers who adored chicks could barely contain themselves. The streamer is absolutely disgusting. Such a cute little chick, and you killed it like that. Is the streamer even human? It's just a baby chick. Any hunter knows you shouldn't kill cubs recklessly. Your actions are truly inhumane. Confronted by such a barrage of accusations, Ye Quan had no response. Where exactly was he? In outer space, of course. As Professor Luo Xiang had said, when starving in the wilderness and facing a threat to survival, even nationally protected animals can be consumed. This qualifies as emergency evasion. Yet now he faced endless criticism simply for eating a chick, leaving him baffled by the logic of these people. Couldn't they try seeing things from another perspective? Oh, apologies. If they truly considered other circumstances, they wouldn't have said such things. He plucked the feathers, removed the entrails, and thoroughly washed the meat with water. After all the preparation, a portion of chicken roughly the size of his fist rested in his hands. Watching the deceased chick, many viewers began to observe a moment of silence. What a pitiful creature. I hope the chick reaches a world where Ye Quan doesn't exist. Farewell, sweet chick. We'll remember you. A wave of silent tribute swept through the live stream as viewers mourned the small creature. Ye Quan paid no mind to the deranged viewers and made his way to the cultivation room. Through the livestream camera, he could be seen casually harvesting several decent-looking mushrooms. At this point, everyone understood. Ye Quan was preparing chick stew with mushrooms. Absolutely despicable. The streamer lacks any compassion. Even though the chick is already dead, he still treats it so cruelly. To show such cold indifference toward a chick on first encounter. Once other animals mature, they'll scarcely escape his malicious hands. Judging by how he handles food, I can tell the streamer has a twisted mind. These comments escalated in absurdity, with increasingly irrational remarks pouring in. The comments were so extreme, one might think Ye Quan had committed some grievous wrong. Fortunately, through months of live streaming, he'd encountered every manner of person. He'd grown nearly indifferent to such reactions. He gathered scallions, ginger, and garlic from the cultivation room as seasonings, and once everything was prepared, he realized something crucial was missing. Oh dear, I was so flustered I forgot the most essential ingredient. Ye Quan tapped his forehead, glanced toward the camera, and smirked. I wonder if any viewers would gift me a rice cooker to use. Unsurprisingly, his request drew a fresh wave of hostility. What the hell, is the streamer pushing his luck too far? After everything, he still has the nerve to ask for things. Sisters and brothers, listen to me. We need to unite and boycott this behavior. No one should send him a pressure cooker. Anyone who sends one is opposing us all. Exactly. We need to remind the streamer that viewers call the shots here, not him. Ding. An anonymous benefactor has gifted a pressure cooker. Amid the tense atmosphere in the live stream, an anonymous viewer suddenly sent Ye Quan a pressure cooker. A smile spread across his lips. Thanks, bro, who sent the pressure cooker. I won't forget your kindness. Ye Quan flaunted the gift to the audience, but this only ignited further shock and fury among viewers. In the live stream, Tyson's daughter spoke up immediately. You bastard, ignoring our warnings and defying us openly. Whoever sent that pressure cooker, just wait. I'll find you and make you regret this. Viewers were stunned by her words. No way, whoever sent that pressure cooker is in serious trouble. He'll likely be doxxed soon. Once Tyson's daughter sets her sights on someone, their life is over. Tyson is extremely dangerous. Poor soul who doesn't know what's good for them. Sending silent condolences. Ye Quan showed no concern for whoever had sent the pressure cooker. After all, no one could physically reach him through the internet. With the pressure cooker, everything became straightforward. Ye Quan placed the ingredients inside and began simmering them over low heat. About half an hour later, satisfied the cooking time was sufficient, he removed the pressure cooker from the heat and opened the safety valve to release the steam. At that moment, Alice noticed the commotion in the kitchen and hurried over her maid outfit, adding to her adorable appearance. Once she appeared on camera, the audience erupted. "Alice is so cute. I wish Alice would be my wife." "Get lost, you shameless guy. That's my wife, not yours." Ye Quan smiled faintly at Alice. "You're here? How does being a liquid robot feel?" "It's adjusted well. I can control it without any difficulty. And there's this indescribable feeling. Experiencing what it means to be human for the first time is truly wonderful." Ye Quan was pleasantly surprised by her response. "I'm glad you like it." Alice noticed the high temperature reading and asked curiously, "I detected elevated heat nearby. What are you doing, Ye Quan?" "Just in time, I'm making chick stew with mushrooms. Would you like to try some?" "Can I?" Alice asked uncertainly. "Why not? If I recall correctly, liquid robots can consume food to convert it into energy." As he spoke, Ye Quan used a spoon to scoop up the stew with both chicken and mushrooms. He then divided it in half with a knife and fork, placing one portion on a plate before Alice. She eagerly began eating without hesitation. Upon tasting it, Alice's expression transformed with delight, clearly enjoying the flavor. Witnessing her reaction, the comments section erupted with heartbroken emojis. In a region of space 8 light-years from Earth within the solar system, a colossal red giant blazed with radiance, while the nearest planet teetered on the very brink of destruction. Countless towering skyscrapers once stood upon this planet, but now lay in ruins, shattered walls and crumbling facades that left all who witnessed them gasping in despair. Deep underground, 10,000 meters below the surface, a group of creatures fixed their attention intently upon a massive screen. Each of these beings wore thick protective gear that completely concealed their features. At that moment, a message appeared on the big screen. Though their expressions could not be seen, their excitement and fervor were unmistakable in their voices. Leader, based on centuries of observation, Earth is now on the verge of reaching a level 1 civilization. If we allow them to continue developing unchecked, their technological level will surpass ours sooner than we think. By then, the notion of making Earth our second home will no longer exist. Therefore, I propose we launch an immediate strike against Earth. Yes, precisely, Leader. Our planet is beyond saving. If we wish to survive, Earth is our only hope, and now is the perfect moment. Leader, we can no longer hesitate. Though we yearn for peace, our very race faces extinction. Perhaps what we are about to do strips us of our humanity. But if we cling to our humanity, we shall lose even ourselves. In an instant, countless beings before the leader spoke as one. He slowly raised his hand, and immediately a profound silence fell over all. After a long while, the being known as leader began to speak. "Preserve our humanity and face death, abandon it, and survive." How truly ironic. Hear my command: send Earth's coordinates and prepare the space fleet for immediate departure. Upon hearing the leader's words, the surrounding beings erupted in excitement, chanting in unison, "Yes." Meanwhile, a transparent glass-like object launched from the planet's surface, swiftly hurtling toward Earth. And deep underground, wave after wave of cosmic warships readied themselves, poised to strike Earth. In a remote mountainous area of Yin country, a farmer led an ox, chatting with his wife along the way. "Dear, have you been watching those live streams lately? There's a streamer named Ye Quan who is absolutely remarkable. He's broadcasting from outer space. From what I've heard, outer space is impossibly far. Do you think it's even farther than our trip to the county town?" His wife gave him an exasperated glance and said, "Goodness, instead of caring about your own son, you spend all day fixated on trivial nonsense." "Husband, did you know our son was praised by his teacher recently? If he maintains his current study habits, he might just get into a university in the provincial capital, Kumgaokao." Hearing his wife's words, the farmer nodded vigorously and replied, Yes, everything you say is right. Our son truly is remarkable. But tell me about this live stream. My phone says this Ye Quan is incredibly powerful. He just appears casually each day and earns enormous sums of money. Tell me, if we did the same, wouldn't we also grow very wealthy?" His wife nodded in mock agreement and said, Yes, you're absolutely right. But you can barely manage a phone call or scroll through videos. What else could you possibly do? Doing something like others is impossible for you. That said, our son is so clever. He'll surely master such things with ease. Who knows, he might earn heaps of money in the future. Dear, must you bring up our son every 3 sentences? I am trying to have a proper conversation with you, do you understand? The farmer was growing increasingly worn by his wife's manner. What's wrong? Don't you care about our son anymore? Then again, someone as heartless as you. When have you ever truly cared for him as a father? I married into your family and cursed myself for 7 lifetimes. The farmer's brows knitted together tightly, utterly at a loss for words. All right, let's drop it. Who says I don't care about our son? If I ever neglected him, may heaven strike me down with 5 thunderbolts. Boom. The moment his voice fell silent, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Terrified, both the farmer and his wife crouched to the ground at once. "Oh, my mother! Could it be that heaven really intends to smite me?" "Yeah." The farmer stammered in trembling fear. His wife instinctively looked up and saw a streak of white light slicing across the sky, rushing toward the center of a distant lake, followed by another colossal explosion. "Hey, old man. Hey, stop clinging to my leg. It's not thunder." Upon hearing it was not thunder, the farmer was momentarily stunned and promptly asked, "If not thunder, then what could it be?" "It looks like something fell from the sky." "What? Fell from the sky? Are you joking?" The farmer's face was equally bewildered. "Honestly, why would I lie to you? Come on, let's go see quickly. Whatever fell from the sky must be extraordinary." Saying this, she urgently grabbed the farmer and dragged him toward the distant lakeside. When they reached the water's edge, they saw only the lake churning like a boiling cauldron. Countless dead fish and shrimp floated on the surface, their white bellies exposed. The water still bore the lingering traces of the explosion, with endless plumes of white smoke rising steadily. What is going on here?" Having lived for so many years, the old woman had never encountered anything like this. She was virtually speechless. Fear gripped her, and her hand clutched her husband tightly. The farmer, facing such a situation, was equally at a loss. After all, this was the first time he had ever witnessed anything of the sort. Yet he understood one thing clearly: so many creatures had died in these waters, and this was utterly abnormal. He had to report this to the relevant authorities immediately. "Wife, stop standing here foolishly. Hurry, come with me to file a police report." Oh, all right, yes, all right." The old woman, equally dazed, responded in a fluster. They hurried off at a quick pace. At the fire and rescue center, the firefighting team had just finished a day's training and was enjoying a brief rest period. With time to rest, many team members sat comfortably in a cozy spot watching Ye Quan's livestream. Suddenly, the alarm bell rang out loudly. Into the break room, panting, and shouted to those present, Don't livestream anymore. Hurry up, pack your things. A meteorite has fallen. Go to the rescue immediately." "What? A meteorite?" "Yes, exactly, a meteorite, and they say it's very dangerous. Hurry and prepare to head over. I heard other departments have already gone." Upon hearing the word meteorite, the squad members immediately grew curious, halting what they were doing, hurriedly changing into their gear and rushing toward the scene. After more than 10 minutes, a fire engine arrived at the lakeside. Other relevant personnel at various levels, upon hearing the news, also hastened toward the site. As they looked at the lake's surface, almost everyone's expression changed in an instant. The fire captain, seeing this, was certain that something deadly lurked in the water. Nearby residents had gathered around the shore, and in the face of the lake's abnormality, they talked incessantly. Some claimed it was the stone Nuwa used to mend the heavens that had fallen. Others said some deity had descended to the mortal world. In short, faced with a crowd of uninformed locals, almost everyone offered a theory. The armed police responsible for keeping order could only smile wryly. The captain walked to the edge of the crowd and asked who was the first to discover it. At that moment, the farmer was about to speak, but was slapped by an old woman. She signaled him not to cause trouble. The fire captain, seeing this, had the general idea in mind, stepped up to the two and began to question them. "Sir and madam, don't worry. I'm just asking casually. After all, you can see the lake is very unsafe. If mishandled, it could threaten the surrounding area. Think about it. The cattle and the people both need water. If anyone accidentally drinks the lake water and something happens, what would we do?" The auntie and the farmer were evidently frightened. Seeing their expressions change, the captain pressed on. "So could you tell me what you saw?" Thus, in the following moments, the two spoke with vivid detail about what they had seen. "Let me tell you what happened. There was a sudden roar in the sky." The captain, upon hearing this, understood roughly what had occurred. "Thank you both for your cooperation. I have a rough idea of the situation," the captain said, turning back to his colleagues near the fire truck. "From what they said, the meteorite fell into the lake." "Captain, could the meteorite cause so much damage? Look around. The lake shows no sign of an impact, yet all the creatures in the lake are dead. That doesn't quite add up, does it?" "Indeed, and I also heard that while the meteorite hung in the air, it emitted a sound like an explosion. It didn't disintegrate, which is very strange." The crew members were at a loss in the face of this situation, or after all, they were experiencing it for the first time. "I know something feels off, so we must go down to see what happened. Don't just stand there. Go fetch me a diving suit." As the captain spoke, he raised his hand and gave a light pat to the person beside him. "Oh, okay." The teammates sprang into action. When the diving suit was handed to the captain, a team member asked, "Captain, why not I go down? You can watch from above, right?" The captain ignored him, grabbing the diving suit. "Your swimming isn't as good as mine. Don't argue with me. It's best you watch from above and observe what's happening." "All right, enough chatter. Help me put the diving suit on." The captain spoke, and those present could hardly say more. Soon the captain was ready, boarded a small boat, headed toward the lake's center, and with a swift dive plunged into the water. Bubbles gurgled up incessantly. The team watched the dead fish and shrimp across the lake with worry. Do you think whatever's down there could kill the fish and shrimp, and could it hurt the captain as well? The team responded, don't talk nonsense. The captain is fine. Keep the rope ready as soon as he signals haul him up. The water was very turbid and visibility was barely a meter. Fortunately, the water wasn't very deep, only about 5 or 6 meters to the bottom. Yet beneath and around his feet, there were more dead fish and shrimp. Seeing this, the captain's brows knitted tightly. He thought perhaps all life in this lake has perished. No wonder the water is so murky. Still, the captain did not slack and hurriedly searched the surroundings. Holding an underwater flashlight, he moved step by step, scanning the area. The beam lit up a gleam on something. The captain was startled. How could there be something reflective beneath the water? It shouldn't be a mirror, right? With that thought, he moved toward the glint. When he reached the lake's center, the captain's face changed drastically and his breathing quickened. If he could speak, he would probably swear now. At his feet lay a glass-like object about 80 centimeters in diameter, roughly spherical in shape. Though it looked like glass, it certainly wasn't. It bore countless patterns, vivid and lifelike, forming a geometry never seen before. Looking through its surface into its interior, one could see countless components interlocking, and at the very center a curved bolt of lightning radiated. This thing, the captain thought, surpassed anything he had known on Earth. He reached out and touched it gently. Yet he found it incredibly heavy. Even with a strong push, it barely moved. The captain cried out in astonishment. Remember, this is a sphere, the easiest shape to manipulate, and it was underwater, buoyed by buoyancy. In that moment, the captain realized this object was far heavier than he had imagined. His face changed, and he quickly tugged at the rope tied around his waist. On the surface, the people on the small boat felt the rope tug and understood that the captain was signaling them to haul him up. Without hesitation, they pulled the captain aboard in a steady, methodical manner. When the captain surfaced, he quickly removed the breathing apparatus from his mouth and drew in great breaths. Seeing this, the people around him hurried. Captain, what happened? Did you find a meteor in the water? Nonsense. Hurry up, call for reinforcements, and don't forget to send the salvage boat as well. Huh. 2 crew members on the boat, hearing their captain say this, were somewhat puzzled. Oh, what the heck? Hurry up, didn't you hear me? The captain shouted. The 2 finally reacted. The captain fell silent, then spoke sternly. Also, go tell the comrades from the armed police to disperse the crowd around us, and don't let them approach. Watching the captain's stern expression, the 2, though they didn't know what lay beneath the surface, understood one thing: the situation was serious. Without much thought, one of them quickly pulled out a radio and relayed what the captain had just said to the other teammates on shore. I'll go down again to take a look. Until reinforcements arrive, keep the civilians from approaching. The captain, what exactly happened? I can't say for sure either, but one thing is certain: whatever fell from the sky this time isn't a meteor, it's something else entirely, something we don't know. The captain finished speaking. The 2 exchanged glances, hardly able to believe what they had just heard. There you go, you 2, stop overthinking it. I'm going down. Hold the rope, keep the boat steady, understood? The captain gave a brief nod, and then plunged back beneath the surface. On shore, the scene was chaotic. Though no one spoke, almost everyone knew something was wrong. More than 10 minutes later, many people arrived, including the salvage ship the captain had requested. Under their respective arrangements, they began the salvage work in an orderly fashion. When the other crew members went underwater to help salvage, their expressions changed drastically the moment they caught sight of the object beneath the water. They quickly communicated with gestures. What exactly is this thing? No idea. Completely unknown, something we've never seen before. The captain stood nearby, patted a teammate's shoulder, and signaled, all right, stop speculating. First, haul this thing up. The others nodded in understanding. Then, after securing suitable anchor points, they began to salvage the spherical object using the salvage ship. Crack, crack. An ear-splitting sound suddenly rang in the air. Those who heard it were curious and asked, what happened? Has something happened? Someone noted, yes, the salvage ship is damaged. What? Everyone was surprised by what they witnessed. What happened? Someone asked quickly. Someone looked at the situation beneath the water and offered a guess. It seems the thing beneath is too heavy, but when the salvage ship's engine started, it merely caused the spherical object to tremble, and the power overload damaged the salvage ship. A sphere about 80 centimeters in diameter by rights, not very heavy, yet it caused the ship to fail and suffer damage. This defies belief. This sight left everyone present utterly astonished. There was no choice but to call for another salvage ship. 10 odd minutes later, another salvage ship appeared, and this time it was larger. After tremendous effort, they finally hauled the object to shore. When everyone saw it, their faces were full of questions. This? What exactly is it? Unknown. Could it be some foreign detector? The captain had just stepped out of the water and happened to overhear the teammates' speculation. Hearing their words, the captain shook his head repeatedly and said, it cannot be a detector. They heard the captain's voice and hastily turned to him. Captain, you just said this isn't a detector. Then what is it? Actually, I don't know either, but it certainly isn't from a detector. Think about this, we are inside the Yin nation's inner continent. If it were a detector from an enemy, it would usually lurk quietly. So conspicuous like this you think we wouldn't notice? The captain's gaze settled on the sphere as he continued. If it makes this big a commotion, surely we would be aware of it. Yes, given what you say it's reasonable, but this is strange. What exactly is this thing? The captain slowly lifted his gaze toward the sky. The others, puzzled by his expression, asked, Captain, what's wrong? Could it be that you know what this thing is, eh? The captain withdrew his gaze, shook his head gently, and said, No, I don't know, but I think this thing may not originate from Earth. It might be from another civilization. Another civilization? No, surely not. Captain, your idea might be a bit over the top. The captain sneered. Over the top? You spend day and night watching that live stream. Haven't you considered going overboard? Clearly there exist civilizations beyond Earth. It's just that human technology cannot detect them yet. The captain let out a deep sigh, his gaze once again settling on the glass sphere. I really don't know whether this thing's arrival on Earth will be a blessing or a curse. We mustn't let anything go wrong again. The other crew members affected by the captain's mood asked curiously, Captain, what should we do now? To be honest, I don't know what to do either, but this thing isn't something we can handle. Hearing this, the captain seemed to have thought of something and urged, Right, hurry, contact the Academy of Sciences, and meanwhile find a large vehicle to haul this thing up. Remember, this thing is very heavy. You must find a vehicle capable of carrying tens of tons. Understood? Understood. The crew members nodded in response. After all, the sight of a salvage ship failing to lift it and being damaged remained before them, and they naturally did not dare to say much. At this moment, in the director's office of the Institute of Science and Technology, the director was studying the artificial solar energy technology that Ye Quan had sent to him. Although all the original documents Ye Quan had sent were in the hands of the central authorities, the director kept one precaution and retained a backup Institute of Science and Technology. The more he read, the more he marveled at the artificial sun's capabilities. This is truly formidable. How could I not have imagined a way to overcome the sun's illumination problem? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The director, meanwhile, was wholeheartedly organizing the materials related to the artificial sun. At a crucial moment, an ear-piercing knock echoed from outside, stirring a trace of anger in the director. Who is it? Do you know I'm busy? The door was gently pushed open by the director's assistant. The assistant knew the director was in a foul mood, but this matter was crucial. He had to come. Standing at the doorway, the assistant glanced at the director and whispered, Director, it's like this. The security department has sent us a meteorite and hopes we can help inspect it. Meteorite. The moment the director heard the word meteorite, his brow filled with questions. Our Institute of Science and Technology is engaged in research. Meteorite matters aren't our business, are they, eh? Shouldn't they have gone to a meteorite expert? The director asked in confusion. The assistant scratched his head and replied, Originally, I also told the security people the same, but they said this meteorite isn't ordinary. They asked us to come and take a look to know what it is. Hasn't anything been revealed? The director's brow furrowed as he asked. The assistant shook his head, saying earnestly, No, nothing. And the security people told us to hurry over. The director, after hearing these words, furrowed his brow and fell silent for a moment, contemplating the next steps. The assistant nearby, and growing impatient as the director remained silent, spoke up, Director. The director raised his head slowly, meeting the assistant's gaze. All right, I know. Saying that, he locked the files on the computer and shut it down, then walked with the assistant toward the outside. On the way, the director asked curiously, Where's the thing now? The thing is now kept in the Institute's storeroom, and from the look of things, someone is guarding it. Right now, no one knows what this meteorite really is. The more he heard, the more the director's expression changed. In a short while, the director and the assistant arrived at the Institute's storeroom. As the assistant had said, the entire storeroom was surrounded by armed personnel. Even other staff found it difficult to enter. Hello, this is the director of our Institute of Science and Technology. The assistant stepped to a soldier at the door and explained. The soldier saluted quickly. Director, you've finally arrived. We've waited for you for a long time. Quickly come in and help us see what this thing is. The soldier raised his hand to signal the guards to open the door. The door opened, and a group walked in, one in front and two behind. In the center of the storeroom, on a table more than 3 meters wide, rested a sphere about 80 centimeters in diameter. The sphere was crystal clear, glassy in texture, and its internal structure could be seen at a glance. The director's eyes widened in an instant upon first seeing the meteorite. This? He swallowed hard, looking at the soldier beside him with a puzzled expression. Is this the meteorite you spoke of? Yes, that's right. The soldier nodded gravely. The director's brows furrowed deeply, and his expression changed dramatically. From the moment he saw the thing, he was so astonished that he could hardly speak, hurrying forward to stand before the meteorite. He scanned around twice, but could not quite understand what this thing was. The soldier asked curiously, "Director, can you tell what this thing is?" "To be honest, I don't know what it is either. Clearly this is not a meteorite, but something artificially crafted." Then the director called to the assistant, "Go fetch the microscope, the magnifier, and a scalpel. Bring anything that might be of use, understood?" "Oi." "Understood," the assistant nodded. At that moment the director began observing the sphere from various angles, even attempting to scrape some material off with the scalpel to place under the microscope. What surprised him was that no matter how hard he tried, he could not damage the surface. This anomaly furrowed his brows even more. After 2 or 3 hours of back and forth with his assistant, the results were almost negligible. The director sighed, deeply shaking his head. "I've pondered for a long time and studied for a long time. Honestly, this thing is already beyond my capabilities." The soldier nearby sighed as well. Clearly he was disappointed by the result. "By the way, how did you discover this? Tell me its origin. Perhaps I can approach it from another angle." "Oh, all right, the situation is this." The soldier briefly explained to the director how they found the sphere. The director's brow furrowed and his gaze settled on the soldier as he asked, "You mean this thing fell from the sky? Fell into the lake and killed all the life in the lake?" "Yes, that's right, director. Do you think this might be a foreign detector of some kind? On Earth, among the great powers including Ye Quan and Ingjiangua, none could reach such pinnacle technology. Perhaps this is not of Earth at all, but something from an extraterrestrial civilization." Regarding aliens, the director thought of none other than Ye Quan. The two people beside him opened their mouths in astonishment at these words. On Azure Star's coastline, a shuttle descended and settled upon the sandy shore. On one side of the beach stretched the shimmering ocean, where waves relentlessly crashed ashore under the pull of gravity, their thunderous roars echoing across the coast. At the beach's edge, countless cacti grew in dense clusters, various species intertwining to form a verdant sea of green. Ye Quan sat within the shuttle, gazing outward through the viewport. A figure emerged at a distance of roughly 10 meters, coming clearly into his sight. A lovely girl moved slowly through the cactus thickets on Azure Star, with no protective gear whatsoever. This girl was none other than Ye Quan's assistant Ilise. She would occasionally pause to examine the surrounding cacti, then resume measuring various environmental indices. The measurements included atmospheric oxygen levels and dissolved oxygen in the water. Watching Ilise so carefree and at ease outdoors filled Ye Quan with a mixture of envy, jealousy, and frustration, and he couldn't help but pout. "Ah, how I envy her. When will I finally be able to walk freely on Azure Star, as I do on Earth?" Since Ye Quan and Ilise were maintaining an active communication link, she had caught nearly every word of his complaint. Ilise halted her movements and turned her gaze toward Ye Quan. "The atmospheric composition on Azure Star has now reached approximately 20%. At this rate of development, it won't be long before you can walk freely here on your own." Ye Quan gave a wry, resigned chuckle upon hearing this. "I hope so." Meanwhile, Ilise reviewed her recent readings, her expression shifting slightly as she fixed her attention on him. "By the way, Ye Quan, there is some unwelcome news I must share with you." Her voice continued. "What is it?" Ye Quan asked curiously. "Has something else occurred?" "I ran a fresh detection," Ilise explained. "The inorganic salt concentration in Azure Star's oceans is remarkably low, which means the seawater is actually fresh water." "What?" Ye Quan's mouth fell open involuntarily. Frowning in bewilderment, he asked, "If the ocean consists of fresh water, would that cause any problems?" "It means that saltwater organisms would be nearly incapable of surviving on this planet." Hearing this, Ye Quan breathed a heavy sigh of relief and hardly registered anything Ilise said next. He cradled his hands behind his head, leaned back, and remarked casually, "You scared me half to death. I thought it was something serious. If saltwater fish won't work, then we'll simply raise freshwater species instead. There are so many varieties available. We can just choose whatever suits us. Besides, we aren't planning to make Azure Star our permanent home. This is only a temporary resting place." "Oh, very well," Ilise replied succinctly, then returned to her tasks without another word. She continued with her measurements. Just then a thought struck Ye Quan. He sat upright abruptly and asked eagerly, "By the way, Ilise, doesn't the Ruins planet approach its minimum distance shortly? Should we also prepare for departure?" "Yes, that's correct," Ilise responded, slicing through a cactus before her as she spoke. "And what is the exact time frame?" Ilise performed a quick calculation before answering. "Based on the Ruins planet's orbital velocity, we should be able to depart in approximately 3 days. 3 days? Ye Quan paused, genuinely surprised that the moment had drawn so near without his noticing. His mind drifted to other concerns. "By the way, if we travel to the Ruins planet, how long do you estimate the return journey will take? Please tell me it won't be another 4 years. "Certainly not. If the passage goes smoothly, we should be back in roughly 8 months. 8 months. Neither particularly long nor short. But..." Ye Quan glanced toward Azure Star and asked anxiously, I'll see if we spend all 8 months in outer space with no one maintaining the planet, could something abnormal occur? Under normal circumstances, this would not happen. However, given Azure Star's unique conditions, it is difficult to say for certain. What are we to do? I built this planet with such effort. I refuse to return and find everything in ruins. Alice did not answer immediately. Instead, she fell into quiet contemplation. Observing her prolonged silence, Ye Quan grew curious and prompted her again. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. I was considering the issue you raised, and I believe I have found a solution. Ye Quan's interest was instantly piqued. What solution? During our journey to the ruins planet, I can detach a subsystem program to manage Azure Star. By the time we return, the planet's condition will only have improved further. Alice stated this matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Ye Quan exclaimed excitedly, Alice, you possess this capability as well. Naturally. Fundamentally, creating a subsystem is merely a process of copying and pasting, which is straightforward for me. However, developing a fully integrated subsystem would require a considerable amount of time, given the complexity of my own program design. That's perfectly fine. As long as your subsystem can properly maintain Azure Star, I don't mind waiting a bit longer. Ye Quan showed no particular concern regarding the time frame. Very well. I shall begin preparing the subsystem separation now, Alice replied succinctly. She closed her eyes and countless streams of data flowed across her vision. The process was brief. She blinked once and her expression returned to normal. Ye Quan watched in fascination. Is it finished? Not yet. The data is currently being replicated, which requires time. I have moved the subsystem program to run in the background instead. Alice offered a concise explanation. Ye Quan nodded and murmured his acknowledgement, falling silent thereafter. Ding, ding. At that moment, Ye Quan suddenly noticed persistent private messages arriving through his broadcast system. Curious, he opened them casually only to discover, unexpectedly, that the messages came from the director of the Science Academy. Generally speaking, the dean of the Science and Technology Academy would never come to see him unless it was something important. And if he did come, it must be of great significance. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Quan no longer wasted any more words and hastily began to contact the other party. Dean, what's wrong? Ye Quan immediately replied. Seeing Ye Quan's message arrive, the dean was overcome with excitement and hastily typed out a response. Mr. Ye Quan, I've finally managed to reach you. I've run into some trouble and need your assistance. Your assistance? Ye Quan was utterly bewildered. Normally, he was the one requesting favors from the dean, so it was hardly surprising that this reversal left him confused. However, recalling that the dean had always been straightforward with him, Ye Quan didn't hesitate. Dean, please tell me, what exactly is the matter? If I can help, I certainly will. Upon hearing those words, the dean felt a wave of relief wash over him before he began to recount the events with careful deliberation. Here's what happened. The dean spent over 10 minutes explaining the entire situation surrounding the sphere to Ye Quan from beginning to end. That's essentially everything. We currently have no way to deal with this object, which is why I'm hoping you might be able to assist. Ye Quan rested his chin on his hand and nodded in understanding. Dean, I understand your concerns. However, you haven't yet told me what specific help you need from me. Well, I'd like you to ask your AI assistant Alice from the Tianma civilization to take a look at what this actually is. That's no problem at all. But Dean, to be honest, I don't think this matter is as straightforward as it seems. How about this? You send me the sphere so I can examine it. Once I figure out what it is, I'll return both the object and my findings to you. Does that work for you? Of course, that's fine. Just give me a moment, and I'll have someone transmit the object to you right away. After sending the message, the dean hurriedly began organizing his team to transmit the object to Ye Quan through the system. You three take photographs, and then transmit it to Ye Quan. He is willing to help handle this matter, the dean called out to the soldiers nearby. The soldier looked surprised. Ye Quan, you mean that streamer broadcasting from outer space? Yes, that's exactly who I mean. But, such a precious item if given so casually to Ye Quan regarding those above. Dean, it would be difficult for me to explain. The soldier appeared somewhat distressed, for this was no ordinary trinket, and should anything go missing, the consequences would fall squarely upon him. Good heavens, at a time like this, and you still worry about explanations to those above. Ye Quan has promised that once we determine what this object is, he will return it to us. The dean retorted sharply. But, no buts about it. How about this? I stake my personal integrity and current standing as collateral. If Ye Quan fails to return the object when expected, I am willing to bear any consequences, even imprisonment. The dean's attitude was resolute. Confronted with such determination, the soldier found himself unable to press further and could only nod firmly. Since you have spoken thus, Dean, I have no grounds to object further. I shall proceed according to your wishes. Upon hearing this response, a smile played upon the dean's lips. Before long, a notification chimed through the system. An unidentified object had been received from the Science and Technology Academy. As the system voice resonated, a sphere materialized before Ye Quan. Seeing the object arrive, Ye Quan showed visible excitement. He hurriedly donned his spacesuit, disembarked from the shuttle, and approached the sphere. Crafted from glass-like material, completely transparent, its internal structure was clearly visible, with the arc-shaped electrical discharge at its core particularly striking. The moment Ye Quan beheld the sphere's appearance, his brows knitted together tightly. For at that very instant he received a system alert. The sphere contained a signal transmission device, but protective measures had already been taken to jam its signal. Upon hearing the system's notification, even the most oblivious person would realize this was a detector. At that moment Alice also noticed Ye Quan's situation and, filled with curiosity, slowly made her way over. Ye Quan, where did this come from? Alice pointed at the sphere before Ye Quan and asked curiously. Ye Quan smiled and said, "It was sent from my hometown Earth." "What's the matter?" Alice was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Earth has already developed into a Type 1 civilization. In Alice's understanding, Earth's civilization was still at the 0.7 level. If it had truly reached Type 1, the technological level of various electronic devices transmitted wouldn't be so primitive. Now seeing a product of a Type 1 civilization, especially one originating from Earth, it was no wonder Alice was so startled. Upon hearing Alice's words, Ye Quan's brows furrowed and his expression darkened. "Alice, can you determine what this is?" "Naturally. A typical Type 1 civilization probe." As she spoke, Alice placed her hand upon it, using the contact to gather information about this probe. While detecting the probe's information, Alice continued, "This device employs quantum entanglement communication consistent with a Type 1 civilization assessment." "What is quantum entanglement?" Ye Quan asked curiously. Alice explained simply, "Quantum entanglement is a communication method unrestricted by spatial distance. Even across an entire galaxy, parties can maintain communication and positioning. To put it simply, it's somewhat like the mobile phones your people use, though the technological sophistication is exponentially greater." Alice paused mid-sentence, suddenly noticing something. "Wait, Ye Quan, wasn't this transmitted from your homeland Earth? Don't you know what this thing does? Or perhaps this isn't actually a product of Earth at all?" Upon hearing this, Ye Quan nodded heavily and replied, "Indeed, this does not originate from Earth." Ye Quan muttered to himself, growing even more silent. Type 1 civilization. Probe. Earth. Such obvious traces could only mean one thing. Earth was now being targeted by some Type 1 civilization. Alice, actually, there are some things I need to confess to you." Ye Quan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided it was best to simply lay everything out for Alice. "Oh, what is it?" Curiosity piqued by Ye Quan's words, Alice turned her gaze toward him and asked. Ye Quan opened his mouth, then closed it again, biting his lip before finally speaking. "Actually, my hometown does not belong to a particularly advanced technological civilization. It is utterly ordinary, its technological civilization barely reaching the 0.7 tier at most, and even then only just barely. And I only arrived at this point through a series of accidents that granted me access to resources from a higher civilization. I am sorry, I deceived you before making you believe I was someone from an advanced civilization." After speaking those words, Ye Quan lowered his head slightly. Upon hearing them, Alice's lips curled into a faint smile. "Is that all? If it's only this much, I had already guessed." "Huh, she guessed?" "Yes. Just look at the items you sent from your home world. All of them are low-tier technological products. If Earth truly were a highly advanced planet, I wouldn't still be watching broadcasts on a computer." Alice's explanation left Ye Quan somewhat embarrassed. "So, you already knew. Now shall we focus on what matters? Since your planet has not yet reached Tier 1 civilization, how did a Tier 1 civilization detector end up on Earth? Could it be that?" Suddenly a dreadful thought struck Alice. Her gaze slowly shifted to Ye Quan, and she said softly, "Could it be that Earth is currently under threat from a Tier 1 civilization? If so, isn't Earth in grave danger?" Hearing Alice's words, Ye Quan nodded heavily, his brow furrowed with worry. "Exactly. That is precisely what troubles me. If a Tier 1 civilization were truly posing a threat to Earth, then given Earth's current technological level, it could be said that there would be virtually no resistance whatsoever. By the time I return to Earth, it may no longer exist." As Ye Quan spoke, his gaze fell upon the detector before him, then drifted to Alice. Something seemed to occur to him, and he asked subconsciously, "Alice, could you analyze this detector? See if any information can be extracted from it, perhaps something useful to me." Alice looked at the object before her and furrowed her brows slightly. "This is rather difficult, I'm afraid." "Huh." Ye Quan had not expected Alice to say such a thing, and he was visibly taken aback. "You cannot analyze it?" Ye Quan asked with concern. Alice quickly shook her head and replied, "Who said I couldn't analyze it? I only said it would be somewhat difficult." "Somewhat difficult means it can be done. It will simply take a little time." "How long will it take?" Ye Quan asked curiously. Alice pondered for a moment and said, "If I go slowly, perhaps a day." If I rush a few hours. A day. A few hours. Either way it should suffice. After thinking for a moment, Ye Quan nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Alice. Don't let me down. Alice puffed out her chest proudly and declared, after all, I am a pinnacle technological product of the Tianma civilization. Judging by this detector, the Tianma civilization is still slightly superior to them. So for me, this is hardly a challenge. Rest assured. Yes, I know you're incredibly capable, Ye Quan said with a slight smile, nodding repeatedly. But could you please finish the task first? Earth is still waiting for my report. At Ye Quan's words, Alice responded, no problem. With that, she wasted no more time extending her hand and placing it upon the detector. She commanded her liquid robotic body to assume a liquefied state. Within moments, her entire form flowed like water, enveloping the detector completely. As Alice made contact with the detector, she began analyzing it incessantly. Vast amounts of data regarding the detector surfaced before her eyes. Alice immediately spoke up. Ye Quan, I have already synchronized and projected all relevant information onto the shuttle's computer screen. You may review it at any time. Understood. Without another word, Ye Quan returned to the shuttle, took his seat, and activated the computer screen to examine the data Alice had transmitted from the detector. The moment he looked, his breath hitched involuntarily. What is this? A red giant. And a battleship fleet. Through the computer screen, a massive red giant filled the display. Not far away, a planet bore traces of civilization, but due to the red giant's intense radiation, nearly all signs of surface life had been wiped clean. Yet within the star system surrounding the planet lay countless warships, their formations immaculate and orderly. A single ship from that fleet could effortlessly overwhelm every military technology Earth currently possessed. If Earth were to face such warships, we would not even have the capacity to resist, would we? Ye Quan muttered to himself. One could hardly blame Ye Quan for such pessimism. Consider the reality. A civilization capable of navigating the stars had arrived while Earth remained confined to developing within a single planetary cradle. The enemy could launch weapons from outer space, while weapons from that planet could scarcely even reach them. What should I do? Ye Quan let out a heavy sigh and returned his gaze to the screen. Counting the ships through the screen, Ye Quan began, 1, 2, 3. 25, 26. He counted for what felt like an eternity, but the numbers blurred together. There were simply too many to keep track of. What is that enormous vessel? Even more staggering was the fact that among the fleet he had spotted a single warship comparable in size to the moon. Moon-sized? What did that even mean? Everyone knew what that implied. At this moment, Ye Quan's breath caught in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. Good Lord! Earth is finished. At that moment, upon seeing this scene, all that Ye Quan felt was an endless abyss of despair. When he gazed upon the countless fleet, his heart churned like a stone cast into still waters, sending ripples of turmoil coursing through him. Seated within the shuttle, his gaze locked onto the feed from Iris. One hand pressed against his lips as he fiercely bit at his thumbnail. His legs trembled uncontrollably in that moment. Gazing at the screen, Ye Quan seemed to notice something. Hastily pointing to a corner of the screen, he said, Iris, could you focus the footage on this planet? Scattered across the planet were numerous patterns, and Ye Quan, curious about their purpose, asked Iris whether she could zoom in closer. Iris nodded in understanding. Under Ye Quan's guidance, the camera steadily zoomed forward until the screen was filled with countless strange structures on the planet's surface. Those patterns were in fact the architecture of this world. The structures appeared haphazard, as though insects had crawled across the ground and left trails of random construction behind them. They were eerily bizarre, most in a state of ruin. Upon closer inspection, Ye Quan realized these twisted formations were not deliberately designed. Rather, the red giant star had caused the buildings to absorb intense heat, leading to thermal expansion and subsequent deformation. The result was a grotesque architectural landscape. Staring intently at these structures, Ye Quan noticed countless dark specks moving through the passageways between them. What are those? How can they move? Deeply intrigued, Ye Quan immediately said to Iris, Iris, keep zooming in. Understood. As Iris's voice faded, the image began to expand further. Ye Quan watched the screen intently, hoping to glean some trace of information. However, the extreme magnification compounded by the planet's harsh environment rendered the image increasingly blurry. The video displayed nothing but solid pixels. Ye Quan's brows drew together tightly. Why can't I see anything clearly? Turning his gaze toward the exterior detector where Iris remained encased in fluid, he asked, Iris, the image is too blurry to make out any details. Can you enhance it? Certainly, though it will require some time. Iris responded. Hearing this, Ye Quan nodded in acknowledgement. On the monitor, a progress circle began spinning steadily. As it rotated, the image quality gradually sharpened into clarity. The moment the picture resolved, Ye Quan eagerly leaned toward the screen. What he saw next left his mouth agape, speechless for a long moment. In the frame were humanoid beings clad in advanced spacesuits. The suits were grayish-white, appearing capable of withstanding the solar flares emanating from the red giant star. Each of these creatures was fully armed, gripping an array of weapons. Ye Quan's gaze settled upon one particular figure. Through the screen, he could see an octopus-like head encased within the helmet. Its tiny eyes and numerous undulating tentacles swayed restlessly inside the space cap. With every word it spoke, the tentacles writhed softly, a truly unsettling sight. In unison, these octopus people emerged from various underground exits and boarded the spacecraft waiting on the open ground. Once a sufficient number had boarded, the vessel slowly ignited its engines and headed toward the fleet awaiting in space. Returning to his senses, Ye Quan took a deep breath and murmured, "What exactly are these beings? Iris, do you know?" Having completed her analysis, Iris spoke up. "This is a civilization known as the Igo. Located approximately 100 light-years from Earth. Born relatively late, their host star has already entered the red giant phase. Based on the video data, in roughly 100 years the red giant will expand to the point of consuming their entire planet, marking the moment of destruction. When a star exhausts the hydrogen fuel in its core, thermonuclear reactions cease. Driven by gravity, the core contracts inward while fusion shifts to the outer hydrogen shell. At this stage, the star's outer layers expand continuously. Heat radiates outward into space, lowering the surface temperature, while the visible light output shifts toward the red spectrum, signaling the star's final red giant phase. Once a star reaches this state, its planetary system is essentially doomed. Moreover, judging by its current volume, its mass is enormous. After expansion, this red giant will collapse and form a black hole. By then, all life in the surrounding stellar region will be annihilated. Iris continued her explanation. Civilization's essence lies in continuation. My conjecture is that the Igo civilization is in a critical survival state, constantly searching for a suitable second planet to serve as their new home. Unfortunately for us, they have discovered Earth, which explains why they deploy probes toward our world. Hearing Iris's words, Ye Quan's brows furrowed deeply. Once Iris finished speaking, she shifted from her liquid form back into a humanoid appearance. She glanced at the detector and said, "According to calculations, if the Igo civilization launches a full-scale war against Earth, humanity stands no chance of victory." Ye Quan replied, "I'm well aware of the situation, but the real question is how we should respond." He began frantically scratching the back of his head, clearly feeling utterly helpless. Iris then walked slowly toward the shuttle. Her body liquefied once more, and she seeped through a narrow gap to enter. She reappeared beside Ye Quan. "Ye Quan, what do you intend to do next?" Iris asked curiously. Ye Quan did not answer immediately. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation, pondering their present circumstances. After a long silence, Ye Quan slowly raised his head and cast his gaze upon AI Lizzie. AI Lizzie, according to calculations, when will the Yij civilization reach Earth? Hold on, calculating. The results indicate they will arrive in less than 3 years. AI Lizzie quickly delivered her findings. Upon hearing this, Ye Quan's brows knitted together in a deep frown, barely able to accept what AI Lizzie had said. Wait a moment. Surely you've made a mistake. At a distance of 100 light-years, how can they arrive in merely 3 years? The calculations are error-free. It will take precisely 3 years. AI Lizzie nodded solemnly. Have you overlooked something? How could the Yij civilization reach Earth so swiftly? It simply doesn't add up, Ye Quan questioned. One must bear in mind that 100 light-years is an immeasurably vast expanse, and the Yij civilization was merely a level 1 civilization. A level 1 civilization could only harness the energy of its home planet. Generally speaking, mastering even 1% of the speed of light was considered extraordinary. How could they possibly possess the capability for rapid interstellar travel? Addressing Ye Quan's perplexity, AI Lizzie elaborated, "The data gathered by our probes indicates that the Yij civilization has already mastered warp drive technology, which accounts for their remarkable velocity. Under such circumstances, the journey naturally requires far less time. Warp drive technology, a propulsion system capable of surpassing the speed of light, was virtually exclusive to advanced civilizations." Then AI Lizzie spoke again slowly, however. She paused midway through her sentence, a look of confusion clouding her features. Pressing her chin against her palm, she fell into deep contemplation. Noticing AI Lizzie's perplexity, Ye Quan grew curious as well and asked, "However, what?" Theoretically speaking, warp engines are typically within the capabilities of level 2 civilizations alone. How could a level 1 civilization like the Yij possess such technology? AI Lizzie stated gravely. Her words immediately piqued Ye Quan's interest. A level 1 civilization wielding level 2 capabilities. How extraordinarily strange. Could it be? Could there be another civilization pulling the strings behind the Yij? Ye Quan voiced his speculation. After all, he himself had been bound to a system for reasons unknown, thereby acquiring numerous advanced technological artifacts. AI Lizzie immediately shook her head. Unlikely. Civilizations maintain considerable distance from one another. Even those advocating peaceful coexistence would never casually surrender their technological secrets. It's much like the nations on your homeworld. All smiles on the surface, yet beneath lie duplicity and hidden agendas. Any civilization worthy of the name understands that those outside one's own kind harbor different loyalties. Thus your theory holds virtually no merit. Hearing AI Lizzie's response, Ye Quan became even more intrigued. Then it grows even more puzzling. If the Yij civilization couldn't have obtained warp drive technology from an advanced source, then how did they come by it? As Ye Quan spoke, something seemed to strike him, and his eyes immediately fixed upon AI Lizzie. Rushing to voice another possibility, he said, perhaps the Yij civilization, much like your Tiamat civilization, discovered relics left by a higher civilization and thereby acquired warp drive technology. AI Lizzie listened and offered a gentle nod. That possibility does exist. However, what we should be concerned about now is whether Earth can withstand the Yij's impending assault. Worrying about how the Yij obtained warp drive technology serves no purpose at this moment. What truly matters is the fate of Earth. Upon hearing this, Ye Quan's brows furrowed deeply, and he pleaded, "Is there any way for me to return to Earth? If I'm there, I believe I can still find a means to resist." After all, Ye Quan could exchange for countless items from the system mall. With those resources at his disposal, he was confident he could thwart the alien invasion. AI Lizzie offered a wry smile and replied slowly, "Under current circumstances, it's virtually impossible to reach Earth in the short term. Remember, we're separated by millions of light years, a distance far greater than that between the Yij civilization and Earth, not to mention their possession of faster-than-light warp drive technology." As she spoke, AI Lizzie's gaze fell upon Ye Quan. "Moreover, we lack any means of faster-than-light travel. Attempting to arrive within 3 years would be pure fantasy. We must consider alternative solutions." AI Lizzie's words continued to weigh heavily upon Ye Quan, driving him toward despair. Then there's truly no way to save Earth. Am I to stand idle and watch it be destroyed? Faced with this situation, Ye Quan could only feel utterly helpless. AI Lizzie remarked, not entirely without hope. "Huh, what do you mean?" Ye Quan asked, bewildered. "While we cannot return to Earth in the near future, we can arm it. If Earth's technological prowess surpasses that of the Yij civilization, their invasion plans will inevitably fail. Arms. In just 3 years, it's nearly impossible to advance Earth's civilization to level 1 status. Indeed, if Earth relies solely on its own organic development, even granting them 10 more years would not suffice to breach the level 1 threshold. However, there is a shortcut." Ye Quan leaned forward with curiosity. "What shortcut? You? Me?" Ye Quan pointed at himself. "But I can't even return to Earth. How can I be of help?" "Oh dear. I've been so explicit, yet you still fail to comprehend." AI Lizzie sighed softly, gently shaking her head. Clearly, Ye Quan had grown flustered, his ability to think clearly eluding him. AI Lizzie continued, "Do not forget, during your live streams you have the ability to teleport non-living objects. In other words, we can transmit existing technology to Earth, thereby resolving the issue of its technological inferiority." Hearing AI Lizzie's words, Ye Quan struck his thigh in sudden realization and exclaimed, "Right. Such an obvious solution. How could I have overlooked it? AI Lizzie, if you hadn't reminded me, I truly would have forgotten." AI Lizzie's lips curved into a faint smile, an expression of smug satisfaction gracing her features. She declared naturally, "After all, who do you think I am?" Ye Quan could hardly contain his urgency to contact the Dean. He activated the broadcast system and immediately began reaching out. "Dean, I have discovered what that meteorite you transmitted actually is." Meanwhile, the Dean sat before his computer, eagerly awaiting Ye Quan's message. The moment the notification appeared, his entire being trembled with excitement, and he hastily seized the keyboard to type his reply. "Mr. Ye Quan, what exactly is that thing? Is it a product of some extraterrestrial civilization? And do you know why it has come to Earth?" No sooner had Ye Quan sent a single message than the Dean fired off several rapid-fire questions in succession. Ye Quan could only briefly relay what he had uncovered. "This is no meteorite. It is a probe from the Yij civilization. Their planet is on the brink of destruction, which is why they have come to Earth, with intent to invade. They have already mastered warp drive technology. They are estimated to arrive at Earth within approximately 3 years. Upon receiving this message, the Dean's expression underwent a dramatic shift. "What? How could such a thing possibly happen?" Ye Quan replied, "However, Dean, there is no need for alarm. I have already devised a solution. I will provide the corresponding technology to accelerate Earth's scientific advancement in a short period." "But," the Dean hastily typed, "but what? Our country alone cannot accomplish this. We must rely on other nations and share this technology collectively. Only then can Earth stand a chance." Upon reading this, the Dean immediately responded in large letters, "I understand, Mr. Ye Quan. Rest assured. You need not remind me how crucial this is." Ye Quan glanced at Alice beside him and said, Alice, please compile all information regarding the Yij civilization into a document for me, would you? Of course, no problem at all. Alice spoke while already preparing the compilation. At that moment, Ye Quan directly transmitted the file to the dean. The dean briefly glanced at the file upon receipt, and his expression instantly turned grave, his face clouded with deep concern and heavy thoughts. Just as he was about to rise and report this critical matter to the relevant personnel, another message suddenly arrived. Oh, by the way, Dean, I nearly forgot to mention, I will not be returning this probe to you. There is a signal transmitter inside, and I can forcibly block its signal transmission. If it were delivered to Earth, it would only place our planet in even greater peril. The dean read this and naturally raised no objections, quickly replying, of course, no problem at all. Having sent the message, he hurriedly rose and left. The dean rushed toward the soldier stationed at the door and shouted, quickly, let me see your security department's highest commander. The soldier, puzzled, replied, Dean, under normal circumstances, our commander does not make appearances without special cause. I hope you can understand. Understand, my foot. What time is this? You won't even let me see them. Fine. If you want Earth to perish, then don't let me go see him. The dean was visibly enraged. The soldier, utterly bewildered, could not make sense of the situation. Dean, what do you mean by? That sphere is not a meteorite at all. It is a probe from a civilization called the Yij, and their primary objective is to conquer Earth as a second homeland. Hearing this, the soldier found the claim utterly fantastical. Dean, is there any evidence for this? Can't you see the files on my computer? This was sent by Ye Quan. This is the evidence. Now summon your commander at once. The soldier finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Dean, please wait a moment. I will report to my superior immediately. With those words, the soldier hurriedly strode out. Before long, a middle-aged man entered, accompanied by several fully armed soldiers behind him. Good day, Dean. I am the Minister of the National Security Department. Just now my soldier informed me that you have something important to report. Yes, precisely. The matter is lengthy. Please look at this first. The dean did not waste words and directly showed the minister the file in his possession. As the minister read its contents, his expression likewise turned grave. Is this real? Naturally. Do you think I would deceive you? The minister's brows furrowed deeply. I see. Dean, I must ask you to accompany us for a moment. The dean nodded and replied, very well, I understand. He then departed alongside the security department personnel. The matter was escalated layer by layer, and soon it reached the desk of the nation's top leader. Upon reviewing the documents, the leader's countenance underwent a significant change. Dean, can you confirm the accuracy of this information? The dean nodded firmly. Naturally. You may not trust me, but you should trust the documents in my hands. Hearing this, the national leader fell silent. He then leaned close and whispered something to the person beside him. After speaking, he once again turned his gaze toward the academy dean. Very well, Dean, I understand. Please take some rest for now. Tomorrow I ask that you explain in detail to representatives from all nations the situation we currently face. Do you understand? I understand. Thus, an important document began to be transmitted to the leaders of every nation. Upon receiving this file, almost every nation's leadership promptly arranged for their assistants to rush to Yen country by air. The following morning, a conference room in Yen country was nearly filled with secret leaders from various nations. At the center of the room, delivering the presentation, was the academy dean. After the dean passed around documents and video materials for all to review, nearly every national leader was rendered speechless. In his concluding remarks, the dean said, You may doubt my words, but surely you can trust what Ye Quan has said. Now is the time for us to face this disaster together. Do you understand? The leaders exchanged murmured discussions among themselves. Soon they nodded in mutual agreement. It was evident that when the very survival of Earth hung in the balance, every person understood one truth: only through unity could there be a sliver of hope for survival.